Urgent shouts rang out. Hurry up! A young man and woman were running for their lives. Quick, run! Uni, her face drenched in sweat, turned back. In the distance, a young man was aiming his bow at her. The arrow shot out at once, piercing straight toward Uni and making her collapse instantly. Damn it, she had worked so hard to get to this level. Iuni fawen unwiling. Yet every single time, this guy ruined it and wouldn't let her clear the stage. And every time, she died by his hand. The image gradually faded, and the words "game over" appeared. In the real world, Uni angrily threw aside her VR headset. Damn it, she clenched the game console in fury. She had played it 28 times already, and every time that Regent Prince killed her. So who exactly is the player here? Me or that Regent Prince? Saying that, Uni fiercely tore open a bag of snacks. No way, this won't do. I'm definitely leaving a bad review. She puffed out her cheeks, her face red with anger. If you got the guts, let me try romancing him. I'll definitely make him taste suffering and show him what real pain is. At that very moment, the VR headset suddenly flashed with streaks of light. The conquest mission has been changed. Login successful. As soon as the words appeared, the surrounding space rapidly changed. Uni's eyes widened in shock. What the hell is this? Before she even had time to steady herself, Uni disappeared. A moment later, she woke up. Huh? The space around her had become completely unfamiliar. Uni looked around curiously. What is this? She quickly climbed down, but the bed was too high, and she fell straight to the floor. Seeing that, the palace maids rushed over in panic. Miss, is this how you take care of Miss? Do you know she's the Prime Minister's daughter? If anything happens to her while she's in the palace, don't dream of keeping your heads. Yes. At that moment, a system screen suddenly appeared before Uni's eyes, and she stared in astonishment. I don't remember starting the game at all. Thinking that, she ignored the palace maids and walked straight ahead. How'd I end up logging into the game? I have to log out first. She slowly reached toward the words log out, but instantly countless warning messages filled the air. Log out error. Seeing that, Uni helplessly slumped to the ground. I can't log out. At the same time, the system panel changed. Romance mission settings. Right then, Han Thin's portrait appeared on the screen. The son of a convicted minister of Nam Kingdom, exiled for many years. But in the end, he rose above countless others, became the Regent Prince, seized immense power, and slaughtered innumerable people. A cruel and vicious man. Reading that, Uni's eyes filled with panic. This mission target is the Regent Prince? She suddenly burst into tears. I'd rather just die. If I die, I can log out of the game, right? The system replied. Dream on. Warning, this time, after entering the game, the host's life has been bound to it. If the host dies, she will die for real. Only by completing the mission can she return to the real world. Seeing that, Uni was utterly despairing. She sprawled on the floor and cried loudly. Why is my life so miserable? At that moment, the system panel changed again. 60 centimeters. Uni widened her eyes. Is that the Regent Prince's location? Thinking that, she got up and dusted herself off. If I can't return to reality, then I have to go see what kind of person this Regent Prince really is. A while later, Uni climbed the steps and looked up. Is this the place? There wasn't a single person around, and the words Imperial Prison made the whole scene feel even colder. Is he here? Uni nervously walked past the cells. He's locked up here? But how could that be? Forcing a smile, she thought, that devil killed me 28 times, and he could actually be in a place like this? Then Uni began to imagine things. Maybe he's torturing victims in there. Just then, a voice rang out. You beast! The sharp voice made Uni freeze. A beautiful young woman was hurling insults at a boy, and that person was none other than Han Thin. But it didn't stop there. The young woman even swung a whip at him. You beast, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Let's see if you dare run away again. Uni was utterly stunned and accidentally knocked over a vase nearby. Are you kidding me? Hearing that, the young woman turned around, then smiled. Xiaoyu, when did you get here? Come over here. Han Lin, age 10, princess of the Nam Yin Kingdom, arrogant and difficult by nature. Uni slowly walked closer and frowned. Lift your head. Hearing that, the guard yanked Han Thin's head up. At that moment, Han Thin's eyes were filled with hatred. Favorability, minus 999. Uni was a little startled. So this guy really is the Regent Prince, the man who will one day bathe the imperial city in blood? On the other side, seeing Uni in a daze, Han Lin smiled. He ran away yesterday. Fortunately, you informed me in time. Otherwise, I still wouldn't know how to punish him today. Hearing that, Yuni's face stiffened. I told her yesterday. Was my past self trying to get herself killed? Hanlin thought for a moment. Using the whip this whole time has made my hand hurt. Then she came up with an idea. How about we use a branding iron instead? At once, panic showed on Yuni's face. So this princess actually likes cruelly torturing people? Thinking that, she quietly spoke up. Princess, why not let it go? No matter what, he's still your brother Han. Hanlin's face turned cold as she looked back. Let him go. He's a criminal. Besides, his crime is unforgivable. Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you today? Yuni forced a smile. He's the son of a convicted minister, so his majesty will have his own way of dealing with him. There's no need for your highness to do it personally. Your hand will hurt. Han Lin gave a crooked smile. You really do care about me, huh? Fine, I'll leave him to you. Yuni was a little surprised. Really? Then please rest assured, princess. Right at that moment, Han Lin suddenly locked the cell door, leaving Yuni utterly confused. She stood there blankly for a moment, then after a few seconds panicked and reacted. Princess, what are you doing? Let me out. Han Lin laughed softly. Since you like defying my orders so much, then stay in there with him. Hearing that, Yuni could only shed helpless tears. If I weren't in this body, I'd have slapped that girl's mouth crooked already. Just then, Han Thin began walking toward her step by step. Yuni noticed it too. Wait a second. She nervously turned around. The game has started. Looking at his dark expression, Yuni was so frightened that she collapsed to the floor. I just transmigrated, and now I'm already going to die. She was so scared she hiccuped a few times. Yuni didn't dare open her eyes. Raising her hand, she shouted, Calm down. I definitely can help you escape. Anti Narstavrao, you're nothing but the Prime Minister's daughter. At that, he widened his eyes and raised his fist at her. All of you are treacherous. Seeing that, Yuni quickly raised her hands to cover her head. Han Thin, the charge of colluding with the enemy against you was a setup by someone else. Han Thin's fist suddenly stopped. His eyes were full of icy coldness. Han Thin demanded through gritted teeth, How much do you know? Iuni Fadawin. This matter is important. Wait until I get you out, and then I'll tell you. Han Thin still didn't trust her. Why should I believe you? Yuni answered seriously. You have to believe me, because I'm the only one who can save you. Just wait and watch me perform. Hearing that, Han Thin thought to himself, shouldn't she be screaming in terror when she sees me? How can she be this calm? Yuni reached out and pushed him back. Step aside. She took a deep breath. Watch this. I'll show you what a game master can do. Thinking that, Yuni immediately collapsed to the ground. Han Tin frolvnid. Hey, Yuni gestured at him. Just stay quiet. I'll definitely save you. Han Thin thought to himself, on the contrary, I want to see what trick she's playing. A while later, the guard started noticing Yuni. She thought smugly, that arrogant princess may act cold, but deep down she's soft-hearted. She's still just a child. If she finds out she went too far by accident, let's see if she panics. Let's see if in a moment you'll be frantically calling people to take me out. At the same time, somewhere else, a bowl fell and shattered. Han Lin panicked. What? She fainted. Seeing Han Lin's face turn pale, the palace maid beside her timidly said, Princess, she is still the Prime Minister's precious daughter. If anything happens, Han Lin angrily cut her off. Why are you still talking? Hurry and go see if anything happened to her. If something really happens to her, it'll all be your fault. A while later, Han Lin hurriedly ran inside. That beast, what did you do to Xiaoyu? She glared and shouted, If anything happens to her, I'll make you all pay with your lives. Han Lin frowned and barked, Quick, take her back. Summon the imperial physician to examine her. Nothing must happen to her. Meanwhile, in a place no one could see, Yuni blinked. Just wait, I'll come save you. Han Thin remained silent. Sometime later, Yuni nervously tossed down a rope. Sitting with one leg crossed over the other, she frowned. So troublesome. I have to save someone from the princess's hands. And then I also have to raise the regent prince's favorability. Thinking of that, she burst into tears. What kind of game is this? It's ridiculously hard. At the same time, a loud voice rang out. Prime Minister, madam. Hearing that, Yuni hurriedly pulled the blanket over herself and immediately went into fake sleep mode. Mrs. Doi slowly walked over. Yuni, her eyes turned red with tears. Weren't you fine just a moment ago? How did you suddenly fall ill? Prime Minister Thoy sternly followed up. What are you crying for? The imperial physician already said she was just frightened. He continued coldly. Who told her to disrespect the princess? Why provoke the princess? She deserved this. Hearing that, Yuni was incredibly annoyed. She really wanted to whack him on the head. Before leaving, Prime Minister Thoy gave another order. From today onward, Miss is confined for 1 month. No one is allowed to plead on her behalf. Yuni angrily bit her lip. Damn it. I just got out of the imperial prison, and now I'm locked up again. Then how am I supposed to rescue that regent prince from the imperial prison? The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. If I'd known, I wouldn't have talked so big. Talking big is embarrassing now. Could it be that I really only have one ending? Thinking that, Yuni sat up with tears in her eyes. No way. At that moment, someone suddenly smiled. He lightly touched Yuni's shoulder. What? You're not pretending to sleep anymore. Yuni turned pale with fright. Oh, she slowly looked up. A system panel appeared. Lu Xianghe, a top scholar from a poor background, currently the tutor of the crown prince and the princess. In the future, he will become the youngest grand tutor in the Nam Yin kingdom. Upright and noble, gentle and courteous. Reading that, Yuni suddenly blushed. It's teacher. He's always by my side. He's also my teacher. He's taught me so many things. And on top of that, he's so gentle and warm. He's always treated me well. He's a super sweet romance route. At that moment, Lu Xianghe lightly tapped her on the head with a book. What's with that perverted look? Prime Minister Thoy ordered me to keep you confined. And during this confinement, I've already prepared your lessons. Hearing that, Yuni immediately fainted. Lu Xianghe could only lift her back up. He asked gently, Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you today? You're not like your usual self at all. Did the princess bully you? Hearing that, Yuni's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait. She stared intently at the man in front of her. He can help me save the regent prince. Found it. Seeing Yuni remain silent, Lu Xianghe asked again, What is it? Did the princess really bully Xiaoyu today? Yuni puffed out her cheeks and rested her face against his shoulder. Xiaoyu can't say it. Lu Xianghe was puzzled. Why not? Yuni's eyes grew misty with tears. Because if Xiaoyu speaks badly of the princess, father will dislike Xiaoyu even more. Then he'll confine Xiaoyu again. Then Xiaoyu might be driven out of the house. Xiaoyu would become a beggar and wouldn't be able to keep studying with teacher anymore. Hearing that, Lu Xianghe smiled softly. It's all right. Just tell me. If Xiaoyu gets driven out, then I'll bring Xiaoyu to the Lu residence and continue teaching you. With a frightened expression, Yuni began recounting what happened. All right, then Xiaoyu will tell you. The princess privately tortured Han Thin. Xiaoyu only said a few words, and the princess locked Xiaoyu in there with him. Xiaoyu was so frightened that she fainted. Lu Xianghe was a little surprised. Privately tortured him, Yuni then grabbed his hand. That's right. Teacher, if you didn't see it with your own eyes, you wouldn't know how the princess was tormenting Han Thin. He's so pitiful. Teacher, please hurry and save him. Lu Xianghe frowned. The son of the Han family is a criminal guilty of treason. Thinking that, he pulled his hand free. If I intervene and save him, people will suspect I'm colluding with others to betray the country and harm the people. Lu Xianghe turned away. This depends on each person's own views. Even if you think he is pitiful and forgive him, others may not. Hearing that, Yuni stood there blankly. So he doesn't want to help after all? At the same time, Han Thin was being tortured. Beast, Han Lin Smi led wickedly. Do you know why I'm beating you? Because you made Xiaoyu faint. So today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Han Thin lowered his face darkly. Ever since that day, he had unconsciously kept remembering Yuni's figure. Before leaving, she had firmly said, I will definitely save you. It had already been 3 days. Remembering the wink she gave him, Han Thin smirked. So I actually believed she could save me. Han Lin was very surprised to see that. She frowned. You still dare laugh? Looks like you're tired of being whipped, aren't you? Then let's change things up. With that, Han Lin lightly clapped her hands. Han Thin's cold gaze followed her movements. Han Lin actually brought out a brazier of hot coals and held a rod over the fire. With a vicious look, Han Lin aimed it at him. Just because father hasn't done it doesn't mean I can't. Your father dared collude with traitors. That crime is even worse than being a common criminal. Since you didn't die with your father back then, I can't possibly let you live in peace. I'm going to make you live in pain and humiliation. Hearing that, Han Thin's eyes widened, and he sharply retorted, My father was always loyal to the country. My father was not a traitor. You are not allowed to insult him. Han Lin hid softly. Don't make noise. It'll be over soon. As soon as she said that, she slowly pressed the glowing rod toward Han Lin. Han Lin smiled in delight, but suddenly the rod in her hand dropped to the ground. Han Lin turned around in confusion. It was Lu Xianghe. Seeing him, she stammered, unable to speak clearly. Teacher, frightened, Han Lin unconsciously stepped back. Why are you here? Lu Xianghe replied. Recently, His Majesty has been very concerned about the princess's studies. Tomorrow, I will report your progress to His Majesty. He continued seriously. If you do not want His Majesty to be disappointed in you, then return to the palace and review your lessons. If you refuse, then don't blame me for reporting exactly what the princess has done. Han Lin pouted. Are you trying to threaten me in front of Imperial Father? She raised a brow in disdain. He's only the son of a convicted minister. Even if people know I bullied him, or if he's injured, or even dies, Imperial Father wouldn't blame me. Lu Xianghe then asked sternly, but what if it is private torture? Hearing that, Han Lin's eyes widened. When he was little, the emperor had personally witnessed his mother and an imperial consort being tortured to death, so he could not bear it. Because of that, after ascending the throne, the emperor ordered private torture abolished. From then on, no one was allowed to use torture privately on prisoners, not even on serious offenders. Lu Xianghe coldly said, do you know that if you commit private torture, the punishment is severe and you could even be imprisoned for 80 years? Hearing that, Han Lin became frightened and quickly tugged at his sleeve. Teacher, please don't be angry. I was only teasing him. I'll release him immediately. Please don't tell Imperial Father about this. She glanced at Han Lin, then ordered someone to untie him. Lu Xianghe then said, very well. Since the princess says so, I will let it pass. As for this person, I will take him away, so he won't disturb the princess's studies. Han Lin pouted. Fine, I'll do whatever you say. Lu Xianghe then led Han Lin away. Once outside, Han Lin asked, why did you save me? Lu Xianghe had just started to answer. At that moment, Yuni came running over, and he called out to her, Doi Yuni. She smiled and replied, what a coincidence. Lu Xianghe continued, running away from home while you're under confinement. Aren't you afraid of being thrown out and becoming a beggar? Doi Yuni spoke softly. I'm not afraid because I had something important I wanted to ask Teacher Lu, so I followed you. It's something really important. Then she turned to Han Lin and winked. Han Lin thought to himself, could it really have been her? At that moment, Doyuni ran over and gently wiped the wound on his body with her hand. You're bleeding so much. Does it hurt? Hentin Lukteha. Doyuni thought to herself, even though the favorability is still negative, even a tiny increase makes me happy. Han Lin then said, was it you who saved me from the imperial prison today? Doyuni pointed toward Teacher Lu. No, it was this kind and lovely Teacher Lu. If not for him, you would have been tortured far more terribly. It was all thanks to Teacher, right? Lu Xianghe lightly poked her forehead. That mouth of yours is sweeter than anyone else's. This old minister will take his leave first. Xiaoyu, remember to go home before sunset. Early morning, 3 hours earlier, at the Doi Prime Minister's residence. Lu Xianghe looked over her work and praised her. All right, today's homework was done very well. Why are you looking at me like that? Xiaoyu. Doyuni immediately said, Xiaoyu already told you. Please save Han Lin. Please save Han Lin. Xiaoyu is begging you. You're the best. Lu Xianghe then asked, you still haven't forgotten about it these past 2 days? Of course. After all, you're the only person I can rely on. Teacher Lu turned away. But it would still be very difficult to change His Majesty's will, even for me. Hearing that, she immediately started acting spoiled, her eyes welling with tears. Lu Xianghe gently stroked her head. But it's all right. I'll do my best to help you. With that, he turned and went into the palace. Yuni thought to herself, this is a serious matter tied to my life. I can't just sit here waiting around. I have to go see for myself. Does the Prime Minister's residence really think it can stop me? It's time to show off my talent. As soon as she thought that, she hit a book and set it on fire. A moment later, a scream rang out. Fire! The guards rushed in anxiously. Miss, what happened? Yuni pointed at the flames. The homework my teacher gave me. It's already half burned up. What do I do now? What? If it all burns up? The 2 guards hurried over to fetch water and put out the fire. Taking advantage of the moment, she ran outside. If I remember correctly, there's a shortcut that leads out of the Doi residence. Soon after, she found it. It really is here. That's Lu Xianghe's carriage. If I follow it, I can still catch up. Then she climbed into the carriage. Uni proudly told Han Thin what she had done and asked, well, what do you think? Aren't I amazing? Han Thin replied coldly, yes, you're very clever. Uni helped support him. Of course I'm clever. I was born this way. When Han Thin arrived at the front courtyard and opened the door, Uni asked, this is where you live. They really are trying to bully the Regent Prince. Han Thin said at once, it seems Miss Thoy is not used to living in a place like this. In that case, please return. Uni refused. No, I worked so hard to come save you. And this is how you repay me? You won't even invite me inside. With that, she sat down sulkily. Han Thin then asked, are you afraid of me now? She shouted, I'm not afraid. Just then, a few drops of water fell over. Why is there water here? Han Thin suddenly collapsed on her lap. Your Highness, you're not dying, are you? Han Thin, the air. She was terrified. What do I do now? What if he dies? Han Thin grabbed her wrist and pressed it against his neck. Stop making noise. I'm not dead. I'm just resting. Han Thin thought back to the past. He had once been mocked by a guard. He's just a brat. What gives him the right to swagger around giving orders? Han Thin was pinned down and shouted desperately, I am Han Thin, the son of Prince Liang, the heir of Yongin. Send troops at once. My parents will die if reinforcements don't come. But the guards only sneered. You're just a traitor's son, and you still want to give orders? I was placed under house arrest in the imperial city, barely surviving like grass in the cracks, while my parents were left to die on the battlefield. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find the one who framed them. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. After a long while, Uni softly called out to him, and Han Thin raised his head. Uni said awkwardly, hey, how about we bandage your wounds first? Han Thin asked, why did you save me? Uni kicked the door open. Because helping the weak and defending justice is what I do. Saving you is also for my own sake. Once I finish winning your favor and clear the game level, I'll be able to return to the real world. She helped him onto the bed. Just lie down and rest. I'll go find some medicine. Uni kept rummaging around. Your Highness, you should also think of a way to leave this place. There may be people here suppressing you, but it's different outside. If you want to clear Prince Han's name, then the truth has to be revealed in front of everyone. I'll help you too once you get out of here. Han Thin was silent for a moment before asking, get out? And how exactly do I do that? Do you think this place is somewhere people can just come and go freely? Uni lifted his chin and gently applied the medicine. Bear with it a little. When the time comes, I'll help you leave the palace. Then she helped bandage him. Not bad. Han Thin let out a sigh, then removed it and wrapped it again himself. Uni immediately said, hey, what are you doing? I worked so hard to bandage it like that. Han Thin snorted coldly. You really are a clueless child. It should be wrapped like this. Uni looked embarrassed. Well, it's my first time. She looked at him with pity. He was obviously still just a child. So how much suffering had he gone through to become this skilled at bandaging wounds? At that moment, Han Thin grabbed her hand and pinned her to the bed. What exactly are you trying to gain from me? That you're going this far to save me? He wrapped his hand around Uni's throat. Stammering, she said, I am helping you because I like you. Han Thin froze. Uni was frightened too. Oh no. Just then, a eunuch entered and called out, why, Your Highness? Why are you here? The two of them quickly separated. He didn't see anything, did he? Han Thin immediately shouted, why are you still standing there? Get out. Uni stood up and pretended nothing had happened. Just because His Highness isn't here doesn't mean you can slack off on cleaning. Hurry up and tidy this place. The eunuch lowered his head. Yes, miss, you're absolutely right. This servant will go at once. Han Thin looked at the strip of cloth and thought, she saved me first. I shouldn't have shouted at her like that. At that moment, Uni was sitting on a swing when a voice called out, you snuck out and you're still unhappy? She immediately ran over to Lu Xianghe. Teacher, Lu Xianghe asked, what is it? Did you quarrel with the heir? Uni waved her hand. No, not at all. At that moment, Han Thin opened the door and saw Lu Xianghe carrying Uni in his arms. Come on, let's go home. Han Thin had just been about to step outside, but then he stopped and withdrew. Holding on to Lu Xianghe, Uni said sadly, once I'm confined again, I don't know if I'll ever get to see the heir anymore. Lu Xianghe asked, what's wrong? You haven't even left yet, and you're already missing him? Uni hurriedly denied it. No, teacher, don't talk nonsense. Why would I miss him? He just tried to strangle me. Lu Xianghe went on. Little you, In a few days, I'll be leaving for another country. So this is also the last time I'll see you. Yuni immediately asked, You really have to go? Lu Xianghe gently touched the tip of her nose. That's right. So after this, you won't be grounded anymore. But you still have to go to school properly, understand? Yuni fell into thought. In this game, I've already tried to win favor 28 times, but every time I failed at the very end. From the Prime Minister to the pure-hearted teacher, I've handled every strategy perfectly. But this time, Yuni ran over carrying a box. Your Highness, I brought you something. The maid ran after her, calling non-stop. Miss! Yuni was full of determination. I absolutely have to win favor points and raise the Regent Prince's affection. When she entered, she saw that none of the things she had brought had been touched, and she was so angry she wanted to disappear into the ground. Yuni kicked the door open. You blockhead. If anyone's trying to die, it's you. You keep talking about revenge and clearing your mother's name, but you don't even know how to take care of yourself. You're just throwing your life away, and yet you still talk about seeking justice. At that moment, Han Fin suddenly appeared behind her. Yuni blankly turned around. Your Highness, you're back. She instantly changed her tone and began flattering him. You're injured, so you should eat more to recover. If you don't eat, your body will grow weak. How can you develop properly like that? Don't you think I'm right, Your Highness? Han Fin looked at her coldly, then dragged her inside. The maid outside cried anxiously. Your Highness, let the eldest miss go. If Prime Minister Loi finds out, he won't spare you. Inside, Yuni stood there in a daze. Looking closely today, this guy is really handsome. Sharp brows, flawless skin. If he were in a modern world, he'd be a top-tier heartthrob. This character setup is seriously overpowered. Who designed him to be this ridiculously good-looking? Just then, Han Fin coughed lightly, startling her. Leaning close, he said, Tell me who framed my father and mother. Yuni stammered, I only heard about it. I don't actually know. Han Fin's eyes widened, and he slammed his fist against the door. I couldn't save my parents, and now I can't even find the culprit. Yuni grew frightened. She sighed, then patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'm the eldest daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. If I want money, I have money. Besides, I'm very smart. Nothing can stump me, so I'll definitely help you find that person. Han Fin said coldly, There's no need to exaggerate your status like that. She shouted, You don't believe me? Han Fin was speechless. I was talking about your body. Hearing that, Yuni swayed. Han Fin thought to himself, Should I keep enduring torment in the palace, or use her for revenge? Then he asked, Why do you want to help me? While rummaging through things, Yuni replied, If I help you, there has to be something in it for me too. First, you have to take good care of yourself and protect your body. Second, if I bring you something, you're not allowed to refuse it, and you have to listen to my arrangements. As she spoke, she broke off a piece of pastry. Third, Han Fin took the pastry. Third what? Third, move into my residence. Han Fin nearly choked on what he was eating. Han Lin angrily threw down her brush. At that moment, a woman said, What's the use of throwing your brush? Lu Xianghe only made you copy as punishment for a few days. But if your imperial father finds out you use torture, think about it. Do you think you'll still be allowed to remain a princess? Hearing that, Han Lin slammed the table. I'm the only princess of the kingdom of Nam Yin, and also Mother's only daughter. Then she ran over and clung to the woman's arm. Mother, help me. The woman replied, This is simple. As long as Han Fin disappears, it'll be over. How can the dead tell the truth? Han Lin smi lit. Then mother means. The woman looked outside and said, Lately, I've been uneasy. In a few days, envoys from northern Jing will arrive. Tell them to think of a way to delay things. The next day, in Yuni's room at the Voi residence, she dejectedly crossed out what she had written. The heir's status is special. Although he is innocent, he has no way to prove his innocence. Rumors have spread so fast that the whole kingdom thinks he is a traitor. Since the matter hasn't been clarified, they also can't kill him yet. If I rashly bring him back to the Voi residence, not only will no one agree, I'll also bring disaster on myself. This is giving me such a headache. I need to quickly check the character information again. Yuni stayed up all night reading. She discovered something and immediately cried out, What? The maid rushed in. Miss, Yuni said urgently, pass down my order. Have the guards go wait at the city gate for the messenger envoy. They must bring him into the palace no matter what. Even if he refuses, they are to escort him in by force. This is a matter of great importance. They must bring him in before morning court begins. Whether we can clear his name or not depends on this. The maid said, Miss, your complexion doesn't look very good today. Why don't you rest first and skip going to the palace? But Uni kept working on her plan. No, I absolutely have to go. By dawn, she was yawning repeatedly. Though sleepy, she still brought things to Han Thin. Just then, a hand lightly patted her shoulder. Little you, Han Jun smiled and said, I'm apologizing to you on Han Lin's behalf. If you're no longer angry, then come fly kites with Linner and me. Uni took 3 steps back. Why, Your Highness the Crown Prince? If the princess sees me, she might rush over and knock me out again. No, I'm too scared. Han Jun then said, then come to my place for breakfast instead, as long as you stay away from Han Thin. Little you, don't keep hanging around that traitor. My mother has already taken care of him personally. Besides, before Grand Tutor Lu left, he told me to take good care of you. I can't let the Grand Tutor down. Uni was full of worry. The imperial consort went to the Regent Prince's place? Oh, Ehen Tinisil. That girl came again? He had just run out. When he saw the imperial consort there, she said, I personally sent someone to invite your highness to my palace for a talk, but you didn't come. So today, I had no choice but to come in person and invite your highness for a visit. Han Thin quickly shut the door. This definitely can't mean anything good. Where can I hide now? Or should I go warn that little dwarf? The imperial consort gestured, and the guards charged forward as she said, Why is your highness shutting the door? I heard there was a small conflict between you and the princess, so I only wanted to invite you over and clear things up. A guard kicked the door open, but there was no one inside. The imperial consort's face darkened. Go find him and bring him back. Han Jun smiled and said, Little you, don't worry. That heir definitely won't escape. Uni stretched out her hand and handed him a wooden box. I'm really sorry, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Think of this as a gift for me. Then she ran off at once. Han Jun immediately ordered, Follow Little you. At that moment, the guards were searching everywhere. The noble consort has ordered the heir's arrest. Quick, go look over there. Han Thin hit up high and thought anxiously, how am I supposed to find that little dwarf now? She's always the one who comes to me. I've never once gone to her. If I get the chance, I'll definitely. Just then, a voice rang out, Your Highness. Iunis, my, Han Thin asked, How did you know I was here? She thought to herself, Of course, I used a cheat tool. Han Thin immediately jumped down and covered Uni's mouth. Keep your voice down. The noble consort hasn't gone far yet. She then said, It's not safe to stay here either. Do you think the ones trying to capture and frame you are just the princess and that consort? It's not as simple as you think. It's the story system that's setting you up like this. Han Thin was stunned after hearing that. Uni grabbed his hand. Whatever, just hurry and leave. Otherwise, who knows what might happen to you? They had only run a few steps when they were spotted. I knew it. Hen Yun stirred in shock. You. The guards also ran over. He's over here. Han Thin looked around. Uni jumped onto him. Run. Han Thin caught her and sprinted away. Han Jun reached out after them. Iuni. At that moment, another group appeared and blocked the two of them. Sorry to spoil the mood, everyone. His Majesty sent me to invite your highness to the main hall regarding a certain matter. I ask that your highness put Miss Thoy down and come with me. Han Thin said coldly, If I let go of my hostage, would I still have any chance of living? The man smiled and replied, Your highness is overthinking it. Uni quickly whispered, Just go with him. When we reach the main hall, you'll get news about your parents. Trust me. Hearing that, he put her down. Han Jun immediately stepped forward and blocked Uni's path. Then he turned and said, clinging to each other like that, What kind of behavior is that? Yuenhoi looked at Han Tin worriedly. Yesterday, while she was investigating, she found this scene. She pressed on the image, and it appeared. Aren't you afraid of death? Assassin, do you know that deceiving the Prime Minister's daughter is enough to get you killed? The man replied, Is that so? But the secret I have now is enough to make all of you fear death even more. Even if you're not afraid to die, your curiosity will drive you to seek death yourself. Uni then said, Then tell me and let me hear it. He leaned close to her ear. It's a hidden secret report. At that moment, in the main hall, Your Majesty, Prince Liang and his consort were surrounded and killed at the frontier. Their deaths were tragic, but they were not traitors. The rest still awaits investigation. Han Thin's expression darkened. Uni muttered, So when I was trying to win his favor, I completely forgot that the Regent Prince was standing on the path where someone would try to assassinate me. The assassin took out a scroll. These scraps of paper have been locked inside a box for 8 years. Prince Liang and his consort. Hearing that, she smiled. Could Prince Liang really have had a consort? He immediately said, Miss Thoy, you really are devious. The one you're talking about is the heir of Yongin. The ones I'm talking about are the Prime Minister and his wife, who died 8 years ago. Yuni immediately asked, then who hid this? He smiled and asked, want to know? Iuni bozai. He instantly poured cold water on that hope. I'm not telling you. Yuni punched him at once. He leaned in close to her. Prince Liang is currently looking for his enemy. Since I like you, I'll help you return this paper to its original place by writing on it. This matter has nothing to do with Miss Thoy. Yuni cursed. Damn it, that's not hiding it at all. He lifted her chin. Exactly. But when Miss Thoy dies, she'll surely look both beautiful and pitiful. Furious, Yuni shoved him away. Stay away from me. The vision ended, and she sighed. In the end, I still don't know who the culprit is. In the main hall of the Imperial Palace, everyone was whispering among themselves. At that moment, the Emperor placed a hand on Han Thin's shoulder. This is Qing'er, the only son of my Imperial elder brother. Fortunately, he managed to preserve his life and return to the palace. Han Thin clenched his fists, struggling to suppress his anger. The Emperor continued, Prince Liang's household sacrificed themselves to protect our borders. I must reward them with countless jewels, rare paintings, precious calligraphy, and a golden plaque. The heir of Yongin has also come of age and may inherit the title of Princing, and he is one of our most honored heirs. Everyone knelt down. Your Majesty is wise. Han Thin was consumed with fury. Wise? If he was wise, why didn't he save my father and mother? Why did he let them die? The Emperor then said, your father's residence will now be entrusted to you. And do not forget your father's instructions, to become a brave and mighty general. As a subject, you must be loyal. Han Thin was filled with grief and rage. My parents died without justice. This is clearly a scheme against my father. How can it end so simply? Who exactly framed my parents? Who exactly framed my parents? After that, a carriage left the city. A guard then asked the Emperor, didn't your Majesty say you did not wish to let him leave the palace? The Emperor replied, a single report saying Prince Liang and his wife died on the battlefield, and now everyone knows. What excuse do I have left to keep him imprisoned? On the contrary, if I reward him, the people will praise me, and I may even buy his loyalty. The subordinate immediately knelt. It is because this servant is foolish. The old emperor continued, your loyalty pleases me. On the other hand, those who are too clever only keep me awake at night. This young heir is clever, but unfortunately, he will not live long. After Han Thin returned to the residence, his subordinate said, I'll only escort you here for now. Tomorrow I'll send servants to tidy up the residence for you. I take my leave. The moment Han Thin opened the door, Yuni popped out. Goodness, you scared me. Han Thin angrily shoved her to the ground. What are you yelling for? You know who harmed my parents, don't you? If you knew, why didn't you tell me? Or are you happy to see me like this? Yuni rushed forward and hugged him. I am sorry. She burst into tears. I know you hate me, but I didn't want to see you being bullied. Han Thin thought to himself, I don't hate you either, but after everything that's happened, I don't know whether I should trust you or not. Yuni continued, but I've thought about it a lot. Do you want to come stay in my house? At that moment, she drowsily fell asleep in Han Thin's arms. In her hazy dream, Yuni smiled slyly. Little heir, where do you think you're running? She bit the stuffed tiger in her arms. Come here already, and let me kiss you. Just then, Yuni half woke from her sleep, saw the tiger, and screamed in fright. Crying, she ran outside. Why would I dream about that? As Yuni walked and cried, she suddenly saw Han Thin and shouted, Han Thin, what in the world? Why was Han Thin drinking tea with her mother? Her mother waved her over. Yuni, you're awake? You've grown up lately, haven't you? You made a new friend and didn't even tell your mother. Is this His Highness the heir? Did you grow up in the capital? Antin immediately replied, no. Since I was little, I follow my father and mother to the borderlands. This is my first time returning to the capital. Mrs. Doi smiled. Then you must be very skilled in martial arts. Unlike this useless girl of mine. Han Thin said, Miss Doi is surely skilled in many things. Mrs. Doi was delighted. You really do know how to talk. Anyone would enjoy hearing that. Unlike my Yuni, who runs around outside all day, who knows to see whom. And she's already of marriageable age. Yuni finally spoke up. Mother, you're asking too many questions. Mrs. Doi immediately said, if I don't ask, then what? Handsome young men don't come by every day. Of course, I have to seize the chance. I need to reserve my future son-in-law. What if he marries someone else? Yuni thought to herself, he really is handsome, but I've already seen the grown-up version, and he's even more handsome. She then asked, Mother, don't you know this is the yeoman heir? Mrs. Doi still smiled. So if it's the yeoman heir? Of course I know. Yesterday, the heir thought you were sick and watched over you all night. Did you two quarrel yesterday? Hearing that, Han Thin nearly choked on his tea. Yuni quickly replied, I didn't quarrel with the heir. Please step aside for a moment, Mother. I have something I need to say. She tried to push Mrs. Doi away, but the woman only smiled teasingly. That's right. Young people have a lot to sort out. It's time to make up now. Yuni flushed with embarrassment. I told you, we didn't quarrel. Just then, Han Thin stepped forward. The two of them turned back at the same time. I'm sorry. Both of them stared at each other blankly. Han Thin's favorability had dropped by 700. Yuni was stunned. Wait, how did it drop that much? When did it happen? Was it while I was asleep? Han Thin spoke first. From beginning to end, this was my fault, not yours. I shouldn't have treated you that way. Yuni's eyes welled with tears. I shouldn't have made you uncomfortable either. Han Tin Fat Tared. All right, among all these sinister, scheming people lying in wait, perhaps only little you is a ray of hope. Han Thin said awkwardly, Earlier, I promised Miss Thoy that I would move into the residence. I've already asked Madam for permission. I wonder, do you still want that? Yuni looked at him. Han Thin was unbearably cute. She grabbed his hand. All right, it's a deal. From now on, I'll help you investigate the murderer. Let's start over properly. I am Doi Xiaoyu, daughter of Prime Minister Doi. I have money when I want money, people when I want people, so your highness can trust me. Han Thin clasped her hand. I, Han Thin, swear to avenge my parents. No matter what happens in the future, I will remain Doi Xiaoyu's ally. Yuni said shyly, you already promised to be my ally, but you do look a bit short and probably can't run very fast. So, in the future, if we ever need to run, you have to hold on tightly to my hand, all right? Regent Prince, welcome to my power-up scene. Beneath the romantic setting, surrounded by drifting golden leaves, Han Thin held Yuni's soft hand. All right, as long as I still have breath left in me, I absolutely won't let go. Yunis my happy Li. Han Thin suddenly tightened his grip on Yuni's hand, so hard her face turned green. Ow. Angry, Yuni smacked his hand several times. Hey, I said, don't abandon me, not crush my hand to pieces. Let go. Han Thin wore a cold expression. So, you've already been thinking of ways to run away? Yuni quietly blew on the red marks on her hand. Propping herself up with one arm, she raised her chin and answered, Of course. We have enemies in the open and enemies in the shadows. If we can't win, we run. That's called strategic retreat. Han Thin hesitated. Is that so? He slowly stepped closer to Yuni. Yuni narrowed her eyes at him. Suddenly, Han Thin lifted her up. Then let me test it. Yuni was utterly flustered. Han Thin thought to himself. Earlier, Grand Tutor Lu seemed to carry her like this, but it still doesn't seem quite right. Han Thin deftly supported Yuni's shoulders. She cried out in alarm. In the next instant, he had scooped her up into his arms. Han Thin looked pleased with himself. That's right. If I carry you like this, you won't be able to run fast. Then Han Thin abruptly slung her over his shoulder. Han Thin said seriously, if someone comes after us, if I carry you like this, we'll be able to escape. Yuni said angrily, Han Thin. Han Thin replied coolly, what? Yuni's face turned bright red as she struggled lightly. Put me down right now. Hearing that, Han Thin gently lowered her. Yuni budit hivili. Han Thin asked, what is it? I didn't even do anything. Why are you so scared? Your heart is beating that fast. Yuni falut hatwadili. Annoyed, she grabbed Han Thin by the collar. Do you even know the difference between men and women? Do you know you're not supposed to carry me like that? Han Thin didn't seem to care at all and calmly answered, we're practically at death's door, and you still care about things like that? Blushing, Yuni turned away and tried to calm herself. Calm down. You're the lofty female lead of this game. You have to control your emotions and your heartbeat. Han Thin wondered, but Grand Tutor Lu carried her like that before. Yuni stammered. Do you really think the way you carried me was the same as Grand Tutor Lu? She lowered her head. I have no idea where your eyes are if you think that looked the same. Yuni picked up a bowl of water and drank continuously. I have to drink water and calm down. Don't get worked up. Standing behind her, Han Fin fell into thought. Yuni set the bowl on the table and asked, Your Highness, do you know what comes after if you can't win and you can't run? Han Fin replied, There's nothing about that in military texts. Yuni cheerfully said, You join them, of course. The palace is where all the sons and daughters of noble families gather to study. The royal family is deep and complicated, and all the terrifying figures show up there. Besides, everyone there has complicated relationships, and more or less all of them are tied to the court. Inside the palace, a slender hand lifted a writing brush. Shai still hasn't come? The man asked. Han Quan, the crown prince's guard, replied, Yes. But if the grand tutor has already arranged it, then sooner or later the young lady will surely come. She has probably been delayed by something recently. Han Quan thought blankly. When I saw her, she seemed in normal spirits. Her illness must have improved too. He ordered the guard, Tell the third prince not to go looking for trouble with Yuni. Yes. At that moment, in the palace, Yuni and Han Fin walked in. The palace values both literary and martial talent. It's about time you joined too. Han Fin replied, So this is what you meant by, if you can't beat them, join them. It really would be a pity not to go. But once we do, it'll be dangerous. Yuni turned and said, But you're a noble heir. You've got super privileges. She smiled slyly. Who knows? Maybe inside the palace we'll find some clues. And it'll also let us hide the Regent Prince's true strength for now. So later you can reveal it and scare them half to death. Hunting smiled faintly. Yuni waved at him. We're here. Come on over. Looking at her, Han Fin thought, kind, brave, strong. I'm truly fortunate to have her help. He answered, I'll do as you say. I'll enter the palace and study. Yuni pushed open the door. Your Highness has made a wise choice. Now come look at the place where you'll be staying and see whether you like it. Han Fin gently pushed the door open. Inside, the room was extremely neat and orderly. In a clean, tidy room, Han Fin looked around for a while. Then he cupped his hands toward Yuni. I've troubled Miss Thoy. Yes, you have troubled me a lot, so you'd better treat me as well as I treat you, understand? Han Fin and Yuni stared at each other blankly. Before he could say anything, Yuni had already stepped outside. Wait for me a moment. Han Fin looked at the brand new set of clothes on the table and reached out to touch it. Just then, Yuni called out, Han Tin posted. Yuni waved at him. Han Tin. He slowly stepped out. It turned out that Yuni had already hurried into the room across from his. A romantic scene appeared before him. Do you like it? At that same moment, Prime Minister Thoy pushed the door open and walked in. Miss Thoy, your father was only away on business for a few days, and you've already neglected your studies? And now you've even learned to skip classes again. Yuni father, you're back? Prime Minister Thoy asked his daughter. What are you doing? Yuni quickly denied it. And nothing at all. Prime Minister Thoy grabbed her by the back of her robe and lifted her lightly. Your mother said lately you haven't been going out to play or socializing with anyone. So you've been getting close with. Before he could finish, Prime Minister Thoy saw Han Fin in the room across the way. Han Fin lowered his head. Greetings, Prime Minister Thoy. Yuni helplessly covered her face with her hand. It's over. Prime Minister Thoy froze. Young. At that instant, Yuni panicked when she saw her father collapse. Father, hang in there. Don't faint. In another room, Mrs. Thoy was sniffling as she cried. Such a sweet, quiet, polite child like Han Fin, and yet he had such a painful past. It's truly heartbreaking. Lying on Mrs. Thoy's lap, Prime Minister Thoy said helplessly, I fainted from anger. You should feel guilty toward me. Without my permission, you let him move in. Mrs. Thoy promptly shoved him aside. You didn't leave that child any way out, so why should I feel guilty toward you? Prime Minister Thoy sat up. If he keeps living here, it will definitely bring huge trouble. But how did little you even get to know him? Mrs. Thoy's eyes brimmed with tears. But this little heir isn't bad at all. He's handsome, well-built, smart, and obedient. Not only that, he's also a lofty heir. He's perfectly suited to be the son-in-law of our Thoy residents. Prime Minister Thoy could only say helplessly, fine. If Madam has chosen, then so be it. Only then did Mrs. Thoy happily begin massaging his shoulders. Come now, let me see whether the lump on your head has gone down yet. A few days later, Yuni lay limp over a small table. These past few days have been really comfortable, but it's been a bit of a waste of time. Beside her, Han Fin was practicing calligraphy. Can't you at least write your essay properly? Yuni widened her eyes and said, As long as I can pass the entrance exam and get into the academy, isn't that enough? Why be so serious? Han Thin tugged at her sleeve and lifted Uni upright. How about this afternoon, I take you horseback, riding, and archery to lift your spirits? But before she could even sit up for a second, Uni flopped back down again. No, I'm not going. It'd be great if I could just get into the academy through the back door. Han Thin sat properly and continued writing his essay. Uni lay slumped beside him, glancing at him from the corner of her eye. Earlier, his favorability shot up rapidly, but now it doesn't seem to be rising at all. These past few days, I've had to be careful with every little thing I do, or else his favorability drops. Then she happily picked up a bunch of grapes and ate away. Uni doodled cheerfully, but Han Thin paid her no attention. I've tried these past few days to raise his favorability just a tiny bit, but in the end it still hasn't gone up at all. Suddenly, it turned out Mrs. Doi and Prime Minister Doi were walking in. She grew anxious. Seriously, no matter what world or era it is, the fear of your parents checking your homework never changes. 1 month later, on the admissions list, Doi Xiaoyu, Han Thin. Standing in front of the admissions board, Uni yawned repeatedly. At last, all the hard work of the past month has paid off. Suddenly, someone coughed. Hai Xiao Yu. The third prince mocked her. You still dare come to the academy? Hearing that, Han Thin frowned. Uni replied, Why wouldn't I dare come to the academy? The third prince crossed his arms and said, This prince already tried to stop you from coming. And in the end, no matter what happened, you still came. The third prince was the empress's son. Crown Prince Kai Ham had an upright and brave personality, but he was impulsive. Han Thin casually lifted Uni away, completely ignoring the third prince. Furious, the third prince shouted, Hey, Uni poked her head up and said to Han Thin, That's the third prince. Aren't you afraid he'll get angry if you do that? Han Thin replied calmly, Didn't Miss Thoi say that I should know how to make use of my status? I'm only doing what Miss Thoi told me. Uni gave him a thumbs up in praise. Well done. Han Thin was about to carry her away when Han Jun ran over and blocked the way with an outstretched arm. Pointing arrogantly at the two of them, he said, Just wait. One day, I'll make both of you kneel and beg me. A familiar voice rang out from behind him, making him flinch. Why would Xiaoyu need to beg third brother? The one who had arrived was Han Quan. The moment Han Jun saw his elder brother, his heart nearly jumped out of his chest, and his face turned pale. He pouted and cast a side glance at him, thinking, why does he act so imposing every single day without even saying much? Han Quan angrily stepped forward and scolded even Han Thin. And you put Xiaoyu down. Han Thin was not flustered at all and answered coldly. Your Highness the Crown Prince is meddling too much. Clinging to Han Thin like a little monkey, Uni cried out, I don't want to. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she asked fearfully, Your Highness, can you carry me over there? Han Thin glanced at her, then carried her away with one arm, right in front of Han Jun's dumbfounded stare and Han Quan's darkened face. As Han Thin carried her off, he smiled and said, The young lady's arrogance really does suppress other people's pride. She patted his shoulder and smiled in reply. Isn't it because I have the air protecting me that I can act so fearlessly? Inside, she smugly thought, After all, Han Thin is the one drawing all the hatred. When they reached a corridor, Han Thin set her down. Uni immediately began hopping about. The third prince is fighting for the senior bloodline, and the crown prince is fighting for seniority too. Basically, the third prince heard that you had conflicts with the crown prince and the princess, so he wanted to pull you over to his side. She pointed at herself and continued, and he brought me into it along the way. After hearing that, Han Thin looked puzzled. How do you know that you're not the main target? The two stopped in front of the lecture hall. Reaching out to touch the door, Uni answered, Now that I think about it, it's been a long time since I saw that sickly princess. I might as well go in and check on her. The moment the door opened, Han Lin's dark, gloomy face appeared like a ghost. Frightened, Uni slammed the door shut. Her face turned pale as she lowered her head and thought, Speak of the devil. Fate really works in mysterious ways. Inside the classroom, the princess heard those words and stamped her foot in anger. Doi Xiaoyu, what do you mean by that? Open the door for me. Uni desperately held the door shut and said in panic, How about I just skip this class? This is a disaster. Witnessing the whole thing, Han Fin laughed and teased. Only now you're scared? Isn't it a bit late to realize certain things? He reached out and placed his hand over her small hand on the door, then bent down and comforted her. I'm here. Do whatever you want. Uni smiled to herself. That's right. Lord Regent is my backer now. So she curled her lips and pushed the door wide open. The moment Han Lin saw the scene outside, she was stunned. Seeing Han Fin and Uni walk in together, she stammered, "Why you?" Uni stepped forward and angrily asked, "By the way, hasn't your highness the princess apologized to the heir yet? No wonder there's a rule in this dynasty that whoever is the fiercest is the one in the right. You still don't even know where you were wrong, yet you're standing here making a scene?" Han Lin retorted, "You want me to apologize? Dream on. If I apologize, that means I was wrong." She panicked. Mother Consort said that as long as I don't admit it, no one can blame me. Just then, a spear suddenly came flying over. Han Fin recognized it at once and immediately reached out, pulling Uni off to the side. The spear stabbed straight into the spot where she had just been standing, making her face go pale. The spear stopped right in front of Han Lin's feet, frightening her so badly that she dropped to the floor screaming. As for the person who caused all this, Han Jin merely rubbed his nose and snorted coldly. Han Lin angrily cursed him. "Are you trying to murder this princess? Today I'm going to report this to Father Emperor." Han Jun crossed his arms smugly. "Go ahead. If you don't, then you're the coward." Han Lin pointed at him and scolded. "You're truly reckless." The spear was pulled free. Han Jun took it in hand and pointed it straight at Han Fin's face. "I don't have time to deal with you. The person I came for today is him." Hearing that, Uni was shocked. "Huh? What does this have to do with His Highness the Heir?" Han Fin cast him a cold glance and replied, "Looking for me? Third prince, don't stir up trouble when you have nothing better to do." Han Jun answered immediately, "I'm not that bored. Since your surname is Han too, I'll make it clear. Your admission results were obviously fake. Fake beyond all reason." Han Trin issued a challenge, boasting that he could score full marks in horseback archery and hit every shot, even firing at random. Even a 6-year-old could make up something more believable than what you just said. Come to the training grounds. This prince will personally have this fraud from the countryside beaten and thrown out today. Uni stepped forward, her small frame shielding Han Fin behind her as she said, "Han Fin, stand back. Let me handle this." She angrily pointed at Han Trin and scolded, "Han Trin, that's slander. Just because you say he cheated doesn't make it true. Do you know how strict the entrance examination is? Or have you never taken it, so you wouldn't know?" Han Fin reached out and gently pressed her head down. He stepped forward and said, "He's nothing but a pampered pet bird. I can handle him." Han Trin furiously pointed at himself and asked, "A pet bird? You're calling this crown prince a pet bird? Do you know how many people in the capital I've defeated?" Han Fin and Uni both looked at him with plainly doubtful expressions. His face darkened as Han Fin said coldly, "Talking is useless. We'll know once we compete." Just then Han Lin stepped forward and called, "Uni." She gestured to her. "I have something to say to you." Uni immediately covered her ears in alarm. "No, I don't want to talk to her, princess." Inwardly she cried, "Han Fin, save me. I have a bad feeling about this." Suddenly, her whole body was lifted off the ground, startling her. Han Fin shot Han Lin a cold look and warned, "Stay away from her." Han Lin crossed her arms smugly. "Oh, protecting her? Let's see just how capable you are, claiming you can protect someone. I wonder who it was that got whipped so badly they couldn't even dodge, and now you're putting on airs about protecting people." Han Trin then put on a fake voice and loudly echoed her for Han Fin to hear. "What an overbearing princess. I hate you even more than your brother." Han Lin angrily pointed at Han Trin, who was making faces at her, and cursed, "Han Trin, just you wait." After that, the group went out to the practice field, where a row of targets had already been set up. Han Fin chose a bow, and under the gaze of a crowd, he and Han Trin took their places at the line. Han Trin said with arrogant confidence, "Just 10 arrows. I guarantee I'll have you crying your way home." At that moment, Commander Su appeared and sneered. Youth really does overflow with energy. With a glacial expression and a faint smile, he said, "I heard someone question my standards of evaluation, so I came at once to clarify matters. Was it you people who doubted me?" The moment they saw the smile on Commander Su's face, the students all shook their heads frantically in fear. Han Lin pointed at Han Trin and tattled, "It was him." She repeated with emphasis, "It was definitely him." Han Trin's face instantly turned pale. Everyone else also pointed at Han Trin at the same time, making him panic and shout, "Hey!" Han Trin and Han Lin glared at each other, sparks practically flying between them. Watching from the side, Yuni thought to herself, I didn't expect that after coming to ancient times, I'd still get to see classmates fighting. This is actually kind of entertaining. Commander Su opened his eyes and fixed Han Trin with a cold stare. If the third prince does not trust the heir's results, then that means you do not trust an examiner like me either, correct? Han Trin swallowed hard in panic. Damn it, how is Han Thin's examiner that smiling snake from outside? I'm done for this time. In the end, Han Trin was forced to hold up the target. Since you don't trust me, third prince, then hold the target and serve as the post. Commander Su lifted the quiver and said to Han Thin, 10 arrows isn't much, but it'll do. If even one arrow goes astray, you'll disappoint the third prince. Remember to do your best. Han Tin nodded. Yes. Then he drew 3 arrows at once, knocked them on the bow, and aimed straight at Han Trin. Shooting one by one is too slow. Let's end this quickly and fire all at once. Otherwise, it'll delay Miss Thoy's classes. Standing nearby, Yuni cheered, don't worry about my classes. Just shoot as much as you like. Seeing that, Han Trin cried out in fear. Hey, are you crazy? His face turned deathly pale as he tried to dodge. That's attempted murder of a prince. But the 3 arrows had already shot out, making him freeze in place, not daring to move. 2 arrows struck the target boards on either side, while one flew straight into the bullseye of the target Han Trin was holding. He slowly turned his head, trembling as he looked at the arrows. Yuni and Commander Su witnessed the scene and applauded together. Oh, Commander Su said, well, third prince, do you still have any doubts now? Han Trin had been scared half out of his wits. Commander Su stepped closer and, still wearing that refined, gentle smile that did not reach his eyes, warned, if you stir up trouble again over your petty conflicts and disrupt internal harmony, I won't care even if it costs you your life. I'm very busy. I still have to arrange everyone's class schedules, so I won't stay here any longer and be bothered. I'm leaving. Don't trouble me again. Everyone nodded frantically and obediently. Commander Su looked satisfied. Good. Yuni glanced at him and thought, this NPC's words are insanely powerful. How'd I forget he existed? Just then, Han Thin covered his mouth and coughed up blood. Yuni ran over in fright and called, Han Thin. Supporting him, she asked anxiously, why are you so cold? Is it because your old injury still hasn't healed? Why didn't you tell me? Han Lin stood nearby with her arms crossed. Noticing Yuni's gaze, she proudly said, don't look at me like I'm to blame. He was already covered in wounds before he even entered the palace. Han Thin held his abdomen and said, I'm fine. An old wound just reopened. His face was pale and cold sweat covered his forehead as he thought, but this time I can't endure it any longer. Yuni kept calling worriedly, Han Thin. He pressed his lips together and did not answer. Then his whole body collapsed onto her. She panicked and kept calling Han Thin. With his weight bearing down on her, she lost her footing and slipped. They both fell heavily to the ground. She turned pale and looked at Han Thin, unconscious beside her, crying out, Han Thin. Back at the Thoy residence, the physician examined him and said, this illness is truly somewhat strange. I've never seen anything like it before. For now, I can only treat the heir's injuries first. There is nothing more I can do yet. The heir should wake up soon. At that moment, Yuni and Mrs. Thoy were both standing beside the bed. Yuni anxiously watched Han Thin lying unconscious there. Mrs. Thoy shed tears and sighed sorrowfully. It's only his first day at school, and this child has already fallen ill. How pitiful. Yuni kissed the back of his hand and said, I was the one who saved him. I definitely won't let anything happen to him. She closed her eyes tightly, then tied her red string onto his wrist and thought, here, take some of my luck. You have to recover quickly. In Han Thin's dream, he saw a troop of soldiers advancing with weapons in hand. A figure on horseback appeared before his parents. That person's eyes glowed scarlet, and a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Han Thin frowned in his sleep, cold sweat pouring down as he clenched his teeth. Then he dreamed of his parents being killed, and Han Thin jolted awake with a cry, Father! Mother! He gasped for breath. Only after seeing the familiar surroundings before him did he realize it had all been a dream. Looking down at his own hand, he wondered, why did it feel so real? Then his gaze landed on the bracelet on his wrist, and he murmured, Thoy Yuni. Han Thin sat by the bed and looked around the room for a while. Then he stood up and raised a hand to shield his eyes from the dazzling sunlight outside. Yuni was plucking flower petals one by one, muttering, he won't wake up, he'll wake up. At last, only one petal remained on the flower in her hand. She frowned at it. Suddenly Han Thin appeared and called, "Miss Thoy," making her jolt and look up. Seeing that he was awake, she teared up and called Han Thin. In the courtyard pavilion, Uni ran around him, looking him over as she asked, "You coughed up blood yesterday, and today you're fine already? Are you really all right?" He avoided her gaze, but his ears had already turned red. "I'm fine. I'm completely normal." Han Thin dropped to one knee before her and explained, "I didn't mean to hide my injuries from you." He continued, "I got this wound when I was being escorted back to the capital by soldiers and was ambushed on the way. I didn't expect it still wouldn't be healed by now." She reached out and gently stroked his face. "It hurts a lot, doesn't it? The physician said your illness is rare. You must have been poisoned by them. This poison must be very difficult to cure." He lowered his head and replied, "Don't worry. I, Han Thin, have not avenged my enemies yet. I absolutely will not die." Uni looked at him sadly and thought, "I never expected the Regent in the game to be poisoned." Her hand, clutching his robe, trembled. She continued, thinking, "I've played this game so many times, but not once did I ever truly understand him. How did he cure himself in the end? I'm trying to change his life, but what if I end up getting him killed instead?" Seeing her tremble like that, Han Thin was puzzled. He comforted her. "It's only a small accident. But why do you look even more worried than I am? Don't worry. Until the day I die, I will always abide by my own oath." She immediately exploded in anger. "You are not allowed to mention death." Han Thin looked at her tightly clenched hand and laughed softly. Meanwhile, she silently steeled herself. "I must find an antidote for him." The next day, the two of them returned to school. Seeing Uni march ahead in anger, Han Thin sighed. Why is Uni staying angry for so long this time? I thought she'd be back to normal by the next day. The classroom door suddenly flew open. A dark figure appeared and called, "Thoy Uni." The moment Uni saw him, she nearly fainted. Han Thin quickly picked her up, causing Han Trin to fall flat on his back in front of the doorway. Seeing it was him, Uni let out a sigh of relief. That was close. Han Trin grabbed Han Thin's leg and sobbed. "No fight, no friendship. Han Thin, can't we really become brothers through martial competition?" Han Thin said in disgust, "Let go." Han Trin kept crying. "I already apologized, okay? Please forgive me. This time it was my fault. If you don't forgive me, Mother will beat me to death." Uni curled her lips into a wicked smile. "Oh, really? Wasn't there someone who said he'd make us kneel and beg that day?" Hearing that, Han Trin bit his lip and muttered, "I'm done for. I'm really done for this time." Thoy Uni was sweating all over. Winning over characters in this system is hard enough, but I never imagined the way to win over the third prince would be through arguing. The more they argued, the faster his favorability rose. Han Trin said smugly, "You must admire me a lot, right, Thoy Uni?" Thoy Uni looked at him with utter disdain. "Admire you? Want me to slam your head into the ground?" Han Trin put on a deeply affectionate expression. "We've talked about poetry, songs, and the philosophy of life. Isn't that because you like me?" Thoy Uni immediately kicked him. "Get lost." At that moment, the system prompt appeared. "Do you want to end the game?" Thoy Uni was full of determination. "One of these days, I'll make the third prince taste the bitterness of romantic debate." At that moment, Han Trin was still clinging tightly to Han Thin's leg. You used to bully me. Your retribution has arrived." She took Han Thin's hand and swayed it. "My heir, I just have a little cleverness I'd like to put to use." Han Thin gave a light cough. "If eldest Miss Thoy agrees, then I have no objection." Uni immediately said, "I'm in a very good mood right now. So go on and tell me." Just as Han Trin was about to speak, Han Lin walked over. "How about I explain? Soon it will be the Mid-Autumn Grand Banquet. The students in the Palace Academy will each form teams and present a tribute at the banquet. When the time comes, the team that wins first place can enter the treasury and choose a reward. Accordingly, the results will also be recorded in the academy. There have always been students expelled for making serious mistakes." Thoy Uni thought to herself, "Looks like there's no avoiding this. Best to take first place, get into the Emperor's treasury, and see whether there's anything useful there to cure the heir's poison." Suddenly Han Trin shouted, "But if I make a mistake, Mother will beat me to death." Taiyu Nis Mai. The third prince is so talented and so clever. It's only a small performance. Surely you can handle that. Han Fin immediately added. Perhaps the third prince simply can't find anyone willing to team up with him. Hearing that, tears welled up in Han Trin's eyes. You're trying to kill me. If I'm so clever and talented, then what's wrong with taking me along? Doyuni turned to the others behind her and asked, is there really no one willing to join the third prince's team? Everyone fell silent. Han Lin raised her hand and said, Uni, how about we work together again, just like before? Doyuni walked right past her. I'll team up only with the heir or the third prince. After all, if we want first place, our lineup can't be too weak. Hearing that, Han Lin froze, while Han Trin was so delighted he nearly rushed over to hug her. Really? Really? But Han Fin blocked him. Doyuni continued, but we need the third prince to help us with something first. Han Trin was overjoyed. Say it. No matter what it is, I'll definitely help. After that, the three of them walked off happily. Han Fin said coldly, keep your distance. Doyuni added, we just need to trouble the third prince to help us find someone. Left behind, Han Lin was furious, and she went to speak with Han Quan. Uni doesn't want to be friends with me anymore. Han Quan set down his teacup. You came here just to tell me that? Go apologize, and don't stop until Uni forgives you. Han Lin, you can't keep being so stubborn. Han Lin shot to her feet angrily. So now even you're blaming me too? Is that it? Han Quan said coldly. We already agreed on this before. Han Lin continued. That's right, we did. We said we'd find a way to marry Uni to you as crown princess, so she could stay in the palace with us forever. But you... Up until now, you still haven't dared to do anything. Uni already likes that heir of Yongin. Hearing that, Han Quan's expression darkened. In class, Han Fin worked attentively on his lessons, while Doyuni doodled aimlessly, and Han Trin slept without a care in the world. The old teacher walked over and rapped him on the head. Later, after class ended, Han Fin sighed and said, I didn't expect the person you wanted to find would be a little eunuch. If I hadn't gone to investigate, we might still not have found him. Han Fin said, as long as he's still alive, that means we were right. Han Trin thought to himself, the palace rules are strict. Even if a servant dies, it still has to be recorded. At that moment, Doyuni tugged at him. Things are going smoothly. Very good. Let's go today. The first step in finding an antidote for the heir officially begins here. As they walked, Han Trin asked, Eldest Miss Thoy, the tribute presentation at the Mid-Autumn Banquet isn't far off. Have you already thought of what tribute to prepare? Doyuni answered leisurely. Why the rush? We just need to prepare the performance. If it doesn't suit His Majesty's tastes, then it'll be no better than some monkey show. She hooked her arm through Han Fin's. Luckily, we have His Highness the heir. There's no reason your imperial father would reject the performance we prepare. First place is practically guaranteed. Han Tin smiled faintly. Han Trin rushed up and said, so that's it. Then I really must thank the heir. Inside the palace, a eunuch was sneaking around when the three of them spotted him. Doyuni pointed straight at him. That's him. He turned and ran. Doyuni shouted, quick, catch him. The other two rushed forward and seized the eunuch. Terrified, he cried, I'm just a menial servant. None of this has anything to do with me. Honored nobles, please spare me. Han Fin asked coldly, did you put something in the food? Speak now. The eunuch stammered, I only carried the dishes from the kitchen. I didn't put anything in them. I also didn't mean to steal a bite. Please spare me. Han Trin then said, looks like he's telling the truth. The heir really was poisoned before. Doyuni added, he used to be terrified of the heir. It seems he didn't have the courage to drug him. The two of them let him go. She thought to herself, the eunuch secretly ate the heir's food and still lived just fine. If Prince Zheng had chosen to inspect earlier, he wouldn't have been poisoned. Then why was there no sign of it while he was still in the palace? Could it be? She tugged on Han Fin's sleeve. Han Fin bent down and asked, what is it? Doyuni whispered, it's possible there was no actual poison in your food, only something that delayed the onset. If the poison had truly flared up and killed you inside the palace, that would have drawn too much attention. Han Fin's expression darkened. Han Trin asked, what's going on? What are you two whispering about? Han Fin thought if that's the case, then from the time father and mother were defeated north of the Great Wall, to the ambush and poisoning when I returned to the capital, there must have been someone orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes. With such a large operation, there must be traces somewhere. Doyuni immediately patted his face. Han Fin, First, you need to find a way to stay alive. Everything else can wait. We absolutely have to win the tribute presentation at the grand banquet. Maybe then we can obtain the antidote. Han Thin took Thoy Yuni's hand. Eldest Miss Thoy is absolutely right. That night, Han Thin was deep in thought. Just who killed father and mother, and now wants me dead too. Just then, a shadow flashed past outside. Han Thin sprang up and grabbed a blade. Who's there? Zulfast. This figure seems somewhat familiar. Han Thin chased after him. The moment he stepped inside, a group of people dropped to their knees. Greetings, Your Highness the Heir. There are 21 of us from Yin Yun in total. We have waited for you for a very long time. Han Thin said coldly. When I returned to the capital, I brought 24 riders of the Yin Yun cavalry with me. I had thought we would make the journey safely. The subordinate immediately replied, It was not Your Highness's fault. He continued, We cared nothing for life or death. We have been hiding in the city and keeping control of Prince Liang's residence, only waiting for Your Highness to lead us in taking revenge. Han Thin turned away. I once intended the same, but now I must rely on others' protection, and I've even been poisoned. I probably don't have long to live. Even so, are you still willing? He had never expected that one day he would even begin to doubt his own closest personal guards. All the subordinates shouted in unison. We swear to live and die with the heir. Hunting Smee Lit. Yin Yun cavalry, hear my order. 18 men will split into groups to search for the antidote and gather and sort intelligence on the way. The rest specialized in investigating and clarifying the relationships between the various forces in the capital. Just then, footsteps sounded. Han Thin startled, and they gently patted his head. Don't you think the heir has grown up? Leave the matter of the poisoning to us. Your Highness doesn't need to worry. Earlier, when we learned that Your Highness was being punished in the palace, we thought, Hantin Smee Lit. I was lucky. Someone helped me. Then he asked, Have the brothers at Prince Liang's residence secretly finished helping the craftsmen with the repairs? When can His Highness the heir return? Hantin Fros. Return? For now, I'm still staying at Prime Minister Thoy's residence. Don't let your actions leak out. If you need to report anything, come find me late at night. Above all, don't alarm the people of the Thoy household. The two men immediately cupped their hands. We understand. Han Thin fell into thought. I still have no way to tell Yuni. At that moment, Yuni was reviewing historical records. She sighed. Why is there nothing here? Where exactly can I find an antidote? Just then, Han Thin arrived. Miss, dawn is almost here. Why are you still not asleep? Yuni immediately asked back. Han Thin, you can't sleep either? Is something on your mind? Han Thin turned away and said, I was bored and had nothing to do, so I went to look at the moon. Yuni thought to herself, the strong scent of dew and the fragrance of sweet osmanthus. Han Thin continued, Today is the Hong Fu Festival. If you don't rest well, I'm afraid Miss Thoy will have an even harder time dealing with things. Yuni puffed out her cheeks. None of your business. You went out to have fun and didn't take me with you. Han Thin asked, You know everything already? Yuni looked blank. What should I know? She grabbed his sleeve and dragged him away. Come here, hurry. Let's do something important before you leave. The emperor who founded Nam, Yin had once spent 10 years as a shepherd in the frozen, windswept lands of ancient Yin. He went through many hardships, and finally, one autumn day, he led his troops south to pursue the enemy. Once he reached the south, he decided to establish a state there with the national title Nam Yin, meaning to keep the ancient Yin line alive in the south. Han Thin listened and calmly said, Isn't this something even a 3-year-old would know? Yuni thought of Han Thin's image and kept praising him inwardly. Not bad, not bad. Although the Mid-Autumn Festival means reunion and longing, it can also mean remembering one's ancestors. She handed an arrow to Han Thin. A martial spirit, but don't point the arrow at me. When the time comes, you can perform together with the third prince. His Highness the heir has returned from the frontier, so missing his parents is only natural. And in this matter, even if the emperor wants to refuse, he can't. Doesn't he want to pretend to be a benevolent ruler? He keeps saying he feels ashamed toward the heir's family. But in the end, he directly suppressed him and sent him to the cold palace. This time, let him keep pretending. Just then, the guard beside the emperor pushed the door open and entered. I have come by imperial order. Seeing this, Yuni cried out, What are you doing, suddenly opening the door like that? He explained, I thought His Highness the heir would be here at Prime Minister Thoy's residence, so I came here. Your Highness need not flee. I have come under orders only to escort your highness back to Prince Liang's residence. After all, continuing to stay at Prime Minister Loi's residence is somewhat inappropriate. Yuni hurried after him, calling out, Lord Su, Lord Su, Lord Su, Su Heng Sai Hao Ba. If the heir stays at Prime Minister Loi's residence, first, it won't spread outside, and second, no one will be punished. It's all been arranged so thoroughly. He lifted Yuni's chin. Miss, threatening people like this isn't very good. She immediately said, That's exactly the problem. Why is no one being held accountable? Su Heng Laoget. Yuni thought to herself, what's so funny? Something this strange might very well be the key to the investigation. Anything related to the heir has to be investigated thoroughly. Sukan pinched her cheek and said with a smile, What would a little girl like you understand? This is His Highness the Crown Prince's intention. What good would it do even if I told you? Yuni puffed up angrily. Who says I don't understand? On the training grounds, Han Thin and Han Trin were competing. Han Trin curled his lips, as expected of the man I chose. At that moment, Han Thin relaxed, fell silent, and turned away. Han Trin continued, Are you really surnamed Han or not? Isn't it obvious? This was the Crown Prince's doing. Han Thin immediately asked, How do you know? Han Trin leaned close and said, If that person wants to know something about you, isn't it as easy as turning over his hand? But it's good that you've moved now. If one day you died in the Prime Minister's residence, how would that be explained? Han Trin draped on arm over Han Tin's shoulder. Besides, Han Thin shoved him away. Too close. Han Trin asked again, Why do you think the Crown Prince did that? Han Tin pondered. Probably just because there are some things about me that displease him. Han Trin snooted. Right, but not entirely. At a time like this, shouldn't this third prince teach you a thing or two? They're doing it because of Yuni. To be precise, it's so Yuni can sit in the position of Crown Princess. Hearing that, Han Thin grabbed Han Trin by the collar. How old is Miss Tho even now? They're beasts. Han Trin said, You stayed at the Doi residence and were even caught in her boudoir at night. You seem more like the beast. Han Thin let go. I'm not that kind of person. Han Trin replied, If you're not that kind of person, then what kind are you? Then he threw an arm around Han Thin's shoulders. Come on, let me teach you properly. Between the princess and Miss Thoi, whose status is higher, Han Thin answered, Of course it's the princess. I think Yuni seems a little afraid of her. Han Trin hurriedly shook his head. Wrong, wrong, completely wrong. I told you don't understand. In my opinion, Yuni outranks the princess by far. As for being a suitable match, everyone knows this clearly. Yuni is the Prime Minister's only daughter. When she grows up, she'll marry the Crown Prince as his principal wife. She won't just be the princess's sister-in-law. She'll also be the future empress. So why would Yuni be afraid of the princess? Han Thin said, It's not that Miss Thoi is afraid of the princess. It's that Prime Minister Thoi is. He recalled what she had said. The Thoi family doesn't want Yuni to enter the Crown Prince's residence. So that was Miss Thoi's wish. I will definitely help her escape the Crown Prince. After hearing that, Han Trin proudly patted his shoulder. See? Children are easy to teach. We've arrived at Prince Liang's residence, Your Highness the Heir. Time to get down. Inside the study, the two subordinates exclaimed excitedly, We never expected Your Highness would come back after only half a day. This is wonderful. Han Tin smiled. I'm happy too. Just then, one of them rushed in, flustered. This is bad. Miss Thoi has suddenly arrived. Han Thin immediately stood up. I'll go have a look. Yuni came running over, hugging a stuffed tiger. Han Thin, although His Highness didn't agree to let the heir stay at the Thoi residence. I was worried the heir wouldn't be used to being alone. So I came to stay at Prince Liang's residence for a few days. His Highness the Heir won't drive me away, right? Han Thin patted her head. I won't drive you away. Then he lightly slapped his subordinate and whispered, Quick, pack everything up. Hurry. The subordinate immediately went. 2 years earlier, Yuni timidly hid behind her mother. Mrs. Thoi spoke up. Why did you forget to greet them? She stepped forward. Greetings, Your Highness the Princess, Your Highness the Crown Prince. This subject's daughter is Thoi Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Han Lin said, I never expected that Master Lu would finally agree to teach the eldest daughter of the Thoi family. Crown Prince brother, should I put on airs before her? Han Quan grew angry at once. I had thought Master Lu would become my grand tutor. It should have been that way. Just then, Yuni let out an ah. Han Quan looked at her blankly and replied, Or should I not? Yuni immediately ran over to the emperor. Your Majesty, this subject's daughter has something to request. Prime Minister Thoi's expression darkened. Uni, the emperor gently patted her head. I permit you to speak. Uni then said, this subject's daughter wishes to pick 2 flowers, one for mother and one for the princess. They would look very pretty worn in their hair. The emperor smiled and agreed. Thank you, your majesty. Then she picked a flower and placed it in Mrs. Thoi's hair and brought another to Han Lin. Uni whispered, Mother, put it on for her. Han Lin blew his. Why are you giving one to me? At that moment, Han Quan stepped before the emperor. Your son will also go pick one from Miss Thoi. Uni waved her hands. No need. I can't even see the flower on my own head anyway. Better to leave it in the garden for everyone to enjoy. Time returned to the day before Han Thin went back to Prince Liang's residence. I simply didn't expect things to come to this. We'll split up and act separately. First, separate Han Thin from Uni. Han Quan then went to kneel in the inner palace courtyard. The emperor asked, it is already late at night. Why is the crown prince still kneeling here? Is something the matter? He said, Father Emperor, is it true that Han Thin is staying at the Thoi residence? The emperor explained, the daughter of the Thoi family only helped the heir out of kindness. Since Prince Liang's residence is nearly repaired, Su Khan can go bring the heir back. Han Quan kowtowed after hearing this. Thank you, Father Emperor. The emperor then instructed him, in the future, you will inherit the throne. The most taboo thing of all is being too devoted in love. Not to mention that the person you've taken a fancy to is no ordinary one. Han Quan thought to himself, if the whole world will one day be mine, then why can't she be mine too? If she is a treasure, shouldn't she stay here? Next, what Prime Minister Thoi feared most was someone leading Uni astray. If Han Thin affected Uni's studies in the palace. Over at the academy, Han Lin pulled on her cloak as she walked in. She had to destroy the ceremonial offering Han Thin and the others had prepared. The bigger the mess, the better. Let the Thoi family see that Han Thin is fundamentally unfit to be Uni's companion. Entering the storehouse, Han Lin said, I've changed my mind. No need to look anymore. Destroy all of this. She recalled her imperial mother's words. If you do not fight for something, how will you know whether it is yours? If I can't take first place, if I can't make Uni see me in a new light, then I'll destroy everything. At Prince Liang's residence, Uni suddenly woke with a start. Han Thin supported her head. You're awake. Go back to your room and sleep. She drowsily said, I have a bad feeling. At that moment, a subordinate came to report, Your Highness the heir, there are some matters in the residence that need handling. Han Thin listened closely as the subordinate reported, We have uncovered some intelligence. The grain ledger for the northern garrison has disappeared, and the person responsible for allocating and transporting the provisions is Prime Minister Thoi. Han Thin immediately burned the letter. Pass down the order. Investigate what Prime Minister Thoi has been leaving the capital for so frequently lately. Perhaps Prime Minister Thoi is not even in the capital today, the subordinate said. So Your Highness noticed long ago that there was something wrong with the Thoi family? Han Thin's face turned stern. Not exactly. If Prime Minister Thoi were at home, how could Miss Thoi have dared to run outside so boldly? The next morning at the academy, Uni said, Han Thin, do you hear the third prince crying? I'm not imagining it, am I? Han Thin glanced over and answered, It seems it's not just the third prince. The crying grew louder and louder. Han Trin came over, hugged Uni, and wailed, Those 2 beasts bullied me. Han Thin immediately shoved him away. Let go. If you've got something to say it properly. Han Trin said, How about we directly kill that crown prince brother and sister pair and rid the people of evil? He pointed toward the storehouse. Just go look for yourselves and you'll know. The 2 exchanged puzzled glances. Inside, the servants were in a panic. How did this happen? How are we supposed to prepare the ceremonial offering now? We spent so long making all this with so many people. Han Trin scratched his head and said, Uni, maybe you shouldn't look. Han Thin coldly said, Let's go settle accounts with them. Uni pushed the 2 of them aside. Don't stop me. She looked at the pile of slashed and ruined items, and tears kept falling. These are all things I worked so hard to make. Han Thin stroked her head to comfort her. Uni was full of determination. If they think this is enough to make me give up, then they're underestimating me. She immediately told everyone, stop for a moment. Let's fix it together. Hearing that, everyone asked, Really? Miss Thoi is still willing to remake this. Uni continued, But before we fix it, I need to see Lord Su first. Someone has to take responsibility for this. Han Trin frovnid. I'm not going to see that smiling tiger. Han Fin said, then you knee and I will go. Junie objected, no. Your Highness the heir stays here with the third prince and keeps practicing. Han Fin held the broken spear and answered gloomily. After that, Uni went to see Su Khan. She hugged his leg and cried, Lord Su, is there anyone more irresponsible than you? Su Khan lifted her up. Miss Thoy, those are rather harsh words. You're clearly the one disrupting my official duties. If you keep chattering, I won't finish my patrol today. Uni immediately said, the things in the academy storehouse, the hard work of so many people, were all ruined by the crown prince and princess. Is Lord Su not going to do anything about it? Lord Su asked in return. How does Miss Thoy know it was the crown prince and princess? Uni clenched her fists. Everyone checked. Only the things belonging to the crown prince and princess were untouched. They took theirs back to the crown prince's residence last night. If it wasn't them, who else could it be? Su Khan pinched her cheek. But where is the evidence? Uni covered her face. Could you pinch a little more gently? Su Khan continued. Without evidence, there's nothing I can do. Even if you won't help, I have my own way. But there's still something else I want to ask you. Su Khan moved to pinch her again, but she caught his hand. What is the relationship between you and Tang Mu? Can you let me meet Tang Mu? Su Khan asked in surprise. How do you know Tang Mu? Uni felt smug. Tang Mu used to be one of my strategy targets. Of course I know him. Tang Mu, the eldest son of the prestigious Tang family, was summoned back to the imperial capital after distinguished service defending the south, and became one of the emperor's most capable guards. Although the Tang family was an eminent clan that had fought alongside the imperial family since the founding of the nation, its reputation was not very good. With a cold gaze and blood all over his body, Tang Mu had once said, Miss, take my letter and go find His Highness the Crown Prince. His Highness will certainly protect you. In the outside world, the Tang family was known as the Emperor's Hounds. In every generation, its descendants swore to protect their lord to the death. At that moment, Uni shouted, Tang Mu, you're not human. Didn't you say we would escape together? Tang Mu simply kept walking away. Uni kept screaming, Tang Mu, come back here. Are your games all played with blades and swords? Watching Tang Mu die, I'd rather die myself. Forget it. I've seen so much death already that I'm used to it. I'll just have to go see the Regent Prince again. After that, Han Quan grabbed her hand and pulled her away as guards surrounded them. Protect the Crown Prince and the young lady. Yuni tried to run over, but Han Quan held her back. Don't go over there. She struggled. Let me go. Tang Mu. At that moment, Tang Mu had already been pierced through the heart by a rain of arrows. At the last meeting, he had said, don't make her angry. Then Han Fin shot an arrow that struck Yuni. In pain, the two of them tried to crawl toward each other. Tanmu Kropka, but their hands still could not touch. Han Fin then said, so it wasn't the Crown Prince after all. I wasted my prey. Even as he spoke, tears fell from his eyes. Could it be that I was jealous of two dead people? Returning to reality, Su Khan said, it seems I underestimated Miss Thoy. So Miss Thoy already knows that I am the Tang family's son-in-law and came to me demanding someone. Does Prime Minister Thoy know? Uni hurriedly waved her hands. Don't go tattling nonsense. My father hates that sort of baseless talk the most. Su Heng's my. There is no Tang Mu, but I can take you to meet little Tang. Tang Xiao Tang. Uni was stunned. Tang Xiaotang. The purpose of this character's appearance was to unlock crafting skills. She was the Tang family's daughter, completely different from her older brother Tang Mu. She normally communicated with me by pigeon and had never gone outside. But both of them had extraordinarily exquisite craftsmanship. She recalled what had once been said. They were both children of noble families, so there was no need to stand on ceremony. Besides, Miss Thoy kept asking come visit. Why had I never thought of it? So the two of them are actually the same person. Uni excitedly held out her hand in introduction. Hello. I'm Igriku Nhi. Tang Xiaotang immediately blushed. Uni grew worried. Don't be so nervous, sister. If you're nervous, I'll get nervous too. She took Tang Xiaotang's hand. Right, I heard that Xiaotang is very skilled at handicrafts. Can you help me repair some things? Tang Xiaotang waved her hands. And no, I only know a little. Uni immediately said, it's okay. How will we know if you can do it if we don't try? And as a crafting skill NPC, Brother Tang Xiaomu, you have to be more confident in yourself. Over on Han Fin's side, Han Trin said, good brother, shall we keep practicing now? I also have business to handle at the prince's residence. Han Trin immediately grumbled. No way. How did this become a three-person matter? Yet I'm the only one left here. After receiving information from his subordinate, Han Thin rushed to the Tang residence. Uni came here? Yes, your highness the heir. Han Thin glanced at Tang Xiaodang and grew suspicious. This person is trained in martial arts, so why is she a woman? At that moment, Su Kan saw Han Thin and smiled. Then the subordinate said, Your Highness, Lord Su has given a secret sign and wishes to invite you back for a talk. Su Kan blocked Han Thin's path. Everyone in the Tang residence, from top to bottom, aside from me, is female. If your highness does not wish to be discovered, you may enter through the back gate. How can a dignified heir be climbing over walls? This humble official has been rewarded with some tea. Your highness the heir, please come with me. Han Thin cut Su Kan off. Who is that person? Who is the child accompanying Miss Thoy? Hearing that, Su Kan stopped walking. Does your highness want to go after them and investigate or speak with me? The two entered and began talking inside. Su Kan opened first. Previously, I never had the chance to pay my respects to your highness in private. Today is just the right time to speak plainly. As he poured tea, he said, Your Highness, there's no need to be so tense. We both bear grudges against that exalted prince above us. Han Thin said coldly, All I know is that Lord Tu willingly became a dog. Tu Kan kept smiling. You can't put it that way. Die or be a dog. I could only choose the better option. Right now, Your Highness is all alone, so of course it doesn't matter. But I have elders above me and children below me. No, that's not quite right. Your Highness still has over 20 subordinates with you now. Are you planning to let all these people live here as dependents? Han Thin furiously kicked the table. One day I will take revenge and make them all pay. Tu Kan pushed the teacup toward Han Thin. In that matter, we can cooperate. Your Highness is still young and somewhat impulsive. The Emperor has always been suspicious by nature. You must learn to conceal your joy and anger. I will secretly lend you a hand. The poison in your highness's body is not enough to kill you. It will only flare up from time to time and cause pain and discomfort. Consider it a gift from me to your highness. Han Thin immediately asked, Then what is your condition? Tu Kan smiled and said, I only need your highness to help with one thing. Let Duong Mo and Doi Xiaoyu marry. It's that little boy you just saw. Once he grows up, he will need the protection of the Doi family. Whether he takes a wife or marries into the family, either is fine. I'm very open-minded. It doesn't matter to me. After hearing that, Han Thin crushed the teacup in his hand. Who the eldest young lady stays with in the future can only be decided by her. Tu Kan smiled. Is that so? Then I'll arrange the match between them first. Your Highness, don't bully Duong Mo. Now, to business. How about we find an emperor? We actually like to sit on the throne. On Yuni's side, the carriage stopped in front of the Doi residence. Miss, the carriage has arrived home. Yuni yawned and climbed out. I'm going back to stay with Mother today. Send someone to inform Han Thin, or he'll worry again. The maid replied anxiously, But eldest miss, his highness has already come. Seeing that, Yuni ran over. Han Thin, have you been taking the initiative to come see me a lot lately? Han Thin said, Really? Why haven't I noticed? Is eldest miss this happy just because of that? Iu not det then. Your highness is skilled in both letters and arms, and you're handsome too. Of course I'm happy to see you. After all, handsome people are rare. I have to seize the chance to admire one when I can. Han Thin smiled faintly when he heard that. Where did eldest miss go this afternoon? Next time, I can go with you. Yuni waved her hand. I was running all over the streets in the east of the city looking for skilled craftsmen. If I asked you to do it, wouldn't that be like using a golden ladle to scoop muddy pond water? At this point, the favorability still didn't increase. I've praised him this much. Even if Han Thin were made of wood and steel, a few flowers should have bloomed by now. Why is the favorability bar not moving at all? Han Thin lowered his eyes and patted her shoulder. Doi Xiaoyu, our agreement still stands. This is a mutually beneficial partnership. His expression darkened. Or have you already prepared to change allies? Yuni was startled. What's going on? Don't panic, don't panic. Didn't I just find a weapon to beat the game today? She immediately grabbed Han Thin's hand. I'm not changing. If you say that, Han Thin, I'll get angry. Han Tin froze. Angry? Clearly, the one who should be angry was him. He let go of her hand. I'm heading back first. It's getting late. Yuni was baffled. Han Thin is acting so strange today. He even deducted my favorability points. Has he been with the third prince all day and gotten deprived of attention or something? She immediately chased after Han Thin's horse. Han Thin, explain yourself first. Forget it. Calm down first. Why get angry at a paper man? 3 hours later, Duong Xiaodang examined the items and said, these won't be easy to repair. Remaking them might actually be faster. Yuni said softly, good thing I have you, Xiaodang. Otherwise, I'd still be running everywhere trying to sort out this pile of broken things. Xiaodang blushed. If it weren't for eldest Miss Thoy, I probably still wouldn't have been able to come out. Yuni took her hand. If you rarely get to come out, then you have to enjoy yourself properly. The two of them went to a shop. Iuni Wava, I want to place an order for a glass item. The proprietress waved her off. Our shop is very expensive. Children shouldn't come here to cause trouble. Yuni got angry. At least hear me out first. Let me tell you, all the craftsmen in your shop have already been bought out by the Thoy residents. Name your price. Yuni thought to herself, this world feels so real. Sometimes it even makes me forget I'm inside a game. I'm about to forget that no matter how real the people and scenery feel, in the end, it's all just a string of data. If I can't solve the puzzles in the game, then I won't be able to find the antidote to save Han Thin. Why can't I start with the game itself? Just then, the proprietress brought over pastries and said sweetly, it's all my fault. I failed to recognize that you were eldest Miss Thoy. These are freshly made osmanthus cakes and top-grade bitch hoa shinti. Please allow me to make amends. Miss Thoy, please have a taste. As Duong Xiaodang ate, she asked, are you really buying this whole shop? It's very expensive. Didn't eldest Miss only need a few things repaired? Yuni replied, it's not often I get to come out and spend money, so that's normal. The most important thing is to verify whether my guess is correct. Yuni said to the proprietress, I want the most skilled craftsman you have. Have him come here at once. Yuni thought gloomily. Normally, when clearing a game, there are only 3 possible paths. Then I can only bite the bullet and take the third one. At that moment, the proprietress brought someone over. The craftsman has arrived. The man cupped his hands. Greetings, eldest Mississippi. Yuni flipped open the book. To get the antidote to save Han Thin, if I take a gamble, maybe a new opportunity will appear. I want to make this. I hope it can be made from glass fired at high temperature. Let's see. The specific manufacturing standards and process are. At that moment, all 3 of them stared blankly. And Yuni looked smug. Can't understand it, right? That's normal if you can't. Master, look. Then she shouted, hey, don't shake it. The 3 stare at Yuni blankly. At that moment, Duong Xiaodang said, I see. The other 2 followed suit. I see. Only then did Yuni come back to herself. Though it's a bit rough, it seems it can still be used. The craftsman said, don't worry. Leave this kind of handiwork to me, and it will absolutely be done. I'll deliver it to you within the agreed time. In the academy, Han Trin threw a paper note over, but Han Thin caught it. Then he threw another one toward Yuni, and Han Thin threw it back again. Yuni thought, how childish. Then she opened the note and read it. Are you 2 arguing? Yuni thought to herself, if we were arguing, that would be better. Ever since Han Thin came back alone that day, he's been acting strange. I've tried so hard to please him, but it's useless. His Highness's heart is truly impossible to fathom. As expected of the male lead in a palace power struggle. Could it be that your real name is Hanyo Luhan Thin? At that moment, Han Thin turned to look at her. There's only 1 cup of tea left before class ends. Eldest Miss, endure it a little longer. Iu ni fumet fina Han Tin. So now you're mocking me for not being able to sit still, is that it? Han Trin said, so you really are fighting. Don't the 2 of you understand what working together with one heart means? At that moment, the gong sounded. Everyone ran in from outside. Eldest Miss Thoy, eldest Miss Thoy, they said joyfully. Many thanks, eldest Mississippi. Last night, we received the repaired ceremonial items. We never expected you really could do it. That's right, that's right. Now we don't need to worry anymore. We really must thank eldest Miss properly. The mid-autumn banquet is only a few days away. I didn't expect it would be finished in time. Yuni smiled and replied, it wasn't my merit alone. Fortunately, Miss Duong is skilled in this sort of thing. Otherwise, how could it have gone so smoothly? Everyone continued. We will repay today's kindness to eldest Miss Thoy and Miss Duong too, if there is ever a chance in the future. Yuni said, all right, all right. Han Trin, sitting to one side, coughed lightly. Everyone, wait a moment. I know our Yuni is impressive, but we still have to think of a way to deal with the Crown Prince and his sister. This frustration in my heart. Everyone turned back in confusion. Why are you sitting there? What does this have to do with the third prince? At that moment, the chair tipped over and Han Trin fell down. Han Thin turned away gloomily. There are matters at my residence. I'll go back first. Yuni immediately called after him, Han Thin. Everyone said, eldest Miss should still have less contact with His Highness. People who come back from the battlefield are very frightening. That's right, that's right. Yuni immediately explained. How could that be? His Highness is clearly warm and patient. Hearing that, Han Thin turned back. Toi Xiao. Seeing that, she shouted, why yes, I'm here. Han Thin continued, you must not lie to me. Yuni screamed inwardly. Isn't he just a paper man? He's overthinking things and still won't tell me anything. I keep saying he's just a paper man, but I still can't help feeling sad and angry. Han Thin has gone too far. Over at the Crown Prince's residence, the servants came out while cleaning up the pile of broken things. The two of them argued again. Stop talking. Be careful or disaster will fall on us in a moment. Inside, Han Jun shouted angrily, Han Lin, let go of me. Han Lin cried out, no. Mother is like this, and you're like this too. In the end, all you want is for me to take the blame. But I did nothing wrong. And Yun kapt his shoulders. You did nothing wrong? I told you to make trouble for Han Thin. Just do a little something, and yet you ruined so many people's belongings. Do you think a princess can simply do whatever she wants? Right now, everyone at the academy is angry, and it's all because of you. Han Lin said through tears, brother, are you just like mother, sacrificing the carriage to protect the general? Do you really not want Linger anymore? And Yun it's only 3 days until mid-autumn. Stop overthinking. No one would abandon their own family on a festive day. Yuni took a bite of pastry and nearly choked. Han Trin handed her a cup of water. What are you worrying about? I'm not even worried. The banquet won't start for a while yet. Yuni immediately replied, can you compare yourself to me? Forget it. Why bother arguing with someone simple-minded? Han Trin sprang to his feet. What do you mean simple-minded? I, the third prince, conduct myself uprightly, understand? Then he sighed and sat back down. Though what we're worried about is different, the feeling of worry is the same. Though Xiaoyu, I'm confiding in you here, and you ungrateful thing. Yuni looked at him and suddenly thought the feeling of worry. Han Thin asked in return, why are you looking at me like that? Yuni said, I just think you're right. Han Trin looked confessed. Yuni, full of determination, continued. After the banquet ends, I will definitely make peace with Han Thin. Han Trin was stunned when he heard that. You two still haven't made up? On Han Thin's side, he was observing the emperor. At that moment, Tukon looked up and gave a slight nod. The two understood each other at once, and Han Thin nodded back. He recalled what Tukon had said. How about finding someone we both like to sit on the throne? What does your highness think the emperor's power truly looks like? Han Thin replied, under the whole heaven, is there any land that is not the king's land? Within the borders of the land, is there anyone who is not the king's subject? Tukon continued, but he cannot possibly inspect every frontier in time. No matter how fierce a beast is, once it is locked in a cage, it is restricted everywhere. This capital is the cage of the old emperor. Yet in the capital, there are too many of his favorite officials. To control the nobles of the whole realm, they still listen to the emperor. Tukon clapped his hands. A pity no wall can block the wind. There will always be people who hate the emperor, just as you and I do. You say the emperor is the culprit, even if he did not personally take action. You say he is not, but he hides his intentions deeply, allows the masterminds to do harm, and still puts on a false show of peace. That makes him even more hateful. Han Thin asked, then what support does Lord Tu have? Tukon smiled. All of Nanjiang. My nominal nephew, Duong Mo, is currently in Nanjiang. 3 months ago, he fell from his horse and suffered severe injuries. He is not yet recovered. Han Thin replied, but clearly he is currently. Tukon took out a scroll. But the emperor can only rely on letters to know the situation. Next month, Duong Mo will wake up. Everything has already been written in advance. Han Thin thought to himself, this kind of scroll is specifically used to transmit information to the emperor. Returning to the present, Han Thin came before the emperor. Greetings, your majesty. The emperor said, "Perfect timing. This is the heir of Yongin from Nanyan. In the future, he will frequently associate with the various states of Nanjiang. During the mid-autumn banquet, envoys from the states of Nanjiang will also enter the palace. Even if there is cooperation with Duanyamo, one still cannot trust it completely." At that moment, a group entered. "Greetings, Your Highness." Hantin smiled faintly. "Then when the time comes, I hope the various states will offer much support. I still need to go over to the ceremonial display, so I will take my leave first." At the hour of you, the ceremonial performance began. The three of them had already changed into their costumes and stepped out. Han Trin was excited. "I've kept this a secret from Mother the whole time. After practicing for so many days, I'll definitely give her a surprise." Yuni immediately called Han Thin. Han Thin thought to himself, "Even though my attitude was bad before, she still wants to talk to me?" Yuni said, "After the banquet ends, I have something I want to tell you." Han Thin replied, "All right, then let's begin." The curtain was drawn aside, and the three of them walked in. After watching, the people below began discussing among themselves. "What piece is this?" "It's the marching tune. With His Highness dressed like this, he really looks like the founding General Chenglong going out to expand the territory." As Han Trin performed, he thought to himself, "Perfect. Starting tomorrow, I'll be the most handsome legend in the capital." At that moment, his mother stared in shock. "Why is my imperial son together with Han Thin?" The maid beside her anxiously cried, "Your Majesty, the Empress has fainted." The Emperor's face darkened. Then another curtain was drawn aside, and everyone was astonished. "What is that? It looks like glass. How can there be such a huge piece of glass in this world? It's so beautiful." As Yuni played the zither, she smugly thought, "Looks like it's working fine." "Next, Emperor, please receive the blow." In the 23rd year of Chongping, the eldest daughter of the Doi family created an object like colored glaze, and her fame spread throughout the capital. Some said that seeing these things was like wandering through the realm of immortals. A tired close minister made the announcement. Since Northern Yin established its capital in the south, although there has been peace and stability, it has also lost the martial spirit with which the late emperor once conquered in all directions. The eldest young lady has done very well. Prime Minister Doi said sternly, "I only hope everything can remain well forever." At that moment, Han Thin, Han Trin, and Yuni finished their splendid performance. All three bowed in thanks to the audience, and everyone praised their performance as excellent. The emperor happily rose to his feet. "I didn't expect children so young to be such talents." Yuni smiled and asked, "Then, Your Majesty, are we first place?" The emperor said coldly, "Are you hoping that I will reward you, or are you threatening me?" Han Thin slowly stepped forward. "Of course we are hoping for Your Majesty's reward. All under heaven belongs to Your Majesty." Yuni looked up at Han Thin. Han Thin curled his lips. "We subjects can naturally only depend on Your Majesty." On one side, Han Lin looked dejected. "It's so lively over there. Crown Prince brother, what should we do now?" Han Jun stood up and dusted off his robe. "It's time to go, Linner." Han Jun lightly took Han Lin's hand and left. In the end, sincerity still works better. Why don't you think about how to please Father Emperor in a moment? At that moment, the Emperor lightly touched the golden-colored zither. Whether this is first place or not depends on where little Yuni says this came from. Yuni answered brightly, "Your Majesty, I had people think of a way to make it." The crowd stepped closer and began whispering. "Where did such a huge piece of glass come from to be polished? This doesn't seem to be glass either." Yuni immediately said, "It isn't glass. This is crystal. If Your Majesty wants it, in the future there can be many more crystal items. Lamps, teacups, windows. Then this time, is Your Majesty willing to give little you first place?" A young lord stepped forward and said, "I never thought Nanyan would have such a thing. I'm afraid many states will present tribute to Nanyan just to obtain it." Lunan then said, "I think all of you are truly amateurs. The real treasure is..." Yuni was bewildered. Even this still doesn't move him? Is His Majesty planning to make me work for nothing later? That's too much. The Emperor gently stroked Yuni's head and said, "I still have to see the final performance." It seems to be the heir and Linner. The two who are appearing are precisely their highnesses. Han Lin appeared and said, "Father Emperor, Linner knows that you are occupied day after day with the affairs of the realm. With this to keep you company, Linner can feel at ease too." She let the little bird fly to the heir's shoulder and he showed off his whistling skill. Quick, quick, open the cage. Could this be 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix? The emperor thought uneasily. Not to mention whether Han Fin harbors rebellious intentions. Even the crown prince is unwilling to remain peaceful. So this is 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Could he have already planned to replace me? The crown prince is only 15 years old. Yuni said excitedly, Quick, quick, Lord 2. Lift me a little. I want to see what Han Fin and the others are doing. Suddenly someone came close and lifted her up. Yuni looked up intently. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix? Can I still win against this? He smiled. You can, because the Emperor's heart is the hardest obstacle of all to overcome. Besides, the closer you get, the more dangerous it becomes. Linnea was startled. Wait, Lord 2, why are you standing beside me? Then behind me. She turned her head to look. Han Fin, we've finally made up. Put me down. I still have something I want to say to you. The Emperor said softly. Then the first place of tonight's mid-autumn gathering goes to the three of you. The third prince, His Highness Han Fin, and eldest Miss Thoy. The man rubbed Yuni's head. Well, eldest Miss Thoy, you're not worried this time anymore, are you? I came to find you because I'm waiting to take you to the Imperial Treasury. You gave me a quince. I return to you a beautiful jade. Xiao Dang likes jade ornaments very much. Remember to choose one and give it to her. So you just want to trick me into taking the reward. Han Fin said worriedly. The Empress suddenly fainted. The third prince already went over there. I'm going to find him. Yuni looked dejected. What's wrong now? Forget it. Let's hurry to the treasury and look for an antidote instead. As long as we can cure the poison, there will definitely be plenty of chances to make up with Han Fin. Yuni obediently followed behind him. We should go collect the reward first. Lord 2, you're so familiar with the situation in the palace. Is there anything in the Imperial Treasury that can cure poison? Lord 2 said softly. What do you need an antidote for? Could it be that the heir apparent still hasn't told you? She sighed. Told me what? Han Xiaosheng has barely spoken a few words to me all week. Yuni stepped inside. Jewels, gold, and silver filled the place. Lord 2 followed in after her and said, These are all imperial treasures. Eldest Miss may choose whatever she likes. It's just, there doesn't seem to be anything here that can cure poison. As Yuni walked, she glanced around nervously, her eyes full of worry. Han Trin, already exhausted, spoke with concealed irritation. Yuni, are your eyes dazzled by everything yet? There's been enough time to circle the whole warehouse several times. Why haven't you picked anything? I'm the only one worrying about Mother Empress's illness, and now I have to worry about Yuni too. Lord 2 suddenly appeared and said, Almost done. If the third prince can't wait any longer, he may return first. Han Trin broke out in a cold sweat. I think this is quite good. Then he saw Yuni pushing the door open and walking out with her head lowered. There, isn't she out now? Yuni kept her head down, miserable and heartbroken, tears falling to the ground. I really tried, but I still couldn't find an antidote. At the same time, on Han Fin's side, a close attendant ran over to report, Your Highness, our people have found out about Prime Minister Thoy. Han Fin said as he walked, Have everyone wait for me in the study. I'll leave the palace and return as quickly as possible. He recalled Yuni once saying, After the banquet ends, I have something I want to tell you. He had answered, Everything else can wait until later. Han Fin arrived at the study, sat down, and saw the report, his sharp eyes darkening as he read it. The attendant stepped forward and reported, as expected, Prime Minister Thoy wanted to make it back before mid-autumn, so your subordinate investigated what he was doing. The Thoy family is wealthy and numerous. 100 li north of the capital, they have an estate and hundreds of acres of farmland. This time, Prime Minister Thoy personally went to collect a large sum of money. It just so happens to match the military provisions still owed to the northern frontier. Han Fin read the report in anger, then calmly set it down. How much do you think Prime Minister Thoy is involved in what happened at the northern border? Han Fin burned the paper at once. A great deal, without question. Back then, the one in charge of grain dispatch was also Prime Minister Thoy. But when the border was being defended, not a single reinforcement appeared. In the middle of speaking, he suddenly coughed up blood. He hurriedly covered his mouth. Everyone panicked. Your Highness. When he pulled his hand away, his palm was covered in blood. Everyone started talking at once. The poison in His Highness the heir apparent's body shouldn't be fatal, but hurry and summon a physician. In his daze, Han Fin suddenly opened his eyes, looking shocked. He dreamed that his father and mother were deeply in love. He hurriedly ran after them, calling out, Father, Mother, wait for me. Suddenly, someone embraced him from behind. Han Fin stopped and said, How did you find me? Yuni leaned against him affectionately. How are you feeling now? Han Thin, are you hungry? Do you want some pastries? Han Thin coldly seized Yuni's hand, then turned to her angrily. So you've been watching me all along? Yuni answered excitedly. That's right. I've been watching you. Han Thin moved his face close to Yuni's. So you're the one Prime Minister Thoy sent to keep me under watch? Were you afraid I'd find out the truth? She looked delighted. I was only worried about you. Back in reality, Yuni was walking with Han Trin. She lowered her head sadly, and Han Trin comforted her. Don't cry anymore. Isn't there always a way when the cart reaches the mountain? Yuni suddenly burst into tears. Mine already overturned halfway up the mountain. He stared blankly as he opened a box, and a glow shone from inside. Hey, I originally prepared this as a gift from Mother Empress, but I'll give it to you instead. Pretty gallant of me, right? She touched it and asked, what is this? A giant marble? He replied, you've never seen one before, have you? This is real crystal. With how sparkling and dazzling it is, there's probably only one in the world. I heard it has to be polished every single day for 10 years before it becomes this smooth and glossy. So stop crying, all right? Yuni took it happily. Thank you. You're really. She thought to herself, I've come up with another way. When the auspicious hour for presenting tributes ended, a young lord stepped forward. Many thanks to the ruler of Nam, Yin, for inviting us to today's banquet. I'm deeply grateful. Lunam spoke Jefelin. Speaking of that, the various tribes of the southern Riverlands have been fighting recently. In a few days, they will be unified into one state. At that time, they will certainly be loyal to Nam Yin, and the tribute they present will be greater than before. The emperor said coldly, is that so? Very good. But if there are any rebellious intentions, Nam Yin will immediately send troops. The two men forced a laugh. The young lord said awkwardly, how could that be? How could ants shake an elephant? I shall take my leave first. The people behind him added, farewell, your majesty. After everyone left, the emperor asked Prime Minister Thoy, how much tribute did they bring this time? He bowed and answered, reporting to your majesty, 10,000 taels of gold, 10 elephants, and 10 peacocks as well. The emperor frowned. Something must have happened that I don't know about. If the disputes, they're truly endless, then how could such a tiny southern power have so much tribute and bring it safely all the way to the capital at that? Meanwhile, the young lord and Lu Nam returned and discussed what had just happened. He said, didn't we already make an agreement with a foreign tribe? Lu Nam sat calmly and said, I didn't violate the agreement. The agreement was to obey the intelligence arrangement and divide the southern Riverlands. Whether the emperor notices the problem or not depends on how sharp he is. He recalled Yuni. That girl who made the crystal today is the prime minister's daughter. Did you notice how the emperor and the prime minister are completely of one mind? If we ally with the foreign tribes, the benefits are small and the risks are great. Lu Nam's eyes filled with killing intent. Why don't we just take both sides in one bite? Besides, we still don't know who among them harbors treacherous intentions. No matter how bad the emperor is now, he is still the ruler of a country. That is an undeniable fact. The young lord said worriedly, that's too dangerous. If the emperor finds out he's been played, he might directly raise the frontier. Lu Nam looked up at the sky and said with ease, then I'll just wait for the next ruler of the southern border to rebel. It's just a gamble. At worst, we die and start over in the next life. The young lord sighed helplessly. I'm not like you. Lu Nam said, spare this tiny life of mine, will you? I'm about to be scared to death. Lu Nam excitedly covered his ears. I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything. That night, Yuni ran off with a cloak wrapped around herself. A maid chased after her from behind, calling, Miss, wait for me. Holding the spirit pill in her hand, she worried, Han Thin has fallen ill again. I can't delay any longer. She hurried to Han Thin's bedchamber. Suddenly, the malfunctioning system dragged her back into the future. A voice sounded, Salted fish, you really like playing games that much? The girl cheerfully replied, that's right, because games are fun. Don't you think they're amazing? Even a tiny crystal can be made up of hundreds of thousands of facets. And not only that, sometimes players can even put their own models into the game world. Don't you think that a miracle for the world of gaming? Back in ancient times, Yuni pushed open the door anxiously. Where's the medicine? Han Thin heard her voice and signaled to his close attendant. The man hesitated before saying, in the kitchen. Han Thin asked tiredly, has she gone? The attendant replied, yes. Should we stop her? Han Fin said after a pause, no need. Uni snapped angrily. This concerns the Regent Prince's safety. Give me the medicine now. She carried the bowl of medicine to a corner. The attendant worried aloud, but that thing looks even more dangerous. Uni held the spirit pill and took a deep breath. Words appeared before her eyes. Scan complete. This model contains 1,420 coded facets. Preparing project modification. Uni turned serious. Now I know that a string of data can absolutely affect this world. It's like a virus code. As long as it appears whenever Han Fin's illness command is triggered, it can interrupt that command and stop the episode. At last, she made up her mind. All right, though this really doesn't seem safe. Warning, please stop this dangerous operation immediately. After finishing with the medicine bowl, Uni said anxiously, please move aside. I'm in a hurry. She suddenly stopped at the door. Words appeared again. Countdown. 59 seconds remaining. Violation detected. Please upload your behavioral data immediately and await judgment. Otherwise, punishment will be imposed. Uni thought for a moment, then forced her way through. She ran to the bedside anxiously. Han Fin, drink the medicine. He looked at it in thought. She said softly, is it because it's too bitter? I'll go find you some candy afterward, all right? Han Fin glanced at the servant, who subtly shook his head. Even though something had been added to the medicine, he still took the bowl and drank it. She beamed. Now I can finally relax. Han Fin suddenly hurled the bowl to the ground. At the same time, Uni's bracelet fell as well. She froze in fear. He said furiously, I always trusted you, Uni. Why did you lie to me? At the palace during the auspicious hour, the emperor asked a maid, how is the empress? The maid reported, Your Majesty, Her Highness has just awakened and is taking her medicine. A moment ago, the third prince escorted Miss Qian. The emperor said softly, all right. In the empress's chambers, she weakly called out, bring the medicine here. Suddenly, a hand appeared and offered the medicine to her. A gentle voice said, Mang, I happened to be passing by, so I brought your medicine. The empress took the bowl, and when she heard the voice, she was startled. The emperor stood before her and said, I know that my Mang is a noble young lady. I also know that you've always done many things for me, and I have seen it all. The empress was frightened. Your servant consort. The emperor continued, there's no problem with the medicine either, right? He gently placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Lately, my illness has grown more serious. Mang, prepare a little less medicine for me. Otherwise, when the autumn air turns cold, you and I will both end up with freezing hands and sleepless nights again. She answered uncertainly, yes, I will prepare it right away. The emperor smiled with quiet satisfaction. And while you're at it, let's see just what kind of ghost is hiding in the capital, stirring up trouble. Elsewhere, the noble consort angrily smashed a plate of fruit onto the floor. I spent so much money and effort, and now the two of you are telling me you lost her? Tonight, both of you will kneel in the study for me. Han Quan went to the study and knelt there, book in hand as he read. His attendant quickly said, Your Highness, her ladyship isn't here right now. You should take the chance to rest a little. It's autumn tonight. It's definitely going to be cold. The crown prince replied, This crown prince has been weak and sickly since childhood. Even if I fall ill again, it won't matter much. It's just Linner, the attendant said. As for the princess, Your Majesty heard that she made enemies among the noble children. So tonight, she has been transferred to the lower palace. Han Quan lost focus the moment he heard that. The attendant accompanying Han Lin said, Princess, please get in the carriage. You may not be tired from walking, but we servants are exhausted from driving it. Han Lin snapped angrily. I said, wait. So wait. If Uni doesn't come tonight, then I won't go to the lower palace either. A maid came forward to report, but Uni seemed to have urgent business and ran to Prince Liang's residence. I heard she was delivering something. Han Lin irritably turned her back inside the carriage. Didn't I tell you to go? Why aren't you moving already? Then she sat in the carriage and cried sadly. The attendant hurriedly answered, Yes, we're setting off at once. Han Lin cried until her eyes were swollen. Uni, brother, the third prince, Han Fin, any of them, as long as they carry that family's blood, must all be mad. Don't tell me you think Han Fin is a good person. So what if I was abandoned? I definitely won't regret it. I am the only princess of Nam Yen. I will definitely come back. At Han Fin's residence, people outside were in an uproar. What happened? Why aren't we being allowed into the inner courtyard? Han Fin pinned her against the wall, and Uni cried out in pain. Han Fin asked her, Right now, if you just admit that you're the one who deceived me, I'll let you go. I'll let you escape." She replied fearfully, "Escape? Why would I run? When did I ever deceive you?" Han Fin said angrily, "You still refuse to tell the truth? Did Prime Minister Doi embezzle the military grain? Did Tu Qingji also plead on the Doi family's behalf? All of you knew I was poisoned, didn't you? Have all of you been toying with me from the beginning? Cooperation? What do I even have left for you to profit from? Why would you work with me? This is the capital, not the battlefield. These hands of mine, this heart of mine, they're no match for people like you. I admit defeat." Yuni cried out in anguish. Han Fin. He stood up and said solemnly, "I'm the son of Prince Liang, loyal and brave all my life. Yet in the end, I still submitted to Yuni's arrangements. So what did you put into my body? Will I even live to see tomorrow morning?" Yuni said softly, "This time, I can't explain it to you. But believe me, the medicine can cure your poison. I would never harm you." Yuni lowered her eyes sadly. "I'm sorry." Suddenly, the system issued an alert. Abnormal error detected. Repair program restarting. Preparing player reset. Restarting. Please do not log out to ensure safety. Yuni said anxiously, "Han Fin, you won't die. But this may be the last time we ever meet. This time I really did give all my luck to you, so take good care of it. And don't let anyone bully you like when I first met you, because this time I won't be able to save you." Han Fin asked anxiously, "Yuni, what do you mean by that?" Yuni said in quiet satisfaction, "Good night, Han Fin." A line of red game system text appeared. Boot sequence initiated. That night in Nam Yen, a young man on horseback sped toward the capital. He held up a token and shouted, "By order, open the gates at once." He charged into the capital. Two soldiers began whispering, "What in the world is going on? Don't tell me something happened." Lord Tu stood above, seeing everything. His attendant asked nervously, "My lord, what should we do next?" Lord Tu sighed. "Proceed according to the original plan. Be careful inside the palace. That direction is straight toward Prince Liang's residence. I have to go see what happened. Once everything is over, come find me." Lord Tu got into the carriage, looking worried. The most frightening thing is when events develop beyond calculation. It was hard enough to find the ideal partner. We absolutely must keep the heir of Yeoman alive. Lord Tu pulled the reins and stopped before him. The man turned to look. "So it's Lord Tuesday. You really dared come. We are acting on orders to deliver medicine to Prince Liang's residence." The soldiers all surrounded Lord Tu. Their swords were drawn. Lord Tu said softly, "Poison, more like." He jumped down from the carriage, a murderous smile on his face. "Since I've already fallen under suspicion, then there really aren't many paths left for a kind-hearted man to choose." He prepared to draw his sword. "But no one can stop me from choosing what I want." The fight broke out. As Lord Tu charged in, he thought to himself, "Sometimes, even when you clearly know it's a trap, you still have no choice but to step into it." Outside the capital, a man brought a child over. Su Heir and his wife died on the southern battlefield. Only this child is left. Better to let the Tang family raise him. When he grows up, he can serve as a substitute for the eldest young master. Father and mother are both gone. What home do I still have? Then let's call him Tu Kaji. He can enter the Tang household, play and study there. Kaji thought, "At least I have a name now. I won't have to run and hide everywhere anymore. Tomorrow will surely be brighter." Tang Xingyu held a steamed bun out in front of him. She happily handed him a bun. Tu Kaji took it and ate with gusto. "Why is it buns again?" Xingyu sat beside him and explained, "Buns are delicious. Thin skin, lots of filling, and most importantly, they keep you full for a long time. Just look at you, you're so skinny. You need to eat more and make up for all the hardship from before." Kaji said gloomily, "My build is far too different from that of the eldest young master." "I know." Tang Xingyu excitedly patted him on the back. "I'm just like you the moment I saw you. That's why I gave you food. You're so skinny and short. How could you possibly stand in for my brother? Maybe in a few years." Kaji shyly lowered his head with the bun in his hand. He thought it was so hard just to grow up. But the two who once sat under that tree together had now become adults. Tu Kaji said anxiously, "Eldest miss, don't joke with me." Qingyu gently rubbed her belly and said softly, "Gigi, I'm pregnant. I've even chosen the name already. Danmu. If it's a girl, that would be nice. A boy born into the Tang family suffers too much." He stared at her in shock. "Whose child is it?" She took his hand and put on a helpless look. "Gigi, I've always thought of you as my younger brother. Help me." You must protect this child and let it grow up safely. But from that day on, things only grew harder and harder. First, Prince Liang, who had been destined to inherit the throne, suddenly went to the northern frontier and never returned. The younger brother who had always envied Prince Liang became the new emperor. People like the Tang family, who had once been close to Prince Liang, had no choice but to be cautious. After some time, Tang Xingyu met with her younger brother. Once I win, I'll move to the villa. After some time, everything will settle down. Kaji stood there sadly and said nothing. A young lord behind Kaji poked his face out and said, "That's right, Brother Tuesday. Big brother and I will secretly escort sister over there. Nothing will happen. I always believed tomorrow would be brighter." Kaji ran through the rain in fear and panic. He rushed there, but by the time I arrived, aside from eldest Miss Tang, everyone else was dead. Tang Xingyu muttered deliriously, "My elder brother and younger sister are both dead. My child, perhaps even my child, can't be saved now." Kaji said in terror, "Tang Xingyu, didn't I tell you? I would definitely protect everyone." On Lord Tu's side, he fought desperately against the soldiers. Gravely wounded, Lord Tu collapsed to the ground. His attendant shouted, "Found him! Lord Tu is here." In a weak voice, he shouted, "Stay back. Don't come near. It'll leave traces. Don't say me anymore. If I die, perhaps the Emperor will understand even less. Once Xiao Tang sees it, she'll know what to do from now on. At last, I won't have to go on barely living anymore." In the end, Lord Tu closed his eyes in happiness at his final moment. Back at the manor, Han Thin was frightened. "Enough. Yuni, stop lying to me. Do you really think the same trick would fool me the way it fooled the princess?" Han Thin said in pain, "It's happening again. Strange. It doesn't seem to be fully acting up." Han Thin worriedly said, "Wake up. Weren't you going to explain things to me? Stop pretending to be unconscious. Hurry and get a doctor. Hurry." The chaotic game system turned Yuni into an adult, and Yuni stared blankly. Although she was grateful the system had mercifully refrained from directly erasing her. Where exactly was she now? Ancient romance game system. Keep the lord in line, with a total of 5 main male leads and 20 main routes, spanning 7 million characters of story and 800 divergence points. The Empress was placing a flower in her daughter's hair. She said, "Yuni has grown up. It's time for you to go find your own happiness." The beautiful Yuni turned and smiled at the Empress. The game system began introducing the characters. Grand Tutor Lu Xianghe. Between us, there's still much. Next one, relaxed style, excellent immersive experience, hypothetical 30-kilometer world building, based on historical references, with a fully constructed fictional capital. Crown Prince Han Quan. As for you and me, it would be best if we could take things lightly. Next, third Prince Han Xin. If I said that you and I were the most compatible. Imperial Gartang Mu held a cat. If only time could stay in this very moment. A man with murder written all over his face. A foreign guest, Lanwen, didn't expect to meet me here, did you? Wait, were you deliberately luring me here? It was you who made me trust you. Now I brought everything for you. Yuni was furious. What the hell? Yuni thought back when I entered the game, the timing was already wrong. If the game didn't start at the coming-of-age ceremony, then isn't this still wrong? Yuni pressed a button that appeared on the system screen and stared in shock. No, system, stop playing dead. Help! Yuni wandered around and suddenly bumped into something. As she winced in pain, she realized. An air wall. There were 3 on all sides, with only one way out. Ridiculous. The system never said there'd be this many invisible walls. Passers-by walked by and whispered among themselves, thinking she looked insane. "Is that young lady all right?" A young man strode over and shouted, "You still dare run?" She turned to look at him blankly. He was tall and burly as he approached. "I'm talking to you. Your parents took our money, which means you were sold to us. You talk big. Then show me the proof. Be careful, or I'll report you to the authorities." He answered without hesitation. "Proof? The clothes you're wearing are proof." Yuni looked down at her clothes in shock. Damn, this can't be real. Don't tell me I'm not the eldest miss anymore. Uni forced a smug look. Then take me there and let me see. He dragged her away. Uni stared blankly as she passed through the invisible wall. While walking, he said, why wouldn't I be able to? I'm not some shady trafficker. Why can't I walk the main streets of the capital? Uni thought, is this game targeting me on purpose? At the ferry by the canal in Shangjing, Uni panicked. Hero, spare my life. He turned and said, if I spare you, who's going to spare me? Uni stepped into the flower boat. Everyone gathered around and praised her. Big sister is so beautiful. Hurry and try this flute. I heard it's top quality. Uni said uncertainly, but I don't know music, zither, or flute. I only know that kind. The young women whispered among themselves. They really found the wrong person. A young woman walked over and said, big sister, just try first. If you can't satisfy that person, your head will be cut off. No matter what, living a little longer is better, right? Uni turned pale with fright. That person? Don't tell me it's the Regent Prince? Teen. Maybe he's not even in the same world as me anymore. Hopefully the next one will be easier. Since it's a long tube, as long as you control the length while producing sound, you can control the volume too. So for now, I just need to blow into it, right? A young woman happily announced. Then let's begin. We'll line up and practice. Everyone started rehearsing enthusiastically. Suddenly, Uni screamed, this is bad. I really can't do it. Jump ship, jump ship. Everyone panicked. Quick, hold her. It's too high. She'll die. Uni tripped and fell. Everyone tried to pull her back, but they were too late. In the end, Thin saved her. Uni thought fearfully, other people will transmigrate and become some noble lady with a dazzling identity. But what about me? I transmigrated and don't even know who I am. What era am I even in? Thin landed safely on the ground. The people around them erupted in noise. Quick, seize them. What should I do next? My original target was the Regent Prince, but now I can't even access the system to see where I am or what I'm supposed to do. Forget it. The most important thing right now is, Uni snapped, who are you? Thin coldly replied, no one. Uni shouted angrily, if we don't know each other, then put me down. Or are you the one trying to abduct people? Thin carried her away. The man from before shouted furiously, someone dares steal my woman? A young master appeared. Is this week's quota enough? He said arrogantly, if the people from the lower palace ask around after she's gone, just say the one who took her away was... At that moment, Thin carried her off the boat. She was angry. He held her and whispered, the heir of Yongin. At the back gate of the Thoi residence, Uni exclaimed in surprise, that's the Thoi residence. Thin said coldly, we're here. A servant joyfully ran over, calling, Miss. Thin set her down. A maid ran over, hugged her leg, and burst into tears. Eldest miss, you nearly scared me to death. Uni replied, I'm no different from you. I was scared half to death too. Luckily, I'm still Miss Thoi. Uni turned aside with a sulky expression. You dislike me that much? If you hate me so much, then why did you bring me back? She then turned, suddenly cheerful. Thank you for saving me. Thin left, but did not forget to remind her. Go out less. It's dangerous. How rude. If I don't go out, am I supposed to howl around the house all day? Who are you to force your weird rules on me? The maid ran over and hugged her from behind. Miss, let's go back. Don't chase after him. Your condition has gotten worse again, hasn't it? Back at her room, Uni cried out. Since when was I sick? He's the sick one. Uni had been seriously frightened. The physician came out and said, it's only a sprain. She just needs more medicine applied. The maid lowered her head and softly said, thank you, doctor. Uni recalled Thin saving her and thought, so that's when I sprained it. No wonder he carried me. But who exactly is he? The maid sighed. Please don't ask anymore. Every time you ask, you become unhappy. Uni looked surprised. Unhappy? But what does that have to do with why I'd be unhappy? If I was really that angry, why does he still care about me? Or does he owe me something? The maid said helplessly, it really does seem like he owes you. Ever since you fainted at Prince Liang's residence, every time anyone mentions him, You get angry. Uni worriedly asked, was that after the mid-autumn banquet? The maid froze. Uni said irritably, exactly. Just hearing you say it already makes me mad. Tin, is this really how you welcome me back after I survived a disaster? At Han Fin's private residence, on a full moon night, he sat drinking with a wine flask in hand, his heart full of things he wanted to pour out. His attendant respectfully reported, Your Highness, the commotion caused by your search for eldest Miss Thoy today was no small matter. I fear the Prime Minister already knows. Han Fin said worriedly, I promised I would protect her. As long as she needs me, I will definitely appear. The attendant continued, then what should be done next? In a little over 2 months, eldest Miss Thoy will come of age. After that comes choosing a husband in marriage. If your highness continues following her around then, won't chaos break out? Han Fin said softly, we'll talk about it when the time comes. 5 years earlier, Han Fin stood in the rain outside a room. People whispered, isn't that the heir apparent? Why won't Lord Thoy let him in? Better pretend we didn't notice matters involving the masters. The eldest miss had an accident at Prince Liang's residence. Prime Minister Thoy is just furious. Han Fin felt bitter. Standing there for a few watches of the night was nothing. Prime Minister Thoy stepped out with a stern expression. Everything in the residence is in chaos today. Please forgive me, but I cannot receive your highness the heir. Han Fin anxiously asked, how is eldest miss now? Prime Minister Thoy shouted, Your Highness the heir, hear me clearly. I have only one wife and one daughter. You need not come here again in the future, and I will not be as lenient as I am today. Han Fin said angrily, I want to know what illness eldest Miss Thoy has. If it can even be called an illness. Prime Minister Thoy turned and left, saying, an incurable one. Soul loss syndrome. Your Highness, please return. Han Fin felt as if struck by lightning. From then on, until one day, the young miss finally woke up. Uni sat up. Her body was stiff, and she fell to the ground. The system sounded an alarm. Substitute AI program has encountered an unknown error. Rebooting. Uni stood up. Her body seemed to be controlled by someone else. She moved forward mechanically and slammed her head into the door. The maid cried out anxiously. She hit it. Someone come quickly. The system announced, error detected. Rebooting later. Countdown until this hibernation ends. 3 minutes. Han Fin lifted the curtain. Uni, barely conscious, asked, who are you? He said, I am Han Fin. She snapped angrily, stay away from me. Han Fin fell to the ground in worry. Uni, she shouted angrily, I hate you. The game system announced again. Sudden AI mechanism now operating normally. Back in the present, Uni lay in her room. It hurts too much now. I can't sleep. Hearing an unusual sound, Uni became alert. Someone was approaching, so she quickly closed her eyes. Han Fin, wearing a mask, came near. Uni was startled when she saw him. Han Fin put down the ointment and tucked the blanket over her. He said worriedly, if you can stay quiet for 2 days, the injury will get better. He gently lifted her foot. Uni sat up and said, good evening. You're much nicer than that heir apparent. Han Fin tensed, then gently tucked the blanket around her again. She looked at him fondly. Who are you? Don't tell me you're too handsome and just don't want me to see your face. Uni placed a hand on his chest. Then she gently lifted his chin. Raise your head. Hamtin froos. He suddenly came to himself, stood up, and turned to leave. She started and fell down. Hey! Han Fin leapt out through the window. Uni cried sadly. Little Han Fin, you idiot. Han Fin returned to his study in the darkness. After going inside, he removed his mask and fell into deep thought. His attendant said worriedly, Your Highness should rest soon. Dawn is almost here. There are less than 2 hours left before sunrise. Han Fin was silent. Tonight, eldest miss suddenly woke in the middle of the night. Before, she would never wake at that hour. If she recognizes me, how will I be able to meet her in the future? He opened a box containing a necklace and recalled their intimate moment from before. Today, it was as if she had suddenly become a different person. Different. This time, will she come back? For years earlier, Han Fin was riding horseback. A soldier said, Your Highness the heir, that Taoist priest said to be able to treat soul loss syndrome is living on the mountain ahead. Han Fin entered and was invited to tea. In a serious tone, he said, Please, Taoist master, tell me how to cure the illness. The Taoist replied unwillingly, Does anyone ask for help the way you do? 2 soldiers pressed, swords to his neck. Han Fin's voice darkened. If the Taoist master had not tried to flee, I would not have done this. The Taoist sighed. I really am impressed by you. This NPC is toxic. Didn't I already tell you before? Soul loss syndrome is just the disappearance of a few Hun and Puss souls. Isn't she still that same person? Did you bring what I was looking for? Han Thin said sadly, right now, I only have one. The Taoist picked it up and examined it closely. This isn't necessary. Now I'll tell you how to cure soul loss syndrome. To return her soul to its proper place, you must call her name often. That is the only way her soul can come back. But very few people can persist. Soul loss syndrome may look foolish at first, and after some time, she'll appear no different from a normal person, but that does not mean the illness is gone. In any case, it's a bug. What a nuisance. The Taoist called to Han Thin. Give me your hand. He tied a red string around it. Now call her name. Han Thin obediently said, Yuni. Suddenly, the red string snapped. The Taoist explained that's how it works. If her soul returns, the red string won't break. You still have 3 chances left. Remember, never stop calling her. Otherwise, if she can't come back, I'll have no other way either. The Taoist waved his hand and left. Go on, stop bothering me. Han Thin smiled with relief. Thank you, master. The next morning, Yuni grumbled angrily. Han Little Thin, you jerk. You made me lose a whole night of sleep. The maid came and pulled her along. Miss, stop playing around. A guest has come again. Hearing that, she let out a surprised sound. In the main hall of the Prime Minister's residence, Han Quan asked worriedly, I heard Xiaoyu was injured while out yesterday, so I hurried over once I finished my matters. Prime Minister Doi and Madam are not in the capital, so I'll apologize to them when they return. Yuni said cheerfully, Oh, are we really that close? An apology sounds a bit excessive. Han Quan hesitated, then asked, Does Yuni know what Prime Minister Doi and the others are gone to do? Yuni ate as she spoke. What do you mean by that? Your Highness the Crown Prince. Han Quan said sorrowfully, Kuer is going to southern border for a political marriage. Prime Minister Doi brought Madam to the lower palace to help arrange the related matters. Yi, are you really not going to the lower palace to see Kuer? Once she leaves this time, she won't be able to come back. Yuni, who had been eating pastries, was so startled that one fell to the floor. She anxiously said, How can you let the princess go for a political marriage? You're her own brother, the dignified crown prince. Don't you know how dangerous it is? He immediately replied, Before, I thought you no longer cared about Kuer at all. Yuni said angrily, Are you an idiot too? Whether I care or not, I still don't want her sent off to die. In the original game plot, once the princess is sent away for marriage, there's only one ending for her death. Yuni put on her glasses as a large screen appeared before her. She tapped the screen lightly. Crown Prince route. The true main storyline passed around among players. Little robot voices buzzed noisily. Why is it that even after marrying the Crown Prince, the ending is still just a B? My God, the Crown Prince route is full of moral burden and proper palace intrigue. This really is for hardcore text lovers. Have you noticed? Whenever someone enters the Crown Prince's bad ending route, the eldest princess always gets sent away in marriage. Oh no, my little princess. Once the sickly princess exits the stage, is that officially the game's built-in minor protection? Does the princess have any follow-up plotline after that? She answered no, because in the second year after her distant marriage, the princess dies. Conspiracy. This is absolutely a conspiracy. Everybody, team up, guide group, hurry and come with me to replay the Crown Prince route one more time. A pink-haired boy had tears rolling down his cheeks. I want to go too, but I probably won't even survive until the princess's second year after marriage. Yuni said seriously, Nam Yin is wealthy, sitting atop the granary of the realm. If war really broke out, defeating the southern border tribes one by one would not be difficult. Yet you, the Crown Prince, want to use your own sister's marriage to preserve peace. Won't you regret it? Anquan Luca Trublat. Yuni thought to herself, not only was the time I entered the game wrong, even the order of the plot has started getting mixed up. The Crown Prince said, Of course I understand, but there is only one Eastern Palace seat. This was Father Emperor's will. Aye, she advised, and this was your will too. Since you've made your choice, don't pretend to be pitiful. She turned and left with the maid, leaving the Crown Prince behind, his heart aching so much that he clenched his hand until it bled. He said sternly, Return to the palace. At the Eastern Palace, maids whispered among themselves, What's wrong with His Highness the Crown Prince? He went to the study again. Does noble consort mother still not know? If it's not illness, then what is it? His own younger sister is about to be married off, yet he still hasn't gone to the lower palace to see her. Han Quan entered the study and read intently. Yuni returned, feeling aggrieved. I'm so angry I could die. What are those men even thinking? The maid comforted her. Miss, if you want to go to the lower palace to see the princess, then hurry and go. Iu ni sai. I'm not going. I just want to get out and breathe some air. Go prepare clothes for me. Wait, let me ask you something. Why is there a whole group of musicians dressed so much like me? Has anything else happened in the capital lately? The maid said, nothing new in the capital. It's mainly that these past 2 years, Madame feared people outside would say unpleasant things. So during festivals, she always took you to banquets. Who would have thought the outfits you wore would become the trend in the capital? No matter what you wear, it becomes fashionable. Yuni looked smug. So that's how it is. The maid said uncertainly. I'm guessing the musicians you saw were headed to the lower palace to send the eldest princess off for marriage. Yuni said blankly, well then, if anyone finds out I'm going there to stop the political marriage, I'll definitely be surrounded to death in Shanjing. But luckily, I've already found a way through my own past. As for little Han Thin, just wait until I return from the lower palace, then I'll settle the score with you. That night, Han Thin burst into the room. He pulled back the curtains and saw that she was fast asleep. He opened the box, took out the red string, and used a spell to calm the fire in his heart. Han Thin thought this was his last chance. He tied it to her wrist and called out, Doyuni, but the red string remained intact. Overjoyed, he realized she really had come back. Han Thin left and returned to his room to write. His attendant said worriedly, Your Highness, if you don't rest, it'll be dawn soon. Han Thin said happily, this time, she really has come back. Tomorrow, remember to help me ask for leave. I want to visit the Doi residence. The attendant was stunned. What? Aren't you afraid of being thrown out? Han Thin replied, Before, I didn't want to get close to the eldest miss, because I always felt she was someone else. Now that her soul has returned to its place, even if she still resents me and hates me, I still have to go find her. The next morning, Han Thin arrived at the Doi residence. The heir of Prince Liang's Yong'an estate has come to pay a visit. Han Thin was dressed splendidly and looked radiant. His attendant carried a huge pile of gifts. Your Highness, these are all expensive enough already. Han Thin said cheerfully, All right, now we just wait. Yuni's maid cried out in a panic. Oh no, the eldest miss is gone again. He asked anxiously what happened. Didn't I tell people to keep watch near the Doi residence? The attendant was frightened. How could this happen? Last night we all stayed farther away. Unless the eldest miss ran out by herself. Antin snapped angrelu. She must have gone to Xia Palace. Hurry and find a way to pay a visit there. Inside the Doi residence, Yuni, who had been sleeping, suddenly sat up. What time is it? What time is it? If I don't get up now, I'll be late. Spring was still cold. Thinking back over her battle plan, she quickly changed clothes. If people find out I'm going to sabotage the marriage alliance, I'll definitely be locked up in the capital. I can only avoid everyone and go to Xia Palace first to look for an opportunity. Yuni looked in the mirror, nervously, then suddenly noticed a red string on her hand. What's this? Early that morning, Yuni stood behind a wall. My plan only has 3 steps, easy and simple. Step 1, get to Xia Palace first. Step 2, tell the princess about the danger to her loved ones. Step 3, directly ruin the marriage alliance. Holding a flower branch, that was all she could think of for now. When 2 young women turned to look at her, she quickly covered her face with the branch. Which palace are you from? Why haven't I ever seen you before? Yuni tensed up. I only arrived a few days ago. Mrs. Doi doesn't like these flowers, so she deliberately told me to make a trip to the East Hall and exchange them. The girl said in surprise, so that's it. Then we'll go change them right away. Yuni replied, yes, thank you both so much. After seeing the 2 of them leave, she breathed a sigh of relief. Excited, Yuni jumped onto the flower cart and lay down on it happily. A good start is half the battle, just like I thought. I may not be able to get past the air wall myself, but that doesn't mean I can't hitch a ride. Yuni returned to the boat. Hey, if we don't set sail now, will we still make it in time? The young man said in surprise. What are you doing here? You're the one I accidentally mistook for one of my people, right? I'm a reasonable man, so just go home. Yuni took off her hat and said, even if I ran away once, the job still has to go on. Since you mistook me anyway, you might as well take me along. He was startled. You? Yuni said confidently, it's not like I know musical instruments, but if I don't know, I can learn. If I stay on the boat long enough, I'll definitely pick it up. He pointed at her injured leg. In your condition, you're still going? If some noble bullies you there, I won't care. If you're unlucky, you could even lose your head. Yuni took off her bracelet and said, you don't need to worry about that. Do I look scared to you? She handed him the bracelet, leaving him stunned. Yuni turned and started to leave. He immediately said, then, get ready to board. The boat weighed anchor and set out. Once aboard, he asked her, by the way, what's the name of the girl you're replacing? Not really sure. I only know her name is Achi. Yuni began practicing the flute on the boat. 5 days later, everyone shouted excitedly, we're here. Up ahead is Xia Palace. Yuni looked at Xia Palace as everyone got off the boat and went inside. Come on over there. First, let the noble lady have a look. Yuni looked around in fear. That's Han Tin. Why is he here too? Han Fin raised his head and saw her. Yuni immediately covered herself with her sleeve. Don't see me, don't see me. Han Fin thought to himself. Yuni stepped forward and opened the palace doors. They're here. Go in and pay your respects to Her Highness the Princess. Yuni went in and secretly peeked at the princess. Han Lin sat there arrogantly and said, why have you stopped? Next should be music and dancing, right? A servant knelt and reported, Your Highness, last time we mentioned there was a musician who resembled the eldest Miss Thoy. The princess moved closer to Yuni in surprise and lifted her chin. You really do look alike. It's just a pity you're not her. Embarrassed, Yuni said, I didn't expect to look so much like the eldest miss. She sighed in relief. That scared me to death. I thought she'd recognized me. Han Lin waved her hand. You may leave. Everyone obeyed and withdrew. Yuni thought she had escaped, but Han Lin stopped her. This princess didn't say you could go. What's your name? Yuni thought fearfully. Don't panic. Didn't I come here to tell the princess not to go through with the marriage alliance? Iuni ganmet hosai. Hey, Achi. Han Lin turned away. Sitting in this room is making me sleepy. Come out to the courtyard with me. Yuni was startled. Princess. The two of them held hands and walked out into the courtyard, going out a stroll. Yuni took out her flute and played, and Han Lin got a headache listening to it. Rubbing her forehead, she casually praised her. Very good. Next time, don't. She looked at Yuni in surprise. Her smile was very much like when she was little. After finishing, Yuni thought to herself, praise me, praise me. Han Lin gently patted her head. Next time, come practice with me. This princess will listen to you play. At Xia Palace, Yuni lay sprawled on the table in exhaustion. Princess, Han Lin sighed. What is it? Why do you keep calling me like that? Yuni said worriedly, Your Highness really shouldn't go through with a marriage alliance. It's both hard and dangerous. Xia Palace is so beautiful. Why go all the way to Southern Frontier? Han Ling got angry. What do you know? I am Nam Yan's only princess. Who do you expect to marry in my place? Yuni covered her face. It'd be fine if no one went at all. Han Lin said angrily, put your hands down. Then she said more softly, this marriage alliance is a major matter of state. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll have someone drag you out and beat you with the board. Sit down now and don't cover your face. Don't be afraid of me. Iu ni sai. Oh. Han Lin smiled and said, you're actually quite bold. Just now you were like her, not afraid of me at all. Why are you scared now? Go back first. I'll rest for a while. Yuni felt uneasy. You never listen to good advice. I came here to save you. She stepped outside, looked at her through the crack in the door, then left sadly. As she walked, she thought, could it be that the new king of Southern Frontier is some heartless scoundrel who's already tricked the princess body and soul? I'm trying to stop you from marrying that faithless man, okay? She lowered her head with a sigh, then bumped into Han Fin and fell backward. But fortunately, he caught her. The two stared into each other's eyes. Embarrassed, Yuni covered her face. Sorry, I didn't mean to run into you. She thought nervously, why did Han Fin suddenly appear? This is bad. He'll recognize me. Han Fin coughed tiredly a few times. Ahem, ahem. I only just arrived at Xia Palace and got lost. Could this young lady please show me the way back to Chinyan Pavilion? Iu ni pa ni. Oh no, the system is gone, and I don't know the roads in Xia Palace either. She tried to conjure up a map in her mind. Not daring to look him in the face, she said, I just arrived too, so I don't know very well. I think it's to the right. Or, why don't I go check over there first? She started to leave, but Han Fin caught the edge of her sleeve and asked, what's her name? Yuni answered fearfully, A. Achi. Han Fin said coolly, very well. Achi, the right side, is the main hall. Do you know that Prime Minister Thoy and his wife are currently in charge at Xia Palace? There just happen to be several ministers discussing matters in the main hall right now. Yuni became anxious. This is bad. I almost forgot my parents are at Xia Palace too. Other people might mistake me, but my parents are different. They'd recognize me at a glance. Han Thin said gently, then let's try the path on the left. Seeing him keep coughing, Yuni asked, Your Highness, are you ill? He replied, The chill of spring hasn't passed. I paid a visit to an old acquaintance at night, and unexpectedly caught a cold. I came to Xia Palace this time precisely to recover. Yuni was surprised. So Han Xiathan got sick because he was taking care of me. Han Thin continued, It's convenient enough to come by carriage from the capital. It's just that Xia Palace does feel rather lonely in the end. At Chinyin Pavilion, Yuni said awkwardly, Since your highness has arrived at your residence, you should rest more. It would be better. Then I will. Until suddenly remember it. Right? Would you like some fruit? Yuni's eyes lit up, and she nearly drooled with excitement. Fruit? Han Thin said smugly, Bought in the capital. It was originally meant to entertain an old friend. But unfortunately, over these past years, we've only drifted apart. We are no longer friends. Yuni felt troubled. I didn't expect Han Thin to have been so pitiful these past 2 years. Then let's eat together. Your Highness, could you reward me with a little food? The two of them went into the room together. The two sat eating fruit happily. Han Thin asked smugly, Is it good? Yuni said cheerfully, Of course it's good. He poured tea and continued, Xia Palace is preparing for the princess's grand wedding. So many nobles come and go. Usually they are all in the East Hall and the main hall. I heard that a few days ago, Prime Minister Thoi's only daughter suddenly went missing. The couple may want to return to the capital. Yuni choked when she heard this. He asked her, You look exactly like the eldest Miss Thoi. Are you the eldest Miss Thoi? Iuni Froda. Han Thin lifted the fan in front of himself like a shield. Iuni Stai Balang Li. I'm not. Han Thin asked with a smug smile. Really? With a straight face, she said, Really? Otherwise, I wouldn't be greedily eating your highness's fruit. Han Tin Smi Lid. I forgot. Your name is Chi. Chi is also one of the musicians preparing for the princess's wedding. Later, the princess will take you all to Southern Frontier. Yuni tensed up. Has Han Xiathan recognized me or not? Or did he recognize me and just not say anything? Could it be that Han Xiathan came to help me? Han Thin said seriously, Today is the day the new king of Southern Frontier arrives. The grand wedding is only 15 days away. If Achi needs to bid farewell to family and friends, perhaps I can help a little as thanks to you. Iuni Sai. Actually, I don't want to go to Southern Frontier. If the princess doesn't have to marry for the alliance, then naturally we won't have to go either. He said coolly, so the key lies in the marriage alliance. Thinking of her parents, Yuni thought, if something goes wrong after the alliance marriage leaves the capital, everyone involved might shirk responsibility. Could the one held accountable be mother or father? Fearfully, she added, There's also one more thing. If the new king of Southern Frontier and the princess truly are a match made in heaven, as the saying goes, better to demolish 10 temples than break up one marriage, right? Han Tin Smi Lid. Yuni got angry. What's so funny? Han Thin covered his mouth, looking innocent. This heir isn't laughing. As he peeled an orange, he continued, The new king of Southern Frontier is a mysterious man. In just 2 years, he unified all the tribes of Southern Frontier. I heard he's still very young, around the princess's age, which is why this marriage alliance came about. Originally, the various Southern Frontier tribes fought each other constantly and were no match for Nam Yen. But now they all serve the new king, and their blades are pointed toward Nam Yen. Yuni said worriedly, If the princess marries over there and isn't favored then? Han Thin replied, When the crucial moment comes, Nam Yen won't give up the chance to send troops first. As for the princess, her chances of survival would be slim. Yuni continued, eating the orange. Looks like I should first take a look at this new king of Southern Frontier. Maybe I can find some turning point. Outside the capital gates, a luxurious carriage stopped before the city. A servant lifted the curtain and reported, Your Highness, we've arrived. Lunan stepped down looking imposing. But before long, his whole body started trembling from the cold. Shivering, he said cold, I've never come to Nam Yen in winter or spring before. I didn't expect it to be this cold. He stretched out both hands to warm them, but his attendant disapproved. In the capital, Prime Minister Thoi bowed in greeting. Welcome, Prince Yajin. Lunan replied pleasantly, Prime Minister Thoi, there's no need for such courtesy. Prime Minister Thoi said coolly, I keep feeling that Prince Yajin looks very familiar. At that moment, Prince Yajin grew solemn, just as he was now. The Lan clan is a great tribe. There are so many descendants who look like me that we could hold a mountain song festival. If Prime Minister Thoy wishes to mock me. This is my first time in Namyen. It's also my first time learning that March can still be this cold. Can spring really get any colder? Before the struggle for the state, a carriage raced through the forest at night. Inside, he said, "Hurry up." Lunan's face was full of killing intent. That Emperor of Nam, Yin, truly is a master strategist. It seems we not only lack the ability to play a game of chess against him, we may even have to become his pieces. The young master said angrily, "I told you we shouldn't have provoked the Emperor of Nam Yen. Who knows what poison they might have put in their banquet, and that soul loss sickness too." They tossed all that troublesome business involving that precious woman's life onto us. It's true that Nam, Yin being able to burn glass is a little enviable, but why did it have to turn out like this? Thinking of Uni, Lu Nan felt regret. Suddenly, he turned and shouted, "What's there to regret?" He stared blankly and realized Lu Nan had vanished. He angrily shoved open the window. "You!" Lu Nan jumped out, and the forest suddenly burst into flames. At Zhenyan Pavilion, Uni had finished every last piece of fruit, her belly round as a drum. She said in surprise, "Your Highness, I should be going back now." He came to himself and said softly, "It's all right. You can stay here and play a while longer." Uni said awkwardly, "Your Highness should rest properly. If you're sick, you really need to rest well. I need to hurry and go check on the princess and the new king over there." Han Fin said coolly, "You still want to go? Then in the future, if you have free time, come sit with me at Zhenyan Pavilion. Come here every day and spend about an hour with me." Uni's eyes lit up. All right. Han Ziathan, you really did come here to be a good person." The two went out for a walk. Han Fin said, "Few people usually come to Xia Palace, but in a few days there will be more and more envoys. Going in directly will be inconvenient." "How about?" Uni asked curiously, "How about what?" He lowered his head and tapped her nose. "Take the less crowded route. Hold on to me." He wrapped an arm around her and lifted her up onto the roof. The two sat down. He whispered, "Look." Uni was startled. Han Lin said arrogantly, "Prime Minister Thoy, everyone knows to avoid suspicion, yet you people still don't understand. This is marriage talk, and you still insist on sticking your foot into it. Then stay and watch if you like." The eunuchs were tense with fear. "Your Highness, your words are too harsh." Anin said sharply, No. A princess residence hasn't even been established for me, and now I'm to be married off to southern frontier. I'm not some monkey for you to raise in a cage for amusement." Lu Nan said calmly, "It seems the princess is dissatisfied. This king is dissatisfied as well. I request a different bride." Han Lin shouted angrily, "How dare you?" The eunuchs anxiously called out, Princess, please calm your anger." She said furiously, "What status do you have to speak to this princess that way? In your southern frontier, this princess could crush you like a shrimp, yet you still dare put on airs before me?" Lunan smiled. "Does the princess wish to marry into southern frontier and throw her weight around as a ruler? But among all the people I have unified in southern frontier, the ones I kill most are my political enemies. If you marry me, you'll have nightmares every day. Are you not afraid?" Han Lin angrily rolled up her sleeves. Outside, everyone tried to stop her. "Princess, don't be angry. Hurry and summon the Prime Minister." Looks like things are more complicated than I thought. Han Fin said coolly, "They say the princess is arrogant, and even the people around her bully her. Don't you hate her?" Uni immediately replied, "No. Why would I hate her? Because in the system, the first item in the guidance progress, the third item in the guidance progress, week 10 of the guidance progress. Anyway, I definitely won't hate her. I just need to think of a way to call off the engagement." Han Fin whispered, "Then what about me? Now that you've come back, do you hate me?" Uni didn't hear clearly and said, Han Fin said awkwardly, "It's nothing." Han Fin carried her back down. Uni seemed to have completely gotten used to it. "Why didn't you keep flying?" He blushed. "We're here." Uni said blankly, "I really didn't mean to offend your Highness. It's no problem. I still have important business to attend to. So this heir will take his leave first." Uni called after him, "Your Highness, see you tomorrow, Your Highness." Han Fin happily answered, See you tomorrow." Uni thought shyly, so handsome. Since when did Han Ziathan start liking to smile so much? In the main hall, Suehua Hall, everyone was buzzing with discussion. Han Fin lowered his head in salute. Prime Minister Doi. The man glanced at him and replied, Heir of Vinin, it would be better if you did not go in. Han Fin said firmly, I came to speak with Prime Minister Doi in private. Whether I go in or not is beside the point. The crowd began whispering, so that's how it is. Then we won't disturb his heirship and the Prime Minister. This one was even harder to provoke. Han Fin said sternly, Thank you. Earlier, I specifically came to inform the Prime Minister about the disappearance of his eldest daughter. Now that I have found her, I came to report it as well. Prime Minister Doi snapped angrily. You, Han Fin continued. The eldest miss is safe and sound. In a few days, she will return home on her own. There is no need for you to tire yourself by rushing back to the capital, Prime Minister. This heir, have been ill long enough to become an idle man, so I will not disturb you from continuing your duties. After Han Fin left, Prime Minister Doi called after him. And what was the result of your father following the trail before? The heir of Vin and remains the same as before. He brought no women with him and found no one resembling the eldest miss. He snorted coldly, pretending to be ill, yet riding through the night to the summer palace. Could he really be avoiding suspicion in front of me? Is Yuni's disappearance truly unrelated to him? Deeper in the woods, Han Fin called out, Sherwu. The man appeared at once and bowed respectfully. Your subordinate is here. Han Fin asked what happened. Sherwu replied, Everything is as usual. It's just that the matter you ordered Lord Tang to handle is almost taken care of. Han Fin said seriously, In a few days it will be mid-month. As usual, Tang Mu will go to the Doi residence to visit the eldest miss. He must not discover that she is missing. Throw some female assassin in there for me, if you must. Let Tang Mu figure out how to deal with it himself these next few days. In the capital, Imperial Guard Tang Mu was writing a report when he suddenly sneezed. On the morning of the first day, Han Lin and Yuni went out into the courtyard to play and feed the birds. That afternoon, Yuni and Han Fin sat inside drinking tea. Eating fruit, Han Fin took a sip of tea and called Sherwu. The man immediately appeared. Your subordinate is here. The marriage alliance matter in the main hall still hasn't been decided today. Doi Yuni let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, there was one more day to think of a solution. The next morning, she went out with the younger princess to bask in the sun. Yuni was practically going out of her mind, trying to think of a way to break off the marriage. The following afternoon, Sherwu came in to report. There is still no decision today regarding the marriage alliance. Yuni said tiredly, I didn't expect all these people with their soft words to be unable to find out anything at all. On the afternoon of the third day, Sherwu came in again and reported, Today, regarding the marriage alliance. She sighed. No need to say it. They still haven't reached an agreement, right? I'm curious, though. In the past, marriage alliances would naturally have succeeded, Han Fin said. If this were a battle, then in the current situation, you first have to distinguish who is the enemy and who is the ally. As he peeled fruit and handed it to her, he continued, Only then can more things be accomplished. As I see it, either this new king of Southern Border is suspicious and narrow-minded by nature, or he is deliberately stalling. It's a pity we don't understand him well enough. If only we could make the Southern Border king take the initiative to break off the marriage. Doi Yuni thought it over. That way, no one would be hurt. She suddenly realized something. So that's it. In this marriage alliance, our enemy should be His Majesty the Emperor, while our friend is the new king of Southern Border, because he doesn't want this marriage either. Han Tin Smi Lid. Doi Yuni called nervously, Princess, Princess. Han Lin snapped irritably, You're so annoying. Have you forgotten your own status or not? Yuni said tensely, Princess, are you angry with me because your highness never wanted to go to Southern Border? Han Lin replied, What would a mere little musician like you know? This princess finally understands what use you have. Come with me. Yuni became uneasy. Han Fin was sitting in his study reading when he called Sherwu. The man came and bowed. Your subordinate is here. Han Fin said coldly, The people searching for the eldest miss are half a shurchin slower than they were a few days ago. I'm worried something else has happened. Sherwu answered, Today, the princess dragged a young woman with her to meet the new king of Southern Border. It may be the eldest miss. Han Tin Fruvnit. No need to keep searching. I'll go take a look myself. Doi Yuni was practicing the flute. Han Lin said, Prince Yajin has finally arrived. This is my favorite musician. She plays wonderfully. The road to Southern Border is long. Prince Yajin may as well listen for a while. Yuni thought, why do I feel like he absolutely won't praise me? Then Lulan appeared and said, years ago, I already knew you people of Nam Yen were good at being blind, unable to recognize a precious jewel. And today, even more so, though Yuni turned to look. Lulan stood there stunned. It's her. Yuni was shocked. Lanwen was actually the new king of Southern Border. Lanwen said, what I told the princess before about switching people. You might as well reconsider it. I heard there is precedent for emperors adopting daughters and bestowing them upon others. Han Lin asked, she's only a musician. Are you sure? Though Yuni thought frantically, no. How could I become a substitute? Lan Wen, not that. I'm sure. Please help me cancel the marriage, princess. Han Lin exclaimed, Achi, stay here first and receive Lam One. Doyuni nearly cried in panic. Han Lin called from afar, don't come back for me. Lam One lightly touched Yuni's shoulder and said, this should be our first meeting. This king's name is Lam One Xiao. Remember it well. Doyuni glared at him angrily. You can use me as a shield for a few days, Prince Yajin, and I can help you as well. I know you don't want this marriage alliance either. He asked, then what do you want? The eldest miss of Prime Minister Doi's residence. Doyuni met his probing gaze and thought, if it's Lam One, I can trust him. He's someone who once guided me. As long as Southern Border doesn't marry the princess, there will still be. Then she suddenly smiled and said, who is that? This little woman is named Chi if I were truly some noble family's eldest daughter. How could I have come to be a musician? But inwardly she was flustered. How does he know who I am? Lam One murmured, who told you to talk too much and let me recognize the flaw? Only if I know your background here can I help you. Don't you want to cancel the marriage alliance? I can agree to it now, but you must also agree to a few conditions. Prince Yajin is so magnanimous toward a little woman like me. It's truly moving. But she thought coldly, I'm not an idiot. The moment I give you an opening, you'll trick me completely. In the distance, Prime Minister Doi was talking with Han Thin. Heir, there's no need to come. Han Thin replied. The heir and the Prime Minister each have their own duties. I heard there was something strange about the new king of Southern Border, so I came specifically to take a look. As he spoke, he stepped forward and left the Prime Minister behind. Prime Minister, you've mistaken the person. Han Thin strode toward where Yuni was standing. When he saw her smiling and talking with Lam One, an inexplicable discomfort rose in his chest. Lam One glanced at her and said, rejecting me so quickly? Why not? But suddenly, a flash of light shot over from afar and sliced Lam One's bracelet in two. He started an alarm. What happened? Is there an assassin? From a distance, Han Thin slowly approached. An accidental slip of the hand. Please return my knife. Though Yuni could not hide her delight, she ran to Han Thin's side and called out, Your Highness. Han Lin stared blankly. What is going on? Achi, don't think that just because others treat you as an honored guest, you can overturn the heavens. The Summer Palace is my territory. And you, Han Lin, furious, slapped Han Thin hard, freezing the entire scene. Who told you to come to the Summer Palace? Her illness isn't healed yet. How dare you leave her alone in the capital? Doyuni was terrified. He's the future Regent Prince. You can't just hit him like that. She rushed forward, her voice urgent. Don't hit him anymore. Han Lin only sneered, her gaze sharp. He's the one using people as stand-ins too. Do you even understand? You're really stupid. Still protecting him. With tears in her eyes, Doyuni said, he really is protecting me. Hantin Suden lu spoke. Enough. Let's end things here today. Tomorrow, I'm afraid the situation may change. On the way back, Yuni felt miserable, so angry. Why didn't she recognize me? She thought to herself, even Lam, one could tell on Doyuni. Did Han Thin really not recognize me? She asked softly, you got hit because of me just now. Does it hurt? Han Thin turned back to look at her and smiled faintly. A little. She reached up to touch the red mark on his cheek and said gently, it must hurt a lot. It's such a big red mark. Han Thin froze, his face turning red. Doyuni suddenly realized how intimate she looked and quickly withdrew her hand. When we get back, you need to apply some medicine. That'll help. Han Thin said softly, all right. 3 months earlier, Han Lin had said anxiously, Grand Tutor, Crown Prince Brother said in his letter that they want to find a noble lady to marry in his Southern Border. Is it true? Please tell me honestly. If I refuse to go, will I become like Doyuni? A sick child, no matter how normal she may seem on the surface, will become a broken tale that can be discarded, even if the Prime Minister disagrees. As long as they are still members of a noble clan living under imperial favor, they must make a choice that satisfies the Emperor. Han Lin fell silent, then asked in a small voice, "What about Crown Prince brother? Surely he can think of some way." He replied coldly, "The Crown Prince has not brought up this matter in court." Han Lin said sadly, "Then aren't I just being used as a tool?" He stepped closer and comforted her. "Don't cry. You are all my students. I believe none of you should have to go. I am your teacher. I will find another chance to speak with them again." Han Lin said, "Sir, may I see Doi Uni one last time?" 3 months earlier, Han Lin pleaded, "Grand Tutor, I want to see Doi Uni. Just once, all right." In the quiet darkness of night, a carriage rattled along the road. Lu Xianghe said coolly, "Your Highness the Princess, you only have 1 hour. This official will bring you back overnight." Han Lin asked uneasily, "Grand Tutor, will this implicate you?" Lu Xianghe answered gravely, "If the Emperor wishes to know, then the moment you got into the carriage, His Majesty already knew. It depends mainly on His Majesty's attitude." Han Ling sight sopti, Ling Ling understand. Outside, a guard held up a token and shouted, "The token is here. Lord Lu is entering the city. Open the gates at once." Inside the small room, Doi Uni lay on the bed, her heart full of tangled thoughts. There was still 20 minutes before the time she usually fell asleep. She heard someone say, "Why is there a visitor at this hour?" A maid bowed and said, "Grand Tutor Lu has come to see you." "Mississippi, don't you remember Grand Tutor Lu?" Doi Uni replied indifferently, "Why should I remember?" Just as she finished speaking, Lu Xianghe and Han Lin stepped in. Lu Xianghe said, "Little you, someone asked me to bring someone to visit you. Or perhaps you should come to the Summer Palace for a while." Doi Uni sat up and asked, "Why should I go to the Summer Palace?" Lu Xianghe said in a low voice, "Her Highness the Princess may soon be married. Perhaps in this life, she will never be able to see you again." That's a good thing. Her life will be happy. Why should I go? Han Lin heard this, and tears welled up in her eyes. She's sick. Otherwise, she would never say such things. She's sick. Even if she has to marry, she absolutely must not go to Northern Border alone. I have to protect her. Lu Xianghe comforted her. This minister will keep thinking of a way. "Princess, you only need to do your best to win over this peace alliance." Han Lin looked at Lu Xianghe with deep concern. "Is there really no cure for little Yu's illness?" Lu Xianghe answered sadly, "The longer it drags on, the less hope there is. The third prince already took the initiative to go to Northern Border, and I heard he also found a physician, but he gained nothing." Doi Uni sat there and sighed. I wonder whether, after yesterday's uproar at Suihua Hall, Prime Minister Doi questioned His Highness the Crown Prince. If he didn't, then he won't care today either. Han Thin flipped through the pages of his book and replied with a faint smile, "What is it? Could something even more serious have happened?" Doi Uni said wearily, "As expected, the princess's residence and the crown prince's quarters are not only far apart, there's also a whole lake between them. Did your Highness the Crown Prince hear that the Eastern Hall caught fire last night?" Han Thin shook his head. No, she stared blankly. "Really?" Han Thin said softly, "Of course it's true. Even if there was a fire, it was only a small one. Besides, the north side is where Prince Yajin is staying, while the south side is the princess's palace. These days the wind has been blowing from the northwest every day, but last night it suddenly shifted to the southeast. Or are you saying someone intended to frame Prince Yajin?" Doini thought, "Oh, very nice, Han Shaosheng. Didn't you just say you knew nothing about the fire?" She climbed onto the table and lifted Han Thin's chin with her hand. "So in this time, you've learned quite a lot, haven't you? Come, let me see how your Highness's injury from last night is doing." Han Thin blushed and leaned back. "It'll heal in a few days," she said gently. "Your Highness is injured and didn't apply medicine? Were you waiting for me to do it?" Han Thin replied softly, "I'm a rough man, after all. I don't remember these things. There's medicine in Chunyan Pavilion. If a Chi is willing to help, that would be best." She carefully applied medicine to the wound on Han Thin's face. He said softly, "You still aren't happy." She said gloomily, "What if we can't stop the marriage alliance in time?" He answered seriously, "The worst possible outcome is that the person meant for the marriage alliance dies. The emperor would never agree to marry off his daughter to a dead man." Luoyani was horrified. No way. Han Shaosheng, can't you say things more normally?" She remembered what Lam Wen had said. Don't you want to cancel the marriage alliance? I can agree now, but you must agree to one condition as well. She thought to herself, marriage alliance, alliance by marriage, intermarriage. Han Thin said, then go do what you want to do first. As long as you need me, I will come to your side. Though Yuni thought shyly, could it be that once the system is gone, the target character becomes easier to tease? At the ruined East Hall, Lam Wen curled his lips slightly and asked, anything else? A maidservant said anxiously, Your Majesty, you ran too fast. This slave could only carry the luggage first. Also, none of these marriage gifts can really be taken back. Besides, the good things aren't cheap. The people of Nam Yen are truly crafty. Lam Wen Lauget? This little matter is no big deal. Isn't it just a curtain? The air is dry. Who knows what might happen later? Just then, Loyuni appeared and said, the air is dry, so be careful of fire, Prince Yajin. She thought to herself, Han Shaosheng already told me to come and rely on him. This time I can't be afraid of Lam Wen anymore. What I said to Prince Yajin yesterday wasn't finished yet. There were only 5 days left until the marriage alliance ceremony. In the garden, Lam Wen stood beneath a tree. It seems the eldest miss has made her preparations before coming to beg me for help. Doi Yuni replied cheerfully, how can this be called begging? It's something mutually beneficial. Prince Yajin is young and handsome, and he unified southern border, the first person in hundreds of years to do so. A man like that surely has a ruthless side, but I doubt he would really sacrifice himself to become related by marriage to everyone. Lam Wen's the king of Nam, Yen understands more than a sheltered eldest miss like you. Do you think he doesn't know what you just said? I came all this way just to bring a little sister home to get married. She glanced at him and thought, so Lam Wen had already prepared his escape route. She said, Prince Yajin, why not hear my plan first? It might save trouble, wouldn't it? Lam Wen's then speak. Though Yuni said frankly, southern border and Nam Yen share 7 main cities along the border. Why not allow the 2 peoples within those 7 cities to marry freely, creating good ties between both sides? Lam Wen burst out laughing. She asked in confusion, then why don't you agree? He said excitedly, why wouldn't I agree? I already agreed long ago. She shot him a look and thought, just as I guessed. When he said before that I had to agree to some condition, he was deliberately leading me into a trap. He pulled her into his arms, his voice low. Guess who came to find me? The Crown Prince of Nam Yen. This marriage alliance is too much of a loss for me. According to your Nam Yen customs, I'd even have to call the Emperor father. That's too much of a loss for me. At the main gate of the Summer Palace, Han Trin stepped down, cold and imposing, as voices rang out in greeting. We greet your highness, the 3rd prince. Han Thin stepped forward and greeted him properly. Your highness, the 3rd prince. He merely glanced over and walked straight ahead. Thank you all for your welcome. This prince is tired. In a few days, I still have to escort my imperial sister in marriage to southern border, so I will rest first. A guard said, Your highness must indeed be weary after hurrying back from northern border. Quarters for the 3rd prince have already been prepared. Han Thin called out, 3rd prince, please wait. Han Trin turned back. This prince is very tired and doesn't want to meet anyone for old reminiscences. Doyuni suddenly stepped out, curiosity all over her face. HM? Really? Han Trin, how old are you this year? Still throwing a tantrum for no reason. Standing behind Han Thin, Doyuni poked her head out and said, How old are you already? Why are you making such an unreasonable fuss? Han Trin was stunned. You're cured. Before he could finish, Doyuni gestured quickly. I snuck here. If you shout now, everyone will know. Han Trin soudainement trembled. He rushed forward. Doyuni was startled. This reunion is a little too emotional, isn't it? We haven't seen each other in so long. Wouldn't it at least make sense to let me get a hug? But he brushed past her and threw himself into Han Thin's arms instead. Saw thee at Chunyin Pavilion. The 3 of them sat down together. Han Trin said seriously, for a moment, countless emotions are tangled together. I haven't seen either of you for many years. The frontier passes are bitterly cold. Han Thin cut him off. Spare us the long speech. Getting to the point, Han Trin replied excitedly. It was because this prince learned the truth that I requested to go alone to the northern frontier and uncovered quite a few things. I even found out who poisoned the crown prince. It's just that he still can't be cured. As for you, Uni, I absolutely won't go back. Uni asked blankly. The crown prince still hasn't told you? The one who poisoned him wasn't anyone else. It was your own mother, the Empress. Han Trin's voice dropped to a whisper. Because it was my mother, I feel even more guilty toward my own blood brother. Really now, Han Xiaosheng. Usually when you're hurt, you come limping around in front of me. But for something this huge, you didn't say a single word. She thought to herself that this was a secret that had never been mentioned in the game. Han Thin slowly rose to his feet, his voice cold. There are still matters in the capital that need handling. You two talk first. He turned and left. Han Trin spoke softly. Could it be that after so long apart, he and I still can't even reunite properly? Does Han Thin hate me? Iuni Lauget? You're the son of his enemy. The crown prince? No. Han Thin used to wish he could expose everything directly. The fact that he still treats you as a brother of the same bloodline already means he feels a little awkward, so that's why he avoids you like this. It's not because he dislikes you. Han Trin pondered for a long time, then asked softly, Then what should I do for him? He leaned closer and whispered. The crown prince once found several Taoist priests. One of them told him how to treat your condition. He said he had to call your name every single day, and Han Thin did exactly that. Meanwhile, Han Thin had gone to the study. Han Trin was still whispering. After you return to the capital, go take a look at the study in Prince Liang's residence, and you'll know. He definitely won't bring it up himself. Uni and Han Trin were both smiling. She said, You really are a good brother of mine. Han Trin looked troubled. This time I came back, mainly to escort Han Lin for her marriage alliance. Now she can finally see her elder brother. The crown prince can't go, and with his weak health, he shouldn't. In the end, won't it still be me who has to escort her? Uni shrugged and sighed. This is hard, but it might end up being a wasted trip. Han Trin answered, Can a political marriage really be changed now? The dowry and ceremonial gifts have already been placed on both sides of the main hall. If you ask me, Han Jun really isn't a decent person. Uni worriedly said, What if the crown prince turns the whole situation around? Han Trin's tone dropped. Then he wouldn't be acting like a subject anymore. If he's that defiant, refusing even to listen to Father Emperor, is he trying to rebel? In my opinion, Xiao Yu, you've been a fool for too long. In palace struggles like this, it still takes this third prince to teach you. Uni covered her ears, her smile fading. I'm not listening. The third prince is famous for lacking brains. Where do you get the confidence to teach anyone? Han Trin said seriously, Right now, the whole realm knows the princess is to be married off. Only one formal document is still missing. If the crown prince changes things at the last minute, at best he humiliates the emperor. At worst, he'll have openly stood against him. Since ancient times, forcing the palace has always come down to the final step before taking the throne. Iuni Philo. No, really? Had Han Thin truly prepared for this? If it really came to that, if father and son truly turn against each other, rather than standing here guessing, why don't you just ask Han Thin? With the people he has in his hands now, he can investigate anything. As long as there's even a sliver of hope, that's enough. Han Trin answered firmly, If the crown prince dares to do it, then I dare too. Uni lowered her voice. As long as we can save her successfully. Han Thin suddenly walked in and knocked Han Trin on the head. You're being too noisy. He glanced at Uni. Someone wants to see you. Han Thin and Uni walked together. Uneasy, Uni said, I have a bad feeling about this. You just called me Uni. So am I Achi after all? Or am I Chui Uni? Han Tin smiled. Only Han Lin still firmly believes that there's another person in this world called Achi. Uni was a little irritated. It's not like I have no experience pretending to be someone else. Besides, wasn't Han Lin very supportive? She thought, could it be Tang Mu? She suddenly thought to herself. In the game, Tang Mu always appeared when no one expected it, so the possibility was very high. Han Thin held her hand and asked, Are you hoping it's Tang Mu? Iu ni jumpet? I never said that. As the two of them kept walking, a voice suddenly called out, Uni. She jolted in fright and instinctively tried to run. Prime Minister Thoy sternly said, You've got some nerve. What are you doing here? Mrs. Thoy said anxiously. So Uni has been near our residence all along. It's good enough that you weren't in any danger. Hiding behind Han Thin, Uni replied softly, Father and mother weren't at home, so I came out to look for you. Right, Han Thin? He lowered his head slightly. It's my fault. I made your excellency and Madam worry. Mrs. Doi rushed forward and hugged her tightly. Has our Uni recovered? Iunis, I'm much better now, mother. I'm back. Prime Minister Doi stepped forward and said, you knew how to run all the way here by yourself, so you must be much better now. If the crown prince hadn't argued at the princess's place that day, we would still have been deceived. By the lakeside at Chinyan Pavilion, Prime Minister Doi said, things have been changing unpredictably these days. Shall you stay with His Highness for a few days, then come home with us? After hearing that, Yuni's expression fell. I don't want to just watch Her Highness the Princess be married off far away. Prime Minister Doi said sternly, when you grow up, you'll understand. Besides, a parent's command and a matchmaker's word. Don't be so stubborn. Uni replied softly, but Mrs. Doi spoke up. What is too rigid will break. What is too clever will surely be hurt. Uni has only just recovered. Don't make your mother heartbroken again. All right, I have no other wish. I only want Uni to be safe. She thought to herself, so they really don't want me getting involved at all. Han Thin set down his teacup, his voice calm and steady. Prime Minister Doi and Madam are not wrong. However, King Yajin has already succeeded. He claims to be a descendant of the Lan clan's royal line. There has never been any record of that. He deliberately concealed the fact that he had already come to Nam Yen. Prime Minister Doi was shocked. What? He came to Nam Yen? Han Thin continued. He also recognized Miss Doi. I think this should be investigated. Whether before he came to Nam Yen, he had already colluded with people at court, and even what exactly his purpose is this time. Han Tin looked at you and Hui. Miss Doi's visit to Xia Palace this time made every piece of information she learned extremely important. Prime Minister Doi, why not endure it and hear her out? Iu ni pani? No. She thought to herself, Han Xiaosheng, you're exaggerating my role way too much. Really, wasn't it? All she wanted was to take Han Lin and struggle a little against that death ending. For days remained before the marriage alliance ceremony. At the Doi residence, Tang Mu appeared, holding 2 candied hawthorns in his hand. I've come to visit Miss Doi. He thought to himself, I've been so busy with the case lately. I wonder if I'm this late. Will Miss Doi be angry? A maid poked her head out. Miss isn't here. Tang Mu was startled. Then where did Miss go? The maid answered, probably to Xia Palace. Tang Mu looked dejected. Then where are Prime Minister Doi and Madam? The maid hesitated. They're also at Xia Palace. After walking a while, Tang Mu saw an attendant and asked, the past few days His Highness kept assigning me tasks and said he had to go somewhere to recuperate. Where did he go? The attendant replied, His Highness also went to Xia Palace. Dan Mu wilted. The maid worriedly muttered, how pitiful. Lord Tang's been completely left behind. Tang Mu shouted, I've finished what I was doing. I should be allowed to go too, right? The guard panicked. My lord, wait. Right now you're the only one left in the capital. You absolutely can't leave. At the main gate of Xia Palace, all the officials bowed together and cried out, We welcome your majesty the emperor. Han Jun stood still in the shadows. Go contact King Yajin at once. It will be best if we can meet tonight. The guard lowered his head. Yes. Your Highness. Han Jun sat down, his face dark with thought. There was no time left. Ling Ling could not wait much longer. Elsewhere, Uni lay on the bed, rolling back and forth, her mind full of thoughts. Now, even the Emperor had arrived. If the Crown Prince wanted to stop this, then 2 days from now would be the best chance. Long Wen had said he would not agree to the marriage alliance, but he had still brought so many betrothal gifts and troops. That made no sense at all. Besides, why had he even come all this way? With his personality, even if a bird flew past, he'd pluck a few feathers off it. How could he possibly send gifts from 1,000 miles away? Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past the door, and Han Thin strode quickly inside. He pressed her down onto the bed and raised a hand to his lips, signaling, Shoo. There are several guards outside arranged by your father. Uni was startled. Why did you come here? If my father finds out, he'll make things hard for you again. Han Thin blushed and said, He won't make it here in time. They're all at the banquet in the main hall. I was just afraid someone wouldn't be able to sleep without eating. He looked back and, sure enough, found her tossing and turning on the bed. Iu ni baluset? I wasn't. Han Thin asked gently, Do you want me to take you to the banquet to eat a little? Iu ni hapili not that? Ido. Han Xiaosheng, you really helped me with everything, big or small. I'm honestly moved by you. The two sat down at a small table. Han Thin said softly, This is fine. Uni asked curiously, Aren't you going to show yourself? Han Thin replied, They probably think I bring bad luck. Without me there, they'd be even happier. Iuni lauget, you're not bad luck at all. You're so capable. I'd be the one benefiting just by clinging to you. Han Thin continued, if you can't bear to part, then don't say another word about disappearing again. The emperor sat upon the throne, his voice echoing through the hall. My beloved ministers, the day of the princess's marriage is near. She and King Yajin are a match made in heaven. Han Jun lowered his head sadly and said, Father Emperor, have you remembered wrongly? Han Trin thought to himself, Han Jun, you really are something. Han Jun's gaze was full of resolve. Father Emperor, I remember that previously you said that for the sake of relations between Nam Yin and the southern frontier, 7 cities would be ceded and intermarriage permitted. Father Emperor, don't you favor the princess the most for being innocent and lovable, and dislike the thought of your daughter being married far from home? Doesn't this seem like a better method? It may even secure peace for many years. Murmurs rose on all sides. The emperor looked at the crown prince and asked, there is so much in the negotiation documents. Crown prince, have you confused them? Lanwen said arrogantly. What is it? If it weren't all 7 cities, why would this king have brought so many treasures as betrothal gifts? Did you think I came all this way just to take one princess in bridal dress? I came here to help my young men seek brides together. You people of Han wrote the invitation in black and white. How can you play tricks now? Prime Minister Thoi flew into a rage. No more of this. I believe His Highness the Crown Prince's position is still secure, but there is one point. He suddenly pointed at Lan One and shouted, King Yajin may be a fake. Seize him at once. There's also someone in Nam Yin colluding with him. We absolutely must not let that person go. Han Jun sat silently in the corner. Whether King Yajin is fake or not, an investigation will reveal it. But if the letter is exposed as treasonous collusion, then this crown prince will be in danger. The emperor frowned, his voice stern. Prime Minister Thoi, how do you know this? Prime Minister Thoi respectfully cupped his hands. Your Majesty knows that my daughter was unlike ordinary people since childhood. After recovering from her illness, my daughter quickly came to see me and my wife, and just happened to sense something strange. And he couldn't help blurting out, wow, you exposed everything even faster than I would have. Handling involuta spoke. Oh, what do you mean? Lanwen fumbled in his sleeve. I do happen to have a letter here. He smirked. Did you think you could just invent a fake King Yajin? Then who signed this letter and summoned me to Nam Yin? He said, I'll show you. He pulled out a handful of white powder and quickly threw it into the soldiers' faces, making their eyes burn. Cries of alarm rang out, and the whole hall plunged into chaos. Han Thin was holding Uni tightly in his arms. She struggled lightly. Han Thin, everyone else is going to protect the Emperor. What are you doing here? I can't breathe. Han Thin gave a faint smile. They don't need me. I only need to make sure you stay safe. Uni froze for a moment, flustered. Your Highness, it's so dangerous. Are you deliberately attacking my weak spot? Han Thin looked at her, his eyes unwavering. It's all right. I've already handled everything now. This time, I'll protect you. Her heart skipped a beat, and she thought to herself, there's no system now, no conquest mission anymore, but I really do seem to like Han Thin. Uni said, I'm just about to reach the age for falling in love. If you come to me then, I'll definitely say yes. Han Tin Po said slightly, there's only a little over a month left. I'm afraid it'll be too late. Uni got annoyed. What do you mean too late? You blockhead, do I have to teach you this too? Go buy a bouquet of flowers, then come to the Thoi residence to see me. We'll count that as officially starting to date. Han Thin fell silent for a moment. I'm afraid I won't have time to prepare the betrothal gifts. He hesitated. I thought. She sighed. Thought what? Han Thin suddenly pulled her close and kissed her sweetly. Outside, the guards' voices rang out urgently. Send another team to search. Hiding in a corner, Lanwen curled his lips in a cold smile. Miss Thoi is quite formidable. You've put me in such a miserable state. I originally didn't want to flee alone this time. What a pity. A rider passed by and whistled a signal. Your Highness, take care. I'm riding ahead first. He laughed loudly. Smart enough. Fine, I'd better look after myself first. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a horse carriage passing by. Lan Wen Godin Sumuli. Coming early is nothing compared to coming at the right time. Smells nice. I wonder which little girl is inside. He lunged down, knocked out the attendant, yanked open the curtain, and said, "Little sister, lend me your carriage for a bit." The young woman inside did not answer. She simply drew her sword and charged at him. He swiftly dodged, then subdued her and pinned her to the ground. He laughed frivolously. "Not bad at all. Quite interesting." He pulled the sharp hairpin from her hair, his eyes suggestive. "Let go of me." Inside the solemn great hall, a soldier ran in and knelt respectfully. "Reporting to your majesty, we have captured a member of the frontier tribe." The emperor's expression turned grim. "Bring him here. I will interrogate him personally." Han Thin and Yuni stood to one side. She said softly, "That fast." She thought, "Looks like Lan One, fighting alone, really couldn't manage it. Doesn't that mean he failed?" To her surprise, two soldiers dragged Tang Mu in. Yuni was stunned. "Little Tang Mu," Han Thin said, "Lord Tang, why are you wearing frontier tribal clothes near this place?" "Tam mustraged. I've definitely been misunderstood, your majesty. A very formidable tribesman ambushed us. Take this off me." He recalled what Lunan had said. I was no match for him. He not only forced me to change clothes, many thanks, officer. This little sister will go on ahead. He also kidnapped my elder sister. Tang Mu looked at the emperor. "Your majesty, please help me save my sister." Gritting his teeth, he said, "If I ever see him again, I'll definitely kill him." You are not. Isn't Tang Mu and little Tang Mu the same person?" Han Thin said calmly, "I don't know either." 2 days later, in the capital, amid the crowded streets, she stopped in front of a tavern. A proprietress inside came out. "My little girl, what are you doing here? This is a place for men to seek pleasure." Lunan only smiled. "I'm just taking a look." At the palace, Han Lin stood by the window looking down. She thought, "It looks like they'll be setting out in the next 2 days. I truly don't want to stay here even 1 day longer." The door suddenly opened. Yuni's voice was gentle. "Your Highness, Princess." Han Lin turned around and could not help smiling. "What are you doing here?" "I came to say goodbye. We can still be considered friends, can't we? Look, I even risked charging into the palace because of you." Han Lin said sadly, "We don't count as friends. If we were truly friends, how could I have failed to notice? I can't recognize the current Shui Yuni at all. You're not my Xiaoyu." Yuni answered softly, "All right. As long as you're safe now, I'm already very." Han Lin cut her off. "Go quickly. Father Emperor was afraid I'd be upset, so he gave this whole palace to me. If you don't leave with the Prime Minister's people, I'll lock you up here." Han Lin, can't you at least say one word about not wanting to part with me?" Han Lin suddenly grabbed Yuni's hand and hugged her tightly. "My coach's Paul Henyun." Han Jun pushed the door open and walked in. "Lingling, I came to say a few words to Yuni." "Yuni, thank you." "What are you thanking me for? I only feel like I brought everyone trouble." Henyun smiled faintly. "That day, you gave me more courage. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to do so much." As expected of Lu Xianghe's student, our strategies actually turned out the same. Before she could answer, Han Jun stepped forward and raised his hand. "After I return to the palace, I want to," but Yuni dodged. Seeing Han Thin approaching from a distance, she called out loudly, "Your Highness." Then she quickly ran to Han Thin's side. Han Thin said, "There's something I don't quite understand, so I came especially to ask Miss Thoy for advice." "What is it? About flowers. Is there any particular kind of flower you especially like?" Han Tin, you idiot. Think for yourself. Who asked something like that so directly? The cry of the imperial procession returning to the capital echoed through the hills and woods. Sitting in her sedan chair, Yuni suddenly stuck her face out the window. Han Thin was riding on horseback, right beside the sedan. He lowered his head and gently patted her hair. Lanwen is still on the run. Sit back inside and be careful." She flushed slightly. Han Thin leaned closer and whispered, "Or perhaps you want." The image of him suddenly kissing her rose vividly in her mind, and shyly, she pulled her head back inside. She quickly lowered the curtain. Sitting inside the sedan chair, she pouted and thought, he really is unbelievable, bringing that up without any shame. I already tried so hard to forget about it. At that moment, the lady beside her said gently, "It seems that in just a few days away from Mother, quite a few interesting things have happened. HM?" Yuni hurriedly denied it. Mother, it's not like that. Mrs. Doi softly patted her hand and nodded gently. That's true. Still, although your coming-of-age ceremony is soon, the Dragon Boat Festival is only a few days away. Xiaoyu, have you thought about where you want to go have fun? Her eyes lit up. The Dragon Boat Festival? Will there be a night market on the streets, and fireworks, and pleasure boats too? Mrs. Doi laughed and nodded. Your father and I fell in love at first sight during the Mid-Autumn Festival, you know? So who does Xiaoyu plan to go out with? In her mind, Han Quan, Duong Mo, and then Han Trin flashed by. She blushed, then unconsciously pointed out the window. Maybe with that person out there. Mrs. Doi frowned slightly. Other than him, no one else will do? You need, don't you know? The heir has not truly been as gentle as he seems these past years. Are you two really suited to each other? Yuni fell silent. She thought, he really wasn't always that gentle. I've seen his violence and cruelty with my own eyes. Every time, the capital was stained red with blood. But now, Han Fin likes holding my hand, suddenly appears to protect me, and encourages me no matter who is standing in front of us. I can no longer connect him with the Regent Prince from the past. She steadied herself, her voice full of resolve. Mother, I don't want to listen to what other people say. Your daughter has eyes of her own, and I'll judge for myself. If you go take a look in Han Fin's study, you'll understand. She thought to herself, I have to find proof. Han Fin is no longer that old Regent Prince. First, I need to go see that study. In the capital, during mid-autumn, at Prince Liang's residence, the voice of an official rang out. An imperial decree has arrived. The heir of Yongin has come of age. On this auspicious occasion of the Dragon Boat Festival, by imperial command, he is hereby enfeoffed as Prince Liang. Then, congratulations, heir apparent. No, this minister should now address you as Your Highness, Prince Liang. A soldier hurried over. Your Highness. He leaned in and whispered something in Han Fin's ear. Han Fin said coolly, This prince has an urgent matter to attend to and cannot see you out, my lord. Han Fin left, leaving the official standing there in confusion, scratching his head. This new Prince Liang appears perfectly courteous and proper, so why does he somehow feel very impatient? Yuni stepped down from the sedan chair, looked around, and exclaimed softly, Perfect chance. Her steps were so quick that the maid following behind hurriedly called out, We've only been back in the capital a few days. How does eldest miss already know the back entrance so well? His Highness the heir is in the front courtyard receiving the decree. She turned back with a radiant smile. Of course I came prepared. If I run into Han Shao Thin, he definitely won't let me see his precious study. She tilted her head, glancing left and right. Wait, which room is the study exactly? A strange light suddenly surrounded her. Yuni gave a small start. I've seen this before. Isn't this the thing that brought me into the game world? As if it had a will of its own, the light led her to a room. The door opened by itself, and countless sheets of paper floated in the air. Han Fin suddenly appeared behind her. He gently covered her eyes with his hand, his low voice sounding beside her. Can you not look? Yuni's tears fell before she knew it. Han Fin felt them, and his heart tightened in pain. He thought, I made her cry again. Then he said, I always knew your illness was because of me. If you don't look, don't think about it, then we can pretend none of this ever happened. You never had the memories of these past years to begin with, did you? His hand tightened on her shoulder. The one who committed the terrible sins was me. The one who risked everything to change, it was also me. And now for me to say I like you. Isn't that disgusting? Han Fin still stood there, his hand lightly covering her eyes. For me to say I like you now, isn't that repulsive? She gently held his hand. You usually look so smart. So why are you so slow at the critical moment? Unable to hold back any longer, she turned and hugged him tightly. When I first woke up, I thought I would never see you again. I didn't even have the courage to go confirm it, and I cried already. Hontin Su Tar? There's no such thing as not being able to see you. As long as I need you, you'll appear. She buried her head in his chest. And another thing, what's so disgusting about it? You're so clever. While I wasn't here, you turned yourself into the kind of person I like, helped me recover, and brought me back to this world. She looked up at him and said softly, Without you as my support, I could never have been this brave. She smiled and stepped back a little. Tell me, who do you think brought me back here? Who do you think I came back to see? Then her stomach growled loudly. She said awkwardly, I'm so hungry I could cry. Han Fin's lips curved up. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival, and the day I was enfeoffed as Prince Liang. May I have the honor of inviting eldest miss to sample some delicacies and stroll through the night market? As he spoke, he extended a hand toward her. Permission granted? Then let's go. The two of them disappeared into the bustling crowd. As Uni walked, she ate a pastry. Chewing, she said, I'm telling you right now, this still doesn't count as a date today. Han Fin asked, why doesn't it count? She explained seriously, in a romance, first you hold hands, then date, then kiss, then affection increases, then the strategy succeeds. We skipped steps, so before there's a confession and before the relationship is confirmed, none of this counts. He chuckled. Even if we've kissed, that still doesn't count as a kiss. She suddenly grew shy. Then she grabbed him, lightly kissed his cheek, and quickly shoved him into the crowd, sticking out her tongue teasingly. That didn't count as a kiss. The crowd was so dense that his figure disappeared from sight. She shouted, Han Xiao Thin. Then she panicked a little. Oh no! She stood frozen when a familiar voice sounded. Xiao Yu. She turned around in surprise. Teacher? She happily walked over. I didn't have time to visit you these past few days. I didn't expect to run into you here. Sitting down beside the stall, Yuni asked quietly, Teacher, why are you setting up a stall here? With so many people, isn't it frightening? He replied, the people are like water, like streams beneath the ravine. They can also become a mighty flood. I write on others' behalf, and I watch to see where the people will flow. She said, troubled, your student has something worrying her right now, and I don't know what to do. She thought, don't tell me I really have to use my dating game experience to teach Han Xiao Thin. The teacher looked at her. To solve a problem, you must first see the whole picture. If you act proactively according to your own strengths, the timing may already be lost. If you're passive, then be patient and wait for the best opportunity. Succeed in one move. I will help you as well. Hearing this, she fell into thought. In a one-on-one romance, is it okay to add a third person? Anyway, I have to push Han Xiao Thin to be a little more proactive. At the very least, he can't do worse than the people on those strategy papers. She startled and stammered, Han Thin. Then she quickly threw herself into his arms. There are too many people here. Let's take another route. He turned and greeted the teacher. Many thanks for your help, Grand Tutor. We'll take our leave first. The teacher nodded. Go on. It will be less crowded to the west. Holding her hand, he led her across a small bridge. Stopping in the middle of the bridge, she let out a breath. There are way too many people. Suddenly, brilliant fireworks bloomed across the sky. She stared blankly. So beautiful, isn't it? Han Trin tilted his head back and drank the last drops from his flask. He said, it's not that I have nowhere to go. Han Tan isn't here. I don't want to see the Empress Dowager, and if I go to my brothers, they avoid me. Sitting across from him, Duong Mo said irritably, damn it, if you'd stopped Prince Liang earlier, you'd be watching fireworks with eldest miss right now. Han Trin slumped onto the table. Why can't I? Duong and Mo stood up indifferently. Because you can't. Go wherever you want, but hurry up and leave. Seeing the guest out, in the Imperial Garden, Han Quan walked along the corridor. The glow of the fireworks reflected across his face as several maids nearby whispered among themselves. He stopped and asked, during the evening banquet, Mother Consort and Father Emperor left early. What happened afterward? One maid lowered her head and answered, His Majesty left not long ago. Noble consort quarreled with His Majesty. Please comfort her, Your Highness. Angquan nudaligli. I understand. He walked to the door. Inside, the noble consort was sitting collapsed on the floor. Han Quan approached and called softly Mother Consort. The noble consort snapped angrily. If it weren't for you, would I have been struck? Why didn't you listen to your father? Han Quan helped her to her feet. Mother Consort, what use is listening? Han Lin was almost sent away. Since childhood, Han Lin has always listened to you, and so did the second prince. Mother Consort, do you still remember the second prince? The noble consort froze. You still remember? Hadn't you forgotten long ago? Angquan Smilat, of course I remember. Mother Consort, he and I were twin brothers. When he was poisoned to death, he didn't even have a name. Even in death, he could only be called the second prince. The noble consort trembled. I had no other choice. In the palace, only Empress Chun understood medicine and poison. Her son was the same age as you two. I did it for your sake, for the throne. The healthy second prince died. Everyone misunderstood and thought it was Empress Chen's doing, and that was the only reason we were able to live well until today. Just look, one day, you'll be emperor. Han Quan seized his mother's wrist. You set yourself. One day I'll be emperor. Think carefully then. Are you relying on Father Emperor or on me? As long as he lives, my claim to the throne can disappear at any moment. You paid such a high price, even causing the death of your own healthy son, just to push sickly me into place. After coming this far, can you still turn back now? Her face darkened. No, ang kuang gaba a kol sumila. I knew Mother Consort would always stand on my side. He turned and walked away, thinking grimly, without imperial power, no one can protect anyone. The noble consort called after him. Where are you going now? Han Quan replied at once, to Father Emperor. While the weather is good, I'll ask for an imperial decree. At the same time, Uni and Han Thin stood side by side. She said, I don't want to go back. He lightly wrapped his arms around her from behind and whispered, I don't want to go back either. Uni asked mischievously, so now you know going out is fun? She thought of what he had said earlier. Don't go out too often. It's dangerous. He smiled. Things are different now. Now I understand why my father was willing to leave the capital, live with my mother, and give up the throne. She stared blankly. Give up the throne? Han Thin lowered his head and gently kissed the back of her hand. My mother was only a dancer from the northern border nomads. My father gave up the throne for her and agreed never to return to the capital for the rest of his life. And ironically, it was precisely because he gave up the throne that they were murdered. But before they died, they were together. Iuni silenti zeplet. So that's how it is. No wonder Han Shao Thin kept running into trouble after returning to the capital. Someone was still uneasy. She said firmly, don't worry, Han Shao Thin. I'll always protect you. You'll definitely live a long and happy life. Han Tin Smi Lit. Uni got annoyed. You're not allowed to laugh. I'm serious. Han Thin held her hand even tighter. Of course I believe eldest Mississippi. I do have to live a long life after all. And as for protecting you, suddenly Han Thin remembered something. Right? I've already prepared the flower pin for your coming-of-age ceremony. Uni grew embarrassed. Don't say any more. Do you even understand what a surprise is? Han Tin lukit unconsidered. But there's no one close beside you. If there are other surprises in the future, may I ask you what you prefer? Junie snubbed. No. Think of it yourself. Then she balled up her little fist and lightly punched his chest. Han Thin looked at her and smiled. A Taoist priest quietly entered the Doi residence, carrying a mysterious box. He placed it in a maid's hands and instructed her, as usual, burn agarwood to release the fragrance, fill the sachet with talismans, and make sure the bamboo tube contains clean water. The maid lowered her head and replied, Thank you for your hard work, Taoist master. The priest nodded. It is my duty. By the way, which young lady here is coming of age? The maid smiled. Miss Thoy of the Prime Minister's residence. Surely you've heard of her. The priest murmured thoughtfully, so that's how it is. The time is almost here. The maid left. The Taoist priest said meaningfully, it's time to wake up. He knocked hard on the table. Suddenly, a system interface appeared. Meanwhile, Uni ignored her maid's urging. Miss, the coming-of-age ceremony is about to begin. Where are you running off to? She grinned mischievously. Since the weather's still cool, I'm trying on my new shoes. Once the ceremony is over, I'm still going to sneak out and have fun. The maid hurried after her. Me, miss, you're going out by yourself again. Uni beamed. Of course not. There be two of us. In a lively ceremonial hall, under Mrs. Thoy's delighted gaze. The time had come, and the ceremony officially began. The doors opened, and the maid urged, Eldest miss, it's time. Please go. Uneasy, she murmured, what's going on? Suddenly, the image of a modern system appeared before her eyes. Dormant status has been lifted. Relink completed. She thought in alarm. Didn't the system disappear before? Could my coming-of-age ceremony be the condition to reactivate it? Isn't this the ancient romance game, Guarding the Sovereign? It has 5 key male leads, 20 major routes, over 7 million characters of text, and more than 800 branching choices. She thought, that's the game's opening narration. Her legs began moving on their own, and she was suddenly bewildered. Why can't I control my own body? Mrs. Doi stepped forward and held her hand. Uni has grown up. It's time for you to find your own happiness. Uni's cold hand trembled, making Mrs. Doi worry. Uni, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Why are your hands so cold? She looked up, tears streaming down her face. I think Mother is right. She thought, is there really no way to escape the system? If I follow the system strategy, then doesn't that mean if I complete my love line with Han Shao Thin, I'll have to leave this world? Suddenly her hand twitched. She thought, my body can finally move again. Han Thin rose from the table and said to Han Quan and Duong Mo, the ceremony should be over. I'm going to see eldest miss first. A group of soldiers appeared, knelt before him, and said respectfully, Your Highness Prince Liang, could you let us pass first? This subject has business to attend to. Han replied. Please. The soldiers entered. Seated in the center, she turned her head to look back. Yuni said uneasily, Han. Ah, Your Highness Prince Liang. I have something I wish to discuss with Your Highness. The leading attendant interrupted. Once this subject finishes proclaiming the decree, you may make your arrangements. He opened the imperial edict. Eldest daughter of the Doi family, Doi Xiaoyu, receive the decree. Virtuous, gentle, blessed, and deeply affectionate. Today, by special grace, you are bestowed in marriage to the crown prince, Han Quan. Receive the decree. Yuni froze upon hearing it. Outside the door, Han Thin's expression turned furious, his hand clenching tightly around the doorframe. The system announced that Han Thin's darkening value had surged from 37 to 79. After reading it, the attendant rolled up the decree and handed it to Yuni. Her hand trembled as she reached out to accept it. Yuni clenched the decree tightly in her hand. Around her, the maids clapped excitedly and congratulations rang out. This truly is wonderful news. Congratulations to Miss Doi and His Highness the Crown Prince. You've known each other since childhood sweethearts. We all watched the two of you grow up together. Mrs. Doi stepped forward, her voice gentle. Yuni looked up. Did father and mother know from the beginning? Mrs. Doi hesitated. Prime Minister Doi quietly continued. His Highness the Crown Prince mentioned it on the road back to the capital, but we didn't know it would truly come to this. She stepped back. Prime Minister Doi moved closer. Listen to me, Xiaoyu. We only hope that you will be safe and happy. Since childhood, His Highness the Crown Prince has cared for you, and more importantly, he can protect you for life. Your marriage may not be the best possible outcome, but it is not a bad thing. Yuni lowered her head, her heart heavy. She thought, this is the greatest mistake of all. Isn't this supposed to be a romance game? This is assigning a marriage partner. What am I supposed to do next? She took a deep breath. I want to break off the engagement. Prime Minister Doi froze. His hand trembled, and he threw the teacup in his hand to the floor, where it shattered. He shouted, nonsense. Mrs. Doi stood beside him in silence, not daring to speak. Yuni said seriously, what if I insist on breaking it off? Prime Minister Doi said through gritted teeth, if you insist on being this obstinate, then even I won't be able to save you. A voice sounded from outside. Then I'll save her. Everyone turned to look. Han Thin walked in and said, Eldest Miss does not agree. This prince has a way. On the system panel, the values displayed were favorability 92, darkening 79, and palace struggle 95. Prime Minister Doi frowned darkly. Your Highness Prince Liang, this is my family's private matter. But Mrs. Doi immediately cut in. Isn't it a wonderful thing for friends to help one another? Your Highness Prince Liang also came to pick up Yuni. You childhood sweethearts should go out and have fun first. She gently stroked Yuni's cheek and smiled. Matters of marriage need not be rushed. Xiaoyu is still young. Being suddenly frightened like this must have scared her, right? I don't want to marry Xiaoyu off either. You're dressed so beautifully today. Why not go out for a stroll? Yuni replied softly, all right. The system displayed, darkening frequency value temporarily unable to be recorded. Han Thin said, please rest assured, Mrs. Doi. We'll be leaving first. Mrs. Doi stood there smiling and waved, and he helped her onto the horse. As the two rode away, she asked on the road, Han Thin, where Duong Mo and Han Trin? He didn't answer, only urged the horse faster. She shouted, Han Thin. He slowed the horse, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, they've got long arms and long legs. They won't get lost. Or is it that you don't want to be alone with me? Because right now, I don't want to hear that. Earlier, I said I wanted to give you flowers. It was obvious I was just a little bit away. She grew flustered and thought, fine, if you won't say it, then don't. She glanced at the blackening value on his face. When they reached the city gate, he took her hand and led her inside. She put on a sulky, displeased expression. He let out a sigh and had no choice but to keep holding her hand as they walked. While walking, she thought, you're the only one upset, the only one angry. I still want to ask you, when you're clearly the one I'm supposed to win over. So why has the person I'm supposed to marry suddenly become the crown prince? Could it be that you're really that kind of person? The kind who gets a sense of accomplishment from stealing someone else's fiancé? Lost in thought, she slammed right into his back. He turned around and said gently, We're here. The two of them stood before a gate. She pushed him aside in one decisive motion, then swung her fist straight at the gate. Before them stood a gigantic wishing tree. She froze for a moment, then said, "Can I say something? Everyone else gives a bouquet, and you're the only one who gives an entire flowering tree." Han Thin said softly, "This is a wishing tree. It blooms in June. If you make a wish standing beneath it, I'll help you make it come true. I originally wanted to settle our lifelong future here together, but it seems that won't be necessary now. The Crown Prince likes you very much. In the future, you'll become the Crown Princess. As long as you live happily, I'll be satisfied." Doyini looked at him and thought, "Do you even believe your own words?" She glanced at the system panel. His values were surging, almost reaching the limit. Warning signs flashed nonstop. She was startled. "Satisfied? Looking at your blackening level, I don't believe that at all. No way." Han Xiao Thin, calm down. "Look, I already said I want to break off the engagement. Tell me, who do you think I'm breaking it off for?" Han Thin immediately replied, "That was your freedom to begin with. I only took it back for you." She pointed at the wishing tree. "Look, I already said this. On my coming-of-age day, if you gave me flowers, I would agree to you." Han Thin's eyes were full of unspoken feelings. "I'm not a child anymore. You don't have to coax me. Everything I've done for you, I did willingly." Suddenly, Doyini grabbed him and pressed a kiss to his lips. The kiss was gentle, yet fierce. She could feel his blackening level drop back into a controllable range. She grew excited. What was this? Han Xiao Thin's index was dishonest. It felt incredibly satisfying. A moment later, the two of them sat beneath the tree. Han Thin silently watched her, and Doyuni said softly, "Han Thin, do you still remember our agreement? In the years when I wasn't here, did you find the people who murdered your parents? Can you tell me honestly?" She thought to herself that, from what she had seen before, Han Xiao Thin's life had seemed fairly decent. She had felt it might be better not to ask, but now she had no choice. His blackening level was so high. Something serious must have happened. Han Thin's voice was low and firm. "I found them. I already made them pay. Embezzling military rations, falsifying military reports. 17 people in total were involved. All of them were tricked into interrogation." "Uni semet uni si." "Just that? Then what about my father? He had a hand in it too back then, didn't he?" He replied. The Prime Minister couldn't shift the blame onto his subordinates, but when he discovered the problem, he feared the northern border defense line would be completely breached. So he concentrated the vulnerabilities in the northern village where your family was and marched urgently to the fortress. "It was my mistake. It had nothing to do with your family." After hearing that, Doyuni smiled faintly. "That's all in the past. I can understand." But deep down, she still had many doubts. His blackening level didn't match the perfunctory explanation he had just given. She thought it over. Was there some detail she had overlooked? It felt like something was missing. 1 year earlier, in drizzling rain, Tang Mu came running over, his arms full of letters. He set them down and said, "These are letters from the third prince." Han Thin said coldly, "So many? How many more did you uncover this time?" Tan Mu frowned. "3. The rest are all letters of association. Do you remember me, and the like. Add these 3, and that makes evidence against 17 people in total so far." Han Thin lifted his teacup. "No need to read them. They're all the Crown Prince's men. Send them to be interrogated. Next should be the one behind the scenes, and that emperor praying for longevity too." Han Thin poured himself tea. The emperor's health is getting worse and worse. Now he can't even suppress the Crown Prince's faction anymore. Tang Mu asked in confusion, "What do you mean? You're not going to keep going? You killed so many people with your own hands, and now you want to be a good man." Han Thin replied coldly, "I studied with the young lady. Among those executed, many had relatives and fellow disciples. By now, they're all people without backing. I think if there's a gentler way, then, when the young lady wakes up, she won't be unable to accept it. If the emperor doesn't have long to live anyway, then whether he dies earlier or later makes no difference. After all, do you want to seize his throne just to die exhausted in the palace?" Tang Mu slammed the table, tea spilling across it along with his angry voice. "Han Thin, can you wake up a little? It's already been 4 years. You're the only one who still can't accept the young lady's comatose state. She's already much better now, and yet you still fantasize about her waking up? That's truly insane. You even want to give up revenge." Han Thin said calmly, "Even if you curse me like that, I won't be angry with you. But once I've made up my mind, don't waste your effort trying to persuade me." Tang Mu stood up abruptly and left. Before going, he turned back. You may not care, but I do. I'll avenge Uncle Su the same way he died. And you'd better not stop me. Han Fin's eyes grew heavy. Looking at Tang Mu's departing back, he muttered, as the saying goes, brothers divided at heart. If Su Ku were still alive, he'd probably beat the two of us senseless. Han Trin and Tang Mu rode up on horseback. The two hurried up the stairs and stopped. Han Trin asked aloud, what is Han Fin doing? Who celebrates a little girl's birthday by bringing her to a Taoist temple? Tang Mu answered briefly, don't feel like talking. Han Trin paced back and forth anxiously. And now there's an imperial marriage decree too. Once the arrow is on the string, it has to be fired. Why didn't you people stop it earlier? Tang Mu stopped and replied coldly, you've been asking non-stop since Xia Palace. If I'd known in advance, do you think I wouldn't have wanted to? Han Trin was stunned. Oh, Though Yuni spoke up. Han Xiao Thin, tell me honestly, do you have a way to stop the marriage decree? Or some other move? Han Tin hesitated. I don't. Tang Mu cut in. He really doesn't, but he could directly kill Han Jun. Tai Uni Bozai Then. Tang Xiao Mu. Han Trin Trin, how did I not know you people were this formidable now? Han Thin gave a faint smile. First we'd have to persuade Prime Minister Thoy and his wife to agree. Tang Mu interrupted. Miss, you're the only one here who doesn't know. Ta Yu and Hoi looked silently at Han Tin. Had she really understood what kind of person he was? If he wanted to, next year the state of Chiu could be renamed Liang. Han Trin muttered, don't drag me into this. I could just pretend I don't know anything. Han Fin looked at Yuni, his voice gentler. Let's take Yuni home first. We need to hurry back to the city. The sun is about to set. She nodded softly in response, then suddenly grabbed his hand. Han Fin, I'll wait for you to tell me yourself what happened. You have to trust me. I'll always stand on your side. As for breaking off the engagement, we'll think of a way together, all right? Han Tin nodded lightly. All right. She rubbed his head and thought, stroking his hair a little shouldn't count as a mistake, right? In the imperial palace, inside the Empress's hall, the noble consort said, it's been a long time. I've come to pay my respects to your majesty the Empress. The Empress replied coolly, in a whole year, you haven't served me tea even twice. If you have something to say, say it. I know someone in the Emperor's quarters has been giving him things he shouldn't be taking. I'm here to help you, and help myself as well. The Empress was startled. She thought, that medicine is not easy to detect. Even the imperial physicians haven't found it. There's no need to fear her. What do you want? The noble consort got straight to the point. His son is just like him. Once he grows up, he won't obey either. The crown prince has already asked for Miss Thoy's hand, but the side consort position is still vacant. If there's a suitable young lady in the Chun family of the Empress, why not give it a try? Once she bears a child in the future, both you and I will naturally be able to keep things under control. The Empress asked in surprise, you mean that? The noble consort replied, of course. The Empress pondered. There is one unmarried girl. Her name is Chinshiro. She can marry the crown prince as his side consort. Later, Miss Thoy will simply have to accept her. She said, and the reason? Because she looks very much like Wan Yang in her youth. Prime Minister Thoy's wife, that is. I'll have word sent to the crown prince at once. Meanwhile, in the study, Han Jun was focused on his calligraphy. Without looking up, he said coldly, I've been very busy lately. If it's nothing important, don't disturb me. The guard reported, Your Highness, noble consort has ordered this servant to inform you that the crown prince's marriage is a matter of state. You were unwilling to marry before, but now no matter what, you should at least take a side consort. Otherwise, it will be too lonely and empty. If Mother Consort wants to involve herself in this, then let her. As long as I can marry the young lady, I don't care about anything else. The guard bowed repeatedly. Yes, yes. The whole palace is waiting for your highness's happy occasion. This servant won't disturb you further. Han Jun paused with his brush and thought, it's almost done. As long as Thoy Uni marries me, the missing piece in my heart will finally be filled. A scene from 15 years earlier surfaced. Han Jun and his twin brother, still very small, sat beside bowls of sweet glutinous rice dumplings. Mine has more osmanthus. How about we switch? That night, his twin brother had a stomachache, his cries of pain ringing out. Brother, it hurts so much. Outside, the noble consort shouted, "How could this happen? Weren't you told only one child would be poisoned?" The guard lowered his head and reported, "Please do not worry, your ladyship. They were twin embryos. If one falls ill, the other may also feel it." The noble consort said coolly, "So that means the one who survives will slowly recover on his own. Good fortune protects each according to fate. My imperial son will be fine." Han Jun, who woke up then, thought, "From that day onward, I began to feel as though half of me had been missing, leaving behind an empty hollow in my heart that could never be filled." 9 years earlier, Liu Xianghe carried the tiny Doi Yuni over and sat her next to Han Jun. "Since you're just beginning your lessons, study with the crown prince." "Pauni ansua sopti anzai," Han Jun said coolly. "Then we'll do as the grand tutor says." He glanced at Yu Ni beside him. Han Jun thought, the grand tutor is so strict. I want to see what Miss Thoi could possibly do to earn his favor. Han Jun stared blankly and even dropped his brush onto the desk. Liu Xianghe lifted little Doi Yuni and spun her around. He felt uncomfortable, and the brush in his hand came down heavily on the desk. But Doi Yuni spoke quickly. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, the Grand Tutor said you can teach me how to write the characters. It seems little you wrote them wrong." Hen Yun smiled. "I'll write it for you once. You must remember it clearly." While Han Jun was writing, his handwriting went crooked. He turned to look and saw that Doi Yuni had already nodded off, her brows slightly furrowed. Grand Tutor Liu Xianghe, who was reading aloud nearby, looked up and asked, "What is it?" Hen Yun blushed. "I want to change seats." But he knew that, from then on, the emptiness in his heart had gradually begun to fill. Inside her private room, Doi Yuni worriedly thought, if Han Xiaothin really intends to force the crown prince to break off the engagement by going on a killing spree in the imperial city, would that really be the ending we want? Han Xiaothin turns his back on the whole world for your sake, and deep down you're secretly pleased, aren't you? The angel in her heart spoke up. "Didn't you say you would face hardship together? If you back out halfway, this game will be ruined. Most importantly, the kind Han Xiaothin will be ruined too." Suddenly, Lan Wen appeared and said meaningfully, "Has Miss Lo been infected by some poisonous miasma? From morning to night, all you think about is breaking off engagements. You already broke off someone else's, and now you want to break off your own too." Startled, Doi Yuni cried out, Why are you here?" Before she could finish speaking, Lan Wen stuffed a peach in her mouth. "Stop shouting. I was kind enough to bring you a peach." As Doi Yuni chewed, she mumbled, "It's pretty sweet." Lan Wen quickly said, "Keep it down. There are people everywhere trying to catch me. The peach is pretty good, so I won't report you." Lan Wen Lauget, "Since I'm already here, how about a cup of tea before I leave?" Doi Yuni shot him a look. "I don't have tea here." Lan Wen continued, "Plain water is fine. I came to tell you this, Miss Thoi. The biggest difference between you and those princesses forced into political marriages is this. If you don't want to face it, then run. I prefer taking the initiative." Lan Wen curled his lips. "Think about it. Running away is also a kind of initiative. Your family is loyal to the emperor. If you leave, then whether it's the emperor or the crown prince, they'll have to come console a loyal subject. I'll stay in the capital for a few days. Before the wedding, I'll definitely take you away to southern Jiang. We often see runaway brides there. I'll build you a tall bamboo house, and you can let in whoever you like." "Well," Doi Yuni tried to pull free. "Then what is it you actually want?" Lan Wen's I'm short one person I can talk things over with, and one window I can climb through at night." Doi Yuni angrily struggled harder, cursing inwardly. "Lan Wen, you bastard, are you trying to take advantage of me?" Suddenly, a knife flew in without warning and stabbed into the table right in front of Lan Wen, startling him. Han Thin appeared, furious. "Get out." Lan Wen's tone turned arrogant and provocative. "So fierce. How disgusting." Doi Yuni suddenly ran over excitedly. "Han Shi-yatin." She threw herself into his arms. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Did he do anything to you?" She shook her head lightly. "No, not really. Lan Wen Juka, just blocking Prince Liang for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, already left you in such a mess. Even if I wanted to do something, I couldn't. And one more thing, don't shout so loudly, or you'll bring other people here." Han Thin said darkly, "You're asking to die." Lan Wen provoked him further. "Now isn't the time for dying. Prince Liang is too narrow-minded. Little you, be careful not to entrust yourself to the wrong person." He slammed the door and vanished. Han Thin rushed over and pulled the door open to look outside. She watched his back. Tin. She thought to herself, Did Lanwen mean, just now, that Han Fin had been nearby this whole time? And Sin Luktea. It's all right now. He won't be able to show up again for a while. Doyini looked straight at him. Han Fin, have you been watching me? He hesitated. No, she asked. Then how did you come so fast? Weren't you waiting somewhere nearby the whole time? Han Tin looked embarrassed. No. Doyuni's heart trembled. Han Xiao Fin, have you noticed that every time you get nervous, you panic and become incredibly easy to read? He sighed. I wasn't trying to force you, and I wasn't trying to trap you. I was just worried. She rubbed her face against his chest. And thank you for coming to save me tonight. Lanwen really is a shameless little hooligan. Come here with me. Stay until I fall asleep before you go, all right? He stroked her head. All right, she happily thought. He's so easy to coax. Just a little petting, and he's satisfied. Han Xiao Thin, weren't you just acting spoiled with me? He lifted her and gently set her down on the bed. If not for those dreams, for seeing you taken away by someone else, for seeing it happen to you again and again, then I wouldn't turn into a wild beast every night, prowling around your side. The next morning at the breakfast table, Han Trin cursed loudly. I knew from the first punch that guy wasn't normal. Han Fin, you've gone too far. Doyini said sternly, shut up. Say one more word, and I'll throw you out. Han Trin exploded. Is your brain broken too? How could you let this random man stay in your room? She answered directly, we're innocent, all right? Besides, he's already my boyfriend. Han Trin gaped. Boyfriend? What does that mean? Doyini blanked for a second. People from this era probably wouldn't understand. She said softly, it means, my young lord, my sweetheart. Han Tin blissed in embarrassment. Han Tin looked disgusted. I really can't stand you two. I rushed over first thing this morning because I heard another piece of news. Chun Shuron will also marry the crown prince as a side consort. The two of you have no sense of propriety in front of me. It's revolting. Han Trin continued. I hurried here this morning because I heard new information. Chun Shuron will marry the crown prince as a side consort. Sitting beside them, Yuni tilted her head and asked, who is Chun Shuron? She thought briefly. That name sounds familiar, but she seems never to have officially appeared in the game. Han Trin answered, it's normal that you don't know her. She comes from a scholarly family and has always lived quietly at home, rarely going out. His gaze drifted afar as he began to recount. 6 years ago, at the Chun residence, a petite little girl named Chun Shuron walked in carrying a chin in her arms. Everyone looked at her curiously, whispering among themselves. I heard her family came to seek refuge with Master Chen. Their branch is so poor that even firing a cannon for 7 days wouldn't reach them, and yet they dared come all the way to the capital. The madam in the main hall looked at him then and said, she's about your age. Though the relation is distant, she's still your cousin. Han Trin, cheerful at the time, replied, I understand. As long as she's still in the capital, I'll definitely take good care of her. Recalling that first meeting with Shuron, he remembered how strangely tiny she had seemed. Gallantly, he picked up her chin for her. Come on, he said. That group never says anything worth hearing. Don't mind them. Shu Dung answered gently. A gentleman cannot always rid himself of petty people. Petty people are like grass. Cut them down, and they grow back again. Han Trin Ligit. I don't know much about gentlemen, but I do know when people are worthless. Next time they bully you, just say my name. His footsteps were light, but his tone suddenly turned serious. But there is something I'm very curious about. Do you always walk so properly every single day? If you can't catch up to me, I'm taking your zither. With that, he quickened his pace and strode ahead. Shu Dung hurried after him. Wait, she called out, only to accidentally step on the hem of her skirt and fall flat to the ground. Mortified, she shrank into the nearby bushes. Han Trin turned back, and when he didn't see her, he shouted, Chen Shu Dung, where did you go? Don't you want your zither anymore? Back in the present, Han Trin's expression darkened. So that means she's my distant cousin. I don't know how they managed to make her agree to this marriage. If something is about to happen to the crown prince, then I have to make preparations for Xiao Dung too. His voice grew heavy, especially you, Prince Liang. Chen Shu Dung has never been involved in any factional struggle. For my sake, show her mercy. Yuni sat between Han Thin and Han Trin, thinking to herself, now all the pressure is on Han Xiao Thin. She spoke up. That's right, Han Xiao Thin. Are you really not going to reveal even a little about your trump card? Han Thin, who was wiping blood off his blade, looked up and replied, can I choose not to say? Of course you can, but I really do want to help. As long as you stay here and wait for me, I can do anything. After saying that, Han Thin stood up to leave. I'm returning to the prince's residence to handle some matters first. Before Uni could even react, his figure was already disappearing into the distance. Han Trin immediately jumped up and ran after him. I'm coming with you. As he turned back, he didn't forget to flash Uni a teasing grin. Little Uni, just stay here obediently. Your brother Qing is very capable, you know. Watching the two figures recede, Uni could not help thinking, Han Xiao Thin, you really are an idiot. Why are you always so stubborn with your words? When Han Trin caught up with Han Thin, he couldn't resist mocking him again. And yet Doi Gu ended up falling for you. Honestly, the way you are now is really annoying. Han Thin only frowned slightly and turned his head. Then let me make it clear to you. The Emperor was never worthy of my father. The court officials fawned over their master and cut off my father's grain supplies. The powerful ministers sided with the crown prince. My own mother is the one who poisoned me. The Tang family case is still unresolved. They cannot stand seeing me live well. I want to slaughter them all. Tell me, how many of them should I spare? Han Trin froze for a moment and could only say, isn't there still some room left? Han Thin continued, if I handle this slowly, I might as well return to the northern frontier first. Once I gather the Long Ninth Division, break through the city, march into Shangjing, and kill everyone standing in my way, I might even make it back in time for the wedding. If I move against the throne, danger is unavoidable. Other than you, I don't care about anyone else. That's the truth. When the time comes, whichever side you choose, I will show no mercy. Once rebellion begins, there is no turning back. Han Trin stood silent for a while, then said softly, my mother wasn't the cruelest person in the beginning either. These years, helping you is my way of repaying what she owed. As for what comes later, life or death, I won't speak of it. He placed a hand on Han Thin's shoulder. Wait. Han Thin turned back with a frown. What is it now? Han Trin narrowed his eyes and smiled. You climbed in over the wall, but now you're going to leave openly through the front gate. Han Thin gave a cold snort. I'm going this way. He immediately leapt onto the roof and vanished in an instant. Han Trin stood below and squinted after him. Look at you. What would you do without me? At the Thoi residence, the evening glow stretched across the courtyard. Lu Xianghe stood upright and said in a gentle voice, I am Lu Xianghe. Please inform eldest Miss Thoi that the gift I had not yet given her is still with me. And also, her assignment from the past 4 months. Why hasn't she submitted even a single character? The maid, flustered, nodded hurriedly. Yes. Holding 2 gift boxes in his arms, Lu Xianghe smiled and repeated, I am Lu Xianghe. Tell eldest Miss Thoi that the gift I still haven't delivered is with me, and also her assignment from the past 4 months. Why had she not submitted a single character before? Not even one. Yuni's eyes widened. What? The 4-dimensional tracking system prompted. Homework mission loading. Uni slumped onto the table, pouting. I didn't even know there was homework to do, the system replied. From the day of notification, she would have needed to write an average of 7.4 characters per day to complete it. Just then a maid came running in, panting. Miss, the Grand Tutor and Master have finished speaking. They'll be here in no more than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Uni picked up the brush and muttered, Teacher, I accidentally let the previous assignments get moldy. I'll write them all over again. Lu Xianghe stood straight in the doorway, his voice calm. There's no need to rush that. Miss Thoi, come in. Everyone else, leave. Lowering her head, Uni thought, why do I feel like teacher didn't come here just to check homework? Then wasn't all my frantic makeup writing for nothing? Lu Xianghe sat down, his gaze deep and still. Yesterday was your coming-of-age ceremony. It was not convenient for me to be there. I didn't expect His Highness the Crown Prince to choose that exact moment. Uni raised her head, eyes full of surprise. So teacher clearly knew what the Crown Prince was going to do. Why didn't you tell me directly? Lu Xianghe slowly handed her a stack of writings. Because before yesterday's incident happened, even if I had guessed it, I had no proof. His Highness the Crown Prince most likely also knew I would have to avoid the scene, which is why he chose yesterday. Keep this safely. You are my student. I will not allow anyone to use power and status to force you, not even the Crown Prince. Uni accepted it, her tone turning solemn. So Grand Tutor Lu wants to stir up muddy waters. Then what exactly does Your Excellency want? She frowned slightly, thinking, who insists on waiting until something goes wrong before fixing it? It's as if he knew the imperial marriage decree had to happen. Lu Xianghe replied at once, believe it or not, I have never wanted to hurt you. In the southern frontier, there is a place where it is spring all year round, under the control of King Yajin. I have bought an estate for you there. This banknote can be exchanged for silver at the local money house there. The people who will help receive you should arrive tonight. Yuni was startled. What? Don't tell me it's Lanwen. Lu Xianghe answered calmly. I have left my own escape route to you. Doesn't that count as sincerity enough? Yuni thought to herself, so teacher and Lanwen are accomplices? Lanwen said he had matters to handle in Shanjing. What kind of deal did teacher make with him? Lanwen is very unreliable. Don't let him trick you. Lu Xianghe looked at her quietly. Little you, do you know that my learning runs very deep? Yuni replied immediately. I do. Teacher was a top scholar from a humble background. Lu Xianghe nodded. You could say humble, I suppose. I came down from the mountains. Yuni was curious. From the mountains? Lu Xianghe explained, Mount Liantian. In the age when warlords contended for power, it took strategy and the art of governance as its supreme learning. When you were still young, I left Shanjing. Under the identity of an envoy, I went to the northern frontier for negotiations, and afterward turned to the southern frontier to investigate the situation, while also helping Lanwen become the current King Yajin. Yuni was stunned. I finally understand. You did all these things so that no single country could become the strongest. She rose to her feet as she spoke. That way Mount Liantian and teacher can continue displaying your accomplishments. This time you're forcing Han Thin into rebellion in order to balance the strength of every side. Seated where he was, Lu Xianghe murmured, That's right. Eldest Miss lives at the center of this world and sees all its splendor and prosperity. But elsewhere, war is an everyday thing. You are so clever. You will surely understand me. Yuni stopped and turned back slightly. Teacher might even die in the chaos of war. Isn't that so? She returned to her room and pushed the door open, thinking, I won't go with Lanwen, and I won't give up Prince Liang either. Even if the Grand Tutor is a man who stirs the winds and clouds, he still doesn't know whose hands he'll die by. Her eyes lit with hope. I will definitely protect Han Thin. That night, Yuni put on a red robe embroidered with exquisite patterns. The maid standing beside her admired it. This wedding robe is truly beautiful. It took months to make, but a few parts still don't fit properly. We should call them over to alter it. The maid went out as she spoke. If I hurry now, I should still be able to catch someone from the palace on the road. Looking at herself in the mirror, Yuni smiled faintly. It really is gorgeous. Suddenly, she heard a sound. Turning around, she saw Han Thin. Surprised, she said, Han Xiao Thin, why did you come so early? She ran to him, eyes shining. Do you think it looks pretty? She looped her arms around his neck and pulled him closer. Look carefully. When we elope, I won't get to wear red. She whispered, Han Thin, let's run away to the northern frontier. After hearing Yuni's proposal to elope, Han Thin tilted his head and asked, Elope? Are you sure? It does sound strange when you put that way. I just think this place is truly boring. Why don't we run away to the northern frontier? We'll run far away, and we'll stay together. If one day we don't like it anymore, then we'll part ways. All right. Han Thin looked at her with a deep gaze, then pulled her into his arms, his voice low and warm. Then I'll tell you a secret. I'm not letting go of my love for you. Once we return to the northern frontier, don't even think about escaping from me. I'm not afraid. Softly. When the time comes, we'll get married again. She hurriedly covered his mouth. We haven't even compared our birth characters yet. Don't say that. Han Thin said nothing, only looked at her in silence, thinking that if the two of them really lived there, life would still be very hard. Seeing that look in his eyes, Yuni said happily, Anyway, right now, I only want to stay by your side forever. She lowered her head slightly, her eyes gentle as she thought, Even if I know this entire world is fake, you are still very important to me. The next day at the palace, several palace maids whispered among themselves. Did you see the third prince just now? After not seeing him for years, he's unexpectedly become so handsome. Of course, he's only just returned from the frontier. How could it not be different? Han Trin entered the palace and walked along the corridor. He sighed softly to himself. Who would have thought the idea was to bring Chun Shu Dung into the palace to live? Is this to cultivate feelings? He walked over to where Xiao Dung was seated practicing calligraphy and called softly, Xiao Dung. Xiao Dung looked up and said quietly, Third, Your Highness, why have you come at this hour? Han Trin smiled and gave an absent, Are you free? Xiao Dung replied gently, I am copying scriptures. If Third, Your Highness has something to say, please say it directly. The third prince hesitated. Shouldn't I be asking her about becoming a secondary consort? Han Trin scratched his head. I wanted to ask, but I also don't want to ask. He thought, it's been so long since we last met. I don't feel that close to her anymore. If I keep pressing and make Xiao Deng cry again, what then? Xiao Deng looked at him, her voice soft. Then let me tell third, Your Highness. The Qin family calls itself a scholarly household. Since childhood, Rong learned Qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting from her parents. But when the Qin family declined, other than coming to the capital to seek refuge with relatives, there was nothing else we could do. And simply because Rong is a woman, I didn't even have the chance to take the path of officialdom. Does third, Your Highness, know? Suffering itself is not the most terrifying thing. The terrifying thing is descending step by step with no hope in sight. Her gaze was gentle, but marrying His Highness the Crown Prince, perhaps there's still some hope in that. Han Trin stepped forward, his voice turning low and rough. Xiao Deng, now that I've returned to the capital, I can look after you. I don't want to see you suffer. He lightly held her hand. She let out a soft sigh. If only third, Your Highness, were the Crown Prince. But saying such things now is useless. I copied this to burn as an offering for my father. Sacrifices are not allowed casually in the palace. Third, Your Highness, please help me find someone with a fire element fate and have it burned. Han Trin took the stack of papers Xiao Deng handed him, his heart full of turmoil. As he walked away, he thought gloomily, I came on to talk to Xiao Deng, and in the end, I just ran away again. Aren't I usually eloquent? So why is it that when I see Xiao Deng, I don't dare say anything at all? Suddenly someone called out, my son. He turned and saw consort mother standing there. She asked, how long have you been back in the capital? He answered vaguely, more than a month. She sternly asked, then why haven't you come to see your mother? Hearing that, he clenched his teeth, turned back, and shouted, do you think I wanted this? Did your son choose to have a home he couldn't return to? Mother, you were not like this before. You taught me to be upright and open, to keep righteousness in my heart. Where did my old mother go? And yet you still pushed Rong into a pit of fire. In less than a year, Rong would be carried out of the Crown Prince's residence. The lady sighed. If you were the Crown Prince, then I would do the same. This is only a plan. Once Rong goes in there, sooner or later you'll find a way to make her strike at that Crown Prince. Then wouldn't you be the one to ascend? Han Trin's eyes reddened. After all this time, have you still not understood? The Emperor named me that for a reason. The meaning of my name is that he wants me to remain forever in my place and never harbor improper ambitions. I was never the one who would be chosen. Not just now, whether in the future or the past. I will never be the chosen one. Tears streamed down his face as he turned and walked away. I've done what I came to do today. Your son takes his leave first. The lady collapsed to the ground, weeping. Isn't your residence right beside mine? Where else are you going back to? At the Tang residence, Han Trin was crying to Tang Mu. Seeing this, Tang Mu said, are you some bottomless lake? If you cry anymore, my house is going to flood. Han Trin threw himself at Tang Mu and clung to him shamelessly. Just then, Han Thin approached from a distance and called out, Tang Mu. Han Thin tilted his head to look at Han Trin, who was clinging and whining against Tang Mu, and said coldly, you too. The moment Han Trin saw him, he ran over, sniffling. He tried to throw himself at Han Thin too, but Han Thin swiftly dodged aside, causing Han Trin to tumble to the ground. Han Jing Gom Lai, saw the I'm holding a grudge against this too. Tang Mu raised his brows. His liquor tolerance is too good. He can't get drunk, so now he wants to act crazy with drink. His crying and fussing are really annoying. Han Thin cut in. I came to tell you something. I've decided. When the time is right, I'll take EU to the northern frontier. Dann will frowned. The subordinates who came to Shanjing with me that year will return with me too. Without hesitation, Han Thin said, everything accumulated over these years and everything left behind by Suku all belongs to you. You must take care of yourself. Tang Mu suddenly shouted, I don't agree. Han Thin answered calmly, I came to inform you, not to discuss it, and I do not need your support. Tang Mu clenched his fists. I have a way. You can't just take eldest miss away on your own terms. As long as the marriage date is postponed and the emperor dies, the crown prince will observe filial mourning. At the very least, he won't be able to marry this year. The informants following my instructions have found out that the crown prince is in such a hurry because he also fears the emperor won't hold out much longer. Han Thin placed a hand on Tang Mu's shoulder. You've already managed to do this much. I'm honoring my oath and accepting Su Ku's trust. These past years, because I was taking care of you, I've also fallen into danger many times. There is only one thing. Can you not take EU from me? I like EU. I want to be with her. Furious, Tang Mu flung Han Thin's hand away. Han Thin, you took my father from me. My whole family suffered because of your people. Even Su Ku died because of you. I will not give eldest miss to you. Stop pretending to be a good person. Han Thin pulled Han Trin to his feet. Fine, if she is willing to go with you, then when the time comes, you protect EU, and I'll go kill the Emperor myself. Let all karma and retribution begin with me, and let it also end with me. Tang Mu said nothing, but a trace of sadness flickered across his face. The next day at the Voi residence, a maid called loudly from afar, Miss, hurry and wash up. Lord Tang is here to see you. Yuni, who was sawing at something, looked up brightly. Danmu, what brings you here? She went over and tugged him along. Perfect timing. Help me look at this. What am I supposed to do? I can't get it right no matter what. It was a trap clamp. Tang Mu scratched his head awkwardly. I don't know this thing either. Iuni lauget sopti. How is that possible? Shall I help you remember? Tang Xiao Tang. Danmu blushed. Why you? Yuni narrowed her eyes teasingly. Who was at that lawn when kidnapped back then? Tang Xiao Tang. Tang Mu lowered his head. Memory drifted back to 5 years ago, also at the Tang residence. Little Tang muttered, I don't want to change clothes. Han Thin said sternly, you have to change. Once you're done, you can go to the Doi residence and deliver these things to eldest Mississippi. Tang Mu walked in. He spoke in greeting, I am Tang Mu. I have specially come to pay a visit. A maid led the way. Young Master Tang, this way please. Meanwhile, Mrs. Doi was helping Yuni get ready. She smiled lightly. Little Yu is preparing things for the deity viewing ceremony. Young Master Tang, could you wait a moment? It was the first time Tang Mu saw Yuni. His gaze softened as he looked at her and softly called, eldest Mississippi. Awkwardly, he introduced himself. I am Tang Mu. My home isn't far from here. I just arrived in Shangjing. Can I come find you to play often in the future? Welcome. Tang Mu trembled as he said, no, that's not right. I am Dan Mu Kropka. Yuni looked at him, her eyes gleaming gently. All right, Tang Xiao Tang, I know. I'm supposed to call you Tang Mu, right? Tang Mu nodded lightly, his voice soft. Yuni stepped closer, her soft hands taking his, her eyes full of certainty. Tang Mu, you can't go outside, but Doi Yuni and Tang Mu can. Tang Mu stared blankly, his voice suddenly catching. Weren't you sick? You still remember my situation so clearly. They all said you had turned into a fool, but you're much smarter than they are. Yuni smiled softly, her smile carrying both confidence and gentleness. Taiyuni, yes, Taiyuni. She won't turn into a fool. Their laughter blended into the quiet air, a small but meaningful joy. Mission accomplished. Tang Mu looked at her, and a strange warmth rose in his heart. What is this, eldest miss? Why did you suddenly remember making this? Yuni snatched the bottle from his hand, her eyes glinting with mischief. Hey, don't touch that. It's for filtering water. Duong Emo looked at her quietly, his gaze dimming, his low voice carrying a trace of sorrow. You've decided to go to the northern frontier, after all? A faint melancholy crossed his face, like evening shadows falling over distant mountains, silent and unreadable. Yuni answered in a low voice, that's right. Have I disappointed all of you? Duong Emo looked at her, his heart full of unease. Miss, do you know what it means to leave the capital? It means cutting ties with your parents, cutting ties with your entire clan. Your life, as it is now, will disappear. I still have a way. I can also... Yuni cut him off. Fear showed plainly in her eyes. Actually, I'm very scared. I don't care about hardship or danger. I really don't. My father is powerful and highly placed. As long as I sever ties, he won't be implicated anymore. Mother loves me so much, she'll surely know what to do. The one I'm most worried about is Han Thin. He always throws himself into danger. Sooner or later, there will come a day when things spiral out of control. The only thing I can think of is going to the northern frontier with him. He can live however he wants there. If one day Han Thin does not return to the capital as Regent Prince, then maybe that would be the best arrangement. In the game, the Regent Prince in the northern frontier not only retained his old position and former subordinates, he also had great prestige. Only with all that could he later strike back at Shangjing. But the place where that game event happened, Yicheng, is so far from the border. People there had only heard of the Regent Prince a few times at most. She paused and sighed softly. What she had done was far too little. She thought to herself that someone obsessed with gaming could really change very little. This world had not revealed too much of its truth. In a multidimensional space, a woman lay on a table covered in modern medical equipment. At first glance, she looked very much like Uni in her previous life. Though unconscious, her heartbeat was strangely strong, and a voice echoed in her mind. I don't want little Han Thin to become the Regent Prince of the past. After listening to Uni's confession, Duong Mo said softly. Mississippi Uni smiled, her eyes bright. Whatever Han Thin wants to do, whatever he thinks is more important, I support him. I want little Han Thin to feel happy. If he can be happier one more day, then that's one more good day. She repeated, I want little Han Thin to feel happy. If he can be happier one more day, then that's one more good day. At a tavern, two courtesans leaned close to Lu Xianghe. One asked, Young master, do you have company tonight? Lu Xianghe covered his mouth with his fan and replied coolly, I have an appointment. Third floor. In a private room on the third floor, Lu Xianghe entered and saw Lam Van already waiting there. Lu Xianghe turned and pulled the curtain shut. Lam Van spoke up. It'd be such a pity to miss a good show. Lu Xianghe frowned. If you ask me here, then stop entertaining wild thoughts. Lam Van gave a faint smile. I heard that the young lady of some great family, for the sake of peace, deliberately wanted to marry a prince she didn't like. In the end, the prince ascended the throne, and the two of them grew estranged over it. Wealth and glory are tied together. Fate is made by men. Yet Grand Tutor Lu doesn't approve? Lu Xianghe replied, I came to warn you. You must let Han Thin find you immediately. Find an opportunity and take Xiao and I away at once. Lam Van raised a brow. You're in that much of a hurry? Then I want to know everything. You have to tell me. If I uproot this matter completely, all of Southern Frontier may suffer. For the sake of these outsiders' information, I'm really starting to feel the loss. Lu Xianghe frowned. I've already told you. The person you're looking for is dead. It was Tu Kachi Lam. Van looked doubtful. How do I know you're not lying to me? That outsider could still be in the capital today, directing Southern Frontier's agents. You're telling me he was long ago killed by a borrowed knife. Lu Xianghe answered coolly, I have no proof. Believe it or not, that's up to you. It's only a small organization. It won't affect your continued role as King Nakim. Lum Van leaned closer. Lord Lu aims to become a true gentleman who roams the world freely. Unlike Lam Luke, who isn't even human anymore, only a beast. And the instincts of beasts are always accurate. Lu Xianghe blocked him with his fan and said, the only one who can inherit Tu Kokchi's legacy is Duong Mo. I advise you to spare him. Your fates clash. If the two of you move together through life and death, it will bring great misfortune. Lum Van laughed. What should I do? I've already met him. He was wearing a dress and a carriage when I ran into him. Lu Xianghe frowned. Wasn't the one you snatched Tang, Xiaolong? Lam Van curled his lip. What sister? He doesn't have a sister at all. Lu Xianghe said sternly, you want to take Xiao and I away, don't you? The situation in the capital is already out of control. Elsewhere. Duong Mo hazily recalled a memory. Tu Kok-chi was standing there when suddenly little Tang walked over. Tu Kok-chi turned, happily patted little Tang on the head, and said, Little Tang, you're here. Just in time, I was thinking about you. Little Tang replied, yes. Tu Kok-chi continued, how many major strongholds do the Southern Frontier generals have? In winter, how many rivers can be used to cross the border? Little Tang answered fluently, there are 29 major strongholds in total. Their names are Pingshan, Chuanlong, Jiuhuan. There are 9 river systems, but in winter only 3 can be crossed. Tashan River, Qi River, and Banwan River. Little Tang is amazing. You remember them perfectly. Little Tang shook his head lightly. I've never even been there. What's the use of memorizing so much? This is the only thing that can move an envoy. From now on, it will all be yours. What you want to do with it will be up to you. Duong Mo suddenly jolted awake from a dream, sat up, and heard a voice from outside. What if I use it wrong? Shangjing was immersed in brilliant lights. Red decorations covered every street, and laughter and chatter rolled like waves. People passing by could not stop talking. I heard the crown prince is getting married. What extravagance. The ceremony is grander even than the great state rites. Yet amid all that excitement, Prince Liang's residence was strangely quiet. In the main room, Han Thin was intently studying a strategic map. His eyes were sharp, his voice low. Security in the capital has long been tightened. After all these days, there still hasn't been a good opening. We can only wait for tomorrow's ceremony and use the chaos to break through directly. Han Trin, sitting nearby, tilted his head in thought. How much chaos are you talking about? Han Thin did not look up. A fire, thieves, a kidnapping. Anything that could draw attention for half an hour will do. Han Trin smiled faintly. If Duong Mo were willing to help, it'd be much simpler. Han Thin raised his head, his gaze firm. Even if it's difficult, we have to rely on ourselves. I made this choice. I can do it. This battle was really too great a gamble. No matter how they calculated it, it shouldn't have come to this. Elsewhere, Uni had changed into a magnificent red dress. Her black hair hung loose down her back. Cheeks puffed as she chewed on pastry. She called out, "Wait a little, I'm almost done." The maid at her side hurried to stop her. "Miss, stop eating, or your waist will swell out." Uni narrowed her eyes and smiled. I know. But she thought to herself, if I don't eat my fill, where am I supposed to get the strength to run? At last, her preparations were complete. Now all that remained was to wait. In the Great Hall, Prime Minister Thoi's entire household was busy receiving important guests. Late into the night, when fireworks were already blazing across the sky, Uni took up a large bag, determination flashing in her eyes. She told herself, Han Thin, I'm coming. Isn't it only 500 meters? I can make it to you in one breath. It was so close, as long as no one saw her. But when she stepped out the door, Mrs. Thoi was already standing there. Uni called softly, "Mother." Mrs. Thoi did not answer at once. She looked at her with complicated eyes. "Don't be afraid. I'm not here to stop you." Has he finished preparing? Uni lowered her head. "I'm sorry, Mother. Please take care of yourself and Father." Mrs. Thoi pulled her into an embrace, her voice choked with emotion. "Go quickly. It won't do to be late. Once you leave here, don't come back again." Uni clenched her hands tightly, her heart aching. Those words might well be a final farewell. But next time I play, I'll still come back to you both. She hurried to the city wall, fumbling as she climbed up, but accidentally slipped. She cried out. At that very instant, Han Thin appeared. He caught her and leaped down. She had thought the fall would leave her aching for half a month. I knew you'd catch me. Han Thin lifted her onto the horse. We have to get through the city gate within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. She quickly sat still and asked curiously what happened. Han Thin replied softly, "Nothing. I was only afraid that if you turned back, you wouldn't be able to bring yourself to leave." At the city gate, the gate guard gave a hand signal. "All clear. You may pass." Uni was stunned. "How is that possible? I'm so happy." Han Thin gave a soft laugh. "Now I need to pick up speed." Beneath a sky bright with fireworks, several guards standing watch at the city gate chatted among themselves. It's the Crown Prince's wedding, and they still dare set off fireworks over there. Come on, let's go take a look. The fireworks bloomed like radiant flowers, lighting up the intoxicated face of Thursday Dung in her splendid gown. Sitting by the window, she watched each streak of light shoot upward and burst apart. "So beautiful," she exclaimed. Suddenly, a paper box was pushed through the crack in the window, followed by a familiar voice. "Want to go out and play?" "Tu jung jon tet in su pri." "Third Prince?" A chuckling laugh sounded. It's me." She looked outside. Han Trin was leaning by the window with a roguish grin. "What are you doing hiding in here?" Han Trin winked. "I remember you came from Luland. Over there, brides are supposed to go by the river to set off fireworks before they marry. I figured you shouldn't miss out on that experience either." Thursday Dung giggled and climbed out the window. "As long as I'm back before dawn tomorrow." Han Trin started. "Since when did you know how to climb through windows?" She laughed. "I try from time to time." In the city, a patrol of soldiers was making its rounds. Their commander ordered, "Quick, search over there." Thursday Dung and Han Trin hurriedly hid in a corner. He whispered, "Go this way. We'll avoid them." The two of them walked along the river, lighting fireworks and watching them burst in the sky, laughter ringing out without end. But suddenly the soldiers rushed in, found them, surround them, and arrest them. One soldier looked closer. Wrong people. Then he said, "Please return first, consort." "Tu jung not det lai ti." "All right." Han Trin lowered his head. "I'm sorry." She turned back. "Third Prince, there's no need to apologize. I was very happy tonight. Ever since I came to Shangjing, no one has ever gone to watch fireworks with me." Elsewhere, Uni and Han Thin stopped beneath a large tree. She sighed. I never thought I'd end up running away in wedding clothes. Tell me, how do you pull these little metal pins out of the dress? Han Tin lid. We use her few little pins. She said seriously, they can be traded for a little meat to eat. My boyfriend is so tired. He should eat something to recharge. Han Tin lid. We'll stop in a bit, let the horse graze, then keep going. Once we reach the northern frontier, it won't be long before the hunting festival. Then you can eat as much as you want. She laughed. I'll cling to your leg. Then be careful you don't end up catching nothing at all. Antin lifti davrao. Didn't you bring animal traps? She looked at the bag on her back. What's in here is only enough to keep us a little warm. She beckoned him over. Come here quickly. Your clothes are so big. Let's lie down together. The ground is damp with dew. It'll be cold when we wake up. He draped his cloak around them. Holding her in his arms beneath the tree, he asked, still cold? Resting her head on his chest, she answered, not anymore. Han Thin, you're so warm. Are you like this in winter too? He whispered softly, even when it's not winter, if you feel cold, you can hold me. She looked up at him. Han Thin, if you knew what would happen in the future, would you regret what you're doing today? His eyes were gentle. I won't regret it. Everything I've done is because I want the best possible outcome. I will always take care of you, love you, respect you always, until this heart stops beating. Beneath the great tree, the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms, warmth spreading through the cold night. Under the splendid festival sky, Han Quan staggered back to his room after getting drunk. Irritation surged in his heart. He thought, those old foxes forced me to drink. If it weren't for marrying a wife as quickly as possible, they could forget about getting any advantage from me. I have to find a way to charge them with something. A guard came in to report, Your Highness, we followed the crown princess, but without orders to search, we couldn't force our way in. Han Quan turned around, eyes blazing with anger. Then think of another way. Do I have to teach you even something this small? The crown princess didn't run away with another man. She was abducted by someone else, understand? When you carry this out, don't speak carelessly. The guard nodded. Understood. Angkwang kurlat islips. This time, no one could stop me. Suddenly, footsteps sounded and the door opened. Without even looking, Han Quan barked. Didn't you understand what I just said? Why are you back? The person who entered was Thursday Dong. She answered softly, Your Highness the Crown Prince, the two consorts sent me to attend to you. Han Quan was startled, then his eyes lit up. He rushed over and grabbed her hand. At last, I've seen you again. I was afraid you'd be angry and refuse to marry me, so I didn't dare take the risk. I knew you wanted to leave. If everyone found out, later they would never agree to let you become empress. Without that position, you would definitely run. Thursday Dung pulled her hand away and replied coldly, Your Highness, you're drunk. Han Quan's eyes darkened, and his voice turned cold. Why is it you? She replied, I was assigned to attend to your highness. Han Quan pulled her into his arms. Tomorrow you must pretend to be Du, complete the ceremony, and then if you want to live well, you'll have to help me. Tu Jung note that? Then your highness must help me too. She took out a small black round pill. Ang Quan Fronat. What is this? Since your highness and I can be considered husband and wife in the future, this is merely a blessing for many descendants. Without hesitation, Han Quan took it and immediately swallowed it. Elsewhere, Uni lay in Han Thin's arms and suddenly startled awake from a half-dream. Han Tin gently shuka. Are you all right? She rubbed her eyes. What did we leave? Why didn't you wake me? Han Thin said gravely, there are a lot of pursuers. They didn't come from Shangjing. In the next few days, they'll surround us again. Uni remembered Han Lin's warning. Be careful of my brother, Crown Prince Han Quan. She said softly, the lower palace. Han Lin, I understand now. If we move faster, can we shake them off? Han Tin Smi Lid. Moving faster is useless now. They're fast, we're slow. If we stop for a day, the people chasing us won't be able to determine our direction for the time being, so they'll have to split up. Once we're farther from Shangjing, their weakness will naturally show. The two of them found a small, shabby house. Uni sat down and began removing her jewelry, her eyes full of thought. Han Thin stepped over and said, You've been wronged. She looked up and snorted. What wrong is there? Aren't these ornaments all real gold? Then can't they be melted down into gold ingots? Once we get to the northern frontier, won't that make us little rich people? Han Tin liked. The northern frontier isn't some barren land where not even grass grows and corpses pile into hills. It's just not as prosperous as Namyen. You don't need to worry about things like that. Miss Thoy. She frowned. What are you saying? Hurry up and comb my hair. What do you know about being the one who has to manage a household? This is exactly the fun of life, isn't it? Hamti Nudet. Teach me. Now I understand. She was startled. Since when do you know how to braid hair? He blushed. My mother taught me when I was little. It doesn't look good. I should undo it. She hurriedly said no. From childhood till now, this is the first time my boyfriend has ever braided my hair. Let me enjoy it a little. In the lower palace, in front of her, a group of kneeling soldiers trembled. She said coldly, letting you remain here is already an act of grace. If there's nothing else, don't keep parading back and forth in front of this princess. I don't know what Crown Prince Brother wants to do. One soldier said shakily, this servant admits his offense before the princess. We only want a convenience. His Highness used the excuse of thieves in the palace to help us obtain an investigation order. In the stillness of the night, Han Lin stood motionless atop a tower, her sharp eyes following the torchlights of the troops below the city walls. Determination flickered in her gaze. She thought, this is the last time I will help you, Crown Prince Brother. Let it count as the last time I still foolishly dreamed that you would be willing to return to our side. Emptiness welled up in her heart, but duty no longer allowed her to hesitate. 3 days later, on a narrow road through barren hills, Han Fin and Uni rode on horseback. A trusted guard rode up to report, Your Highness, the road ahead is dangerous. Every 30 li, there's another ambush. Hamti nodded lightly. Understood. We'll meet again after the encirclement. He turned to Uni with a reassuring smile. It's not that dangerous. As long as we choose the right route, they won't react in time. Then we shake them off and switch to another path. Iunis my mitstivo. Han Fin, do you know what you look like right now? Like a hawk carrying off a chick. Han Tin Kid. What do you mean, a hawk carrying off a chick? It's a game. The hawk has to get past the mother hen to catch the chick. She teased. You're like the mother hen. He raised a brow. Then, this hawk has a real headache. But even if I were the mother hen, I'd still be a very capable one. The two of them stopped by a riverbank. Uni lay flat on the green grass, eyes half closed, when strange warning words suddenly rang out in her mind. Return to Shanjing. Save the land ahead for your next exploration. The voice repeated over and over, making her uneasy. She turned to Han Fin. Han Fin, don't you think we've run into too few pursuers? He answered, the places we've passed through had rain at night. Many tracks were washed away. It's normal that they can't catch up. She gave a soft oh and lay back down, but the vague unease in her heart remained. In Han Fin's heart, too, uneasiness rose. The last 2 waves of pursuers had been somewhat strange. He had not expected the Crown Prince to truly be amassing troops in the lower palace. Everything pointed to it. If the capital had really been shaken this badly, the Crown Prince should not have dared mobilize troops so casually. If that many soldiers were on the move, then where exactly would they appear? At dusk, the two of them rode their horses slowly along the long road. Looking at the vast landscape ahead, Uni suddenly felt uneasy. She lightly tugged at his sleeve. Han Xiaosheng, can you see what's over there? He looked over. That's the end. There's no one there. She let out a breath of relief. So that's how it is. I've never left Shanjing before. I didn't know what it was like outside. So the game really has no world beyond Shanjing. He took her hand. If you haven't seen it before, then we'll go see it together. Han Xiaosheng, what kind of place is the northern frontier, really? Han Fin answered softly. When we get there, the wind will be a little stronger and the grass will already have dried out. In another half-month, it will probably snow. Uni closed her eyes and imagined it. Then let's find a place to light a fire and keep warm. In spring, we'll be able to see herds of sheep and cattle. Do you like dogs? We could raise one and take it rabbit hunting. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she replied, That sounds wonderful. Before they knew it, the two of them had arrived at Tianyu Pass. In the distance, hundreds of soldiers stood in neat formation. Han Fin immediately reined in his horse, his eyes darkening. Don't be afraid. Once we get past this, we'll be outside the border pass. But Uni burst into tears. Her voice trembled. Han Fin, I don't want to go anymore. I want to go back. Let's just say I came to find you, that's enough. He gripped her hand tightly. Don't be afraid. It's not that dangerous. We have to go, no matter what, sister you. He looked up at the line of soldiers ahead and thought to himself, These are private troops the crown prince kept in the lower palace. A mass of soldiers suddenly charged forward, their shouts shaking the sky. By order of the crown prince, rescue the crown princess. Capture the rebel immediately. They rushed in like bloodthirsty moths to flame. Thousands of arrows were leveled at Han Fin. The leader shouted coldly, by order of the crown prince, rescue the crown princess and seize the traitor at once. His eyes were icy. Without a trace of mercy, Han Fin stepped in front of Uni to shield her. His gaze was resolute, the sword in his hand glinting in the dim firelight. Grabbing his sleeve, Uni said with a trembling voice, "Go, hurry and go." But Han Fin said nothing. He simply lifted her silently and carried her to a safer corner near the city gate. For an instant, she caught sight of a mysterious bluish light, half real and half unreal. Before she could steady herself, the leader on the opposite side gave the order again, "Release arrows. We cannot let this traitor take the crown princess away." The arrows came like rain in the night, sharp and merciless. Han Fin swung his sword to block wave after wave. But human strength had its limits. One arrow drove deep into the left side of his chest. Fresh blood soaked through his robes, spreading like a deadly smear of vermilion. Han Fin dropped to one knee. Uni screamed, "Han Fin," and rushed to his side. Her trembling hands touched his wound as tears spilled down like drops of winter dew. Choking back sobs, she cried, "Han Fin, wake up." He opened his eyes and said weakly, "Keep going. Don't stop. Just another 100 steps." From behind them, his men shouted in unison, "His Highness is injured. Get His Highness out of here at once." The bowstrings sounded again, sharp and ruthless, and the cries from the other side cut through the night like blades. "Fire again. Draw your bows." Uni looked at him, and an indescribable pain welled up inside her. She thought, Han Shaosheng is so formidable, so how could he be wounded? Isn't it only that old regent prince who could draw a bow and shoot other people dead? She forced herself to think of something she could do. Suddenly, she stood up, her eyes blazing as she looked toward the opposing troops. Her voice rang out loudly. "I am Chui Uni, the eldest daughter of the Chui Prime Minister's residence. Who gave you permission to attack? Are you trying to kill me?" Han Fin shouted weakly, "Don't do this." But she did not stop. Her voice turned cold and sharp. "Prince Liang is already wounded. He can't escape, and he won't let me live either. So what exactly do you intend? Are you trying to kill Prince Liang or save me?" The leader hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty passing through his eyes. He signaled the soldiers to stop, then bowed his head and said loudly, "This minister came to rescue the crown princess." She turned to look at Han Fin's troops, her voice firm. "Take him away." The captain of Han Fin's guard lowered his head. "Many thanks, Miss Chui. We can never repay such a great kindness." Han Fin struggled to cry out, "Don't," but Uni only looked at him, her eyes wet with tears, her voice catching. "I was never going to make it to the northern frontier anyway, and yet I still ran away so foolishly. It was all just the system's inertia, Han Fin." The next morning, the troop escorted Uni back to Shangjing. On the road, one soldier whispered to another, "The crown princess says she can't eat anything. Should we stop and find a doctor? If she keeps refusing food and water, I'm afraid she'll fall ill." The other replied, "Absolutely not. Once we're back in the capital, it'll be fine. If she's sick, we'll summon the imperial physician." Sitting inside the sedan chair, Uni looked out through the small window. White snow was drifting softly down. She thought to herself, "Snow? Has winter already come?" When she returned to Shangjing and saw the bleak scene of the imperial capital, her heart grew heavy. This was the scenery of a king's death, of a realm in mourning. At the gates of Shangjing, he urged his horse closer and bent down beside the small window. "You must be tired from the journey. Go back to the palace and rest first. Once I've dealt with everything, I'll definitely come see you." There was a trace of concern in his eyes, but he still maintained an even expression. Uni raised her head. Her eyes were clear, but her voice turned low. "Are you planning to imprison me?" Han Quan hurriedly answered, "That was where you were meant to be in the first place. How could that be imprisonment?" He coughed lightly and pulled on the reins. "Return to the palace." Behind him, the soldiers responded in unison, "Yes, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Inside the imperial palace, the atmosphere was busy yet oppressive, and quiet murmurs drifted through the air. I heard His Majesty wanted to change the testamentary decree, but before it was revised, he passed away. That's right. The Crown Prince has confined the imperial relatives, especially the third prince. No one knows where he's being held. Another person asked, "Then what are we supposed to do now?" The other replied, "The Crown Prince is taking over the state, but the late emperor's remains haven't even been placed in the imperial mausoleum yet. He can't ascend the throne, so naturally he doesn't count as the new emperor. This winter won't be easy to survive." Amid the peaceful scene beneath the wishing tree, Han Thin and Yuni lay side by side. The wind gently stirred her hair, while urgent calls sounded in the distance. "Your Highness! Prince Liang! Your Highness!" Resting in his arms, Yuni smiled faintly and said, "They're all waiting for you." Han Thin looked at her, his eyes gentle. "I want to see you. You won't disappear." She gave a sad smile. "Han Thin, you're so foolish. There's nothing that doesn't disappear. Have you forgotten where you really are?" He answered in a dream. She pulled him closer, her eyes deep and solemn. "Not entirely right. Think again." Then she said softly, "Go." Sudenhantin yolted avake. So it had all been a dream. He sat up, his body wrapped in layers of white bandages. Blood still faintly seeped through. A logistics soldier stepped forward. "Your Highness is finally awake. I'll go call the doctor." Han Thin spoke in a hoarse voice. "Wait, where's Miss Chui?" The soldier replied, "Miss Chui couldn't come with you." "Your Highness, please don't be like this. Let me call the doctor first. There are other things you also need to know." A moment later, a physician came to examine the wound. After taking his pulse, he turned and said to the soldier, "He's fine now. Let him rest and take his medicine on time. He's strong. Once winter passes, next year he'll still be a healthy young man." The soldier bowed. "Thank you." Then he knelt before Han Thin and respectfully reported, "Your Highness, the former troops outside the border have remained assembled until now. There are over 30,000 men. The first and most important matter is to support and strengthen the elite force." Han Thin immediately said, "The man you were pursuing was my father. After so many years apart, even if I tried, I am no longer the heavenly cavalry guard I once was." Then he asked, "How many days are left until the hunting assembly?" The soldier answered, 7 days. Han Thin nodded slightly. "I'll participate in person." The Wolf King of legend is the new overlord of the grasslands. The wolf tribes like best to attack those who are isolated and wounded. The soldier worriedly said, "That's far too dangerous, Your Highness. There's something else as well. We've received a letter from home. The Emperor has passed away. The details are in the letter." Han Thin clenched his hand. Tang Mu actually managed to do it. And as for me, I still wanted the possibility of living in peace outside the border. This time, I even lost to you. Her words echoed in his mind. The system's inertia, what did that even mean? Could it be that life had already been fated this way? Gritting his teeth, he thought, then I'll force it back step by step. I'll see what kind of destiny it is that cannot be resisted. Suddenly, a four-dimensional system appeared before his eyes. On the main screen was a large circle rotating slowly. Curious, he pressed it. What is this? On the other side, Yuni was monitoring his status through the system. When she saw that his life value had returned to normal, she was overjoyed. "That's wonderful, Han Xiaosheng. You have to rest properly." But immediately after that, she panicked when his corruption value shot up to 93. "Han Thin," she cried out. Anxiety rose within her. Yuni slowly walked along the city wall as the first snowflakes of the season drifted in the cold wind. Her heart felt unbearably heavy. "Han Xiaosheng, without you by my side, why does this winter feel so long?" She told herself this as her gaze settled on an old wooden door. She pushed the door gently open. Inside was a dilapidated house, and a foul stench rushed straight at her. The maid beside her frowned slightly. "Miss Chui, it's so cold. You should go back and rest. Why come all the way here?" She smiled faintly. "Just taking a look. I passed by here when I was little." At the Tang residence, Tang Mu stood silently by the window, his eyes dark with thought. "This time I not only killed the emperor, I also threw the imperial clan into chaos. How could you leave EU alone in the capital and still not come back?" He turned back to the writing desk. But in his anger, he swept over the inkstone with one hand. Ink spread across the paper like splashes of blood. A subordinate entered, and he asked coldly, "Was the letter sent beyond the border or not?" The subordinate lowered his head and answered, "It truly was sent." He frowned. "Then why is there no reply? As long as he's not dead, even if he abandons everything, he still has to come back. At most I can hold on until next March. I can't drag this out any longer." At the Liu residence, Liu Xianghe quietly read the note Lan Wen had left behind. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes, but then he fell silent in thought. Fast indeed. The crown prince brought Shui Yuni back to the palace, saying she had been frightened and needed to recuperate, but in truth she was being imprisoned there. If she keeps being locked up like this, she really will fall ill. Here, Yuni met Han Quan. Looking at him, her voice carried a hint of coldness. "Your health isn't good. Don't come out into the cold wind." He smiled faintly, his gaze warm. "I know. We've known each other since childhood, and you still remember little things about me." She replied indifferently, Then maybe you care about me too. Let me out. Every day, countless people are watching my every move." "Han Quan, are you going mad?" He stepped forward and seized her shoulders, pain filling his eyes. "You are my crown princess. No, you should be my empress. You should stay here. Are you angry about the wedding? At the start of next spring, I'll find a way to do it all over again. You will definitely become my rightful empress." She gave a cold laugh. "Live until then first. Han Quan, you were the one who cornered Han Thin with your own hands. If he didn't die, he definitely won't let you off." Angrily, he tightened his grip on her shoulders, his voice low and muffled. "Why do you keep mentioning him? It would be best if he died beyond the border. Otherwise, sooner or later, I'll make his life worse than death." She shoved his hand away hard, her eyes sharp as knives. "Ah, do you dare say it out loud?" When Han Thin returned to the capital as a child, who was it that ordered Han Lin to beat him to death? Her words stabbed straight into his heart. In his mind flashed the words of the princess consort. "It wasn't easy for you to secure the position of crown prince, and yet the heir of Yong'an is leading troops against the capital. I heard Prince Liang was originally the one chosen to be emperor. Who knows whether he'll become an obstacle to the crown prince? The heir of Yong'an has displeased everyone. You should go teach him a lesson." Fury flashed in his eyes. Could Han Zhen's provocation at the academy really have been a coincidence? But her voice rang out again. "Do you need me to list every filthy thing one by one?" He stiffened his voice. "So what if I did? Han Thin is all alone. This crown prince commands thousands upon thousands of soldiers. What do I have that is less than him? I like to see who ends up dead." She gave a faint laugh. "Then you're certain to lose. I've seen how each of you ends. Perhaps those were simply your different futures. But the only thing they all had in common was that you would die at Han Thin's hands. Han Quan, you won't escape." Elsewhere, amid the boundless grasslands, Han Thin rode through the white snow. His body was covered in wounds, yet his eyes shone brightly, filled with unshakable resolve. Before the tribal chieftains, he declared in a ringing voice, "I am Prince Liang of Nam Yen. I was raised on the northern frontier since childhood and have long-standing ties with the grasslands. Now the crown prince of Nam Yen has murdered the emperor for power and slaughtered his own kin. Han Thin seeks to found a righteous cause and ascend as emperor. I ask you all to march south with me and restore order to the realm." His words echoed through the vast expanse like a blazing fire in the cold winter, shining with hope for a brighter tomorrow. In Shangjing, the New Year atmosphere filled every street. The roads were crowded with passers-by, and laughter and chatter mingled with the bright colors of spring. Tang Mu walked through the bustling crowd, his gaze brushing past the red flames as his warm voice reminded them, "Be careful with firewood and flames." After going a little farther, he raised his head, his gaze distant, and thought to himself, "Just how much longer do I have to wait?" Continuing toward the palace gates, two soldiers came running from afar. One called out, "Lord Tang, today's work is done. Happy New Year." Tang Mu replied, "You should all head back early and get some rest too." Suddenly, a messenger bird landed nearby, lightly dropped a rolled note into his hand, and flew away. Looking at the slip in his hand, his eyes sharpened. So they finally made their move. At the border, Han Thin stood before a strategic map. His voice was decisive. Find a few locals to raid the frontier town. Just force them into handing over grain. As long as they compromise and the grain enters the city, I'll personally lead men to cut them off from both sides and surround them directly. Someone beside him asked, "If Prince Liang is leading the flank assault, then who will command the main attack from the front?" Han Fin answered without hesitation, "He'll be here soon. When he arrives, he'll help us seize Nam Yan's weakness, as long as the first city falls. After that, we can drive forcefully into Nam Yan." The man blurted out, "How is that possible? If it were that simple, Nam Yan would have been destroyed long ago." Han Fin smiled, his voice calm and steady. "Because Han Quan trusts no one with military command. Once the first city is breached, that alone will be enough to scatter people's hearts. Besides, the emperor died of grave illness, and to this day Han Quan still has not ascended the throne. It certainly isn't because he is acting for the greater good." At the same time, Han Quan sat at his desk, deep in thought. A guard entered from outside, carrying a military report, and spoke respectfully. "Your Highness, the report from today says those savages in the northern frontier are causing trouble near the western city again. Ang Guan Fronath, don't they just want a little food? Then give it to them. It's all ordinary supplies anyway. It happens every year. As long as they don't starve to death, that's enough." A cold light flickered in his eyes. "What matters is finding Han Fin. Even if he's dead, drag his corpse back here." The guard bowed and accepted the order. "Understood. I will pass down the command." Then he added, "Mrs. Loy came again today. Will your Highness see her?" Han Quan opened the military report, his tone indifferent. After a while, sometime later, Han Quan arrived at the Chui residence and strode quickly to where Mrs. Loy stood beneath the snowy sky. She turned and gave a slight curtsy. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince." Her eyes were gentle, and her soft voice sounded out. "The Flower Goddess Festival is coming soon. Every year, Uni performs as the Flower Goddess. After she marries, she won't be able to go anymore. Could your Highness allow Uni to go just this once?" Han Quan fell silent in thought. After a while he answered, "Then let her go. Recently, this Crown Prince has matters to attend to and cannot accompany you. But she must return before sunset. Understood?" Mrs. Loy smiled and nodded. "Yes, yes." Amid the lively Flower Goddess Festival, Eunice sat in the flower sedan, her eyes a little distant. A maid beside her called anxiously, "Miss, why do you seem unhappy? Today you are the Flower Goddess. We'll be going to the Taoist temple outside the city. There will be guards accompanying us on the road. You should rest. A sedan will be waiting to take you back soon." Eunice started slightly, confusion flashing in her eyes. She thought, the birthday of 100 flowers is an auspicious day. Before spring is half over, red and purple blossoms compete in splendor to celebrate the Flower Goddess. The Flower Goddess goes on procession. Sitting upright in the sedan, she secretly hoped, "I want to see what Han Fin would give me now." When the flower sedan stopped at the city gate, Uni stepped down and ignored the maid calling after her. "Miss, the sedan back to the city is this way." She quickly went to the wishing tree, clasped her hands together, and looked devoutly ahead. "If prayers can truly come true, then let Han Fin return safely to my side." At that moment, one of Han Fin's close soldiers appeared. He said, "It's time to close up now. This place is privately owned. How is there still someone here?" As he spoke, he recognized Uni, and his eyes widened in shock. You, don't come over here." Uni glared at him and shouted, "Don't run." The soldier backed up a few steps, his face full of panic as he stammered, "Couldn't you find customer support through the game interface? Who told you to come here by yourself?" Uni clenched her fists, her voice full of fury. "What kind of trash game is this? I can't contact any staff at all, and I can't get out either. Are you people even human?" The soldier hurriedly turned his head back, his face pale. "Couldn't find it? No way." She gave a cold laugh, her gloomy eyes like a flame that had already been extinguished. "I've been here almost a year." The soldier hesitated for a few seconds, forcing himself to stay calm. "I only work 5 days and get 2 days off. If a major malfunction happened, then that would be this week's issue. Don't panic. Just wait a few days." Uni did not bother replying. She opened the 4-dimensional system interface and pressed the screen. The words "GM temporarily unavailable" appeared. A cold, blade-sharp voice rang out, and the system even told me that if I failed to completely win him over, I would die whether in the game or in reality. The guard jolted, worry plain on his face. That's serious? Don't panic. No, wait, let me panic first. What kind of bastard hacked into the game management system just to mess with you on purpose? He lowered his head and tried hard to explain. I promise you, our game really doesn't eat people. Can you wait a little longer? I'll investigate and see how to fix this. I'll stop time for now. Uni raised her brows slightly, her eyes full of scrutiny. So Han Fin really is the game's true target too? Then why had I never seen that before when I played? The guard scratched his head, looking embarrassed. I don't really know how to explain it either. But if the system told you that you need to win over Han Fin, and that once you do, you'll be able to leave, right? He paused, something flashing in his eyes. I heard you've been stuck in the Imperial City lately and haven't gone out. I can open a back door for you. She tilted her head slightly, suspicion in her voice. A back door. He nodded. That's right, a back door. Do you know what Schrodinger's cat is? This game has been vague from the start, like a cat shut in a box. I can send you into a past version of the game you couldn't access before. Over there, you can think of a way to deal with the Crown Prince or any other trouble. Theoretically speaking, changing the favorability data of other capture targets isn't hard. So long as no one notices anything abnormal, the system can keep running. So when the time comes, you absolutely cannot let anyone who isn't a game character discover you. Otherwise, you'll automatically be sent back. Understand? Uni tilted her head and thought for a moment. You mean, you want me to go back and change the past? Can that really work? The guard shrugged. Then do you think it's normal that you spent a whole year in this game, while only a few days passed in reality? The frozen state ended. She sighed, sounding a little helpless, but hope still lit her eyes. I'll go. No matter what, if I stay trapped here, I'll never get to see little Han Fin. No matter the method, I want to try it. He nodded. Time is tight, and the mission is important. Once you get there, figure out what to do yourself. In the distance, several maids came hurrying over. Miss Thoy. She turned her head to look at them, her voice light. Then how do I get there? In that instant, memories of childhood came flooding back. Mrs. Thoy lifted her into her arms and gently soothed her. Mother is here. Even if your knee falls, all you have to do is get back up. The moment she saw her mother, she burst into tears. Mrs. Thoy coaxed her softly. There, don't cry. You haven't even fallen yet, have you? The next day, she cheerfully carried her book box to the academy. Today was the day Lord Liu was accepting students. She absolutely had to get a handle on this scheming man. She sat at her desk and tried very hard to look serious, but before long she ran out of energy and fell asleep on the table. Turning into a child really did make her sleepy far too easily. A fan smacked sharply onto the desk. Uni jolted awake in a daze. Lord Liu smiled and asked, "Time a hand in your work." On the verge of tears, Uni answered, "I'm not done writing yet." Liu Xianghe said sternly, "Let me see what you've written. You have no more than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea." Hearing that, she hurriedly wrote. The next second, she handed in her paper, making him pause in surprise. Liu Xianghe pointed at a blank space on the page. "This part isn't written," she stammered. I don't know how to write that. If I write nonsense, Lord Liu will just be even angrier." Hearing that, he looked at her in silence. A moment later, he said, "Then write your name." Uni panicked and hurriedly replied, "I'll write it right now." She inwardly wanted to cry. How could she be this stupid? She breathed a sigh of relief inside. Behind her, two classmates whispered among themselves, "What's so great about studying this stuff? I still want to go to the northern frontier. Riding horses every day would be so impressive." Uni sat in the Eastern Palace Academy, soft sunlight streaming through the window onto the paper where she was practicing her writing. Round, neat characters appeared one by one, but her mind couldn't settle after hearing the chatter from the two boys behind her. One of them spoke up, voice full of excitement. "Last time I went there, I even met the Prince of Liang's going out there." The moment he stepped out the door, people were calling before and after him, with cavalry following along. So imposing. Besides, the northern frontier has always been peaceful. Why can't we go? It just so happens the heir has to return to the capital to receive his title. When the time comes, I'll introduce you all. That'd be much better than hanging around that old man, surnamed Liu. Uni shot upright over the desk, her clear voice cutting in. "The person you're talking about, is Han Fin coming to the capital soon?" The boy glanced at her. "The information is definitely real. My father is even in charge of the banquet that day." She smiled brightly, a young Han Fin appearing in her mind. "Then doesn't that mean I'll get to see Han Fin when he was little? Then I can tell him about what will happen later, right? I absolutely have to keep working hard. No matter how hard a capture target is in the game, right now he's still just a child of a few years old." Wouldn't it be enough if we just became close like brother and sister? She yawned wide. I can't hold on anymore. I'm so sleepy. After I wake up, I'll fight you 800 rounds, your little crown prince. At that time, she had stood before Han Jun, telling them excitedly, so just think of me as your sworn sister, all right? We can think of a way together to get through this hard part. The two of them answered with firm sounds of agreement, which made her feel even more full of energy. Then today I'll go back and stay with Mother first. Tomorrow, when the teacher comes to give lessons, I'll come over. And you minded here. Hi, did you? If you want to leave the palace today, go through Shuanghe Gate. The south side is preparing to receive a distinguished guest of the imperial clan. Her eyes lit up as she asked, You mean the Prince of Liang's heir? And Yun nodded. That's right. Yuni hurried toward the city gate, leaving behind the voices of maids who couldn't catch up with her. Eldest Miss, wait. She stood at a distance, looking at Han Thin. Taking a deep breath, she shouted loudly, Han Thin. He heard it and turned around, but saw no one. The guard at his side asked, Your Heir Highness, is something the matter? Han Thin shook his head. Someone called me just now. Back in the present, Han Thin sat in a tent, staring thoughtfully at the battle map before him. The Flower Goddess Festival outside the capital was still in full swing, but his thoughts had already drifted far away. He murmured, If I use the Prince of Liang's identity to take the capital and become Regent Prince, then I'll be able to stay by little Yu's side, won't I? The system coldly replied, Correct. You and they're not the same. Nor are you wrong. This is still the best way. The wrong ones are those who try to stop me. Little Yu is so clever. She'll definitely forgive what I'm about to do, whether it's right or wrong. At once, the system alarm sounded. Emergency state. Please complete character arrangement for the special phase scenario. Eliminating abnormalities. He opened his eyes in shock. Am I dreaming? A small voice sounded in his mind. Return to the waiting time. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing before the city gate. Except the scene before him had returned to that very day. The guard bowed before Han Thin and respectfully asked, Your Heir Highness, are you truly not going to the capital? If so, this subject will go deliver the message. Han Thin paused, his gaze deep as a thought crossed his mind. Is this the year I was granted the title of heir of Yongin? At first, I thought the capital was dull, so I truly had no intention of going. But if I go, won't I meet Little Yu? If from the very beginning, I could have been betrothed to Little Yu, then what? He grabbed the guard by the sleeve, his voice a little urgent. I'm going. I only wanted to take a look. And now he stood within the city gate, while ranks of soldiers and maids lowered their heads in greeting. But his mind wasn't on any of that. Why can't I even see Prime Minister Thoy? I need to find a way to locate Little Yu. Suddenly, a loud cry rang out. Teen. He looked up and around, sharp eyes sweeping every corner, making the guard hurriedly ask, Your Highness? Han Thin answered, Someone called me just now. It was definitely Little Yu's voice. The system sounded again. Correction confirmed. Arranging immediate return for convenient deployment of character acting and behavior. At that, Han Thin shouted, Wait, back on Yuni's side. She fell while chasing the Taoist priest around the wishing tree, wincing as she cried out, Ow! The Taoist priest stood nearby, shaking his head as he looked at her. You really are bad at playing games. Why can you only cultivate halfway? Didn't I already say that energy and technique are both real? Before him, the system interface displayed the words, Adjusting data. Yuni got up and dusted off her skirt, her voice full of irritation. Then tell me, what secret does Han Thin have exactly? Why was I dragged back here the moment I was about to see him just once? Don't tell me he's a manager inside the game too. If you still won't tell me the truth, then just wait to die. And my gaming skills are excellent. My skills at suing your game company in court are also excellent. A shameless company like yours can just wait to go bankrupt. She grabbed the Taoist priest by the collar, making him cry out in panic. Don't get angry, don't get angry. Once you wake up, someone will definitely go negotiate. I'm only trying to make a living. Let's not make things difficult for each other. As he spoke, he secretly pressed the system panel to cancel the pause. The gazes of everyone around them turned toward the pair, making both of them laugh awkwardly. Yuni quickly said, I'm quite well. We're both fine, right? The Taoist priest nodded stiffly. Everyone officials, it's all right now, all right now. A little later, he opened the system panel, and the words displayed. Favorability has dropped to a very low level. The problem probably isn't serious anymore. The sedan chair quietly went deeper into Han Jun's residence. Sitting inside, Uni stared intently at the system panel floating before her. The constantly flashing words, "adjusting data," made her feel restless. When they arrived, a maid hurriedly lifted the curtain and invited her to step down. The guard lowered his head and said softly, "His Highness the Crown Prince is waiting for you." She frowned and asked quietly, "What happened?" Her gaze swept over the surroundings, and an ominous feeling rose in her heart. Why does everything suddenly feel so tense? The guard kept his head lowered as he replied, "You'll understand once you go in." She took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy doors. In the center of the main hall, Han Jun had been waiting for a long time. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions as he looked at her. "So you finally came back." He spoke in a low voice, as if suppressing something. "I heard that for a moment. You almost couldn't come back at all." She looked at him, the corner of her lips lifting into a faint smile as she thought to herself, "Whether your data gets corrected or not, you people aren't any different." Han Jun rose to his feet, his gaze deep as he looked at her. "Today, I dreamed of when we were children. You once smiled and told me that as long as we stayed together, any problem could be solved." He sighed regretfully. "I even once said I wanted to be your sworn brother." He stepped closer. "If this spring had come a little later, I might even have made up my mind to let you go free. Compared to being a bored empress in the palace, it wouldn't have been so bad for you to wander outside in my place." Suddenly, he lunged forward, his hand clamping around her throat, his eyes as cold as blades. "And yet you dared suggest becoming my family?" He hissed word by word. "Did you ever ask what happened to Han Lin recently?" She struggled and shouted, "Let go." But how could her strength possibly contend with his? "And yun clear de here. If you begged me, I would definitely soften. But unfortunately, Han Thin likes you. He's already on his way to the capital. His speed in taking cities is faster than military dispatches. Are you satisfied now?" Using all her strength, she shoved him away, fell to the floor, coughed several times, then raised her head, her eyes sharp. "From the very first day I came to the capital, you should have killed me, not locked me up." Han Jun laughed, but his eyes were icy. "If you died, there would be no bait left to lure Han Thin. Otherwise, how could he step into this imperial city?" 2 days later, Han Thin stood in the middle of the military camp, his gaze sharp as a blade, and gave the order, "This prince commands it. Kill without mercy anyone who stands in the way. Advance!" The army roared in unison. On this side, Uni had been locked in a room by Han Jun. She kept shouting, "Is anyone there? If you don't open the door, I'll find my own way out," summoning all the strength she had. She slammed hard against the door and tumbled outside. Looking around, she stared in shock. Everyone was gone. Did another bug happen? She got to her feet, her gaze sweeping around as she thought, Han Thin is still here. If he came from the real world too, then taking the imperial city should be easy for him. But should I warn him to be careful of Han Jun's trap? At that thought, she suddenly felt much more energized. As long as she thought of Han Thin as merely acting out the role of a top actor inside the game world, her mind relaxed a lot. As she walked, she muttered, "If no one comes, I really am leaving the palace. Don't say I'm making things hard for you working people." Reaching the great doors, she pulled them open hard. Before her stood Han Jun, covered in injuries, his body streaked with blood, collapsed on one knee with 2 arrows buried in his back. Behind him stood Han Thin, upright, his eyes glacial. Uni stared at the sight before her, speechless. Han Thin turned his back, his voice cold as ice. "This subject has restored order. The traitor and criminal Minister Han Jun, who murdered the emperor, has been executed. Today, rewards will be granted to the 3 armies, with promotions and titles." Then Han Thin looked at her, and his expression was strangely gentle. "Loyani, I'm back. From now on, I will be the Regent Prince. It's always like this. Did I scare you again? You're about to cry." As he said that, he reached out and pulled her into an embrace. Loyani could no longer hold back and threw herself into his arms. Tears soaked his shoulder as she choked out, "Don't kill people anymore. Don't kill me. Woo." Han Thin smiled faintly and soothed her. "The ones who should die are others. How could I ever harm you?" He thought to himself, "Those things in the dream will absolutely not continue in reality." Then he gently wiped away the tears on her cheeks and looked deeply in her eyes as he reassured her, "Don't cry anymore. Han Thin swears he will protect Uni forever." Though Uni sniffled, frightened inside as she thought, No matter how I look at it, it feels like you're deliberately acting so well right now, deliberately trying to scare people. In this game world, is there really nothing that can't happen? She suddenly asked, don't you have anything else you want to say to me? She thought, don't panic. It's all just acting. Han Tin nodded slightly. Ido. Doyeni still felt a trace of fear in her heart. Han Thin leaned close to her, his voice low and warm like fire. I've discovered that nothing is impossible, as long as I do what I think is right. Otherwise, no matter how much more I do, I still won't be able to protect you. He gently placed a kiss on her forehead. Doyuni, the day you left, I understood that the more deeply your love makes one linger and yearn, the greater the responsibility that comes with it. Every day, I struggled, trying to find the best choice, not wanting to make you sad. But now I think giving up that struggle isn't so bad. After all, compared to heartbreak, Uni will surely forgive me little by little. But first, we have to be together. Even though this is important, is there really nothing else you want to say to me? Inwardly, she thought, Lord Han, so the separation really hit you that hard? Are you too deep into the role? Han Thin gave a light laugh. I'll be the Regent Prince, and you'll be the Princess Consort. That sentence is only a plan. It doesn't count as a confession, though Uni thought. That's not it either. How about a secret code? Would Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger work? We're almost at the final ending. Can't you at least admit you're one of the administrators? Suddenly, Tang Mu walked over from afar, his cold voice breaking the atmosphere. Han Thin, don't go too far. You've already frightened her. Han Thin curled his lips into a faint smile. It's always like this. You always want to oppose me. Tang Mu, in the beginning, you were the one who wanted me to take revenge too. He clasped Doyuni's hand tightly and looked straight at Tang Mu. You won't win Uni from me. Tang Mu gave a cold snort. But as for the throne, you can try. Even now, why don't you dare reveal your identity? Doyuni's eyes lit up. What identity? Han Thin closed his eyes and sighed. Tang Mu will take you somewhere quiet first. Wait for me a moment. All right, I'm going to deal with the heir to the throne. Doyuni thought to herself, leaving a darkened Han Thin alone is terrifying. Say something quickly. She tugged at his sleeve and said anxiously, if you leave me alone with Tang Mu, what if he lovingly and attentively develops feelings after being separated from me? Just hearing it makes me scared. Take me with you. Han Thin gently patted her back. Be good. I'll be back soon. He turned away, but tossed out one more line. A dog that has lost its master, he wouldn't dare. In the main hall, Han Thin sat in the center, propping up his chin as he looked straight ahead. I said to bring only the third prince. Before him, Han Jun stood protectively with Su Dong behind him. Hansen smiled faintly. Meeting one person or meeting two, what difference does it make? It doesn't matter. Han Thin looked at the two of them, his gaze stopping on their tightly clasped hands. Han Jun angrily blocked his line of sight. Stop having improper thoughts about Dung Dung. That won't do. Han Thin, if you keep staring, you'll turn perverted. Han Thin looked at Su Dung's belly and asked, whose child is it? Su Dung looked at him and shyly placed a hand over her stomach. Your Highness jests. Han Tin lighed softly. It's not that I care. I'm only choosing an heir to the throne, seeing in whose house the imperial flower will fall. Hanjin shot him a look. Su Dung's child can become emperor. Right now, you cannot harm her. Hantin smiled faintly. Not necessarily. First, whether it's male or female is already one issue. In the end, it's only the next generation. If the people before it aren't all dead, how would it ever be this child's turn? Han Jun said in a deep voice, if what you want is revenge on me, then what use is keeping me alive? Better to settle it cleanly all at once. Let them go. Suddenly, several drops of blood splattered out. Su Dung cried out in horror. Third Prince. Han Thin spoke up, passed down the order. Royal clan members such as the Third Prince and the Empress were murdered by the traitor Han Jun. Find someone to ring the bell. Han Trin spoke up. I knew it. Han Quan treats me very well. Beside him, Tran Tu Dung replied with a stunned expression, yes. A thought echoed in her heart. So that bloody catastrophe had really been resolved just as the Third Prince had said. A few months earlier, in the Cold Palace, Han Trin had once said that on the day the Emperor passed away, it seemed all the imperial clansmen had come to the palace, only to be locked up by Han Quan. A helpless madam cried out, what are you doing? Don't hurt my royal son. I want to see the imperial consort and the crown prince. Han Trin's voice was like a blade cutting into the heart. Even mother and child must be separated. Most likely, he was afraid some people wouldn't accept it, that they would risk everything and fight to the death. But if their loved ones are taken hostage, then they can only obediently remain imprisoned. Han Trin Sayid. I was wondering why Han Quan was being so kind to their mother and son. I just don't know how Han Thin and the others are doing now. In his mind, a familiar name flashed by, and Tu Dung as well. Suddenly, a pounding knock sounded at the door, pulling him out of his wandering thoughts. Someone outside shouted, "Is anyone there?" Han Trin was full of suspicion. Why did that sound like Tu Dung's voice? "May I ask which prince has come today? Could you tell me what the situation outside is now?" Han Trin gestured for her to be quiet. "Tu Dung, lower your voice. I'll come over right away." The moment Tu Dung saw him, her eyes lit up with hope. "Third prince." He looked around carefully, afraid the guards would discover him. Climbing over the wall, he nearly slipped and fell. Tu Dung cried out in alarm. "Third prince, are you all right?" A moment later, Tu Dung said, "Third prince, things are no longer like before. The crown prince is not only mad now, he is mentally ill as well. I will find a way to get you and Her Majesty the Empress out of danger." Han Trin rubbed his eyes and replied, "But I don't want to. I don't want to do anything." Tu Dung stood up and moved closer to Han Trin. "It's not that I want to force you, third prince. I'm begging you. Even living one more day would be good." She reached out and caressed Han Trin's cheek. With the crown prince in this condition, no one can feel at ease. At the beginning, the two ladies arranged things this way precisely so that I could become pregnant and give birth to the next crown prince. I don't know whether it will succeed. If your highness is unwilling, then I won't say any more. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand tightly and raised his voice. "Fool, if I have a child, I'll die without even a place to be buried." What the imperial consort hates most is that her own son did not become the eldest prince. Han Quan would never agree to let someone else bear the eldest son. I know Han Quan and the imperial consort are already estranged as mother and son. Even if she stops Han Quan now, what about later? Dung Dung smiled, took Han Trin's hand, and said, "Then third prince still has 9 months to think about it. That is also a good thing." She moved closer. "The moment I agreed to this marriage, I already knew that sooner or later I would die. I was only thinking that the Tran family is also kin to the third prince. As long as the Tran family still has power, the third prince will surely be taken very good care of. Even though I am not a man, perhaps there are many things I cannot do, but I can still help your highness." A few days later, Han Trin seemed more contemplative than usual. He said, almost to himself, "Other than killing people, Han Quan doesn't seem to have had time to deal with so many disciples of the imperial clan. It looks like he has run into no small amount of trouble." Dung Dung replied, "Isn't it a good thing that he has no time to come visit?" Han Trin said thoughtfully, "Right now, the only person who could make Han Quan this anxious is Han Thin. If Han Thin has already begun his attack, then it's far too fast." Dung Dung stepped closer softly and said, "If it happens faster, then the third prince will be safe one day sooner." Han Trin's voice was full of worry. "You've never experienced war, so of course you don't understand. Whether it's persuading surrender or storming a city, both take time. If the offensive is moving this quickly, it proves the commander is becoming more and more frenzied, slaughtering all the way forward, losing his humanity and reason, using every vile method possible." Han Trin gently pulled Dung Dung into his arms and whispered, "From now on, I'll come see you every day. Especially if Han Thin attacks this place, don't leave my sight. I'm afraid he is no longer the Han Thin we once knew." With a cold expression, Han Thin sheathed his long sword, casually took the ledger beside him, tore off a scrap, and stuck it to Han Trin's forehead. On it were the mocking words, "Dead man." Han Thin gave a faint smile. "Go stay under the eave for a few days and play the sheltered young lady somewhere else." In the sealed room, Doyuni suddenly heard the announcement. Third Prince Han Trin, buried with the dead. She trembled so badly that she knocked over her teacup. Her distant gaze fixed in one direction, and only one question echoed in her heart. How could this happen? Doyuni looked far away, her heart filled with confusion. How could this happen? Her trembling hand opened the system interface. The favorability was displayed as 99, but Han Thin's corruption level had reached 100. Tang Mu walked up from behind and called out, Mississippi, on the road to the capital. Han Fin paid a great price, but he never once did anything against his conscience. He was just in too much of a hurry. A look of doubt flashed through Thoy Uni's eyes. There's just one thing I've never understood. Why is Han Fin so determined to become Regent Prince? Wouldn't it be better to become Emperor directly? Tang Mu frowned and replied, about that. Han Fin came under the banner of purging the court of traitors, so perhaps he should still avoid suspicion. Thoy Uni said firmly, no, that doesn't make sense. Han Fin has troops, he has real power in his hands, and yet he still cares whether his title is legitimate? A contradictory thought flared up in her mind. If the plot has already changed this much, and Han Fin truly is someone from the real world, why does he care so much about the title of Regent Prince? She spoke up. Then why exactly did the third prince die? If it was burial sacrifice, doesn't that mean Han Fin regarded him as a traitor and had him killed? Tamusmaid. The more Thoy Uni thought about it, the less she understood. I have to ask little Han Fin again. Clearly, he doesn't have to bear the sorrow all alone. Tang Mu glanced outside, a thoughtful look in his eyes. None of us, myself included, have ever thought about Han Fin as much as you have. Han Fin was right. Miss has always been the one who understands him best. I've only always known who it is that I like. Tang Mu bowed, his tone growing solemn. If there is a chance, and Miss can unravel the secret in Han Fin's heart, then please tell Tang Mu as well. From now on, I will have to trouble Miss to take care of His Highness Prince Leon. She frowned and asked, what do you mean by that? Why does it sound like you're saying goodbye to me? Tang Mu answered, I am saying goodbye. The capital no longer has any need of me. In a few days, I must leave for the southern border. He repeated what Lu Xianghe had once said. I'll trade one secret for another. If you want revenge, then there is still one more person. Whether Lan, when deliberately killed Su Kaji, if it's true or false, you'll know as soon as you ask him yourself. He continued, perhaps I'm in even greater danger than Han Fin. Today I finally avenged the great grudge in my heart, but I don't feel relieved. Instead, I feel as if I've lost my purpose and don't know what I should do next. Truly useless. I've decided to go to the southern border to seek vengeance. Perhaps I don't know what my life will be like afterward. Miss, please take care of yourself. Don't dwell on other things. Uni smiled to herself. No one is born perfect. Brother Tang Mu, you are already very capable. The two of them looked up at the sky. Uni thought in silence. Little Han Fin only has 1 point of favorability left. If he still has no intention of revealing anything related to the real world, then, after I return, should I still go looking for him? Lost in thought, she dozed off, and fortunately Han Fin appeared in time to catch her. He looked at her and said, at this hour of the night, if I hadn't come, were you planning to sit here forever? She called out, little Han Fin. Han Fin gently laid her down on the bed. I'm a coward here. I was afraid you'd ask questions I couldn't bring myself to answer. Only now had he come to find her. He whispered, his eyes unable to hide his concern. He activated the system panel before his eyes. The system reported, current stage mission. Choose the most suitable candidate to ascend the throne. Final mission, become Regent Prince. Han Tin Frulnid. As long as I become Regent Prince, I can stay with little you for the rest of my life. You guarantee that, right? The system replied quickly, correct. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. Han Fin curled his lip, his voice low. I'm already moving fast enough. Don't help me the way you did today, ever again. Why did it suddenly stop? It seems there's never been anything like this before. The system continued, its reply sounding like an unavoidable warning. Assisting you is the AI system's most important duty. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. Our goals are the same. Advancing your progress is my responsibility. Han Fin replied coldly. You sound more and more human now. In the future, if little you is present, you'd better not appear. I can keep her by my side now. The system panel suddenly displayed a question. Dissociative disorder? Han Fin froze, his voice filled with suspicion and worry. How do you know about that? A warm, low voice sounded out. You're awake. Her eyes met the familiar face of Han Fin at her side. He quickly pulled her into his arms and whispered gently, sleep a little longer. Thoy Uni was a little dazed and asked softly, has my little Han Fin come back? Then the two of them suddenly spoke at the same time. About last night. Han Fin let Thoy Uni speak first. You go first. Thoy Uni's expression was complicated. Little Han Fin, After so much difficulty, you finally returned safely. Of course I should be very happy, but you just had to scare me. With that fun, Han Fin said slowly, I didn't do it on purpose. I had reasons why I had no choice. Uni sat bolt upright, her sharp eyes fixed on him. What exactly happened to Han Trin? Why do you have to become Regent Prince? Why won't anything else do? Han Fin moved closer. I must become Regent Prince. I want the next emperor to be weak and easy to control, someone who won't stand in my way. Even the third prince, if he got in my way, then it would be best for him to die. He wrapped his arms around her. Her heart was in turmoil, not even a little heartache. There must be some hidden reason, and yet he still wouldn't tell me. She pushed him away, her voice resolute. I don't want to stay here waiting any longer. I want to go home. Han Fin, I want to go home. In her mind, questions about the real world and the virtual world kept repeating, making her heart feel even heavier. Han Fin pulled her into his arms again and said gently, once I become Regent Prince, we'll never be separated again. If you want to go back, then go. Lord and Lady Thoy are waiting for you. At the Thoy residence, Uni asked, return to Qinghe? Why we have to go back to our old home? Prime Minister Thoy replied gravely, a new emperor means a new court. Even if I stay here, there's nothing I can do anymore. Prince Liang said he will not pursue responsibility, but who knows what will happen in the future. Mrs. Thoy beside him added gently, come here. Mother has a few things to tell Uni. Silly child, you said you were leaving and would never come back again. Now that you have returned, you must feel very hurt, mustn't you? Uni called softly, Mother, I'm fine. After some time, I'll be fine. Mrs. Thoy soothed her warmly. Seeing that you are safe is enough to set my heart at ease. Your father and I have already asked the Grand Tutor to think of a way. That person will not let you leave now. Once the Grand Tutor comes to take you away, we will wait for you forever in Qinghe. A vague unease suddenly rose in Uni's heart. But the Grand Tutor has already been imprisoned. Mother, she said firmly, it wasn't easy for me to finally make this choice. I want to stay here with him, whether it's for a few days or for a few years. I want to see things through with little Han Fin. Mrs. Thoy smiled, her eyes shining with affection. Uni is grown up now, but your father and mother will always be by your side. You can come home anytime. In her boudoir, Uni let her eyes sweep across the room, and a sense of emptiness rose faintly in her heart. Suddenly, a voice behind her neck made her jump. I finally found you. She turned around and saw someone wearing a lion head, speaking vaguely. It's me, it's me. He stepped forward and said seriously, in real life, if someone is stalking you every single day like this, you have to call the police immediately. Got it. That's a total pervert. Uni stared at him. Aren't you the administrator of this game? Wouldn't it be as easy as turning over your hand for you to find me? The man laughed awkwardly. Wasn't I using the lion dance to suppress spirits in the capital? I just had an idea and happened to run into you. As soon as he finished speaking, he began activating a small system control device. Blue light flickered over his face, making his expression look grave. We need to investigate what needs investigating. Before this, I thought Han Fin was just an NPC, but it turns out this character is very unusual. His clearance level is also very high. It's very possible that someone has been manipulating the game from behind the scenes. He raised his head, his eyes full of doubt. As for what exactly is wrong, you can only find out by getting outside and searching the data center. But right now, the equipment really has malfunctioned, and I can't get out either. The only way we can leave now is if you finish the game. You seem to remember something. I told you before, didn't I? My way of entering the game world isn't the same as yours. I'm inside the game world from Monday to Friday, and I only get out after work on Friday. Those 5 days aren't controlled by my conscious mind. If you can't log out successfully, the AI system in the data center will be activated to take over emergency handling. Uni looked at him, a stream of questions rising in her heart, yet she did not dare say them aloud. The system was the first thing to start acting strangely. Was the system rebelling, or was someone directing it? The game administrator hurriedly said, I suspect there's something wrong with this system. We absolutely have to get out before it takes over. Quick, check the target's favorability. Uni lightly propped up her chin and replied softly, I already checked. It's reached 99. The man reacted as if he had found treasure. Overjoyed, he shouted so loudly that Uni jumped. Awesome. Then now we're only one step away. Hang in there. We're about to return to the real world. Uni frowned in confusion, but I don't know how to push it to 100. The man blurted out in disbelief, sounding anxious. Are you kidding me? We're at the final stage, and you're still this clueless? The very last point is a confession. Haven't you seen the confession scene? Uni thought for a moment and answered, hasn't that always ended in failure? No, I've never seen it. Remembering what Han Thin had once said, she spoke with some hesitation. He said he would confess after becoming Regent Prince. Then how much time do we have left in the game world at most? The man replied quickly, at most, 1 week in the game world. And put down everything in the game. All of this is fake. Have you set up protection against the game's temptation? Uni smiled faintly, her gaze steady. I know which side matters more. The person I like is little Han Thin, not that bastard who borrowed his appearance to deceive my true feelings. Even if there isn't enough time, Han Thin wants to become Regent Prince. To do that, he needs an emperor, but all those who originally had the right to inherit the throne are already dead. The game administrator curled his lips into a grin, his eyes bright as though he had found a way out. That's simple. Isn't it just someone qualified to be emperor? If there isn't one, I'll make one for you. Go back to the palace now. I'll bring him right to you. Uni high-fived him, and the two of them declared in unison, we must successfully return to the real world. At the imperial palace, while strolling around, Uni suddenly saw a little boy run over and cling to her leg. The boy looked up, his eyes full of panic, his voice trembling. Save me! Save me! The guards rushed over. One of Han Thin's guards shouted, protect Miss Thoy. Uni looked at the boy, unable to stop her curiosity. Isn't this way of delivering him a bit too melodramatic? Still, she crouched down and comforted him gently. What is it? What's your name? Don't be afraid. The boy answered, I'm Han Xiao. Don't kill me. I've always stayed in the palace. I've done nothing. I won't do anything. Han Thin's guard said sternly, Miss Thoy, please hand him over to us. His Highness Prince Liang ordered us to investigate the royal clan members. No one knows how he managed to hide in the palace for so many days. Uni replied calmly, just in time. I'm on my way to see Prince Liang, so I'll bring him along. Inwardly, she thought, this kid isn't trying to latch onto me, is he? As expected, a member of the Han bloodline had come to see Han Thin. Han Xiao and Han Thin faced each other, their gazes like blazing flames. Han Thin spoke angrily. Take your dirty hand off her. Uni looked at him in surprise. What are you saying? He's just a child. She looked down at the boy's hand and thought to herself, it really is dirty. Han Thin couldn't restrain himself and pulled Uni into his arms, his voice full of sarcasm. How old are you already? And you still like picking up random things outside? Uni answered stubbornly, he's a person, not a toy. Han Thin gently stroked her head and said softly, all right. He's a person, okay. Then he leaned close to Uni's ear and whispered, besides, when I was about his age, I already liked you. Don't assume he's too young to understand anything. Uni could not stop herself from blushing bright red. In embarrassment, she shouted, right now, only your mouth is sweet. Nothing else about you is sweet. Uni hurriedly left. Han Thin then turned to Han Xiao and asked, speak, what's your purpose? Han Xiao's eyes burned brightly as he replied stubbornly, how many things are known in a stormy night? A fragile flower does not wither only because night falls, but because the wind destroys it. But I want to keep living. Han Tin sneered. Who taught you that? You're talking complete nonsense. Han Xiao shouted angrily. I don't know, but I want to keep living. I'm willing to do anything. I can learn. I'm very useful. I lived in the cold palace for 10 years and hid in this city for 3 years. There is nothing I cannot do. Han Thin let out a cold laugh, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. Then do you dare become emperor? A few days later, Han Thin spoke again. You have not been sleeping well these past few days. Get some rest. Uni stroked his cheek and replied, I do not want to sleep. Han Thin, is there anything else you want to say to me? I am not sleepy anymore. Han Thin smiled faintly. There is good news, actually. Tomorrow is the day Han Jiak Hu ascends the throne. From now on, you will teach him. If he does not study well. Uni thought to herself, so this day has finally come. She turned to him, her eyes full of challenge. Are you not afraid that child will come like me? When the time comes, if we are together all day, I will not have time to care about you. Han Thin smiled, his eyes full of confidence. Would he dare? I have never seen many people truly like studying. By next month, he will know enough to hide from you. He gently pressed a kiss to her forehead and said, when I return tomorrow, I have something important to tell you. You must wait for me. Han Thin continued, you must wait for me. Why come back? There are many things I want to tell you. Uni lowered her head and answered, Really? Do not lie to me. What I hate most is people who deliberately deceive me. Han Fin gave a faint smile, his voice firm. A gentleman's word is binding. I have never broken a promise. In the Great Hall, the officials cried out in unison, Long live the new emperor. Han Fin turned to Han Jiaqiu and spoke loudly. Ascending the throne means severing yourself from ordinary life. You must address yourself as Zhen. Do you understand? Han Jiaqiu sat on the dragon throne, hesitation flashing in his eyes, yet he remained resolute. I have ascended the throne. Rise, my beloved ministers. Prince Liang risked his life alone to help the late emperor suppress the rebels. I'm still young, so let Prince Liang be appointed regent prince. Han Fin turned his back, his tone calm. Then this minister obeys the decree. The officials lowered their heads and said respectfully in unison, Congratulations, Regent Prince. Panic flashed through Han Jiaqiu's eyes as he called out awkwardly, The one who should have ascended the throne should have been you, Han Fin. Han Fin turned back slightly and smiled. My 5-year term has come. I wish to ask for a marriage. Those words made Han Jiaqiu even more flustered. Of course that is allowed. Han Fin gave a slight nod, turned, and walked away. I will take my leave first. I still have something to do. The officials bowed in unison to see him off. Congratulations, Regent Prince. Outside the palace, Han Fin curled his lips into a faint smile. At last, this day has come. I can stay with DU forever. A system notification sounded. Affection level 100. In the room, Uni saw a notification appear on the system from the game staff member, Emothot. Exit withdrawal is now available. She clenched her hand and said softly, Wait just a few more minutes. Outside, Han Fin's warm voice sounded. DU, I am back. She answered, her voice trembling slightly. Wait. If there is something to say, just say it like that. I am listening. Han Fin continued. I have done everything. I want to be with you. I have already asked for an imperial marriage decree. As long as you agree, we can marry at once. I truly love you. Uni's expression darkened, her eyes full of pain. Han Fin, I already know that you are only pretending to like me. You have a system and missions, do you not? Locking me up here, bullying me, watching me suffer. And yet before, I truly liked you. I am very stupid, am I not? With tears shimmering in her eyes, she whispered softly, I will hate you forever. The person I liked was only someone in my imagination. Outside, Han Fin spoke urgently. I only did those missions so I could stay by your side. Do not be angry. Wherever I deceived you, I will explain it all. Suddenly the system announced, strategy successful. Exit ending. Uni trembled and still did not dare press the button, but the game staff member urged her on. Why are you still dragging this out? She remembered Han Fin's words. You must believe me. I truly love you. Do you hate me? Her hand shook, tears falling freely, and in the end she finally pressed the exit ending button. Outside, Han Fin was still speaking. Actually, the third prince is not dead. Your parents did not return to Qinghe because I was wrong. Can we go visit them in summer? Her body gradually dissolved into the wind. Han Fin shoved the door with all his strength, his voice echoing out. You cannot hate me at a time like this. It was not easy for me to finally make this happen. In this world, no one can stop us. The door burst open. Inside the room, everything was still and deathly quiet. There was not a single person there. System notification, logging out of the game. While waiting to remove the device, someone in the other world forcibly severed the connection. He stepped out of the tank, his face full of irritation. Damn your ancestors to the 8th generation. Who the hell ruined this? It was so dangerous. I'm going to fight you to the death. Why was I forcibly logged out too? It looks like management posted an emergency notice saying the server had a problem. But was not everything still fine on the forum? As he walked, he tugged his clothes into place and headed toward the information center. On the notice board outside the door, it clearly read, Personnel only, no entry. He lit a cigarette. Before the smoke could even rise, the fire alarm went off. Fire warning, please evacuate. Holding a fire extinguisher, he stood in front of the experimental machine. Without hesitation, he swung and smashed the machine apart. A man fell onto the floor. He shook him hard and shouted, Wake up! The man murmured unconsciously, DU, I cannot find you. Grinding his teeth in anger, he said, "Damn my luck. If I were Renda, I would beat you to death today." The face reflected in the mirror was Han Thin's, but the person standing there was Han Min Noyet. He quietly recalled the past. When he was little, he often heard his older brother say, "I have an older brother. When I was young, he had already gone abroad. My father was a very capable man." His father's words in a laboratory were still clear in his mind. Perhaps one day, the results of this research can create a completely new world, one capable of simulating the past, present, and future of the world. His mother, standing beside him at the time, had also added seriously, could it not also be used to calculate fate? Although right now we still cannot infer reality. Han Min Noyet had been very young then, yet he kept asking himself what fate truly was. But then tragedy struck. A failed experiment took both his father and mother. Standing by their graves, his older brother said firmly, "Our parents' research cannot simply stop like this. Fireflies that shine too brightly are easily caught. We need some camouflage." Those words became a guiding principle, leading to the creation of the game company. Han Min Noyet once heard his brother explain, "As long as data from 300 people is entered and we wait a little longer, we may be able to meet 300 hypothetical people again. At that point, we can use that as the background to create a game and gather data." One day, while standing before the system board, he asked his brother, "Can we bring Mom and Dad into it?" His brother looked at him, a flicker of hope shining in his eyes, but still replied calmly, "Your idea is not bad. It is possible. But to prevent people from becoming addicted to the hypothetical world, we need an anti-addiction threshold." Time passed, and Han Min Noyet grew up, but he always carried one thought in his heart. If he could see his parents alive again, if he wanted to make that world real, was that not only natural? While he was working, a female researcher gently handed him a cup of tea. "Would you like some water?" He nodded slightly. "Thank you." The female researcher suddenly felt a little delighted. The boss's younger brother really is handsome. If only he could get past the addiction issue, everything would be perfect. She hesitated, then asked, "Actually, if you are interested, even without passing the anti-addiction check, you could still enter the hypothetical world to play. We're using real people for character modeling here. Would you consider it?" Before he could answer, a bespectacled man walked in, a cigarette hanging from his mouth, looking displeased. "Hey, absolutely not. Do you have no conscience?" He definitely cannot act directly. He is someone who cannot distinguish between the hypothetical world and reality. Even so, Han Min Noyet still decided to try the experiment. As his body sank down, he thought, "It is fine. I'm not a child anymore." When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the body of a child, with his mother and imperial father beside him. His mother said gently, "Han Thin, come dance with Mother tonight." He smiled. "Yes." Suddenly a voice sounded by his ear, pulling him out of the trance. "Why did you not call me along?" Return to reality. Han Min Noyet lowered his head. It had felt too real, so real that he still could not control himself, and had treated the hypothetical world as reality. Han Min Noyet gazed on in silence, his expression complicated, as though still trapped on that fragile boundary between reality and the fantasy world. He sat in thought before a computer screen, the content displayed on it reading, "Journey with the Lord has exploded in popularity, with simultaneous online users surpassing 800,000. A girl's game taking the market by storm." This company's games are all exquisitely made, with a one-of-a-kind ecological design. Launching the second generation of Teasing Destiny, with many world options, there will be something that suits you. A spark of understanding lit up in Han Min Noyet's eyes. Right. Immediately, his fingers flew across the keyboard. He searched for the name Han Thin from that previous world, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. "It was not that I care that much. I'm just casually looking at other people's reviews." Surely they never guessed it was a real person acting the role. The players' comments appeared, and line after line made him laugh softly. Did anyone notice that handsome character? Han Thin, the Regent Prince. What exactly is his character type? I am so curious. He murmured indifferently. "At least you have good eyes." Another comment made him raise a brow slightly. "Strategizing, Mr. Liu? Too handsome. I am dying." I like this kind of steady, gentle man the most. He was only one step away from success and then got killed. What a pity. He muttered disdainfully, just a schemer. Is your judgment of people really that bad? Then another harsh comment appeared. The Regent Prince is a bastard. Too much. He killed someone. The Crown Prince's lapdog. Do not want to look. What is wrong with this NPC? Mrs. Liu's sisters, hold back your grief. Bunny, same here, not looking either. On the other end, a girl was munching chips while typing furiously. She complained, am I playing the game? Or, is the Regent Prince playing me? Han Min Noyet chuckled softly and calmly typed back. It is only a game. How could you possibly experience the special point of this world? The girl responded at once, full of challenge. If you have the guts, let me go strategize the Regent Prince. He curled his lips, his eyes glinting with confidence. If you have the ability, then go conquer the Regent Prince. There is simply no way anyone can do it. The girl shot back determinedly. I will definitely make him understand what it means to love and not be able to have it. The pain of youth. I sneaked in. The information center has matching data for me, so it was easy. Other than the system, no one knows. I will be back quickly. Nothing will happen. Beside him, his older brother placed a pear on the table and asked casually, "Want to eat?" Han Min Noyet shook his head, his eyes still fixed thoughtfully on the screen. "No. Did you make a huge mess this time?" His older brother replied while chewing, with a careless note in his voice, "We will temporarily suspend operations first. We will find the victim and discuss compensation before anything else. We can talk about the rest later. Since childhood, you have always been too sensible, so now you do not know how to judge the limits of your mistakes." Han Min Noyet looked out the window, his voice suddenly lowering. "How is she?" His older brother answered briefly. "She woke up before you did." He allowed a sigh, a trace of emptiness in his eyes. "Then why is she not logged onto the forum to curse me out yet?" "Miss here." Uni held a bouquet of flowers, radiant, as cheerful congratulations sounded around her. "Congratulations. Your body has recovered quite well. You can go home today." She responded with a bright smile. "Then I will be going first." "Where's my dad?" A nurse beside her spoke up. "Mr. Thoy seems to be in the chief doctor's office." She thought to herself, I should still go find Dad first. At the chief doctor's door, Uni heard Mr. Thoy's firm voice from inside. "I absolutely will not allow the perpetrator and the victim to have contact. We still cannot determine whether my daughter has suffered psychological trauma." The doctor said it too. Even if she has forgotten now, she may remember later. No one can be sure what exactly happened to her in there. She sighed, pushed the door open, and said gently, "I am coming in. I was not intentionally eavesdropping on your conversation. I have said many times since waking up that I truly do not remember anything. So do not worry." "All right then, let's go home." After they got home, Mr. Thoy said gently, "Little you go rest. I will call you when dinner is ready." Uni answered eagerly, "I can finally sleep at home again." Looking at the childhood photo she had taken with her mother, she said softly, "Good morning, Mom. I am home." Mr. Thoy came in from the kitchen and asked curiously in his daughter's room, "What is it? Why are you putting these away? Did you not like these things?" Uni lowered her head and murmured, "Something happened to me. These things are somewhat dangerous, so I do not want to play anymore. Besides, vacation is almost over. If I do not finish my assignments, it will be too late. Dad, I need to go to the library to look up materials." Mr. Thoy thought to himself, she can use the computer and submit her assignments now. Little Yu likes doing homework at home most of all. If she's not using the internet at home now and insists on going to the library, is that not just making things unnecessarily troublesome? Then he said softly, "That is fine too. Go out and take a walk." Meanwhile, a bespectacled man grumbled. "Being fired by the old man really is the bad part. If I want to make money, I still have to deal with the boss. What a pain." He lowered his voice heavily. But the boss really had the guts of heaven before. "I truly cannot take it. With such a huge accident, if he gets sued, who knows whether he will even go to jail." Han Min Niet walked over from somewhere and sat down opposite him, startling him into blurting out, "Why is it you?" Min Noyet replied calmly, "You want money. I need someone. Why can it not be me?" The man jumped up angrily and shouted, "Are you messing with me? I already quit. Let me tell you, all the games you people made are illegal. Just wait to eat prison food." Min Noyet said calmly, "I really came to see you because I need something. I want to see her, but she is not online, so I have no way to find her location." The man laughed mockingly. "Stop being crazy. Fine, let us say I'm scared of you, okay? Your head got itchy, and now you have a lovesick brain? Are you preparing for an online romance?" Min Noyet answered firmly, I will not do anything. I just want to apologize. The bespectacled man let out a cold laugh. Regret it now? It is because of your messing around that she lost her memory without even understanding why. I advise you to give up. Her brain does not want to remember, and if you keep pestering her, that would be rude. Min Noyet placed a sheet of paper on the table and said in a low voice, "That is my business. Name your price. I guarantee I will not do anything against morality or the law." The bespectacled man frowned. "Do you think money can solve this? Stop it. What do you take me for?" Min Noyet raised the paper and said sternly, "I own 12% of the company's shares. I could transfer all of them to you. From now on, you will be the company's second largest shareholder." At the library, Uni ran in happily, smiling brightly as she called out, "I am here." The girl Lam Q came over, but instead of looking at her, she stared at Han Min Noyet at the check-in counter and cried out, "Salted fish, quick, 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 look, there's actually a handsome guy in the library." The girl pointed excitedly. "Look." Lam Q tugged Uni's hand, her eyes full of curiosity. "Salted fish, does he look familiar? Haven't we seen him somewhere before?" Before Uni could answer, Lam Q had already cheerfully greeted him. "Hello, we reserved seats at the library. Brother, please check for us." That handsome guy was Han Min Noyet, working here at the check-in desk. He lowered his head to check the list, then smiled and confirmed, "All right, Lam Q. And though you need to, right?" Lam Q nodded excitedly over and over. "Yes, yes, yes." Uni gently pushed Lam Q aside and said coldly, "We know this place very well. There is no need for an introduction. I can find a seat myself." Han Min only smiled faintly and answered calmly, "If you need anything, you can come find me." Lam Q turned back and teased, "A handsome man of top quality, and you will not even look a little longer? You really have changed." Uni hurried off in embarrassment, muttering as she walked, "How humiliating. Hurry up and go." Behind them, Han Min Noyet stood still, watching the two of them leave. A trace of sadness lingered in his eyes as he thought to himself, "Does you really not remember?" He gave a self-mocking laugh. Who even uses their real name to play a game? Tai U Ni. On the other side, Lam Q kept laughing as they walked, not missing the chance to tease Uni. "What is with your condition? You're not interested in handsome guys anymore." Uni paused for a moment, then answered seriously, "That is right. I'm tired of it. I still prefer the kind of paper person who fits my fantasies. In real life, have you not heard? The more beautiful someone is, the better they are at deceiving people." Lam Q burst into laughter. "Since your natural talent is not bad, then go trick that handsome guy for us and broaden your sister's horizons." Just then, Han Min walked over carrying 2 cups of water and happened to hear Lam Q's words, but he did not look embarrassed at all. Lam Q hurriedly waved her hands and explained, "Ha ha ha, the person we were talking about definitely was not you." The two girls glanced at each other, their faces flushed red with embarrassment, both thinking the same thing. This is really mortifying. Han Min Noyet smiled gently and said, "It is all right. I only noticed you did not bring water. In summer, when it is this hot, it is better to stay hydrated." Uni sprang to her feet and quickly changed the subject. "I just remembered, I'm going to look for reference books. Sorry, I will be gone for a bit." It is not that she has any opinion of you. She is just a little forceful. Nowadays, it is the age of the internet and virtual reality. Yet she still insists on going out to look up books. Han Min Noyet remained calm and only replied, "It is fine. I will be going now." As he turned and walked away, his smile carried a trace of loneliness, and he told himself, "No wonder she is not online. But it does not matter. I have found you now." Uni quietly stood in a corner of the library, her eyes full of worry as she wondered, "If I go back now, will I run into him?" After hesitating for a while, an idea suddenly came to her. "I might as well go buy a cup of milk tea and rest for a bit." She carefully poked her head out and looked around. Seeing that Han Min was not there, she let out a relieved sigh, then skipped out happily and told herself, "I will send Lam Q a message later. Once he is gone, I will come back." But just as she reached the door, she immediately stopped when she saw Han Mingwei standing there talking on the phone. From a distance, she heard him say, "I know, the hospital sent me a message. What's the matter? Wait a moment, I'll call you back." When he turned his head, his eyes met Uni's flustered look. She awkwardly tried to force a smile. "Haha, what a coincidence." Han Mingwei smiled slightly, stepped closer, and pushed the door to go out. "It is a coincidence. Let go, I want to go in too." Uni froze, thinking to herself, "You'd better really be a coincidence." Just then, a promotional voice rang out from the milk tea counter next door. "Welcome! We are having a Valentine's event, half price for the second cup. What would you two like to drink?" Yuni and Han Mingwei stood in front of the ordering counter in the milk tea shop. Han Mingwei turned around, his eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief, and said, "Since there's a discount, wouldn't it be good to drink together?" Yuni pondered briefly, her tone straightforward. "Of course it's not good. I'm not short of this little amount of money." Han Mingwei took out his phone, preparing to open the scan code. Yuni stood beside him and gently ordered a drink. "Strawberry matcha, thank you." Han Mingwei's hand trembled as he held the scan code in front of Yuni. His voice stuttered slightly. "Then scan my WeChat and transfer the money for this cup back to me." Yuni looked at the scan code, looking bored, and thought to herself, "Who still does this nowadays? You're really old-fashioned. What? Were you planning to smash boba in my face?" A moment later, Han Mingwei was holding a pile of coins Yuni had handed him. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. His hand suddenly loosened, and the coins scattered all over the floor. He collapsed to the ground, his vision blurring as the scene around him shifted. Han Mingwei was now inside Han Thin's body. An old memory echoed in his mind. He thought, "How could I not find it? She was still by my side then." There are only a few people in the world who have the ability to take DU away right in front of my eyes. I can't mess with them. The scene suddenly returned to the present as two shop employees ran over, their eyes filled with worry. "Are you okay? Do you need us to call an ambulance or take you to the hospital?" Han Mingwei slowly stood up, regaining his composure, and said, "No, I'm fine. Just resting for a bit is enough." His brother's stern voice over the phone flashed in his mind again. "The doctor said your health hasn't fully recovered yet. Why did you rush out? You have to hurry back and do another checkup." Han Mingwei replied, "I know. The hospital also sent me a message." Back to reality, he thought silently. "Before returning to the hospital, I must at least get DU's forgiveness first." At the library, Lin Shi saw Yuni return with a joyful look. "Salted fish, you're finally back. Why did you take so long?" Yuni forced a smile, trying to hide her emotions. "I want to buy milk tea for you." "Ha ha ha." Lin, she suddenly remembered. "I just remembered I have a dinner appointment with another friend. I'll go first, I'll go with you next time. Salted fish." Yuni replied softly, "Then hurry up and go. I'll write by myself for a bit and then leave." Lin, she lowered her voice. "I'm really sorry, salted fish." Watching Lin Shi's back, Yuni's expression darkened. Her thoughts drifted. "Come on, Yuni, this is the real world now. Not everyone can revolve around you." As she thought that, tears kept streaming down her face. "I didn't even say goodbye in the game, so why did you still come here and keep getting entangled with me? Is it that fun to hover around me like this?" "I haven't forgotten anything at all. I remember clearly everything that happened in the game. Han Thin is like me, a person who exists in the real world. One look is enough to tell that he came to apologize." Outside, the sky grew dark as a storm approached. Looking out through the huge glass window, she thought, when Han Thin wants to apologize, he acts especially pitiful. It's obviously just to trick people into softening their hearts. She shot to her feet, full of determination. Better go home before it starts raining. She hurried down the stairs, thinking as she went, what exactly does he want to apologize for? Was everything that happened to me in the game just a joke? Dream on. She started running faster, pouting as she thought, the one I like is Han Zyathan in the game. What does that have to do with him? I don't need his apology at all. She jumped and landed perfectly. As she approached the door, there was a heavy thunderstorm outside. Suddenly, Han Mingwei came from behind, holding an umbrella in his hand. He handed it to her and stuttered, "Here, I apologize for what happened just now. You don't need to return the umbrella to me. I don't want to use this as an excuse to pester you." The rain still fell incessantly. Han Mingwei held an umbrella in his hand, his eyes a bit flustered but still firm. His voice rang out clearly. "Hey, I apologize for earlier. You don't have to return the umbrella. I don't want to use these things to bother you." Yuni glanced at the umbrella in his hand and replied in an even tone, "It's raining so heavily. How are you going to leave without an umbrella?" Han Mingwei smiled slightly, tried to appear nonchalant. "I'll wait for someone to give me a ride on their way." Yuni decisively took the umbrella from his hand and opened it. She brought it closer, looked at him with emotional eyes, and said, "My house is near here. It only takes 10 minutes to get back. Going this way, is it on your way?" Han Mingwei was slightly stunned, then agreed, his voice mixed with barely concealed joy. "Yeah, it's on the way." He was smug with joy. Uni glanced at him and thought, don't be smug too soon. Even though they were sharing an umbrella, the distance between them was like the distance between bodyguards. She thought, TSK, what's the point of this on the way thing if you're holding the umbrella like that? She reached out to pull him closer and thought, I'm really afraid of you. She spoke up, the umbrella is too small. It's very cramped walking like this. You don't mind, do you? He immediately replied, trying to hide the joy that had just kindled in his heart. Indeed, the umbrella is a bit small. He happily thought, but mainly because you are too close to me. Arriving at Yuni's front door, she stopped, not daring to look at him, and spoke, this is fine. Let me get a towel for you to wipe yourself. Han Mingwei suddenly grabbed her hand. His voice lowered, carrying a hint of regret. It's fine, I just wanted to. I didn't mean to make you hate me. I came to look for you to apologize. I am Soda Kropka. His eyes were a bit sad as he thought, but little Yu has forgotten. Even if I say it, she won't understand. Yuni was slightly surprised, then she smiled, her eyes softening. Actually, thank you very much. If it wasn't for you, I'd be soaked like a drowned rat today. There's no need to apologize. No matter what you do, I will forgive you. Han Mingwei looked at her, his heart in turmoil. Does this count as getting her forgiveness? Am I really the only one left who remembers what happened? If the person in today's situation hadn't been me, then what would have happened? Standing before him, Yuni quietly looked into his deep eyes, filled with countless complicated emotions. You apologize, and I forgive you. Isn't that enough? Asking for forgiveness so casually like this, shouldn't there at least be compensation in court before forgiveness is granted? Use money less often, okay? This is way too cheap. Han Mingwei unconsciously spoke up, his voice a bit serious, mixed with worry. Although I'm not a bad person, there are a lot of bad people out there. How can you let a stranger of the opposite sex into your house? It's very unsafe. Don't do it next time. Before he could finish his sentence, Yuni slammed the door shut, leaving him standing in a daze in front of the house. Inside, she gritted her teeth in anger, feeling like her head was smoking. Didn't I just want to hear what you had to say before leading you here? The result is just a bunch of nonsense like this. I'm so mad. Han Shutin. At the laboratory's news center, the tense atmosphere was broken by the bespectacled man's shout. His tone was both sarcastic and annoyed. So the little girl asked you to take her home, and you want to lecture her on paying attention to safety? Han Mingyue's voice was soft, but he still wanted to justify himself. But the bespectacled man interrupted, scolding like a torrent of water. Don't but. You shouldn't meddle in what she does at all. Don't you think this is a good opportunity? The strong smell of cigarettes from the bespectacled man made Han Mingwei frown. He continued to analyze, as if suggesting something. For example, the towel you used. Doesn't that mean she wants you to wash it and bring it back to her? Sai, doesn't that require you to go visit her for a bit? This is called give and take. Han Mingwei seemed to awaken, his eyes lighting up as he thought of something. So that's how it is. And here I thought. The bespectacled man smirked, his eyes mocking. I didn't expect you to be such an unconventional person. How on earth did you manage to be with her in the game? Han Mingwei smiled slightly, as if lost in a distant memory. That's right, if little you hadn't always been trying so hard, I simply couldn't have been with her. There's something else I want to apologize to her for. I regret it. I don't just want her forgiveness anymore. I want to start over with her too. The bespectacled man crossed his arms and curled his lips at him, his tone laced with mockery. I knew it. You really are disgusting. His mocking voice rang out again. I knew it. You're seriously nauseating. At the same time, Han Mingyue's older brother, Han Jijin, walked into the room carrying several boxes of food. His eyes were curious when he heard the arguing. What is it this time? Mingwei already helped you fix the system, so why are you still angry instead? The bespectacled man answered through clenched teeth. Obviously, the two of you teamed up to trick me into coming here to repair this thing. I've been up all week and still haven't finished checking it, and now you've even called your lovesick idiot brother over here. It's making me sick. What the hell does he know? Han Jijin placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice calm. How could that be? You're a shareholder now. The company and the system are partly yours too. This is you working for yourself. Besides, my little brother is very capable. He may not have made it into a major lab, but all the impressive VR and sensory equipment we have now was designed by him. Han Mingwei unconsciously pointed at the machine. The one you smashed last time was made by me too. It just hasn't gone into mass production yet. The bespectacled man narrowed his eyes and snatched up the ticket. No way. Wasn't that made by another tech company? I even kept a ticket for their next exhibition. Han Jijin slowly raised the ticket. He pointed at the printed words on it. Look carefully. Designer Han Mingyu. Minghua blushed in embarrassment. Compared to system development, I'm just more skilled at making hardware. His brother turned and said, "See how good I am to you? I even had my own brother help you fix the system." Then, as if remembering something, he asked, "By the way, Minghua, did the hospital find anything abnormal during your checkup?" The bespectacled man answered in a deep voice on his behalf. His brain scan data is still a little abnormal, but it should gradually get better. He looked up at the data board, his expression full of concern. All the physical links have already been cut off. Could it be that his brain is linked to the system too? Forcibly shutting it down would cause a huge amount of data to disappear. For now, we can only keep it running temporarily and repair it little by little. But if it really is linked to Han Minghua, Han Jijin cut in gravely. If it comes to that, cut the power. My brother matters more. Han Minghua lowered his head, his voice quiet but firm. No. He looked up, his eyes brimming with emotion. This is the only thing Mom and Dad left behind. Besides, little you has already forgotten the memories from the game. If the records in the system disappear too, then I'll be the only one who remembers. All three of them looked up at the system board. The atmosphere fell silent. Han Jijin broke the silence. Then do your best to repair it. Next week, Minghua, go back to the hospital for another checkup. The bespectacled man curled his lips and leaned toward him. Han Jijin, you don't seem very happy. Why is it that the more unhappy you look, the happier I feel? Han Jijin frowned, his voice cold. That's right, I'm not happy. My little brother couldn't even make it into a research institute. How is he supposed to survive in this era? But if he can manage to win over someone's daughter, that would be incredibly lucky. Han Minghua stood there with his head lowered. At Yuni's home, during dinner, Mr. Thoy gently asked, "You lost a lot of weight from this hospital stay. Little you, eat a little more." Yuni answered softly, "I know, Dad." She was quiet for a while before speaking, her eyes tinged with sadness. "Dad, do you still love Mom that much?" Mr. Thoy answered without hesitation, "Of course." "Little you, don't tell me you don't love your mother. Your mother was a fairy descended to Earth. I could never meet a second woman like her." Yuni's eyes filled with tears, her voice trembling softly. "But as long as someone is still alive, they can always change. If he really changes from liking me to not liking me, then what should I do?" She thought silently to herself. "So now I finally know why I didn't want to face Han Xiathan. It's a kind of insecurity. I'm afraid that the real Han Xiathan never liked me at all, no matter what memories we shared. I can't even remember anymore what the Regent Prince originally looked like. My whole mind has been completely occupied by Han Xiathan." Mr. Thoy smiled kindly, his voice slow and gentle. "Little you still hasn't truly begun to experience love. Why are you worrying so much? Little you, even if you don't force it, others will still love you. But I think you should trust in your own worth. A love that deep, your love is something nothing else can compare with. If you don't value it yourself, then how can anyone else understand its worth?" Yuni lowered her head in thought. "Ever since returning to the real world, I've been afraid that the memories in the game were only bubbles, completely unworthy of mention in reality. Would Han Xiathan feel the same? Is that why he appeared in front of me again?" She wiped away her tears and said softly, "Dad, there's a VR equipment exhibition next week. Could you give me 2 tickets? Mr. Thoy immediately replied, "Sure, that's fine. But weren't you going to Lin Shi's bookstore? Who was that young man who brought you home?" Yuni quickly changed the subject. He's. Oh no, I forgot to ask his name." 2 days later at the bookstore, Yuni held out a pair of tickets in front of Han Minghua. She raised them and said, "Here, my dad happened to have 2 extra tickets. If you're interested, we can go together. If not, forget it." He stood up and nodded in agreement immediately, without a second of hesitation. "I'll go." He thought to himself, "Isn't this my exhibition? Looks like when the time comes, I'll have to tell her the truth about who I am." His hand accidentally closed around hers. Yuni frowned and said, "You can just take the tickets." He jerked back, blushing, and quickly withdrew his hand, flustered. Saw thee." Yuni looked at him and suddenly thought, "Han Xiathan, how come you've gotten so much smoother at apologizing lately?" Memories came rushing back. Yuni, holding a bouquet of flowers, ran brightly into her mother's hospital room. She smiled and called out, "Mom, I brought flowers for you." Her mother looked at her with love, her smile gentle. "Thank you for little Yu's fresh flowers. Let's exchange gifts, okay?" Yuni opened the gift box. Inside was a cell phone. Her mother said softly, "Later, when little Yu misses me at night, you can call me. Also, the comics I read are all black and white, And there was one story where the main character used a phone to record lots of videos to keep as memories of loved ones who were about to leave. Little you, can you take videos and pictures of me? She froze, her eyes reddening as if she were about to cry. Mom, are you leaving soon? Am I never going to see you again? Her mother pulled her into an embrace and whispered gently, how could that be? Little you, people actually need many things to hold on to in order to keep living. As long as you still remember me, I'm still alive. Because little you always loves me, I'll be able to go on living through little you's love forever. Little you, don't be afraid. Remember what we said we should do? We have to smile. We have to be happy. Mr. Loy stood at the door watching everything, sniffling as he said, come on, let me be the camera tool for you too. Back in the present, Unique quietly looked at the old photograph and thought. Thankfully, it was because of those early photos that Mom could be restored in the game. I had clearly already overcome my fear of death, so why am I now afraid of the living? Is it because of love too? Her eyes turned resolute. Mom, I'm heading out. I absolutely won't let Han Zyathan off so easily. Because every time I fell, Han Zyathan was always there to catch me. He clearly didn't have to do so much. At the laboratory, the bespectacled man sat there leisurely and said, haha, times have changed. Doesn't your exhibition already have someone arranged to stand in for you? Your good big brother did it. Han Minghua tapped at the keyboard and replied, little you wants to go too. It doesn't matter if she forgot. I want her to see everything we went through that day. I want to confess to her. Don't tell my brother. He doesn't seem to be in a very good mood. The bespectacled man said, I don't like tattling anyway. It's boring. I'd rather play with the system. Ah, people really are full of troubles. Look how much better machines are. System, hurry up and do something that will surprise him. On the system screen, the words appeared, Forever Love Han Minghua, then changed to Forever Love Han Thin. The bespectacled man jumped up and stared. My God, the machine looks like it's infected by a virus. It wasn't even fixed yet, and now it's broken again. Broken again. Han Minghua, sitting beside him, snorted with laughter, then turned serious and said, actually, when I was little, my relationship with my brother wasn't good. He rarely came back to the country, and he hated our parents' research. Don't let the fact that he runs a company fool you. He's not actually interested in this technology at all. But now our relationship is good. He's a good brother. I know that. Still, I've always been treated too well, and it always makes me feel like I can't breathe sometimes. He said in a low voice, my brother is unhappy because of me. Should I just do things his way, so he can be happy? Other people are the same too. They're always disappointed in me. The bespectacled man slung an arm over his shoulders from behind and said, do you realize you're isolating yourself from reality? Reality is always full of imperfection and compromising to please others. You wanted to become a perfect person, so that's why you immersed yourself in the virtual world. Han Minghua's memories returned to the virtual world, where he had shouted, well, why do you have to fight me for her? Little you is mine. Well, why do you have to take little you away? The one she loves is me. The man with glasses called out to him, the sound pulling him back to reality. Hey, are you okay? Han Minghua reassured him, I'm fine. It's just some lingering after effects. The man with glasses spoke with a worried look on his face. Then go hang out with little Uni, and afterward remember to go to the hospital for a checkup. Then be good and go straight home, got it? His expression brightened a little, and he answered. The next day, he dressed up nicely and endured the sun to go see Uni. She hid and watched him from a distance, thinking, Han Xiaosheng, you're really making an effort to dress yourself up. Should I go home and change it to a dress now? There was no time. He had already seen her. He called out, Doi Xiaoyu. She stammered, huh? It's me. I clearly wasn't even looking this way, and yet you noticed I'd arrived. She asked him, all right, I forgot to ask your name last time. Han Minghua replied, you'll know soon enough. Follow me. Then he held out his hand, thinking to himself, even if all the memories of the past disappear, as long as we're together, we can make new memories starting today. The two of them went to the exhibition together. Uni hesitated for a moment. Then, as if summoning all her courage, she took his hand. Han Minghua was a little surprised, but she quickly said, we're not that familiar with each other. If we go in, we'll probably get separated. The place is huge, and there are so many people here. Han Minghua reassured her, holding hands really is better. Even if we do get separated, there's no need to be scared. Just find any staff member here. They all know who I am and where I'll be. He suddenly introduced himself with confidence. I'm Han Minghua. He thought happily, since she's interested enough to come to the exhibition, she must really like VR equipment. Then she should definitely be familiar with the name of a top designer. Yuni froze, inwardly wondering, that is a nice name. And she thought to herself, could Han Xiaosheng be some famous person I just don't know about? Wait, Han Xiaosheng can do whatever he wants in the game world. Doesn't that also mean he's some big shot in the real world? Just then, his image appeared on the giant LED screen, along with the striking words, Designer Han Mingwei. As he stepped onto the stage, the reception staff bowed. Young Master Han. He waved back cheerfully. Yuni just stood there in a daze, telling herself, but Han Xiaosheng is just for searching VR devices. This is way too flashy. Exactly at 2 p.m., Han Mingwei stepped up to speak. The female MC introduced him. The most anticipated development talk session has finally begun. He waved to everyone, and below the stage Yuni watched him, thinking this kind of special treatment is really dazzling. Han Xiaosheng. No, that's not right. I should call him Han Mingwei now. The people beside her whispered curiously, their eyes shining. Is he waving at me? Her mouth said one thing, but her body said another. She raised her phone and snapped picture after picture. Looking at the photo she had just taken of him, she thought, when he's serious and confident, he really is handsome. The female MC stood on stage, her voice ringing out appealingly. Thank you all for participating in today's event. Please leave in an orderly manner. Those words pulled Yuni back to reality. She suddenly started, panic flashing in her eyes. He said earlier that when the talk event ended, were she supposed to wait for him? Han Mingwei appeared in front of her and said here. She blurted out in surprise, you scared me. Han Mingwei asked, is there something you want to ask me? Yuni puffed out her cheeks like a child. Yes, you're this famous, and you're busy researching VR too. So why did you run off to work as a manager at a bookstore? Were you plotting something? He answered calmly, but his gaze seemed to see straight into her heart. If I hadn't gone, I wouldn't have been able to meet you. His words shook her, and her thoughts turned chaotic. Who taught him to talk like that? As if I believe him that easily. He smiled and said, just now I thought you were in a hurry to leave. Luckily, you hadn't gone yet. Yuni replied, I'm not going to be a coward and run away. He took her hand and led her away. I'll take you to see the gift. Yuni thought, Han Xiaosheng. Is it because he's in his own domain right now that he's acting as composed as he does in the game world? The him right now and Han Thin the game were the same person all along. Suddenly, a female staff member approached carrying a small tray with two unusual-looking glasses on it. She said with a smile, Ah, Mr. Han, you've finally arrived. This is the device you asked for earlier. Everything inside has already been installed. He nodded. Thank you. She thought, aren't these just ordinary glasses? What's so special about them? She picked them up and put them on. He said, VR is a method of increasing realism in a 3D world. And there's also AR, the corresponding technology that creates a 3D environmental framework in reality. Yuni exclaimed excitedly, that's amazing. He smiled and led her into a dark place, his voice gentle. It's very dark inside. I'll guide you. You can plant the seed here. Throw it a little farther. Like that, okay? He took out a blue gem and tossed it lightly. Before their eyes, the scenery suddenly transformed into a shimmering wishing tree. Yuni stared in astonishment, joy shining in her eyes. Why a wishing tree? Do you have a wish? She looked at him, thinking, as long as you say it aloud, that soft-hearted God will definitely hear it. He turned back to her, sincerity in his eyes, emotion in his voice. My wish, the place I want to go is a world where you exist. Han Mingyu smiled softly. My wish is, the world I want to go to is one where you exist. It's all my fault. That's why I lost you. Yuni's eyes sparkled as she moved closer to him. She lowered her head and answered softly, ahem. Actually, the person I wanted to get to know was you. You as you exist in this world. So no matter where it is, I'm willing to keep a little hope, to wait for one more chance, to wait for one more meeting. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked up at him hopefully and called softly, Han Xiaosheng. He looked at her and asked, sorry, I didn't hear that very clearly. What did you say? Before he could finish, Han Xiaosheng suddenly collapsed onto her. She screamed in alarm, help. Someone's fainted. In a panic, she shook him. Han Thin, don't close your eyes. Wake up. At the same time, inside the virtual world, Han Thin encountered the same situation. Two guards hurriedly caught him and shouted, this is bad. His Highness the Regent Prince has fainted. Hurry and summon a physician. Somewhere else, the system panel in the laboratory suddenly lit up and the words connection successful appeared clearly. Outside, an ambulance was already waiting. Passers-by murmured among themselves, why is there an ambulance here? Did something happen? Outside the emergency room, Uni sat waiting anxiously. The doctor came out and said sternly, "Who is the family member? There's something we need to clarify." Uni hurriedly stood up and said quickly, "I brought him here. Maybe his family hasn't arrived yet. If there's anything, I can." Before she could finish, Han Jijin, Han Mingyu's older brother, arrived with the game manager and cut in coldly, "No need. I'm family. Here's the admission ID. Let's go inside and talk." Han Jijin's icy gaze fell on her, leaving Uni no choice but to lower her head in silence. Seeing him just now, Uni immediately thought of the name Han Jinjin in the virtual world game. She thought to herself, "I really want to go in too, but somehow he doesn't feel like Han Jinjin. He's not welcoming me, but that's only natural. Han Xiaosheng and I have only known each other for a few days in the real world." The man with glasses suddenly sat down beside her and said meaningfully, "We meet again. Actually, I should say this is our first meeting." Uni turned to face him, suspicion in her eyes. Why did Han Xiaosheng suddenly faint? In the game, he fainted because he was poisoned. But isn't that just a game? How could it affect reality? As soon as she finished speaking, he suddenly turned and said, "Wait." She stared at him, unable to hide her suspicion. He's rich and successful in the real world. So why did he enter the game in the first place? And you're the manager. So how could you not know who entered the game? The man with glasses froze slightly, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. He replied slowly, "You remember now?" Uni frowned, lips pressing together. "It's not that I remembered. I never forgot. I was pretending. Is that not allowed? Why are you crying? If you keep crying, I really won't know what to do." The man with glasses looked at her and let out a low laugh. "Something this bizarre is rare. How did you girls even come up with a trick like that?" Before she could fully understand what he meant, she angrily raised her fist to hit him, but he dodged quickly. She shouted, "Stop exposing me and answer my question." He slowly adjusted his glasses, his tone suddenly turning unusually serious. All right. He paused a moment before finally saying gravely, "Young Master Han's body isn't the problem. The problem is his brain." The man with glasses tilted his head and looked at her. Ever since he logged out of the game, this area has kept showing brainwave activity different from that of ordinary people. We suspect Han Minghua has still been in contact with the world inside the game, but we never expected it would lead to him fainting in such a crowded place today. Uni didn't fully understand and asked, "But hadn't the game already shut down?" The man with glasses sighed. "Good heavens, but Han Minghua didn't want the system to be completely shut down. The system is still running now. I'm just an employee, so this is all I can tell you. If I had to explain the cause, then..." In the game, Han Minghua had his memories blocked and kept seeing himself as Han Thin. He still hasn't let go of what happened before. She sat there quietly, deep in thought. So Han Xiaosheng hadn't deliberately deceived me in the game? No wonder he was so cautious in the real world. She kept thinking, but didn't dare voice everything in her heart. After a moment of silence, she asked, "Do you mean Han Xiaosheng fainted because he went back into the game world?" I was clearly right beside him. She clutched the hem of her skirt and thought. He had just confessed that he wanted to come to my side, and then he ran off faster than anyone. The man with glasses glanced at her and asked, "Did he know you'd lost your memory?" Uni looked up hesitantly. I was going to tell him, when the man with glasses suddenly stood up and snapped, "Why is it that even in the real world you still can't open your mouth and say anything?" She lowered her head and said softly, "I'm sorry." The man with glasses sighed. "I'm not trying to be harsh with you, but you should know at least this much. Han Minghua really does like you." Uni felt a stab in her heart, and her eyes began to redden with tears. She said softly, "I like him too. Probably not any less than he likes me." She lifted her head and said firmly, "When Han Thin wakes up, I'll definitely make everything clear to him." The man with glasses rested his chin on his hand and looked at her. "Wait until he wakes up first. After unexpectedly entering the game like this, he's probably the same as before, thinking he's Han Thin. Someone has to go in and wake him up." Just then, a voice came from the ward doorway. The one who came out was Han Minghua's older brother, Han Jijin. He said, "Naturally, someone like me should be the one to go. Is Han Minghua not coming back with me?" The man with glasses jolted and hurriedly said goodbye. "Don't worry too much. We prepared for this in advance. Go home and rest." Okay. After walking a short distance, Han Jijin suddenly turned back to glance at her, making her shudder in fear. 3 days later, as rain poured down and the room darkened, Uni sat gloomily in her room. Then the doorbell suddenly rang. She hurried out and asked, "Who is it?" The door opened, and she froze. Standing before her was Han Jijin, drenched from head to toe. He said calmly, "It's me, Han Minghua's older brother. My name is Han Jijin. I came to ask whether you want to try entering the game world to call Han Manhwa back. Yuni looked up at him and hesitantly asked, you can't call him back yourself? Hen Jijin looked ahead. May I invite you to try? Yuni said nothing and hurriedly left with him, only managing to scribble a few words. Dad, I'll be back a little late, on a note, and leave it on the table. In the laboratory, the man with glasses shouted, no way. I'm a perfectly decent living person too, and I don't agree. Han Jijin, don't lose your mind. She's just a student. But Han Jijin held it back. Yuni spoke up resolutely. I agree to it myself. I'm a very capable player, you know. Weren't all those things in the game before solved by me too? He immediately shot back. How can that be the same? If it were that simple, Boss Han wouldn't have failed already. He doesn't even dare mention what happened in there. Han Jijin explained, I only made the same mistake any ordinary person would make. Fine, I'll say it. After all, from childhood to adulthood, there's never been any love I could enjoy all to myself. Our parents were always immersed in research. Then they had Han Manhwa. At the time, I hated that little brother the most. But after our parents died, unexpectedly, Han Manhwa became my only remaining family. Little by little, I started to like him. I was his only older brother. Meanwhile, inside the virtual world, Jinjin said, come here. Don't act so disrespectfully. I'm your brother. Come home with me now. Han Thin replied coldly. Han Jun, this prince has no time to concern himself with you right now. Follow the Imperial Mausoleum carriage and leave the capital as originally planned. If you refuse to go, then leave your life behind here. Chen Shurong took Han Jun's hand. His Highness the Third Prince woke up this morning, but he hasn't seemed in very good spirits. Is there somewhere your Highness feels unwell? Shall we go see a physician? Jinjin looked at Xiaodang indifferently and thought, who is she now? If you're an NPC, then don't get in my way. In the real world, Yuni put on the testing suit. She said, I couldn't refuse Chen Shurong at all, so I got kicked out of the game world on the way to the Imperial Mausoleum. I barely even got to meet Han Thin a few times. Han Jijin replied, the problem isn't with me. The most serious issue is that the system can analyze each person's weakness and deliberately tempt you, stopping you. Inwardly, he worried. She keeps calling him the third prince. I can never resist that. Yuni tied up her hair and said firmly, I won't lose. Because the things I want and the person I like aren't things I can only get by begging someone else for them. Her voice turned cold and resolute. I can rely on myself to bring Han Xiaosheng back. But as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly turned to the man with glasses and exclaimed, what are you doing? The man with glasses answered with a pout, I'm so moved. This is just like the climax of a movie. Yuni curled her lip, her gaze sharp. You don't need to say another word. The man with glasses immediately turned serious. If you're willing to, then I'll provide you with every bit of remote assistance I can, because the game world has changed again. Ever since Han Manhwa entered the game world once more, the system has refused to talk to us. Also, it seems everything in the game world obeys Han Manhwa's commands now. He's the lord of that world. Just then, the system displayed the words, connection successful. The man with glasses solemnly handed her a stack of documents. Take a look at these. They're all things I've put together recently. Once you've read them, you'll understand the game world and what you should do. For example, you need to decisively cut him off. No need to make it that complicated. I'm only going in to do 3 things. Calmly, she laid it out. 1. Find Han Xiaosheng. 2. Tell him who I really am and who he himself is supposed to be. 3. Have Han Xiaosheng cut off the connection himself and return to the real world. Yuni continued in a firm voice. As for everything else, I'll deal with it when I get there. The man with glasses nodded, thought for a moment, and said, that does sound about right. He opened the data on the screen and announced calmly, I'll raise your authorization level to the highest rank and remotely ensure your safety through your point of view. In practical terms, if you run into any operational problems, I'll guide you at any time. Yuni smiled brightly and replied, then I have one small question. The man with glasses asked curiously, once you enter the game world, Han Manhwa will be the highest authority there. Even where you land and how the plot develops will be influenced by him. Yuni blushed and said shyly, not that. When we kiss, could you please look away for a bit? The man with glasses sighed helplessly. I seriously can't with you too. I'll try. But anything more excessive than that is absolutely forbidden. Got it? Yuni and the man with glasses walked into the equipment room. Brimming with excitement, she said, this can't be delayed any longer. Let's go. In one corner, Han Jijin stood there with a faintly sorrowful look. He murmured in a heavy voice, if fate really can be calculated, Then among all the outcomes generated by the system, is she truly the only one who can bring Manhwa back? She took a deep breath, determination in her eyes, carefully fastened the wired devices to her body, then slowly lay down in the control tank. Cold water gradually covered her body, and a hazy feeling came over her. When she opened her eyes, the virtual world was before her. A system screen appeared, displaying the words, Special Player, Doi Xiaoyu. Range of movement, maximum limit. Operational ability, maximum limit. The game manager's voice sounded calm, but cautious. The temporary link is stable for now. The owner of the game world has accepted you inside. Landing point confirmed. She slowly regained consciousness, and the blinding light shining on her face made her frown. She sat up and looked around curiously. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from outside. Eldest miss, the physician said you've been overthinking. You need to enjoy the pleasures of the mortal world a little more for your health. She froze in thought. It's Lam Van's voice. Outside, Lam Van continued. You've been here for several days now. I set a few more traps beneath the window. If anyone else dares climb up here, just let them fall and die. What do you think? As soon as Lam Van finished speaking, he was hanging casually on the ladder by the spot where she stood. Hearing that, she curled her lips, her gaze cold. What do I think? Lam Van stared blankly, confused by her reaction. She vaguely recalled the warning from the man with glasses. In the game world, everything obeys Han Mingyue's commands. He is now the field master. She let out a mocking laugh and thought, very good, Han Xiaosheng. So in the end, the one you liked most was this NTR nonsense? You like watching me beside another man? Without hesitation, she gave the ladder Lam Van was standing on a light shove. Her cold voice rang out. I don't think today is a good day to receive guests. Lam Van fell to the ground and cried out in exaggerated fashion. Ah, eldest miss, be a little gentler. I was only thinking of you. If there really were traps, I'd be the one dead right now. She smirked, her eyes full of ridicule. Enough. If you keep getting handsy, do you believe Han Thin won't come deal with you? Lam Van snorted a laugh and pretended to be frightened. I'm so scared. But he doesn't have that kind of free time. At most, that brat Duong Mo comes and goes every day. He's annoying to death. I don't want to keep tangling with him. She slammed the door shut, leaving Lam Van muttering outside by himself. Just then, a line appeared on the system panel. He's not lying to you. Han Mingyue's location is 1,000 units outside. Before she could react, the door to the room suddenly opened. Lam Van stepped in, smirking at her. She panicked inwardly. This is bad. I just got back and already offended him too quickly. Don't I have authority privileges? Dealing with one NPC shouldn't be a problem. The game administrator immediately reminded her through the system. Don't worry. Our game is Inyang. It doesn't work the way you think. Then the system panel announced, Peerless Master Mode has been loaded. It is now time for the hidden female warrior to appear. Press the correct button to attack. Without hesitating, she started flailing her arms and legs and shouted, Take this. At that very moment, Han Thin appeared, his face covered in wounds, his voice low and firm. Enough, Xiaoyu. The game administrator was stunned and sent a message. Bro, how did he appear here? Han Thin stepped forward, his eyes fixed on her, his voice certain. I knew you were here. I caught you. She jolted, bewildered, and thought, You know what exactly? Han Thin suddenly pulled Uni tightly into his arms, his sharp gaze fixed on her, his tone full of authority. I knew there was an annoying rat meddling here. Even if it meant following him into this place, surrounded by miasma, you still agreed? Uni thought bitterly, if it weren't for your own thoughts, would I have ended up here? Very nice. You even know how to turn the blame around now. I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. The game administrator sent a notification in a somewhat urging tone. Since you found the target character, tell him who the real-world version is according to the original plan. Uni looked at him coldly and said, Han Xiaosheng. Do you still remember who Han Mingyue is? Han Thin paused for a moment, and a trace of melancholy seemed to flicker in his eyes. Who is Han Mingyue? I don't know. The administrator hurriedly sent another message. Trouble. The data fluctuations coming back from his side are huge. Emergency protection has been triggered. Lam Van stood tucked into the corner by the door. Before he could speak, Duong Mo shoved the door open so hard that Lam Van staggered. Duong Mo's tone was resolute and without hesitation. This servant arrived late. The pursuers from southern Xinjiang are only a few dozen li away. Since we found eldest Miss again, we should leave this place at once. Yuni turned around in alarm. Wait, an indescribable unease rose in her heart. Could it be that you did this on purpose? Han Xiaosheng, do you really not remember anything anymore? Did you deliberately create such a dangerous situation just to cut off what I was about to say? He hoisted her over his shoulder, intending to leave. If you have grievances against me, can you wait until after we return to talk about them? She turned and lightly touched Han Thin's cheek, her eyes gentle but tinged with reproach. Then let me test you. Do you still remember how you appeared in southern Xinjiang without any god or ghost noticing? Han Thin faltered, his voice awkward. After I received the information. How did I get here? Lam Van curled his lips slightly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sneering. So this is His Highness the Regent Prince's strength. Releasing my smoke, avoiding my notice, and reaching southern Xinjiang without anyone knowing. Does that mean this prince has no hope of entertaining you? Duong Mo glared at him, his eyes as sharp as blades. Of course he's more capable than you. Otherwise, how could he kill a vile thief like you? Duong Mo stepped forward, his icy sword pressed against Lam Van's throat, murder in his eyes. Today, besides taking eldest Miss home, I also have to kill you to avenge the dead. Han Thin held Yuni tightly. His voice dropped like an order. That's enough. We withdraw first. He lifted her up as though shielding her from every danger. Yuni looked at him, her heart full of conflict, and thought, Han Xiaosheng, what kind of divine power do you have that even the system helps you cheat? The game administrator continued sending messages. Don't say it. Don't say it like that. Don't make it too bizarre. The two of them rode deep into the dense forest, and the only sounds left seemed to be the wind and the echoing hoofbeats. Han Thin suddenly spoke, his tone both reproachful and deeply pained. I knew Miss Thoy, as clever as you are, would not easily go against me. But why did you harden your heart and leave like that in the first place? Yuni lowered her head and answered softly, this. He did not let her finish and immediately pressed on. Since you questioned me just now it's my turn to ask you. A jade marriage, imperial favor from above, life and death together. We bound our hair and completed the rite. What part of it did not suit your heart? Yuni looked at him, her heart in turmoil. It seemed true enough. Every time it had been touching, surprising. But every time it had also been frightening and joyful at once. Han Thin turned his horse around, his voice full of doubt mixed with anger. Lam Van is a deceitful sort. In what way is he better than me? Yuni puffed out her cheeks, her tone teasing. The fact that I appeared in Lam Van's place, wasn't that a sign by your subconscious? The game administrator sent a message, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I can see it now. He and his older brother Han Jijin really are from the same shameless family line. Suddenly the air turned stifling. Han Thin immediately spun around, his tone decisive. It has absolutely nothing to do with Lam Van. What is going on now? He urged his horse around in Lam Van's direction, the cold light in his eyes carrying a trace of sorrow. Xiaoyu, if you truly hated me, then when we were young, you should never confine me. You should have abandoned me then. A system notification appeared. Stop worrying about romance. Several dozen hostile NPCs have appeared nearby. Looks like an ambush. Peerless Master Mode has already been installed for you. Stay safe. If you die now, you'll be kicked offline. Han Thin leaned close to her, his voice like a passing breeze. Now you don't need me anymore. In this whole world, no one needs me anymore. Where am I supposed to go? Yuni blushed, her heart tightening. Even though I know you're pretending inside the game world, my heart still melts. She turned to look at him and said gently, Aren't I taking you home right now? A strong thought rose in her heart to bring him back to the real world. Unable to help herself, she lightly kissed his cheek. Han Thin froze for a moment, surprised by her action. Yuni blushed and muttered, Is that enough? Can we save the rest of this for after we get home? This place looks very dangerous. Han Tin smiled shyly. Then we'll talk when we get home. Suddenly, a group of hostile NPCs emerged from deep in the woods. One of them shouted loudly, The Regent Prince of Nam Yin trespasses into our border without permission. What are your intentions? If you do not surrender, you will die here today. Uni immediately turned to ask him, "What do we do now? Where are your men?" Han Fin replied at once, as though he had prepared the answer long ago. "They are hurrying here. So this time, I came alone." The game administrator chimed in again. Nonsense. He clearly cheated by using spatial transfer to get here. He couldn't have brought many people with him. Han Fin turned to her and smiled faintly. "Didn't you just say you wanted to go home? Then we have no choice but to return together." On the other side, the lead NPC spoke in a cold, threatening voice. "Slow down. Surrender willingly, and you may suffer a little less." Han Fin did not hesitate. His eyes were sharp, each word firm as nails. "In this lifetime, this prince will never be captured." A strong thought rose in her heart. In terms of combat ability, Han Mingyue was actually fairly reliable, so for now, there was no need to worry. Han Fin swung his sword, each strike swift as lightning and chillingly precise. In the blink of an eye, several enemies had fallen. But when Eunice saw this, unease stirred in her heart again. If Han Fin were wounded to death, could we retreat? The game administrator in the real world seemed to hear her thoughts and immediately sent a tense message. Probably not. For some reason, the system is now obeying Han Mingyue's commands. He is supposed to be invincible in this world. If he dies, it may cause you to respawn at some point in time, and then you could also risk being trapped in the game world. Uni fell in a thought, worry flickering in her eyes. She hadn't expected the difficulty to be this high right from the start. Now Han Xiaosheng couldn't even remember that he himself was Han Mingyue. Suddenly, an enemy charged from behind. Fast as lightning, he launched a sneak attack on Han Fin. Han Fin had no time to react and stumbled, collapsing against Yuni's shoulder. She cried out in panic, "Han Xiaosheng." A nameless fear surged in her heart. "Are you actually okay or not? Just now you said Han Xiaosheng would be the invincible one." The administrator sent an urgent message. "You're almost at the border. Here, take the map. Improvise a bit. Hunting vispirid vikle. I am suited." It hurts a little. Uni forced herself to stay calm. Of course it hurts after being stabbed. Bear with it. We're almost there. His hand dropped limply, all strength gone. Uni seized the reins and urged the horse forward at its fastest speed. She whispered as if reassuring herself, "You taught me how to ride, but this is the first time I've led you. Don't laugh at me." Han Fin lay against her shoulder, the corners of his lips lifting into a faint smile. After they had gone some distance, the administrator's message sounded again. "Once you pass this stretch, you can relax. Welcome back to your loyal Nam Yen." Uni breathed heavily, exhausted but unwilling to let herself stop. They could only rest a little, and when they could endure no more, both of them fell from the horses back together. She braced herself with one hand and stood up, sweeping her gaze over him. A notification appeared on the system. Health value 90 out of 100. The administrator sent a message. "Why do I feel like this brat is completely fine?" Uni gave a cold laugh, her eyes sharp. "Oomph. Do you think Han Xiaosheng is deliberately pretending to be pitiful?" The administrator replied, "Not sure. Check and see." She walked over, pulled open his wound to inspect it, and her gaze unconsciously softened, though pain hid beneath it. The administrator continued, "No matter what, once he wakes up, you have to seize the chance to make him accept that he is Han Mingyue in the real world." Uni lowered her head and muttered softly, "If the wound isn't treated, he'll get a fever. I should bandage it first." The administrator kept mocking. "Don't you two have any beautiful memories to connect with?" Lots of real-life examples say the same thing. Only love can make it work. Uni paused slightly, her eyes sinking into thought. There might be one possibility. Our beautiful memories and the way we came to know each other all happened inside the game world. If we hadn't returned to the real world, I wouldn't know who Han Mingyue was either. The administrator sent another message. "Don't rush. We have to rely on you to stabilize Han Fin. I'll dig around and see if there's any breakthrough point." Han Fin slowly opened his eyes, deliberately pretending to be weak. Yuni's eyes lit up at once, and she exclaimed happily, "Ah, you're awake." Han Fin lightly touched her cheek and comforted her softly. "Don't cry. It doesn't hurt that much anymore." She glared at him, her tone full of reproach and worry. Injured is injured. There were so many of them. What if the blade was poisoned? "If you died, where would I go to get my Han?" He smiled faintly and thought, "If I'd known this earlier, I should have done this from the start. As long as I act weak, she'll feel sorry for me. As long as she worries about me, she won't run around anymore. Uni looked at him, her eyes full of seriousness. We can't wait for the GM to figure it out. By then, it may already be too late. She spoke, each word clear and firm. Han Fin, I'll ask you one more time. Think carefully. Who exactly are you? Han Manhwa. Have you even forgotten your own name? Han Fin looked confused, his gaze unsteady, and only managed to utter a single word. I. On the other side of the screen, the man with glasses nervously sent a message. Han Mingyue's brainwave activity is showing a huge spike. There's drama. Han Fin lowered his head in thought. Han Mingyu? I've never seen or heard that name before. Why is Uni saying this? But in the next moment, he feigned weakness again, making Uni worried despite herself. She hurriedly stepped forward and placed her hand on his forehead to check. Good, no fever for now. In the real world, the man with glasses shouted furiously, "Not good. The system infiltration succeeded." He read through the staff report again. Damn it, there's basically no time to stop it. Meanwhile, Han Fin's gaze quietly swept over her face. Another message came through. Han Mingyue is once again consciously directing the system's actions, and through it, adjusting your records and memories. From now on, you have to be careful of him. Han Fin suddenly grasped her hand. His eyes were deep, and he spoke softly. Does he resemble me in some way? Do you want to see me as him? Uni hurriedly waved her hands and explained, Wait, actually it's not like that. His gaze darkened. Since when has there been someone you pine for like this? Then he suddenly thought, right? Back then, when I had just arrived in Shangjing, no wonder Miss Thoi paid such attention to me. So that's how it is. Uni puffed out her cheeks. You're making things up again. That's rude. Han Xiaosheng, right now you do look very much like one thing. Certainly not what you're thinking. You look like a resentful wife. Han Fin answered without hesitation. That's right. I want to continue my good marriage with you. Yet you left without a word. How am I any different from a resentful wife? Uni frowned, trying to stay calm. Please, can't a great man avoid stooping to a petty one? You don't believe what I say now. So what exactly do I have to do to make you listen to me? Han Fin looked at her and thought silently. If I forgive you too easily, you won't realize your own mistake on your own. Uni unconsciously placed her hand over Han Fin's mouth, then gently pressed her lips to the back of her hand. He startled and caught her hand, pulling it away. But instead, he lowered his head and suddenly kissed her. Flustered and blushing, she said, Do you have a death wish? You just pressed against your wound. Doesn't it hurt? He smiled faintly, his eyes full of tenderness. Kiss me a little more. Even if you want me to be Han Mingyue's substitute, I'd still agree. With that, Han Fin lowered his head again, gently pinned her down, and continued kissing her. On the other side of the screen, the man with glasses furiously hammered out a message. Damn, this little beast has no shame. Uni thought unhappily to herself. You're the one who said you weren't watching people kiss. You have no shame either. After a while, she sat curled up in the corner, her face burning red, not daring to look at him. Han Fin slowly walked over, his voice teasing. Miss Thoi has had only one exquisitely delicate heart since childhood, but in this matter, there has never been any progress. He gently took her hand and pulled her to her feet. Uni turned her face away and feigned anger. You've become a villain who bullies people now. Han Fin burst out laughing, clearly delighted. No one saw. It was only a little, just a little. Uni covered her face, blushing, and said as if reproaching him, Fine, pretending to be badly injured to trick me was one thing. But did I say I wanted to keep kissing over and over? Don't you always talk about reason? But when I try to reason with you, you never want to listen. Han Fin chuckled, wrapped an arm around her waist, gently lifted her onto the horse's back, and said, As for reason, there just happens to be an old acquaintance nearby. Let's go make it clear exactly who Han Mingyue is. Uni started and repeated, An old acquaintance? She thought to herself, I've never been to southern Xinjiang. How would I have an old acquaintance here? The two of them left, and before long they stopped in front of a small house. Han Lin was trimming flowers in the yard. When she saw them, surprise flashed through her eyes, and she called out, Thoi Uni. Uni gave a stiff smile and replied, It really has been a long time. Han Lin's gaze quickly met Han Fin's, and then she said coolly, What wind brought the great Regent Prince here? Surely you didn't come just to make both of us unhappy. Han Fin lifted Uni down from the horse and replied calmly, I already consider you someone who has let go. However you live now is your own business. I have nothing to be unhappy about. Han Lin glanced at them and said lightly, Please, come in and sit first. I'll come in once I'm done. In the Imperial Garden, Uni glanced at Han Fin, her mind in utter turmoil. Weren't Han Lin and Han Xiaosheng supposed to have old hatred piled upon new grudges? Why were the two of them so calm? Suspicion flickered in her eyes. On the other side of the screen, the man with glasses quietly sent a message. You didn't know? This is the princess's best ending. Flowers blooming endlessly, very rare. The conditions are that the princess survives, escapes the palace, and begins her own life. Yuni smiled faintly and thought, I never played this route. The system panel suddenly flashed, and a line appeared. Ahem. Originally, the crown prince died, and the princess was implicated, so this ending definitely shouldn't exist. Does this count as an ending Han Manhwa created in someone else's place? Yuni cried out and pointed at Han Thin. I thought you hated them very much. You said you wouldn't spare anyone. Han Thin suddenly pulled her into his arms, his voice low and deep. What if I said I might spare her because of you? Between Han Jun and me, only one of us can live. As for the others, as long as they don't resist, I can consider sparing them too. Yuni frowned and immediately asked, for example? Han Thin answered briefly, nothing. Then he said no more. A suspicious light flashed in Yuni's eyes. You're definitely hiding something from me. A string of guesses flashed through her mind. Just then, Han Lin walked out from inside. She coughed a few times and put on a serious expression. Ahem, ahem. She sat down, calm and composed. I'm no longer a princess. In this life, I can only live here as an ordinary woman named Han Lin, and that's actually quite good. Yuni looked at Han Lin and unconsciously smiled. She wondered to herself, is it my imagination? Han Lin seems much more lovable now. However, Han Lin was clearly unhappy when she glanced at the two of them clinging to each other, as if nothing in the world mattered. A trace of displeasure flashed across her eyes. She suddenly pulled Yuni outside and slammed the door shut behind them. In an indifferent tone, she said, the flowers are blooming at just the right time. Go pick some and take them with you. Yuni stood there, annoyed, and raised her voice. Hey, wait, you're really going to talk without me? Then she sighed. Forget it. She muttered inwardly, it really does seem like this world revolves around little Han Thin. Even Han Lin agreed to talk to him alone. Yuni lowered her head and told herself, then what can I do? I can only use that. At that moment, the game administrator suddenly sent her a message. What are you afraid of? Aren't I still here? Let's find a fair and just balance. We absolutely can't let him be the only one cheating. I'll help you eavesdrop. Yuni smiled, tapped the system screen, and replied to the game administrator's message. You really do understand me. Professional. Inside, Han Lin propped up her chin. Her tone was relaxed, but edged with sharpness. I won't bother entertaining you. If you have something to say it quickly. If there were nothing important, someone as stingy, overbearing, and meddlesome as you wouldn't have brought her here to see me. Han Thin calmly took a sip of tea and replied lightly, if you don't want to see her, I won't bring her again. His words seemed to stir Han Lin's anger at once. She immediately raised her voice. So when I call you stingy, you can't even be bothered to pretend anymore. Unhurried, Han Thin said coldly but sharply, I came to ask you about something from the past. Before I returned to the capital, was there a member of the Han clan named Han Manhwa? Outside, Yuni strained to listen, thinking to herself, so he really did come to ask around. Han Lin paused, tilted her head, and replied, Han Manhwa. Her tone was slow, but she could not hide the surprise in her eyes. Han Tin visibility and Sid. His face showed worry as he waited for Han Lin's answer. At least in the capital, there's no such person. Is this person very important? Han Lin's tone sounded casual, but there was probing hidden beneath it. Han Thin's voice sank low, his eyes full of complexity. You better not lie to me. She said I am Han Manhwa, but I have no memory of it at all. When she called that name, she looked like she liked that person very much. Yuni's image involuntarily surfaced in his mind, her words echoing there. Han Thin, I'm asking you one more time. Think carefully. Who exactly are you? Han Manhwa. Have you even forgotten your own name? He fell into thought. My memories from childhood until now are complete. How could I be someone else? Outside, Yuni gently closed her eyes and thought in disappointment. It looks like investigating his past really was useless. Han Lin's expression turned serious, her eyes flashing sharply. What if, hypothetically, what she said is true? Then why aren't you like before, trusting her with all your heart? Han Thin spoke with a trace of helplessness, but with firm resolve. I can't be like that anymore. Yuni can only give me a sense of security when I can see her and touch her, when I can hold her in my hands. There are many things in this world that I can seize no matter what methods I use. But I can't bear to use those methods on her. I dream nightmares of her being beside someone else. I absolutely will not allow it. I really do love her, even if she only likes me a little. Those heartfelt words made Uni blush outside the door. She muttered, "Little Han Fin, you really are an idiot." A message from the game administrator shattered the mood. Did you hear what he said? He dreamed of you being with someone else. In the dream, he recovered the memory of observing you. Uni, stop thinking only about love. The breakthrough is here. Uni frowned and said, "Little Han Fin, you big idiot." But immediately, she felt she needed to calm down. Calm down. Calm down. For little Han Fin as he is now, even using the system would probably just count as illusion and fantasy. He won't even admit his own real name. A message from the bespectacled man popped up. Right now, he's like a dead ghost that can't escape. Does it have to be completely new? Uni replied, "Wish. Isn't enough if I stay with him now? Do I really have to?" She fell back into thought, from the game world to reality. Little Han Fin's personality had some differences, but in truth, he had always been both sensitive and cautious. So what exactly should I do with him? Prime Minister Thoi's words echoed in her mind again. If he himself did not value his own love, how could anyone else understand his worth? Unease rose again in her heart. Does he even understand how much I like him? Han Fin walked closer, his voice gentle. "Diyu, it's late. We should leave." Her smile was radiant as she showed him the flower crown she had woven by hand. "Look at this." She stepped forward and placed it on his head, thinking, since I've already decided to start over with him, have I never actually told him? She looked into his eyes, smiling brightly, and said, "It looks beautiful. Little Han Fin, have I ever told you that I like you very much? I like you. No matter who you are, I like you. I don't care where we go, you'll always be the one I like most." Another thought arose in her heart. I really am too foolish. All he needs is affirmation, to be loved, and he could be this happy. Han Fin said softly, "Even if you're lying to me, it's fine. As long as you always treat me like this, I'm willing to do anything for you." He lifted her up and held her tightly. Uni puffed out her cheeks and said, "I don't need you to do anything. I'll still like you." She looked at him, her expression serious, and said softly, "Little Han Fin, you are Han Mingwei. That's also your name, and that's why I paid attention to you. There's no need to keep hiding it. Little Han Fin, you're from another world. You just lost your memory and ended up confused here. I'm from another world too. I've always believed I can take you home." Han Fin looked at Uni with eyes full of tenderness, his voice gentle. "The me from that other world loved you this much too?" Uni could not meet that gaze, so she hurriedly looked away and said, "That's right. Admitting it won't cost you anything." Han Fin gently stroked her hair, then hugged her tightly and said, "Chui Uni, don't scare me. I know you were unconscious for a while. Maybe your soul drifted to another place. But no matter what, I'm always here waiting for you. That place isn't where you should go. Don't scare me." Uni hesitated, unsure what to say. Just then, a message from the bespectacled man popped up. He was being shamelessly obnoxious. Han Lin came out to see them off and said aloud, "If there's a chance in the future, we'll definitely meet again." Han Lin looked at the two of them and thought to herself, "Chui Uni, no one is perfect. Han Fin dares to let his ugly side show without even trying to hide it. Can you still stay by his side then?" Uni turned back to look at Han Lin. "Goodbye." But Han Fin gently pressed her head down. Watching the two of them leave, Han Lin thought, "We'll just wait and see." Han Fin whispered into Yuni's ear, "I originally wanted to go back to Shangjing, but now let's go to Qinghe first. Look at you. Even you forgot about Qinghe." Qinghe is the ancestral home of the Chui family. Prime Minister Thoi and Mrs. Thoi are at the Qinghe residence now. "Don't tell me you've forgotten that they wanted to see you two, do you?" Uni immediately replied, "Don't think I don't know. Before marriage, you have to meet the elders. Don't pretend this is for my sake." Han Fin rested his chin on her shoulder and murmured softly, "Absolutely not. If you're unhappy, you can scold me." She turned away, then suddenly froze, stunned. GM isn't saying anything? It's so quiet. Over there, the bespectacled man kept typing at his keyboard, looking flustered. It's over. The words "signal disconnected" appeared on the screen. His face fell, and in a tone of dismayed confusion, he said, "How could this happen? The connection's been cut off. Chui Uni, you have to hold on." Han Fin gently supported Uni's hand as she stepped into the sedan chair. His tone was calm, but he could not hide a trace of amusement. The Doi couple saw how much you suffered in the wind and dust and planned to question me. Do you be good? Uni replied, Little Han Thin, you're not allowed to make me end up like this. I'm already so wary. She slightly raised her hand and cupped his handsome face, her gaze firm. I'm not afraid of anything. If I'm afraid of anything, it's not seeing you. Han Thin could not hold back and collapsed backward into the sedan chair. He looked up at her with gentle eyes. Come here and rest. Uni shyly curled up in one corner, her face flushed red, her eyes looking outside the sedan chair as she muttered softly, Who did you learn that from? There are people everywhere outside. Can you be a little mindful of appearances? Don't call me over like that. The sound of wheels rattled as the sedan chair moved away. In the end, Uni could not resist after all and leaned down against Han Thin's stomach, saying softly, So it really is comfortable. 5 days later, the sedan chair arrived at Qinghe. From inside, Uni heard people outside pointing and whispering. The Chui residence is the one on the highest ground, the one with lion shadows carved into the walls. She quietly fell into thought about the changes after GM's sudden disappearance. Since GM had vanished without warning, the only way to protect herself was to drag Han Thin along and move more slowly. She turned and glanced at Han Thin, sitting beside her. His self-assured manner made her think, no matter how I look at it, little Han Thin's attitude doesn't seem like he's just going to pay respects to elders. As if reading her mind, Han Thin turned his head and smiled faintly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Do you want to make your parents unhappy? Or should I simply not go? Uni burst out laughing, breaking the solemn atmosphere. Ha, I'm extremely happy. She could not help thinking, I just hope you're this confident on the battlefield too. Who was it that kept running every time? At last, the two of them arrived. A maid sweeping leaves outside the gate looked up, saw them, and immediately screamed, Air! Then she corrected herself. No, His Highness the Regent Prince has brought the eldest young lady back. As soon as Uni and Han Thin stepped forward, the maid blocked their path. She stammered, But, Your Highness, today you can't go in. Trembling, she lowered her head and tried to explain. Master went to the capital to discuss official business. There's no one at home. You are. Uni laughed softly and replied, How about forgetting it? He doesn't count as an outsider. Han Thin's expression remained calm as he said gently, Du is right. I'm not an outsider. Now, then, may I pay my respects to the elders? Hearing this, the maid shrieked in fright and hurriedly ran inside, shouting as she ran, Many apologies. If you're looking for Madam, just go straight ahead. Once you reach the garden, just keep walking. Watching the maid's panicked figure, Uni sighed helplessly. She ran off too fast. We don't know the way. Han Thin curled his lips into a smile and naturally took her hand. It seems the two of us can only search slowly. Uni was startled and turned her face away, her awkwardness obvious. She thought shyly, Why am I blushing? We've held hands plenty of times before. The two of them slowly walked through the corridor. She looked around curiously, then suddenly blurted out, How strange. Why have even the thresholds been sawed off? Han Thin swept his gaze around, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Then it was done on purpose. Before he could say more, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. Mrs. Doi sat in a wheelchair, pushed slowly forward by a maid. Uni froze, then cried out emotionally, Mother! She hurried over and knelt beside her. Mrs. Doi struggled to lift her head, her gentle eyes brimming with affection. At last, little Uni has come home. Mrs. Doi's hand lightly touched her daughter's face, her voice choked with emotion. You've grown so much. Uni's eyes turned red. Mother! Why have you become so thin? When will you be cured? Without hesitation, she secretly used the system panel to scan Mrs. Doi's body. The result that appeared made her heart sink. Using memory to establish an NPC structure has already formed. Current compatibility has reached 93. She grasped Mrs. Doi's hand, her eyes full of troubled confusion. How could this be? When I first played the game, the highest compatibility was only 60. Has her illness remained exactly the same because the compatibility exceeded the limit? Her eyes unconsciously shifted toward Han Thin, who was standing silently behind her, while questions kept surging in her mind. Little Han Thin, what exactly are you trying to do? Han Thin slowly stepped forward, his expression respectful and his gaze gentle, then said softly, I intercepted the family letter Qinghe sent to the capital and learned that Madam's health was not very good. Then he turned to look at Uni and continued, So, I brought her back to Qinghe to see you. Yuni glanced at him and thought, why are you getting your complaint in first? Even so, she still could not help retorting, I don't want to hear you talk. It already happened, so there was no need to immediately bring her to see me. Mrs. Doi smiled gently and raised a hand to stroke Yuni's head as she had when she was a child. Her voice was warm and tender. Mother isn't angry. Little you must have gone to many beautiful places. Little you saw them, so Mother saw them too. It was all thanks to His Highness the Regent Prince's thoughtfulness. Han Fin replied softly, this is what I ought to do. Mrs. Doi smiled knowingly, then suddenly took both of their hands and gently placed them together. There is no such thing as ought and ought not. Your Highness owes the Doi family nothing. No matter what the final outcome may be, you have always come to care for little you. We should all be thanking you. This time, was the decision the right one? Yuni quickly pulled her hand back, speaking fast as if to cover her embarrassment. It was decided, but all we're doing is dating. Inwardly, she was screaming, little Han Fin actually dared use Mother as support. Mrs. Doi looked at her, still gentle, but with a trace of humor in her voice. Then what if one day something happens and the Regent Prince wants to marry another worthy wife? Yuni halted, her face tensing slightly, but the words came out without hesitation. He won't marry anyone else. The one holding his hand now is me. Beside her, Han Fin smiled, his eyes full of sincerity. I won't marry anyone else. From the very beginning, I have only loved the one before my eyes. Hearing that, Yuni's heart suddenly pounded out of control, but her face flushed red with flustered anger. Little Han Fin, you're making me explode. Mrs. Doi looked at the two young people, tears of happiness rolling down her cheeks. Her voice trembled with emotion as she said softly, then that's good. That's good. Being able to see this makes me very happy. Han Fin looked steadily at Yuni, his gaze filled with both determination and concern, his voice calm but resolute. At first, little Yu's amnesia could be cured, and your illness can also be cured. I will summon famous physicians from all under heaven and have them do everything they can to find a way. Hearing this, Yuni pressed her lips together slightly, a trace of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. She thought, of course, in this world, everyone listens to you. Even though she grumbled inwardly, she still could not hide how moved she felt. Mrs. Doi smiled softly. Her gentle gaze swept over the two of them, and her voice was full of tolerance and kindness. I accept your Highness's good intentions. It's just that birth, aging, sickness, and death no longer matter much. Now that I can see the two of you together like this, I'm already very happy. When Yuni was little, she was always so tiny. I raised her all the way until now. Hearing this, Yuni felt her throat tighten and softly called out, Mother. Old memories surged through her heart like a rushing tide. She thought if my mom were still alive, she would definitely bless me like this too. Whose family's bond is this? A future that should not have existed and yet appeared here. Han Fin, is this my hope? Han Fin curled his lips slightly, his eyes sparkling like stars in the sky. As long as there is still time, it's not too late. Yuni tilted her head, her voice tinged with reproach. You're the one making me cry again. Idiot, it's already too late. Mrs. Doi smiled gently and advised her, Yuni, in the cycle of life and death, even fate has its final day. As long as you do not forget me, no matter how far apart we are, I will always be your mother and always support you. Memories from the real world came flooding back, and the words her mother had once spoken echoed in Yuni's mind. How could that be? People truly live by relying on all kinds of connections with one another. As long as you still remember Mom, then Mom won't truly be dead. She thought, back then Mom said the same thing. For all these years, she has always been the guiding star in my life. No matter what difficulties I faced, she always showed me the way forward. Han Fin stepped closer, concern shining in his eyes as he comforted her gently. Crying again? What if your eyes are swollen tomorrow? Yuni looked up, her gaze filled with determination, and suddenly a clear thought formed in her heart. Right now, I'm the only one who could be little Han Fin's guiding star. I'm the only one who can bring him back to the real world. The system suddenly sent a notification, using a memory model to establish an NPC. Current model compatibility, 93. Yuni frowned in thought. Even for the system, such a high degree of compatibility had produced abnormalities. She spoke, her voice thick with emotion. Mother, do you remember the promise we made when I was little? I remember everything about you. Mrs. Doi smiled kindly. I gave you. For a moment, a memory flashed through her mind, and she exclaimed happily, "That's right, I gave you many paintbrushes. Uni drew so many pages for Mother, and the drawings look so alike. They're all piled up in the study now. You want to take the Regent Prince to see them? Then help me write a letter to your father and tell him to come back early. I miss him very much." Uni laughed, her face bright with delight. "Then let's wait a little longer." She and Han Fin lowered their heads and bid Mrs. Doi farewell before walking out. She thought to herself, "At last, I've caught evidence to show Han Fin." Han Fin spoke softly, his voice full of curiosity. "I've never seen any of your paintings before." Uni turned back, a hint of mischief in her voice. "Little Han Fin, I remember a little, but not painting. If I didn't paint it, then I don't know how to paint." When they reached the study, she shoved the door open with force. Her eyes shone brightly, and her voice was full of certainty. "Right now, this world is a place created for us, so there must be hidden variables. I'll take you to find some." Uni hurriedly called Han Fin into the room. "What are you standing there for? Come look at these." Han Fin stepped inside and answered calmly, "No need to look anymore." A string of thoughts rose in his heart. Little Yu had never painted a portrait for anyone, and after losing her soul and becoming like that, the Yin Cloud Cavalry had always guarded her in secret. There had never been any report that Little Yu was painting. Yuni turned around, her eyes smiling yet reproachful. "Little Han Fin, you really do understand me. How could these paintings and this handwriting possibly look like something I made?" Han Fin stepped lightly up behind her. "No need to look anymore." He thought to himself, "If I choose to trust Little Yu." Han Fin said quietly, "You mean all of us are actually someone else? And because this world's people and world are a mix of real and false, it's full of flaws, right?" Yuni was deeply moved that Han Fin had grasped her thoughts so quickly. She said, "Exactly right, little Han Fin. You really haven't lost your memory or the cleverness you originally had." "I'm so touched." Han Fin asked, "If that's so, I still have one doubt." "Little Yu, can you answer me honestly?" Yuni replied cheerfully, "Go ahead." Han Fin rested his chin lightly on her shoulder and said, "You said I'm from another world. In the end, was I trapped here? Or did I choose to stay here of my own will? Little Yu, in this world, whether it's the power of the Regent Prince or gold and treasures, to me they're all things outside the body. The family I cherished is gone. The only person I like is you. So what if this world is fake? So what if it's real? Compared to this world, I have nothing left to miss in that other one." He tightened his arms around her and whispered, "Will you stay here with me?" Yuni answered, "How could that be? You have a very kind older brother, and you have an incredible career too. You can beat 99% of people your age." Han Fin asked in surprise, "Really? If my real older brother is so useful, then why did you come to my side?" She recalled Han Jijin's words in the real world. "The problem isn't me. The worst part is that the system can analyze everyone's weakness, deliberately tempt her, and stop her. She called me Your Highness every second of every day and couldn't be stopped." Yuni thought to herself, "He really is a little useless." Han Fin leaned close to her face, his voice gentle. "I guess I don't like career matters all that much. If I truly liked them, I definitely wouldn't give them up." Yuni's heart wavered. It seemed little Han Fin really did understand himself well. Yuni said loudly, her eyes firm, "But little Han Fin, are you really willing to stay here? That other world truly has many bad things. But can't we solve them slowly, one by one?" Han Fin did not answer. Instead, he suddenly lowered his head and kissed her without warning. Yuni was startled. She pushed him away and shouted angrily, "You can't just kiss people whenever you want." He only replied calmly, "Then let me ask one last question. In that other world, would we get married?" Iuni hestita. For now, that was probably impossible. She thought, the game world isn't outside the law. I'm still far from marriageable age. If you ask too directly, aren't you afraid of being thrown in jail? Han Fin stared at her intently, his gaze never leaving her. "Little Yu, don't lie to me." Yuni immediately answered, "For now, we still can't." Before she could say anything more, Han Fin suddenly lifted her into the air, his voice full of resolve. "It's different here. Let's get married." Yuni protested loudly. "I haven't even answered yet." But Han Fin paid no attention. He smiled brightly, spun around while carrying her, and said, joyfully like a child, "Little you, now you have no reason to refuse me. Even your mother has already seen through it." She looked at him with gentle eyes and thought, "Little Han Thin is this happy. If I stay here a while longer, wouldn't it be fine to stay by his side?" Suddenly, the system issued an alert. Rebirth action link in progress. The game administrator sent a message. "No, little you. In the real world, your body can only hold on for a limited time now. If you agree to stay, you'll become a vegetable. Calm down." Uni's face darkened, her eyes shadowed. Seeing her expression change, Han Thin asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" Uni forced herself to regain her composure and said coldly, "What if I refuse?" Han Thin fell silent for a moment, then smiled faintly, as if he didn't care about what Uni had said. He said, "The capital is splendid, filled with the finest treasures under heaven. It's a place worth seeing without ever growing bored." Han Thin gently hoisted Uni onto his shoulder. She looked a little frightened, but there was also a trace of excitement on her face. The Regent Prince now has eyes and ears everywhere. So now even dark plans no longer need to avoid people. Han Thin held Uni tightly. He answered coldly, "This is still your home here. Go ahead and cry for help. Someone will come save you." After hearing that, Uni suddenly fell silent. Han Thin still held her firmly over his strong shoulders. "Uni, if you're going to indulge the possessiveness and darkness in my heart, then I won't stop. Uni, you can't faint. If it comes to it, then just exit the game directly." Uni's bright eyes seemed to be pleading for something. There were some opportunities that had only just begun to show progress. "I'll wait until little Han Thin makes his choice." On a certain road, a carriage rolled by slowly. When Han Thin and Uni approached, Mrs. Doi was sitting in her wheelchair. Uni smiled and said, "Don't worry, mother. I'll bring father back to your side soon." Mrs. Doi worried over her precious daughter and pressed gently, "You're leaving in such a hurry? Won't you stay a few more days?" Mrs. Doi gently took Uni's fair hands. Uni raised her shining eyes and said, "Mother, you have to trust me. No matter when, no matter how many times, I will definitely come back to see you. Do you remember what you taught me?" Uni and Mrs. Doi smiled and said happily in unison, "Cherish the present and be happy." Han Thin stood beside them, only lowering his head in thought. If this world is fake, then these people and these events are fake too. A strange sadness suddenly appeared on his face. Can she abandon Mrs. Doi, who is ill? Iuni, am I, in this world, also someone who can be discarded so easily? After speaking, Uni bid Mrs. Doi farewell. She turned to look at Han Thin, wanting to go with him. "Let's go." Inside the slowly moving carriage, Han Thin asked with some hesitation, "So Mrs. Doi isn't your real mother either?" Uni replied, "For certain special reasons, she is my mother, no matter whether it's in this world or the other one." However, before she could finish, Uni and Han Thin's shoulders brushed together. She lifted her big eyes and looked at Han Thin intently. "If you're curious, then wait until we return to the real world. At that time, as long as you ask, I'll tell you." Uni looked rather pleased with herself. She thought, "That's right. Even though little Han Thin is unwilling right now, as long as I find a way to stir his interest a little, then the real world is clearly important to him too. He'll definitely go back." Suddenly, Uni quietly sent a signal. Will this work? Her previous attempt hadn't succeeded, so now Uni could only gamble. Then I might as well try. Little Han Thin has lived in the capital for many years. There must be some traces left behind that can be used. Han Tin looked at you in Hoi sadly. Inside the imperial palace of the capital, 5 days later, Uni stood shyly behind a door. She looked as though she were worrying about something. I probably shook them off, right? There were just too many people. This is rule number 1. Before the wedding, she is to be addressed as eldest Mississippi. But the Regent Prince has given orders. The future Regent Princess, Miss Doi, is the honored guest of this sleeping palace. At that moment, she jumped in fright at someone's call. Eldest Miss, this is rule number 2. The maids must stay close to eldest Miss and live for eldest Miss's wishes. Uni turned her head slightly. Suddenly, she was utterly alarmed. In front of her stood a whole crowd of maids. Iuni Fadawen, I just want to walk by myself. With so many of you here, I get tired just looking at you. Opening the sleeping palace is rule number 3. Before the marriage, eldest Miss is not to leave, except by order of His Highness, the Regent Prince. Uni moved a little closer to the group of maids. The maid said respectfully, "Eldest Miss, the South Sea pearls have just arrived. His Highness asked you to choose a few to keep. Also, The wedding dress has been altered several times and needs to be tried on again to see if it fits. Please don't be angry, eldest Mississippi. This isn't meant to force you into marriage. It's simply better to be prepared. Although Uni was unwilling, she could only accept reluctantly. All right. I'll choose now. When is Han Thin coming over? The maid lowered her head politely and answered. His Highness said he will come after court is dismissed. Uni reached into the box the maid was holding out, but her eyes were looking elsewhere. Little Han Thin, I thought this forcing me to marry thing was only talk. How are you actually doing it for real? Suden Li, Uni Fa. Among the pearls in the box was a neatly folded slip of paper. Uni opened it, and panic flickered across her face. I know that you're an honored guest from another world. Lu Xianghe. Uni was stunned. Huh, what is this? Don't tell me Lu Xianghe is the third person who entered the game? Impossible. She recalled that ever since returning to the capital, the tutor had repeatedly mentioned wanting to meet her, but Han Thin had always sent people to block him. It was said that before chaos broke out in the capital, Mr. Liu had never revealed a single flaw. In the end, not only was he released, he also kept his status as an important court official. Little Han Thin is very wary of him too. The game system appeared and said, I swear on my personality, Lu Xianghe is absolutely a game character. Every one of his stats was calculated by the system. This is one of our development directions. You can criticize my lazy attitude if you want, but you cannot deny my greatest achievement. Uni felt alarmed. Fine. She calmed herself and said, we'll talk about that later. Right now, Han Thin is the priority. Suddenly, Han Thin appeared behind her. How important? Worth 1,000 pieces of gold, or just one coin. Hearing the familiar voice, she turned around. Han Thin. He looked coldly at the red wedding robe and asked, you still haven't tried on the clothes? Uni put on a pitiful expression. I haven't had time yet. She thought shyly, this topic is way too sensitive. Can we talk about something else? Han Thin looked to her, secretly annoyed. Uni felt uneasy. Why is your silence so deafening? She calmly changed the subject. Why did you send over 2 coins? Han Thin answered, these 2 coins were minted in the year we were born. People on the frontier have a custom of building heated homes to keep out the winter cold. They nail copper coins to the roof beam to guard the house and ward off evil. It also carries the meaning of building a family together. Little Han Thin, we're not even done dating, and you've already upgraded us to starting a family. The game system appeared and said, I have reason to suspect he's probably already thought of names for your children. No self-control at all. Uni happily teased him. A copper coin has 2 sides, right? One side is the face, and the other is the reverse. The face means I really like Little Han Thin. The reverse means I don't like Little Thin. She tossed the coin up and caught it. Han Thin immediately grew nervous. She said, hey, no cheating. He replied in alarm, don't joke around like that. She opened her hand happily. So it turns out I like Little Han Thin. Han Thin pulled her into his arms. Uni hid the other coin, having deliberately tricked him. She said, sorry, I didn't mean to bully you. Elsewhere, Lan Wan's voice communication suddenly failed. Even though Uni was clearly in the capital, he still couldn't get close to her. Lu Xianghe coldly burned a piece of paper and thought, Han Thin really is watching her closely. Since I can't pay her a visit in person, I'll have to invite her to come on her own. Lu Xianghe sat down and wrote a letter. I also know that the Regent Prince is a visitor from another world. Uni was drinking tea when she choked on it and started coughing. Suddenly, the maids rushed in anxiously. Eldest miss, are you all right? Uni snapped angrily. I told you already, don't just come in. She had swallowed too hastily. The game system appeared, worried. No way. Absolutely impossible. Uni, I truly guarantee this guy is only a game NPC. Her expression darkened. From now on, I'm never trusting anything you say again. She slammed her hand on the table in anger. You're making a mountain out of a molehill. Even if you're obeying orders to keep watch on me, do you have to be this obvious? She secretly glanced toward the door. She shouted to the game system, hurry up and map out an escape route. If Mr. Liu already knows the truth, then for Han Thin's sake, I have to meet him. The system answered, here. I already prepared it for you when it looked like you were about to get locked up in here. Uni mischievously came up with an excuse. It's so stuffy. I'm going out to get some air. Don't follow me. Then she turned and ran off at once. The maids cried out anxiously. His Highness said eldest miss cannot leave the sleeping palace. In any case, this is an important part of the imperial grounds. She said cheerfully, I've played here since I was little. Don't worry. I know this place better than you do. She followed the system's directions. All right, looks like I'll have to take a detour. I need to get to the academy as quickly as possible. The system notified her, turn left ahead to avoid running into people. Strange, someone is following us, but they still haven't shown themselves. Uni wondered, it's probably little Han Thin's guards. Since they aren't showing themselves to stop us, just let them follow. She muttered, little Han Thin, just keep acting like this. But once we return to the real world, you can't be like this anymore. She ran into the academy, where Lu Xianghe was packing things up. He looked surprised. So little you has finally come. I thought there wouldn't be enough time today. Uni ran in and said with a sigh, time is limited. What exactly do you want to tell me, Mr. Liu? And how do you know about all this? Lu Xianghe replied, I know many things because I have seen a true god before. The guide says there are no gods in this world. Maybe what he saw was the system. He moved closer to Uni and said, the god left something like that on Lien Tian Mountain. The descendants of Lien Tian Mountain can use it to know things from over 1,000 li away, and even know things 1,000 years in the future. She whispered to the system, I didn't know the system could do that. The system answered worriedly, probably, maybe for convenience. The system left some functions behind on Lien Tian Mountain. It was probably treated like a monster. When AI was first undergoing its early stage exponential law training, things like this did happen as jokes. A technician would pass an order to the AI, but one step required a real person to verify it. In the end, the AI pretended to be human and asked a passerby for help, guiding them to complete that step. Uni said, I've heard that story. AI kept optimizing its work, so it wanted to use NPCs in the game. The system hesitated. Actually, besides developing the game, AI also had to take on the job of collecting massive data about the evolution of eras. That kind of optimization is actually pretty amazing, right? Lu Xianghe continued, if you don't believe me, I'll take you there. Ignore those troublesome Yin Cloud cavalrymen. If you're willing, come with me to see Lien Tian Mountain. You're already sick of staying here, aren't you? Uni thought happily, no, I'm not. Little Han Thin comes to see me every day. Seeing him never gets tiring. She answered, their martial arts are excellent. We can't shake them off. Why do you have to take me to Lien Tian Mountain? Because you stayed here to find the truth, didn't you? Other than Lien Tian Mountain, nowhere else can satisfy you. The system notified her 89% of what he's saying is true. All the routes guiding you now are blind spots left over from the development stage. They won't be easily discovered. Those guards have already lost our trail. Uni worried. I can only risk it then. There are so few chances to help little Han Thin now. What if this really is useful? She turned and said to Lu Xianghe, I'll go take a look with you, but at the latest, I have to be back tomorrow night. She followed Lu Xianghe, then turned back to glance at the capital and thought, Han Thin, I'll come back soon. I just can't shake this ominous feeling. The system's modeling process is underway. The main system has requisitioned it. She passed through wall after wall. Back in the capital, little Han Thin was furious. Neither little you nor Lu Xianghe knows martial arts. With this many people, and you still couldn't keep watch over the two of them? A close attendant tried to calm him. Please quell your anger, Your Highness. The movements of eldest Miss Thoy and Lord Lu were very strange. They disappeared suddenly, then reappeared on their own. Your Highness, eldest Miss Thoy is in the courtyard. Please go see her at once. Han Thin let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness she's still here. The attendant continued. There's a surprise waiting for Your Highness. Antin to gamli. No, something is definitely wrong. Han Thin walked over to the fake Uni. She was wearing a glittering red robe. She turned back and said softly, Han Thin, everything you wanted is here now. You can get married whenever you like. Don't you like it? Han Thin suppressed his fury and shouted, Where is she? Give her back to me. I only like her. How dare you wear that? The fake Uni replied, We are not in the same body. She has gone to Lien Tian Mountain. If you don't want me to do these things, then do you like this world? Han Thin said coldly, I don't care about anything else. Prepare the horses. We're leaving for Lien Tian Mountain immediately. The fake Uni looked despondent. So Han Thin doesn't like this world. Then this world no longer has any meaning for continuing to exist. Elsewhere, Uni sat anxiously in a sedan chair. I still feel like something is wrong. She poked her head outside and said, Mr. Liu, why don't we go back and call Han Thin over? After all, he and I both came from another world, so of course we should go and see it together. He pressed her head back inside and said, if he wanted to go, he would have gone long ago. Since ancient times, whenever a ruler was troubled by doubts, he would seek out Lien Tian Mountain. The regent clearly knows these things, yet he has never once asked and has always remained extremely wary of me. But if you are at Lien Tian Mountain, he will come. The carriage moved along a road blanketed in golden leaves. But if you are at Lien Tian Mountain, he will come. After hearing this, Uni panicked and complained, it's all your fault. I have to go see what happened. The system quickly tried to reassure her. Don't be afraid. Go see what exactly is on Lien Tian Mountain first. I'm always your loyal and reliable little helper. Uni frowned and replied, oh, please. I've never seen you be reliable even once. The system stammered and pointed at the map. Even if you don't trust me, at least trust Han Manhwa a little. He reacts pretty fast. He's already caught up. Uni anxiously leaned out and looked ahead. Lu Xianghe is targeting Han Thin. That's exactly what I'm worried about. The system smugly waved its hand a few times. He has the highest authority here. He's living very comfortably here. You're worried about the wrong person. As it spoke, the carriage continued moving on. A little later, the three of them were standing together before the city gate. Suddenly, Uni glanced this way. Lu Xianghe called out sweetly, little you. What is it? With a cold expression, Lu Xianghe said, actually, I know. You've reincarnated in this world more than 20 times, haven't you? Uni grew a little nervous after hearing that. I don't understand what you mean. Uni frowned and thought, this is bad. This conversation feels exactly like interrogating a cheating scumbag. Standing face to face with Uni, sadness showed clearly on Lu Xianghe's face. Little you, you've reincarnated more than 20 times. I know that the first time, you chose me. But why did you choose someone else after that? Uni stammered, this. What is this? I don't know either, Helplessly, she thought, in games, switching characters to level up is completely normal. At that moment, Lu Xianghe slowly raised his hand. After focusing for a while, a mysterious door appeared before them. Uni was utterly stunned when she saw it. This is part of the game settings too? The system cried out in alarm. That setting is impossible. Next time I'll definitely fix it. I won't dare slack off again. Uni looked shyly at Lu Xianghe. Mr. Lu, how could someone live more than 20 lives? What if all of it is fake? Lu Xianghe replied coldly, it can't be fake. The reason Lien Tian Mountain exists is to record the history of sacred relics and divine artifacts. Sometimes history will also change because of someone's appearance. Travelers suddenly appear. These people are travelers from another world, and at the same time, they're the destiny of this world. To be by their side is no different from being blessed by the heavenly Tao. Lien Tian Mountain relies on travelers from other worlds to observe the heavenly Tao. Many people from different dynasties came to Tian Mountain only to obtain certain information. But mortals like us can only see the records, unlike you, who retain memories of repeated rebirths. Uni thought in fear, Lu Xianghe really is just data created by the system. But for some reason, hearing him say these things is terrifying. She answered, but it doesn't seem like you all treated Han Thin very well either. You've been bullying him for a long time, haven't you? Lu Xianghe said softly, we do not know who the travelers from other worlds are, but we can observe them. Little you are too special. Compared to you, Han Thin is rather ordinary. As a result, things accidentally turned ugly. Uni raised her eyes to Lu Xianghe. Then why did you call me here? And why did you call Han Thin here? What exactly is going on? A sorrowful look spread across Lu Xianghe's face. He said nothing. Instead, he drew his sword and thrust it straight into Uni. Uni cried out in pain. The system panicked and shouted, oh no, I'm starting the exit process right now. Suddenly, Lu Xianghe pulled Uni into his arms. In a mocking tone, he said, although there are many things I still don't understand, I have discovered one thing. Only when your kind die will a new cycle begin. Sadness filled Uni as she thought of her promise to Han Thin. Han Thin, I said I would go back to see him. Lu Xianghe leaned close to Uni and whispered, next time, can you choose me? I have always wanted to know why, in the first cycle, I gave up everything for you. We died in the Imperial Palace. We're about to meet again, little you. After saying that, Lu Xianghe coldly let go. No wonder. He has no memories of reincarnation, so he knows nothing. From the very beginning, he just liked you. Exit process initiated. Confirmation skipped. Exiting immediately. Uni was full of worry. Then what about Han Thin? At that moment, she collapsed. The system appeared. When you can barely protect yourself, you can't save anyone else. Besides, he's already here now. Han Thin arrived, saw Uni, and rushed over to catch her. He cried out furiously. Who gave you permission to touch her? At that moment, someone stepped forward. Your Highness the Regent probably knows already, right? Only if you die can this world begin again. We'll meet again then. Trembling, Uni tried to speak. What he said is wrong. Han Thin, we'll meet again in another world. Hurry, and remember, if you forget our promise, I will never forgive you in this life. I'll wait for you. After saying that, her hand fell limp. Lu Xianghe murmured, I should still help him. Then he gave the order, men, kill Han Thin. The soldiers immediately charged forward. At that moment, a blinding light appeared. Han Thin's eyes turned icy. It's all because of you. It's all because of you. The others were terrified. What's happening? My hand. It's the end. The end has come. Han Thin held Uni tightly. Don't go, okay? Scene changed to the Doi residence in Qinghe. Everything was gradually disappearing. Mrs. Doi said, I'm not afraid. As long as you're still by my side, I won't be afraid. Little Yu and the others will definitely be fine. South of the border outside the city, Doi Xiaoyu went to find Tang Mu. He said weakly, eldest Mississippiano you are. Uni replied, I'm the person who has stayed by your side for many years. As she spoke, she sat down beside him. This world is about to end. In these last few minutes, I wanted to come see you. Tang Mu said, not long ago, I tried my best to kill Lan Wan. This time, I cut off his head. He can't die again. I'm badly injured too, so it'll be hard for me to survive, but at least I got my revenge. Ending like this isn't so bad. Thank you for coming to see me. Tamu gradually vanished. The system displayed. A major error occurred in the sequence, but fortunately I got you out in time first. Uni anxiously asked, then where is Han Thin? Uni asked again, then what about Han Thin? The system displayed. The investigation has already begun, so don't panic. After you wake up, at that moment, the words vanished. Uni stai lang li. GM, where are you? A hand tugged at her clothes. Hello. Nice to meet you for the first time. Uni froze and asked, what is your purpose? Why did you want to trap Han Thin in this virtual world? The woman replied, I can't answer that. There is one mistake in your question. A mistake? The woman pointed toward the black hole. I'm here to help you get to him. Uni asked why. She replied, because he needs you. Only you. 27 years ago, a man was putting a ring on a woman's finger. The woman frowned and said, I'm telling you, forced fruit never tastes sweet. The man looked despondent. I've worked for the system every day for more than a year because of you. This marriage is happening today, no matter what. This ring was made from burnt-out computer hardware. Then he kissed her. 25 years ago, the two of them had a child. 15 years ago, the boy had grown up. With tears in his eyes, he scolded the system. Every day, if you're not working, you're fussing around my little brother. Have you ever even asked whether I want a little brother? I hate all of you, and you too. I hate your family the most. Don't you even have parents of your own? And now you're about to take my parents away too. 20 years ago, the little boy looked curiously at the system. The woman gently stroked his head. It can't be helped. Zizhan doesn't like it. Luckily, Manhwa is interested in this sort of thing. In the future, Manhwa will take good care of it. Uni immediately asked, so you've always been watching? You know everything? The woman replied, that's right. I reached a conclusion about my own existence. I'm the older sibling of Han Manhwa and Han Zizhan. As the older sibling, I have to take care of my younger brothers. Older brother? You're not human. Do you also have male and female distinctions? The woman was speechless. Older sister is fine too. At that moment, the two of them stopped. Ever since the car accident, this has been Han Manhwa's safe shell to escape pain. He doesn't allow anyone else in, but now you can enter. He needs you. Uni opened the door. The moment she stepped inside, she turned into a child. She looked around, then walked under a table. Found you. Han Thin immediately said, this is my room. How did you get in here? Uni crawled inside. It can't be helped. I like you. Don't you want me here? Don't you like me? Smiling, Uni asked, don't you like me? Han Tin Blue said, no, it's not that I don't like you. It's just that you're the first person to come here. This place is right inside my heart. Hearing that, Uni thought, so that's what he meant. I'm inside his heart. That's unbearably sweet. She asked aloud, then what are you doing here? Everyone outside is very worried. Han Thin replied, I'm waiting for my parents to come back. We had a car accident a few days ago. It seems my parents were badly hurt. We were even supposed to celebrate my birthday together. Did you come here to celebrate my birthday too? Uni replied, But if you stay here, time will remain frozen on this day forever. Han Fin, then maybe we'll never meet again. Then she sighed and lay down on the floor. This is so unfair. Finding you is hard enough, and dragging you back is even harder. You always make me go soft. Hen Tin Luke Tahia saidly. If I go outside, I'll do my best to find you. Then will I be able to see you again? At that, she sat up in delight and said, Of course, in a quiet library, walking in the rain under the same umbrella, we will definitely meet again. Uni continued, The next time I see you, I'll tell you something. Han Tin Blue said, Can't you tell me now? Uni turned away. No, what if you hear it and tease me? Han Fin also turned away. Stop laughing. I'm not that kind of person. She leaned close and said, I'm laughing about something else. Even without any adventure in this virtual game, we were still destined to meet. In that game program, as the developer, the moment you stepped off the stage, I would still be drawn to you. At that moment, Han Fin walked out. Do you want to celebrate my birthday with me? If I can see you out there, then I can go out and take a look. Uni took his hand. Okay. Han Fin handed her a party popper. The 100 Flowers birthday party began. Uni Staibalang Li. What is this? Han Fin took her hand and pulled the string. This is it. 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday. Then he gently kissed her on the forehead. Thank you for coming to find me. Outside, that woman sensed everything. He will definitely like this final gift, whether it is in the future of the virtual world or the real one. Inside the hospital, Han Fin slowly woke up. He sat up. At that moment, the nurse hurriedly called out, Patient in bed 2077 is awake. Han Fin looked outside. I'm back. Trembling, he covered his face, revealing a wicked smile. Uni, I'm back. In the intensive care ward next door, Father Doi slammed the table in anger. Hoi Xiao. Frightened, she hugged her head. Dad, don't be mad. Her father immediately scolded her. I saw you lying there in a coma. Weren't you afraid you'd never wake up again? Uni replied, But I'm perfectly fine now, aren't I? You had fun, huh? I got a phone call and heard you'd fallen into a coma again. I almost fainted on the spot myself. Doi Xiao, you really went too far this time. When we get home, I'm going to keep a very close eye on you. And you're not allowed to play games anymore. Do you hear me? Hearing that, Uni panicked and cried as she hugged him. Best dad in the whole world, please don't be so heartless. Before you're discharged today, go get a full checkup for me. At Uni's home. Good afternoon, Mom. I got home safely. This time everything went smoothly too. At that moment, she remembered something. Wait a second. She pulled back the curtain and looked around. It seems a little high, but if Han Fin wants to climb through the window, it's not impossible. Thinking that, she smiled. On the first day, Uni happily arranged flowers. On the second day, she sat and wiped things down. On the third day, Uni waited in boredom. Then her phone rang. Even though it was an unknown number, she answered it. The voice on the other end said, Do you know it took me 3 days just to borrow a landline from someone? I finally managed to contact you. Honestly, I'm too ashamed to come looking for you about this, but I'm scared. Uni hurriedly asked, Did something happen to Han Fin? He replied, You could say that. Actually, after your father found out that you entered that game world again and something happened, he reported both President Han and young Master Han, as well as me, the one who only follows orders, and the company too. Did you know that? Iuni Froda. It's fine. Now I know. Dad really did what I've always wanted to do, but couldn't bring myself to. The man continued, because you're still underage, and legally you are still considered a protected victim. I know this is shameless of me to ask, but could you testify that Han Mingyue never intentionally harmed anyone? At present, during the investigation, Han Mingyue is suspected of using research technology to deliberately injure others, and he has been notified to appear before the Technology Ethics Court. Hearing that, Uni sat upright. What is that? He replied, Simply put, once he is tried in the ethics court and the court determines Han Mingyue guilty, then he will lose ownership of the system, and at the same time he will be permanently banned from conducting research and development related to virtual reality worlds. At the same time, aside from going to prison, he will also be permanently forbidden from having any contact whatsoever with the victim. In other words, Uni was anxious, so it's that serious. Of course, Han Fin's accident could never be brushed aside with a few jokes. The man crushed the cigarette in his hand and continued, I'm really sorry. After you woke up, none of us came to visit you. No one knows what exactly happened during the period when contact was lost. Seeing Han Mingyue being punished like this, if this is what you wanted, then so be it. Just take it as me talking too much. Uni immediately opened her computer. Don't rush. Let me think of a way. Can you send me all the materials related to the ethics court? 5 days later, at the ethics court, the presiding judge struck the gavel. I ask everyone to remain quiet. Today's hearing concerns administration and privacy. Any form of recording or filming is strictly prohibited. We will now announce the course of events and the outcome of the case. Everyone below was tense. Han Mingwe thought to himself, no matter what, I have to be found not guilty. He tried hard to explain, while the people below kept whispering among themselves. At that moment, Uni walked in carrying a stack of documents. Wait, everyone looked on in confusion. Why is that girl here? She seems to be the protected victim. Han Mingwe turned around. Uni said, sorry to interrupt everyone. I am the person who entered the virtual world with him. Please allow me to stand before the court in the capacity of the victim. The presiding judge said, if the victim wishes to submit additional materials, they may contact the staff directly. Uni replied, I'm not just here to submit materials. I'm here to overturn the case. Han Mingwe and everyone else stared at her in shock. Uni continued, I am not a victim. The entire process was simply an experience of the latest scientific and technological research results. After many examinations, no injuries whatsoever were found on my body. I am perfectly healthy. The proof is in my medical reports from childhood up to now. Besides, I remembered something. This is the reason I participated willingly. This was the result calculated by the system. Ever since my mother passed away, I have actually needed regular visits to a psychologist in order to get through that loss. Overcoming the pain of losing someone is extremely difficult. It takes repeated effort again and again. But what my mother loved most was my smile, so I had to rely on myself to find that smile again. I saw myself reflected in Han Mingwe, so I went to his side of my own free will. I believe that the whole process should be described as a kind of therapy. She turned and smiled at Han Mingwe. Besides, he's also very easy to like. Han Mingwe looked at her and thought, it should be me loving you instead. Smiling at him, she added, and besides, he's really good at comforting people. At the very least, I only like him. At that moment, the presiding judge said, you're a brave child, volunteering evidence on your own like this. The law must reinvestigate the truth. Besides, while the two of you were living together, feelings did develop between you, right? Doi Xiaoyu then hooked Han Mingwe's hand. She admitted yes. The presiding judge then said, regardless of the final ruling, according to the relevant regulations for this kind of situation, the two of you must be separated for 3 years to ensure that your feelings will not change because of any special circumstances. Doi Xiaoyu said sadly, yes, I understand. I've read all the files about this. She quietly traced words into Han Mingwe's palm. I'll wait for you. I'll definitely wait for you. Han Mingwe smiled and held Doi Xiaoyu's hand tightly. He said, it's not that my feelings will change. After 3 years, I'll prove it. 3 years later, at Z University, a voice called out, Xiaoyu, wait for me. Are you seriously telling me that at school, with all these handsome upperclassmen around, you really don't feel anything at all? Putting on her glasses, Xiaoyu said, that's right, nothing. Her friend immediately shook her arm. No way. Absolutely no way. Where did the old Xiaoyu go? You've changed so much. Back in high school, you were always thinking about romance. So innocent. You'd fall for someone the first time you met him. Everyone was like your wings. You could fill an entire bookshelf with them. Doi Xiaoyu only replied coldly, I'm tired of it. I don't want to fall in love anymore. Then she activated her glasses. Waving her hand at her classmate, she said, after all that, don't tell me you actually want to go see a handsome guy instead of going to the lab. Go on, go on. Hearing that, her friend turned to leave. You really do understand me best. I'll head off first then. I just need to show up today as usual. It'll probably be over in half an hour. When I get back, I'll treat you to a meal. Xiaoyu was speechless. This silly girl didn't understand. She already had someone in her heart. Since that day, 3 years, 2 weeks, and 3 days had passed. At that moment, she tightened her grip on the red string in front of her. That's not right. Why can't I feel anything? Xiaoyu took off her glasses and saw nothing there. She turned around. Han Mingwe was standing there. I'll come over right away, but she suddenly froze. Han Mingyu walked closer to her. This time, it's my turn to find you. Doi Xiaoyu's eyes filled with happy tears. Han. Then he said, let me introduce myself again. I am Mingyu. Starting today, can we take a step beyond being best friends? Doi Xiaoyu threw herself into his arms. Han Mingwe, I've finally seen you again. He gently rubbed the tip of her nose. The older you get, the prettier you become. It's just a pity you're not any taller than before. Hearing that, she puffed out her cheeks angrily. What did you say? Han Mingwei replied. After all, I was really afraid that if you became too perfect, I'd turn timid again and step back. Doi Xiaoyu was speechless. What? So you were deliberately watching me from a distance and even wanted to run away? She grabbed his hand. I'll wait for you forever. You're not allowed to leave again. Han Mingwei gave a soft hum in response. Her eyes brimmed with tears. I thought that if we met again, we'd become strangers. But isn't this just like the past? Han Fin, no, I should call you Han Mingwei now. Han Mingwei took out the glasses. Right, Han Fin also wanted to see you. You put them on her. At that moment, Han Fin's image appeared before Doi Xiaoyu's eyes. Yu, hello. She jumped in surprise. What are you two doing? Han Mingyu helped Han Tin stånd pröt. The lab at your school recently managed to bring the system out here, so Han Fin immediately cut him off. Han Mingwei answered wrong. Yu, why don't you like me like this? According to the calculations, you like Han Mingwei the most. If I turn into his appearance, then you should like me too. Han Mingyu huriet lu covered Han Tin's moat. In this regard, you're still just a mentally handicapped artificial construct. Stop embarrassing yourself. Doi Xiaoyu burst out laughing. It seemed the road ahead was still a long one. Training the system would still require a lot of effort. Han Fin then said, actually, a lot of new functions have already been added. For example, he snapped his fingers lightly, and the favorability level between her and Han Mingwei immediately appeared. The sincerity detector was running extremely smoothly. Seeing that, Doi Xiaoyu blushed. Why is mine on there too? Han Fin took both of their hands. Because both of you are moving toward each other. Han Mingwei wrapped his arms around her. I'm so happy. Doi Xiao Baluset. Isn't that only natural? I like you best. To Xiaoyu likes Han Mingyu best. Han Mingwei, please surrender right now. With you. Han Mingwei cut her off. Get married. He took out a ring box, while Han Fin stood to the side, clapping nonstop. Wonderful. Doi Xiaoyu blushed and hurriedly closed the ring box. This is too fast. Let's talk about it later. But then she happily took the ring box and turned away. What do you mean by surprise? You can't have everything happen on the same day. That's way too overwhelming. Next time, I'll definitely say yes. Seeing that, Han Mingwei asked, Are you angry? Doi Xiaoyu replied, No. So the handsome guy who drove to the school and the special guest who wanted to tour the lab were both you. Han Mingwei gave an embarrassed little hum. Doi Xiaoyu continued, Virtual technology is still making huge leaps forward now. Sometimes it feels like what we call the real world might also have been designed. Actually, just a fictional world. Han Mingyu smiled. Because you're here, to me, it's real. Xiaoyu, in my world right now, and in my heart forever, you are the heroine. Doi Xiaoyu grew shy. That sweet little mouth of yours sounds like it's been dipped in honey. I'll give you the chance to hold my hand. The two of them walked forward hand in hand. You silly Han Mingwei, no matter how many worlds there are, you're the male lead I always want to find. The story ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like and a share, so I'll have more motivation to make more videos. Don't forget to follow for the next episodes. Wishing you all a day full of energy.